Thursday, October 7th, 1999. A clock begins to tick down at the Daimler Chrysler Technology Center in Auburn Hills, Michigan. As it does, Ray Evernham is already back working. Just 8 days earlier, Evernham walked away from the job that made him famous as crew chief for three-time NASCAR champion Jeff Gordon. The weekend after at Martinsville, all eyes are on his replacement, Brian Weitzel.
Separated by 42 hundredths of a second. Just one more lap around this half mile at Martinsville. And Jeff Gordon still maintains the lead as they go halfway down the backstretch. Traffic will not be a factor in this one. Here is Gordon off the corner, but Earnhardt is right behind him. No, it's Jeff Gordon winning the Napa Auto Care 500 at Martinsville. Ray Evernham's departure did not end the dynasty. We are perhaps seeing the beginning of another reign here as Brian Weitzel leads his driver Jeff Gordon to victory in their first togetherness.
While Jeff Gordon wins his third grandfather clock, the digital clock, the one counting down 500 days, remains Evernham's singular focus. It's the countdown to the birth of a new team that will spearhead the return of Dodge to the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. A moment with the potential to change the direction of the sport in an instant. It is the countdown to February 18th, 2001.
Round 23 of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series is being brought to you tonight by Daytona, USA, the official attraction of NASCAR. By Dodge, do not follow, do not conform, be different. And by Mopar, parts for Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, and Jeep vehicles from the dealership that sell and install them. That's the Mopar difference.
At the turn of the millennium, Mopar has a presence in the new Craftsman Truck Series, but has been absent from Winston Cup racing for more than a decade. On September 15, 1985, the last Chrysler Imperials of Phil Good and Maurice Randall finished 18th and 39th at Dover. The same year, Morgan Shepherd finished 15th in the car's final Daytona 500. Dodge hadn't started a Cup race since June of '85 with Norm Palmer at Riverside and had been out of the Daytona 500 since 1983 when Rick Baldwin took 20th in his Murata. Over those same years, the manufacturer breakdown shrinks to only 3. General Motors pulls Buick and Oldsmobile by 1993, leaving their Chevrolets and Pontiacs to compete against Ford. But in March of '99, a group of 9 fans watch one such race from Suite 107 at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Secretly, these fans are actually Dodge dealers. They've been sent to the track by Jim Julo, Dodge's vice president of marketing, to sell them on the idea of their brand returning to NASCAR. The experience is enough to convince them. On October 14, 1999, at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City, Julo and Ray Evernham announced that Dodge will return to the Winston Cup Series in 2001. They will campaign the second-generation Dodge Intrepid, a sedan, much like Don Miller's incarnation of the Ford Taurus used in 1998. Leading the brigade will be a brand-new factory team fielded by Ray Evernham himself, Evernham Motorsports. While determined to field 2 cars, Evernham hasn't announced who will drive either of them, though both Bill Elliott and Casey Atwood are both already rumored to be possibilities. At the time, Elliott is still an owner-driver in his number 94 McDonald's Ford, and winless since 1994. Fresh off his first career wins in Milwaukee and Dover, Atwood is still contracted with Bruco Motorsports in the Busch Series, and with sponsor Castrol. With the announcement, Daimler Chrysler has effectively rained on the parade of their rivals at General Motors and Ford, who have each already introduced new models of the Monte Carlo and Taurus that will be run in the upcoming 2000 season. The announcement also sends literal shockwaves through the sport itself. Most intriguing to the media is the possibility that teams will switch to Dodge in 2001. Curiously, most of these early rumors revolve around Pontiac teams. Petty Enterprises and Joe Gibbs Racing are the first to be mentioned on October 19th. While Gibbs flatly refuses to leave GM, there's more than a little truth to the Petty rumors. The next day in Level Cross, the Pettys work out a plan to expand to 3 teams, all of them Dodges, including one for Kyle Petty's son Adam. The media is sure the Dodge announcement is coming on November 11th, when the Pettys hold an event at Homestead. But they only announced the 3rd team, the number 45, will see Adam make a few Cup starts in the 2000 season. It's already known that John Andretti in the flagship number 43 will carry STP as primary sponsor for only half of the 2000 season before General Mills takes over in July. This will bring to an end perhaps the longest sponsor and team relationship in NASCAR history. On the same day as Adam Petty's announcement, NASCAR enters a $2.4 billion television contract. Starting in 2001, broadcast rights will be signed over to Fox, NBC, and ultimately TNT. The first talent to be courted by these new networks is Darrell Waltrip, who 3 months earlier had confirmed that the 2000 season would be his last as a driver. Now, quite suddenly, the 2000 season will also be a farewell tour for some of the sport's most important and longest-lasting media partners, including CBS, who broadcast the first live Daytona 500 in 1979, and ESPN, which brought live racing to many other tracks in 1981. Teams have barely applied the new NASCAR 2000 decals to their current fleet of cars before the upcoming season becomes a backdrop for the longest and perhaps most anticipated silly season in the sport's history. Jayski, whose news site is barely 3 years old at the time, will come of age as it chronicles the intensifying news cycle.
In order to fulfill its dream of returning to victory lane, the automaker decided to go racing in a very different way, to put together a unique coalition of team owners, drivers, engineers, crew chiefs, designers, and executives, all under one umbrella, and to call the idea the one-team concept.
On January 11, 2000, Dodge unveils the first 2 of the planned 28 cars Evernham Motorsports will build for their 2-car team. These are superspeedway cars, each bearing the number 19, with sponsorship from both Dodge dealers and the United Auto Workers. Rumors also abound at Petty Enterprises, where on the 20th, Kyle Petty says they will be staying with Pontiac at least for the year 2000. Bill Davis Racing's 2-car operation is also the subject of rumors that will turn out to be true. As good friends of Kyle Petty, Davis has already been talking with Petty since December. Dodge's one-team concept takes root, as now 3 organizations are working behind the scenes to develop their new car. Davis's involvement will bring in Ward Burton, his number 22 Caterpillar Pontiac still vying for its first win since 1995, and second-year driver Dave Blaney in the number 93 Amoco Pontiac. A different kind of rumor follows Ward's younger brother Jeff. In 1996, Jeff Burton had joined Roush Racing's new number 99 team, pulling the Exide battery sponsorship from Jeffrey Bodine's single-car team purchased from Alan Kulwicki's estate. Burton won the inaugural race at Texas the following spring, his first of 3 victories that season, and in 1999 had just come off his best season to date. The Exide car rolled to 6 wins and finished 5th in points, making him a championship favorite for the upcoming year. In fact, for the year 2000, he'll be running perhaps the most iconic paint scheme to ever feature the Exide brand. But on January 8th, reports indicate Exide is pulling back their motorsports sponsorship, citing heavy third-quarter losses. If true, this is certain to affect not only Burton, but also newcomer Kurt Busch in Roush's Truck Series entry and defending NHRA Top Fuel champion Tony Schumacher. But with barely a month until the start of the season, Exide is for now still honoring their contracts with all 3 drivers.
At the Daytona 500 in February 2000, Dodge knew it had just 1 year left until its racing debut. They marked the occasion by finally confirming what everyone expected, that Petty Enterprises would field 3 cars in 2001, one of them piloted by John Andretti.
It only takes until February 19th, the day before the Daytona 500, for the first rumors to come true. At a press conference held at Daytona's Victory Lane, it's confirmed that both Bill Davis Racing and Petty Enterprises will switch to Dodge in 2001, bringing a combined 5 entries to join Evernham's duo for a fleet of 7. By then, another name has surfaced as a candidate for one of the Evernham cars, Jay Sauter. Midwest Transit Racing also makes the news this month. Hal Hicks and Mike Witters put together their single-car team back in 1998. Their debut came with Goody's Dash Series standout Dan Pardis, who made his lone Cup start at his home track in Daytona. After a difficult 1999 season, Pardis was replaced by Ricky Craven, who had likewise been struggling at Scott Barber's single-car team SB3 Motorsports. Still recovering from injuries suffered in a crash at Texas in 1997, Craven has stayed in the team's number 50 Chevrolet for the year 2000, only for Hicks to be served with a legal complaint 2 days after the Daytona 500. Hicks' trucking company, Midwest Transit Incorporated, has been sued in the state of Illinois as, quote, a possible recipient of misapplied funds. Amidst the turmoil, the team will also start the year with back-to-back DNQs in Daytona and Rockingham. Dale Jarrett wins the 500, while Bobby Labonte takes Rockingham.
Ray, I think they agree with you. They have looked at the radar as well, and it's really a roll of the dice. There's a front moving in that's beginning to break up somewhat, but there's a lot of rain around that front. And so Frankie is talking to his driver. Jeff Burton said, you help me make the call. And from what I hear him saying on the radio, they're probably going to stay out right now, stay on the racetrack, and maybe figure the rain will move in, and they might win this thing along with $1 million bonus.
In March, Roush Racing still struggles to keep hold of Exide. While on the 5th, Jeff Burton scores his first win of the year in a rain-shortened Las Vegas race, the company say they will leave Roush's Truck Series team in 2001. This comes after Kurt Busch earns finishes of 2nd at Daytona and 9th in Homestead to start the season, placing him a firm 3rd in the series standings. Meanwhile, Burton's teammate Kevin LePage seems to have no sponsor trouble, thanks to the growing number of new internet companies. After starting the year with search engine NorthernLight.com, which has also become title sponsor of the Indy Racing League, on March 2nd, LePage carries a new paint scheme from FamilyClick.com. Roush becomes an equity investor in the company and declares it to be both the official online service provider and internet service provider of Roush Racing. At Las Vegas, LePage's first race with the sponsor, he finishes a season-best 11th, then qualifies 5th and 2nd in the next 2 rounds at Atlanta and Darlington. On March 10th, 2 days before Dale Earnhardt's photo finish over Bobby Labonte at Atlanta, Ray Evernham finally announces that Bill Elliott would drive one of his Dodges in 2001. He'll campaign the number 9, bringing back fond memories of Elliott's heyday, running another red number 9 for Melling Racing. The only problem with this is that Melling is actually still in business that year, with Stacy Compton running the number with sponsorship from Kodiak Tobacco. No sooner has the Elliott announcement come that there are rumors that Melling too will switch to Dodge, knowing they'll have to change car numbers for the year 2001. On March 17th, Evernham denies that Jay Sauter will be Elliott's teammate, saying he never even spoke to him. Instead, IRL driver Greg Ray becomes the new candidate. 2 days later at Darlington, Ward Burton wins his 2nd career race, his first since 1995. Mike Bliss is among the drivers from the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series who have made their way into Cup for the 2000 season. He begins the year with the legendary A.J. Foyt, who returns to team ownership for the first time in nearly a decade with sponsorship from Conseco. But after qualifying for his Cup debut in the Daytona 500, Bliss fails to make the next 3 straight races into March, and Foyt fires him heading into Darlington. Among the drivers Foyt considers is Derek Cope, who has problems of his own. Cope is signed with Budmore Engineering, which over the offseason had just been sold to businessmen Randy and Robert Fenley. Cope gets the team into the Daytona 500, earning 12th after a strong run in the Twin 125s, and draws new sponsorship from EverythingCommerce.com for 2 races. But on March 18th, that company's deal falls through, and there is a rumor that Cope is being considered for the Foyt ride. Instead, Foyt goes with free agent Dick Trickle. Meanwhile, Rick Mast comes into the 2000 season driving for still another single-car team in Larry Hedrick Motorsports. Hedrick signed sponsorship from another company that would become infamous to NASCAR fans, Big Daddy's Barbecue. Hedrick had reportedly accepted $11.2 million in stock to sponsor the ride, stock that proved to be so worthless that the company will accept the certificates back when they refuse to pay cash. Both Mast and crew chief Felipe Lopez leave the team after a hard crash at Bristol on March 26th. This race, the 6th of the season, sees Rusty Wallace earn his 50th career win. While Hedrick tries to reel in sponsorship from New Holland, demanding cash this time, he briefly considers rehiring Ricky Craven, who earned Rookie of the Year with the team in 1995. Instead, he signs Gary Bradbury. Heading into his home track in Texas, A.J. Foyt is now already looking for a replacement for Dick Trickle. Among those he considers is Greg Ray, who is suddenly hot property in NASCAR, and David Starr, who at the time is 32 years old and in just his third year racing in the Truck Series. Instead, Foyt picks up both Mast and Lopez from the Hedrick team. The Fenley Moore team, which has now lost Cope along with their sponsor, withdraws from the Texas entry list. Other teams prepare for the season ahead. Norm Benning plans to attempt up to 4 races in the year 2000, in addition to a full schedule in the ARCA Racing Series. The report on March 8th indicates both entries will be in the number 84 with sponsorship from beverage company Sobe. On March 16th, Morgan McClure Motorsports re-ups with longtime sponsor Kodak through the 2005 season, their current driver Bobby Hamilton already locked in through 2001. And on March 30th, Jim Smith at Ultra Motorsports has Cup Series ambitions for his driver Mike Wallace. Over the last 9 seasons, the middle of the 3 Wallace brothers has only twice started more than 11 Cup races in any one year. This included a one-off with Smith at Richmond the previous fall, where he finished 24th the night Tony Stewart won his first Cup Series race. But Wallace has now won the inaugural Truck Series race at Daytona, his 3rd victory in the series, and is considering his next step.
Michael Waltrip there in front of Bill Elliott, still hanging on that 4th position. Been a good run today from Michael Waltrip. Good to see that.
Jim Matei and business partner John Porter are still co-owners of Matei Motorsports, the same number 7 team they acquired from Jeff Bodine during the '98 season. The single-car operation is now in its first year with sponsorship from Nations Rent, debuting a distinctive black and yellow paint scheme. Their driver is Michael Waltrip, who in 1999 parted ways with the Wood brothers to replace Bodine in the number 7. Through the month of April, Waltrip has climbed from 29th to 26th in points, largely assisted by a strong run at Martinsville on April 9th. There, he finishes 3rd behind Roush teammates Mark Martin and Jeff Burton, Waltrip's best finish since he also ran 3rd in the 1995 Coca-Cola 600. The day before, there is a rumor that Matei is selling the number 7 team to a Truck Series team owner, or perhaps looking for a partner. By the 16th, Matei is looking to merge with either MB2 Motorsports, which fields Ken Schrader in the number 36 M&M's Pontiac, or Jim Smith. When Smith's name comes up, Smith says he still does have an interest in starting a Cup team, but not in the near future. In 1999, attorney Jack Birmingham purchased Bahari Racing's single-car team from Chuck Ryder and changed the car number from 30 to 27 for the 2000 season. Birmingham changes the team's name to Eel River Racing, named for the river that flows by his summer home in Osterville, Massachusetts. Eel River lands one of the most lucrative sponsors of the entire season, Pfizer, which promotes the new wonder drug Viagra. This allows Birmingham to build a $5.5 million headquarters in Mooresville, complete with a 70,000 square foot shop big enough to expand to 2 teams. While Todd Bodine performed well to close out the '99 season, Birmingham has instead hired Busch Series veteran Jeff Fuller, who will compete for Rookie of the Year in 2000. These will be Fuller's first Cup starts since his debut at Richmond on March 8, 1992. But Fuller is not in the Viagra car for long. He misses the Daytona 500, his primary car destroyed in a hard practice crash with Greg Sachs. Fuller makes the next 6 races, but only once finishes better than 36th. In the April 2nd race at Texas, where fellow rookie Dale Earnhardt Jr. scores his first career win and Adam Petty makes his first career start, Fuller finishes 38th after another crash. He's out by the next round at Martinsville. In his place comes Mike Bliss, fired by A.J. Foyt just days earlier. Bliss finds his way to Eel River as, during his Truck Series career, he had a good working relationship with Barry Dodson, who's now the team's general manager. Bliss finishes 35th in their first race together, which is actually the team's second-best run of the young season. On April 14th, another Roush Racing entry has sponsor trouble. Since 1996, John Deere had been a consistent backer of driver Chad Little, first in the Busch Series and then into Cup. The company stayed with Little when his Greg Pollock's owned team was acquired by Roush for 1998, keeping the distinctive number 97 on the track. But in the early months of the 2000 season, Roush still hasn't landed an extension from the company past the current year. They hope to attract a sponsor from one of their fellow Ford teams. Dale Jarrett enters the 2000 season as the defending Winston Cup champion. He also receives members of Jeff Gordon's Rainbow Warriors, who over the offseason came over to become his pit crew. Combined with a new Ford Taurus and another powerful Robert Yates engine, Jarrett dominates speed weeks and wins the Daytona 500 for a third time. No one else in the field is particularly happy, including Dale Earnhardt.
That's the worst racing I've seen at Daytona in a long, long time. They took NASCAR Winston Cup racing and made it some of the sorriest racing, took racing out of the drivers and the crew's hands. We can't adjust, we can't make our cars drive like we want. They just killed the race at Daytona. That's all I got to say. Mr. Bill France Sr. probably roll over his grave if he's seen that deal.
Citing safety concerns over custom-made shocks that made cars lean on their rear tires in qualifying, NASCAR mandates all teams run the exact same shock package at both Daytona and Talladega. Unwittingly, they've now made the cars lose so much traction in the corners that no one can run at full throttle. After much public outcry, NASCAR walks back these rules for the April 16th race at Talladega. They mandate only the rear shocks, allowing teams to run what they want for the fronts. The result is a more competitive race, where Jeff Gordon, now with Robbie Loomis as crew chief, scores his 50th career win. But NASCAR still isn't done meddling with their superspeedway package. By April 29th, crew chief Todd Parrott signs a lifetime contract with Jarrett, who himself has signed with Yates through 2004. Since 1996, Jarrett has become synonymous with his dark blue number 88, with sponsorship from Ford Quality Care. But as early as April 3rd, 2000, there is a report that UPS will be Jarrett's new sponsor, bringing more than $15 million with them, and that Quality Care will instead move to Roush. When the 1999 season ended, Butch Mock had left NASCAR, having sold his number 75 team to businessman and Busch Series team owner Darwin Ort. For 2000, the rebranded Galaxy Motorsports hires Wally Dallenbach Jr., who was let go by Hendrick Motorsports when Jerry Nadeau took over the number 25. By April of 2000, the Galaxy team enters their most difficult stretch of the season, failing to qualify for 3 of the season's first 8 races and only once finishing better than 29th. It's during this time that crew chief Wayne Orm leaves the team, followed by the general manager. As the team tries to bring on Newt Moore as their new crew chief, Dallenbach insists he isn't losing his seat, and Ort reports he's close to signing a new 3-year deal with a yet unnamed sponsor. Similar issues plague Team Gordon, a startup team co-founded by Mike Held, IRL team owner John Menard, and driver Robbie Gordon, who has not even started a Winston Cup race since 1998. The team starts the 2000 season with a dazzling paint scheme on the number 13 Ford, but face many of the same struggles as Galaxy Motorsports and Eel River Racing. Though they finish 18th in the Daytona 500 and 13th in Las Vegas, the April 2nd race at Texas is already their second DNQ in the first 7 races. On April 8th, Fred Graves leaves as crew chief to work with Truck Series driver Brennan Gaughan and is replaced by Jerry Baxter. The team signs Richard Buck as a new general manager on April 14th. They're also looking to secure engines from Yates Racing. Branching out from kart open-wheel competition into NASCAR for the 2000 season is Cal Wells, who acquires 2 massive sponsors from different owner-driver operations. His cup ride, the number 32, carries Tide, acquired from Ricky Rudd's closing team, Rudd Performance Motorsports. The number 32 is chosen as the combined total of the 3 previous Tide rides, 17, 5, and 10. In the Busch Series, Wells enters the number 97 car with McDonald's from the soon-to-be-closing Bill Elliott Racing. Each car carries rookies from entirely different racing disciplines, open-wheeler Scott Pruitt in the Cup Series and sports car racer Anthony Lazzaro in Busch. The plan is to elevate Lazzaro's team to Cup in 2001, but by April, Lazzaro has already failed to qualify for 3 of the first 9 Busch Series races, ranking him a distant 42nd in points. Pruitt, who has multiple IROC starts to his credit, fares no better. His number 32 misses 3 of the first 6 Cup races and ranks 43rd in points. Big changes will have to be made. Through April of 2000, Dave Marcus has only qualified for 3 of the first 9 races and finished no better than 33rd. He's also on occasion entered a second car, the number 72, which carries the same sponsorship from Team Realtree. In this second car, Jim Sauter misses the cut for the Daytona 500, and for the next attempt at Fontana is replaced by a man who not only competes part-time in ARCA, but also serves as Marcus's jackman, business manager, and PR representative, Dwayne Lake. Lake will join Marcus on the DNQ list for Fontana, but is slated to return to the number 72 for Pocono in June. In the Fontana race itself, Jeremy Mayfield scores the victory, his first since 1998. There have now been 10 different winners in the first 10 races. Morgan McClure Motorsports likewise looks into expanding into a two-car operation. On April 4th at the Greenville Pickens Speedway, 1994 Daytona 500 pole sitter Loy Allen Jr. tests a second McClure car, with thoughts of entering it at Talladega. Allen is not entered in the race, but is still a possibility for Daytona in July. Another candidate is Bobby Hamilton Jr., the son of his teammate, who is competing in his first full-time season in the Busch Series for team owner Dave Carroll. On April 15th, Ray Evernham all but confirms that Casey Atwood will drive his second car in 2001. He says he was only ever considering Atwood and wanted to wait until the Coca-Cola 600 to make it official. It has even been leaked that Atwood will make 5 Cup races for Evernham during the 2000 season, running a manufacturer other than Dodge. In the meantime, the first of 10 scheduled on-track tests for the Dodge team awaits at Homestead on May 2nd, where Ted Musgrave will help Bill Elliott put the cars through their paces. Continuing with their one-team approach, Evernham, Petty, and Bill Davis crew members will work together during the test. Meanwhile, at Melling Racing, the team decides to let NASCAR choose which number they will run instead of the number 9 in 2001. On April 24th, the team holds a contest for fans to guess what number that will be. Still looking for sponsorship, Larry Hedrick's number 41 team doesn't make the trip west to Fontana, and by then has lost another 2 crew members to AJ Foyt Racing. Both engine builder David Evans and crew chief Donnie Disharoon joined their former driver Rick Mast at the Conseco team.
Is out. The Pontiac excitement 400 is on.
On May 1st, Jim Smith is still mentioned as the frontrunner to either buy Matei's number 7 team or join him as partner. 3 days later, Slugger Labby, at the time a crew member on the Matei team, leaves to join Dale Jarrett for an upcoming test. The next day, Jim Smith reiterates he is interested in owning a Cup team, but that his discussions with Matei, quote, weren't all that serious. Instead, Smith still plans to enter his own car for Mike Wallace, as he did in 1999. He plans to debut in the Coca-Cola 600, followed by Indianapolis, Richmond, and Phoenix. Rumors of Jim Smith's investment with Matei and his seeming determination to get Mike Wallace back into the Cup Series make Michael Waltrip come off as a free agent. In fact, on May 28th, when rumors that Dale Earnhardt Incorporated will expand to 3 cars in 2001 first surface, Waltrip's name comes up as a potential driver. But Ty Norris expresses reluctance in expanding DEI so quickly, having just brought on Dale Earnhardt Jr. in a second car and having not secured a contract extension yet for Steve Park. That same week, in what is so far unrelated news, the Fenley Moore team enters Ted Musgrave in the Coca-Cola 600, driving a number 15 Ford sponsored by RV dealer Lazy Days. Musgrave fails to qualify in what will become the last on-track attempt by the former Bud Moore team. Now on his own, after the Fenley Moore deal fell through, Derek Cope sets to work starting his own team. On May 11th comes word he's partnered with NHRA legend Warren Johnson and plans to enter either a Chevrolet or Pontiac in 2001. The team, to be called Quest Motor Racing, expects their first car to be ready by July. By the end of the month, Quest has 2 cars ready, with 4 more on order. They now plan to run at least 5 races later in the 2000 season before taking on 2001. The month of May sees Jeffrey Bodine return to action at Richmond for the first time since his terrible Truck Series accident in February. On the 6th, where Dale Jr. becomes the first repeat winner of the 2000 season, Bodine climbs aboard Joe Bessie's number 60 Power Team Chevrolet, which he's qualified in 4th. After starting the car, brother Todd drives in relief for a 13th place finish. but the celebration is short-lived. After the Winston Open, where a broken rear-end ratchet causes him to crash hard, there are already reports that Jeffrey will be out of the ride in just his second year with the team. For now, he continues to have Todd on standby, this time finishing 29th in the Coca-Cola 600. The events in Charlotte are dominated by rookies. Junior wins the Winston, and Matt Kenseth takes his first checkered flag in the 600, an 11th winner in 12 points-paying races. Since his release from Eel River Racing, Todd Bodine has run part-time for LJ Racing in the number 91 Chevrolet. This is Joe Falk's Chesapeake, Virginia-based single-car operation that has been piecing together part-time efforts in the Cup Series since 1997. Todd earned Falk his first top-5 finish in the 98 finale at Atlanta, and in March returned to the Georgia track to finish an unheralded 7th. But Todd is still not on steady ground. Barely 2 months later, on May 18th, amid rumors that some crew members are leaving, Falk is denying rumors that the team is shutting down. While the team is still searching for sponsorship, they are still set to attempt the races in Charlotte and have 9 cars set to run in the shop. This leads us to Brett Bodine, who embarked on his own owner-driver team in 1996, having acquired the number 11 team from a retiring legend in Junior Johnson. By the year 2000, Bodine is working through a 1-year contract with sponsor Ralph's Supermarkets, and on May 5th is trying to lock down a second year, plus some associate sponsors. Along the way, Bodine looks into selling his team to Richard Hilton, who had fielded cars for Butch Gilliland in the Winston West Series with the same Ralph's sponsorship. By May, Cale Yarborough Motorsports has thus far been absent from the Winston Cup Series, 1 year after the Rick Mast completed every one of the 1999 season's races without a single DNF. On the 11th comes word that the number 98 team has been sold, seemingly confirming a rumor from February, but it's not yet clear who has purchased the team, or if Yarborough will still be involved in its operations. This same month sees the sale of SB3 Motorsports, Scott Barber's number 58 Ford team, which began the 99 season with Ricky Craven as their driver and Hollywood Video as sponsor. On the 30th, the team's former shop at 103 Center Lane in Huntersville goes up for auction. There are 35 bidders, mostly from ARCA teams, who purchase the shop's entire stock. One of the team's Fords goes to an enthusiast who wants to use the car in shows and parades. A seismic merger is first rumored on May 9th, revolving around Felix Sabata's 2-car organization, Team Sabco. Previous offseason, Sabatas hired Kenny Irwin Jr. after his release from Robert Yates Racing, and teamed his number 42 Bell South Chevrolet alongside a returning Sterling Marlin in the number 40 Coors Light Chevrolet. Both Marlin and Irwin performed respectably through the first third of the 2000 season, but on the 9th come rumors that Chip Ganassi will purchase an interest in the team and switch to Dodge in 2001. These rumors do not specify whether either Marlin or Irwin will return. In fact, Ganassi is reportedly talking to both Jeremy Mayfield and Bobby Hamilton, even though Hamilton is contracted through 2001 with Morgan McClure, and Mayfield is set through 2002 with Penske's number 12 Mobil 1 Ford. The Ganassi rumor gains traction by May 17th, with reports he will purchase an 80% interest as soon as July 1st, and bring his own sponsorship from Target. On the 21st, Ken Schrader joins Mayfield and Hamilton as possible drivers. More changes take place at PPI Motorsports, where on May 2nd, Doug Richert leaves as crew chief, opening the door for program director Joe Garone. On the 26th, Cal Wells finally has enough of Anthony Lazzaro and releases him from the team's Busch Series effort. Scott Pruitt will drive in his place on companion weekends with the Cup Series as his team is restructured. By May 31st, Sterling Marlin, unsure if he will survive the Ganassi merger, is rumored to be talking with Wells about driving for them. That same day, PPI also tries to attract Johnny Benson Jr. at Tyler Jett Motorsports, a driver who has continued to impress with sponsorship from Lycos.com. But team owner Tim Beverly intervenes, insisting that he, Benson, and crew chief James Ince are committed to stay together at the number 10 team. On May 3rd, Roush Racing's bad luck with sponsors continues. This time it's Valvoline, which had been the primary sponsor of Mark Martin's iconic number 6 Ford since 1992. In 1999, Valvoline had achieved the most TV exposure for a NASCAR sponsor for a 7th straight year, worth an estimated $49 million in advertising. The company will wrap up a 3-year contract at the end of the 2000 season, and when negotiations began in December, Roush had been confident he could secure another 3 to 5 years. But now it's April, and the sponsor is wavering. In fact, it's rumored that Martin's team is where Quality Care will land after leaving Dale Jarrett's team. That is, if UPS isn't interested in moving to Roush instead. By May 27th, Quality Care is now rumored to split its sponsorship between Yates and Roush. But the real bombshell comes the next day, when Pfizer is rumored to take Valvoline's place, the same brand currently backing Eel River Racing. Valvoline then will possibly take the same role that Quaker State has with Hendrick, splitting its own funding between the 5 Roush teams. Robbie Gordon qualifies for the Indianapolis 500 in the number 32, fielded by team co-owner John Menard. Looking to join John Andretti and Tony Stewart in successfully completing the double, Gordon on May 23rd is rumored to have Truck Series driver Brian Reffner on hand as his standby for the Coca-Cola 600. He ultimately hires P.J. Jones instead, who starts number 13 in Charlotte after Gordon takes 6th in the Indy 500. Gordon takes over and finishes the 600 in 35th. By May 31st, amid rumors that his team will also switch to Dodge in 2001, Gordon decides to skip the following race in Dover to reevaluate his program for the rest of the season, and to prepare for extensive testing. After a moment of silence in honor of Adam Petty, killed in a crash at New Hampshire just days earlier, Evernham again confirms that Casey Atwood will be Bill Elliott's teammate in 2001. He does so from Charlotte's Victory Lane, which is no coincidence. 6 years earlier, Evernham and Jeff Gordon celebrated their first win there in the same race. A day earlier, Gordon signs a contract extension with sponsor DuPont through 2005. By this point, Joey Arrington, whose father Buddy campaigned some of the last Chrysler products in NASCAR, is producing a new batch of powerful engines for Dodge. He does so after expanding the shop in Martinsville to a 50,000 square foot facility. Melling Racing, who enters their 4th brand new chassis of the season in the 600, is again rumored to be switching to Dodge.
The 12th winner in 13 races. Tony Stewart wins. He led 242 laps. The battle at the stripe goes to Burton over Skinner. We also saw Labonte and Jarrett with Bobby Labonte by a nose.
Like Robbie Gordon's team, Midwest Transit Racing elects to skip the June 4th race at Dover, where Tony Stewart wins his first race of 2000. For now, Midwest Transit is planning to run Ricky Craven in Michigan, then skipping Pocono and Sears Point before they return in the Pepsi 400 at Daytona. Galaxy Motorsports likewise has Daytona circled on their calendar as the start of a 6-race stretch to turn around their team's performance. In anticipation of this, the Galaxy team has spent even more time putting the number 75 in the wind tunnel. Galaxy's sponsorship prospects improve through the month. TBS and AOL, the latter Andy Belmont's sponsor and ARCA, join on June 22nd. Red Cell Batteries and RotoZip Power Tools also jump on board for single race and associate backing. Pontiac is also keeping a keen eye on aerodynamics. On June 1st comes news that all Pontiac teams will get a new rear bumper cover at Michigan, which will become mandatory by the end of the month. There are hopes this will close the gap on both the Fords, which were so fast in Daytona, and Chevrolet, whose cars were allowed an extension of their front valences in Atlanta. On June 17th, Derek Cope elects to run Pontiacs for his upstart team, Quest Motor Racing, which by then has selected number 37 to be their car number. Another big car number announcement is set for June 9th, but a day earlier, Speed Vision breaks the story that Melling Racing will become the 4th Dodge team in 2001 and the first single-car outfit to make the switch. The car number contest winner is the 92, which Mark Melling explains is, quote, the 9 the second time around, signaling the team's upcoming reorganization. But at the team's home race at Michigan on June 11th, driver Stacy Compton blows an engine across the finish line during second-round qualifying. Despite offers by NASCAR to clean the track, Dave Marcus, the last driver set to take time, chooses not to qualify as number 71. Mentally, I just can't qualify with oil on the track, he says. The result is Marcus's 10th DNQ in 14 races. Tony Stewart wins that Sunday's race, his second consecutive victory. On June 3rd, Larry Hedrick Motorsports suspends operations, citing a lack of sponsorship. It's at first rumored that Peter Guild, Hedrick's engine builder, is trying to buy the team, but further reports indicate that it's someone else. That same day, there's finally confirmation on the sale of Cale Yarborough Motorsports. Yarborough is now no longer involved in the 98 team, which has been purchased by a company called Premier Racing Teams LLC, belonging to Atlanta area developer Chip McPherson. McPherson hopes to bring the team back in 2001 and has hired as his driver free agent Jeff Fuller, released by Eel River Racing weeks earlier. 5 days later, Eel River Racing is still reeling for the loss of sponsor Pfizer to Roush Racing. On June 8th, the company confirms they will not rejoin the number 27 team in 2001, and by the end of the month will reveal the new look for Mark Martin's car. Valvoline, now divorced from Martin and Roush, has not shown interest in taking Pfizer's place on the number 27, and is instead being courted by Ray Evernham to sponsor Casey Atwood. Evernham is very much looking for funding. He clarifies on June 10th that he only intended one of his 2 cars carry sponsorship from Dodge dealers and the United Auto Workers. Despite promotional materials made at the time, the plan had always been for Atwood to carry a sponsor of his own. Valvoline has already become the most lucrative sponsor available. Whoever lands it will also receive backing from Cummins Engine Company, which on June 7th agrees to leave Mark Martin's team and follow the brand wherever it goes. Some sponsors make clear they are staying put. On June 6th, the UPS sponsorship originally rumored for Dale Jarrett is believed to be headed to Terry Labonte at Hendrick Motorsports, even though Kellogg's is signed for another 5 years. As a half measure, UPS instead signs as an associate sponsor with Ricky Rudd at Robert Yates Racing, starting with the upcoming July race in Daytona. On June 10th, Pennzoil re-ups with Steve Park and DEI for another 2 years. The same day, McDonald's denies rumors that they're pulling out of NASCAR at season's end and are still on board with PPI Motorsports for their planned expansion to 2 cars in 2001. But many more sponsors threaten to move. On June 8th, Joe Bessie confirms Power Team wants to go back to the Busch Series. Their 3-year deal has already been cut down to 2 after the company goes through a merger, meaning they now need a new backer for 2001. At the time, Bessie can't even confirm Jeffrey Bodine will stay with the team through the rest of 2000, but does hope he'll stay. The Wood Brothers are struggling to get an extension from Citgo, their primary sponsor since 1987. This news comes as the Wood Brothers begin a technical alliance with Roush Racing, who will provide motors, chassis, and bodies starting with the Pepsi 400 in July. On June 28th, both Roush and sponsor John Deere elect to not renew Chad Little's driver contract to run the 97 in 2001. But despite all their sponsor issues already, Roush still believes John Deere will be returning as a sponsor. On June 20th comes the first report that Kmart might leave Jimmy Spencer's team in 2001, and that Spencer may end his 6-year tenure with Travis Carter Enterprises as a result. That same month sees the first rumor of who will replace Darrell Waltrip as driver of Carter's second car, the number 66. And now, for a third different team in 6 months, Greg Ray enters the conversation on June 9th. This time it might be true. There's word that Robbie Gordon may take Ray's open-wheel ride, which raises further questions about the health of Robbie's Cup team. The month's biggest sponsor disruption comes on June 14th. Coming into the 2000 season, home improvement guru Michael Holligan signed with Jerry Nadeau as sponsor of Hendrick Motorsports number 25 Chevrolet. But midway through the 2000 season, with NASCAR's new TV contract soon to begin, Holligan considers starting a 2-car team of his own. Like many others, Holligan first looks for a partner and discovers Tim Beverly at Tyler Jet Motorsports is looking for one. As Holligan reportedly assembles a sponsorship package with appliance companies like Whirlpool, there are now rumors that Nadeau may leave Hendrick at season's end. But while Holligan wants to keep Nadeau with him for his new venture, Nadeau is very happy with Hendrick, who calls him a diamond in the rough. The resulting rift between Holligan and Nadeau remains on June 26th, when Tyler Jett is now in serious talks with fellow Pontiac team MB2 Motorsports about a merger. After apparently declining Holligan's offer, this merger is out of desperation. 4 days later, in the Daytona garage area, the Tyler Jett team removes the Lycos decals from Johnny Benson's car, the search engine's funding now dried up. Beverly can keep the team going without a sponsor through the Brickyard 400, but it's not yet clear whether any deal, even with MB2, can be completed by then. On June 19th, Jeremy Mayfield's third career win at Pocono comes at the perfect time. After a disastrous 1999 season, Michael Kranifus had sold his remaining interest in the 12 team to Roger Penske. And under this new ownership, Mayfield returns to his form from 1998, but with controversy. A pole run at Talladega comes with allegations of an illegal fuel additive. He wins the next race in Fontana, only for his car to be ruled too low in post-race inspection after he jumps on the roof in Victory Lane. By June 11th, even with Mobil 1 signed through 2002, Mayfield is being courted by other teams. But the indelible image of Mayfield bumping Dale Earnhardt for the win at Pocono means he's safe, at least for now. Despite rumors of talking with Cal Wells, Sterling Marlin denies that he's going to PPI Motorsports in 2001, and on June 17th has a handshake deal with Chip Ganassi to stay in the 40. Tony Glover likewise shakes rumors that he'll return to Morgan McClure Motorsports and stays with Marlin. Rumors still swirl that Ganassi's investment will come with a switch to Dodge, but now with a twist. Apparently the Ganassi team will not get engines from the Arrington shop like the Evernham, Petty, and Davis teams. It's yet unclear if this will be the same situation for Melling. On June 25th, Jeff Gordon scores his third consecutive Sears Point win, his second victory of 2000. 3 days later, during a teleconference with Jim Smith, the Matei Motorsports No. 7 team is for the first time called Ultra Matei Motorsports, indicating there's truth to the now long-running rumor of the team's sale. Smith's plan is to keep Michael Waltrip as driver into the 2001 season, and to start a part-time second entry for Mike Wallace that will become full-time alongside Waltrip in 2001. 10 days earlier, one of Matei's Chevrolets finds its way to Norm Benning Racing, where Benning prepares it for an upcoming run at the Brickyard 400.
"43 Americans forced to abandon cautiousness in the middle of the Florida coast. Marooned here since midweek, they must work together to build alliances, find fuel, and survive the racetrack."
The 1st of July marks the Pepsi 400, Jeff Burton's second win of the season, where several silly season stories converge. Johnny Benson Jr. runs without a sponsor after the Lycos deal falls through. John Andretti runs Cheerios as a primary sponsor on the number 43 for the first time. Elliott Sadler's car is entered by the Wood brothers, but for the first time uses Roush Racing equipment. UPS makes its first NASCAR appearance as an associate sponsor for Ricky Rudd, 2 small white logos in front of the rear wheels. AJ Foyt's team runs engines from Richard Childress for the first of 2 races that will reportedly go back to Pro Motors after. And while nobody knows it yet, Kenny Irwin Jr. makes his final Cup Series start. 6 days later, Irwin becomes the second driver in less than 2 months to die in a practice crash at Loudon. That weekend, Tony Stewart, Irwin's rival in USAC, wins his 3rd race of the season and second in a row cut short by rain. He gives the trophy to Irwin's family. On July 12th, Irwin's number 42 team is renumbered the 01, and Ted Musgrave takes over as driver, shaking down the car at Gateway in Kentucky in anticipation of the team's return at Pocono. Musgrave gets the ride ahead of candidates Todd Bodine, Derek Cope, and Hut Strickland. Musgrave finishes 26th. Jeremy Mayfield nearly sweeps the season at Pocono until a flat tire on the final lap hands the win to teammate Rusty Wallace, his second of the year. On July 26th, Hut Strickland lands a ride with Don Levy Racing after rookie driver Ed Berrier and crew chief Dean Johnson leave the team. For now, Strickland gets the ride over candidates Gary Bradbury and Morgan Shepherd. The Dodge teams test at Kentucky to develop the car's body and chassis. On lap 82 of the Pepsi 400, Terry Labonte crashes exiting the tri-oval, slamming the wall flush with the driver's side. Labonte is knocked unconscious, and it's some time before he climbs out. His CAT scan is negative, but he's bruised his ribs and fractured his right leg below the kneecap, putting him in crutches. Labonte has Jack Sprague on hand as relief driver for the next race in Loudon, Labonte's 654th consecutive start, where he suffers another hard crash off turn 4. Thankfully, it's another 2 weeks until the following race in Pocono, where this time Rich Bickle is on hand to trade off. Bickle practices and qualifies the car, but once again the Iron Man takes the green flag for his 655th consecutive start. Next up is Indianapolis, where Stacy Compton has already broken his wrist in a testing crash. On July 10th, Bobby Hamilton reaffirms that he'll stay with Morgan McClure Motorsports in 2001, and soon after welcomes his Truck Series crew chief Tim Folks, who replaces Robert Larkins atop the pit box. That same day at Roush Racing, Jeff Smith says he expects Kevin LePage to rejoin the number 16 team in 2001, but also says the rest of the team will need to be shaken up due to declining performance. On July 18th, 3 days after Interstate Batteries re-signs as Bobby Labonte's sponsor through 2003, crew chief Gil Martin leaves Dave Blaney's team at Bill Davis Racing, taking with him crewmen Shane Westerberg and Mark Caron. Martin's replacement at Blaney's team will be Doug Randolph. On July 3rd, as Larry Hedrick Motorsports prepares to sell its assets, WorldBestBuy.com joins as a much-needed sponsor for Midwest Transit Racing, just in time for Ricky Craven's home race in Loudon. The company was previously an associate sponsor for Brett Bodine, who on July 13th finally gets his sponsorship renewal from Ralph's Supermarkets for the 2001 season. Ernie Elliott, Bodine's engine builder, is now rumored to be in charge of making engines for the new Dodge teams of Ganassi and Melling. On July 13th, Fenley Moore Motorsports also closes down, laying off all remaining employees from the historic Spartanburg, South Carolina shop. The day after, Jim Smith completes his purchase of Matei Motorsports and rebrands it as Ultra Motorsports, the same name as his Truck Series effort. He plans to switch to Ford in 2001, an alliance with Penske Racing, and in the meantime consults with T&L Engine Development to provide motors for 10 of the last 16 races in 2000. At the time, the same engines are being used by Andy Petrie Racing and Eel River Racing. It is when this happens that Rich Wolski is released by Smith. Wolski had been the last crew member from AK Racing in 1993 to have remained with the number 7 team. On July 8th, Kurt Busch scores his second consecutive Truck Series win by taking the checkers in Loudon. After the finish, he's asked about rumors that he's being considered for Roush Racing's number 97 ride, which will now be open in 2001. Busch responds that he's just starting a 7-year plan to get into the Cup Series in 2007. That plan will last just 8 more days until July 16th, when it's reported Busch is not only signed to drive the 97 in 2001, but will run 5 races at the end of 2000. This is a surprise to his older Roush teammate Greg Biffle, who en route to the Truck Series Championship is told he's still 2 years from making his own Cup debut. Busch's 5-race slate for 2000 is also news to Chad Little, who on July 2nd becomes the latest driver rumored to jump to PPI Motorsports. Robbie Gordon is also in the mix by July 23rd for a long-term deal, though he's by now been rumored to take Jeffrey Bodine's place with Joe Bessie. This doesn't help things at Gordon's own team, which has already skipped Loudon and Pocono to prepare for Indianapolis. At the PPI team, Cal Wells is already making further changes. On July 3rd, he hires Brad Parrott to become Scott Pruitt's crew chief, and on the 19th has combined his NASCAR and kart teams into a single shop. Wells does not get the attention of Brian Herta, who after losing his ride in kart expresses hope he can join Petty Enterprises in 2002. In what is thus far unrelated news, on July 24th, Andy Houston says he's planning on leaving his Truck Series ride to run either Busch or Cup. He's already in negotiations with Haas Carter Motorsports, and unlike supposed candidates Robbie Gordon or Greg Ray, actually tests the 66 car at Kentucky. On July 14th comes news that Tyler Jet Motorsports has landed a new sponsor, which coincidentally is just a day before MB2 Motorsports reveals they're moving to a bigger shop. By the 20th, it's rumored that both MB2 and Valvoline have joined forces to purchase the Tyler Jet team, making Benson a teammate to Ken Schrader at MB2. Curiously, it's not yet confirmed whether Valvoline will actually sponsor Benson, whose number 10 remains plain white for the following race in Pocono. On July 26th, Ray Evernham, who hoped to land Valvoline as Casey Atwood's sponsor, nevertheless pushes forward with plans for Atwood to make his Cup debut during the September race at Richmond. He'll run a Ford, with the sponsor still to be determined. The next day, Michael Holligan, who hoped to sign with Tyler Jett, still says he's less interested in being a sponsor and is determined to start his own team. Earlier that month, on July 7th, both Hendrick Motorsports and Robert Yates Racing are approached by a familiar face. Roy Buckshot Jones is looking to return to Cup competition, but this time doesn't want to run his own team. Since his shortened Cup season in 1999, Jones now has a sponsor and is looking to bring it with him to an existing team. On July 27th, Dave Marcus reports that the 2000 season will be his last as a full-time driver, though he still plans to run a partial schedule in 2001. The next day, Marcus reveals that Kerry Earnhardt will be driving in his place at Michigan the following month. The car will be fielded by DEI instead of the usual Richard Childress racing cars through mutual friend Dale Earnhardt. On July 19th, there's a rumor that Childress is looking to start a third Cup team in 2001. Wally Dullenbach is first approached, but Dullenbach says he's put too much work into improving Galaxy Motorsports to walk away. The offer apparently then goes to Rick Mast.
Darrell Waltrip is alongside. Now the pace car pulls off the racetrack. The fans on their feet. And we are ready for the start of the 2007th annual Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis.
At Indianapolis, Bobby Labonte, virtually unchallenged as the point leader since Las Vegas, gets past Rusty Wallace to score his second win of the season, his first since Rockingham. This, the last Cup race broadcast on ABC, is still another key moment in the accelerating silly season. Chip Ganassi finally confirms he's purchased a majority share in Sabco Racing and will switch to Dodge in 2001. Aaron's Rents debuts on Johnny Benson's car and will back the team for the rest of the 2000 season. By the 19th, Benson's team is rebranded as MBV Motorsports, and Valvoline will take over as primary sponsor in 2001. MBV looks to join MB2 Motorsports in a new 40,000 square foot shop. Jeremy Mayfield suffers a concussion during a practice crash leading into the 400, and he hands the wheel over to Kyle Petty. And while Todd Bodine is only slated to practice and qualify Terry Labonte's car, he also starts it on Saturday. Labonte's consecutive start streak ends at 655. He sits out the next two races. By August 10th, amidst reports his brother is suffering vertigo, Bobby Labonte denies a rumor that Terry will simply retire and that he's anxious to return. By the 19th, Terry is back behind the wheel for Happy Hour at Michigan, and sponsor Kellogg's announces a 3-year extension with the team. By the end of the month, Kellogg's plans to change Labonte's primary paint scheme in 2001 to the Tony the Tiger version they'd run part-time. That same day, August 28th, comes the first word that Jeff Gordon may not run the rainbow paint scheme in 2001, though no replacement design has yet been revealed. By then, Rusty Wallace has scored back-to-back victories at Michigan and Bristol, moving him to 5th in the point standings. The wins come after a miserable afternoon in Watkins Glen, where he languishes in 34th. Steve Park holds off Mark Martin to score his first career win. Park is the third first-time winner and 13th different winner of 2000. There are also more injuries. On August 22nd, Bill Elliott trips and falls at his home. The injury to his left kneecap requires surgery, putting him out of the races at Bristol and Darlington. David Green takes his place in both races. 2 days later, Stacy Compton, already recovering from his wrist injury at Indianapolis, breaks his collarbone playing racquetball and has to have Bobby Hillen on standby at Bristol. In the lead-up to that Bristol race, where Kyle Petty drives the number 44 for the final time, Jeffrey Bodine shows signs of dizziness, and his brother Todd help him. Jeffrey still starts the car and finishes 25th. Garth Findley, the team's engineering consultant, serves as Bodine's crew chief in place of Jim Long. August is another busy month for PPI Motorsports. On the 8th, Chad Little, who still doesn't believe Kurt Busch will take his ride before season's end, is considered a finalist to join the team. PPI has just denied rumors they're interested in Robbie Gordon, and Jimmy Spencer is eliminated as a possibility when Travis Carter says Kmart will sponsor both his cars through 2002. Another source says Robbie Gordon is, quote, pretty much a lock to be Spencer's teammate at the Carter team, but the team has also talked with Andy Houston after his test in Kentucky. Then on August 9th, PPI steps in again, saying they'll put Houston in a second Cup car at Michigan. This is the McDonald's car they plan to elevate from Busch to Cup in 2001. While Houston basically takes the place that would have been held by Anthony Lazzaro, it is Chad Little who lands Lazzaro's former ride in the Busch car. Houston's car number is originally reported to be the 98, but with McPherson's investment in Yarborough's team, this changes to the 96. By August 29th, after a 35th place finish Cup debut at Michigan, Houston secures the number 96 entry for the 2001 season, the second rookie after Kurt Busch to declare. PPI hiring Houston leaves Carter's number 66 open once more, which is good news for Robbie Gordon. On August 21st come the first reports that Robbie is struggling to sponsor his 13 entry, and that he's planned to skip 5 of the last 12 races of the season, including the Southern 500. But at least for this month, Carter doesn't make his pick official. PPI Motorsports had originally shown an interest in Bobby Hamilton, who the previous month was reportedly not on the market as he'd stay with Morgan McClure Motorsports. Now, fresh off his announcement in Indianapolis, Chip Ganassi is trying to sign Hamilton to drive the 01, which on August 19th is still Ted Musgrave's ride on a week-to-week basis. After P.J. Jones drives the car in Watkins Glen, Musgrave will secure the ride for the rest of 2000, but hasn't secured anything for 2001. Ganassi then considers hiring a rookie to drive his second car instead. On August 13th, he checks out a youngster from the Busch Series named Jimmy Johnson. Johnson declines, saying he wants to spend another season driving for Herzog in Busch. Speaking of newcomers, on August 5th, Kevin Harvick's name comes up as a driver hoping to, quote, test the waters with 1 or 2 Cup races each in 2001 and 2002 before going full-time. That same day, Blaze Alexander is rumored to run a third Sabco Racing entry in partnership with LJ Racing, using their number 91 on a Sabatas Chevrolet with Ericsson as sponsor. Another telecommunications company comes to the rescue for Casey Atwood, as on the 23rd he lands Motorola as a sponsor for his Richmond debut, with Martinsville and Homestead also planned. This establishes Motorola as the official communications company of NASCAR. Atwood's crew chief for these starts will be the former car chief for Tyler Jet Motorsports in 1999, Chad Knaus. On August 8th, there are even more sponsor issues for Roush Racing. Kevin LePage is told that if a new sponsor isn't found for the following season, his team will be shut down. FamilyClick.com, his current backer, is only offered a stock option agreement for sponsorship, and funds are drying up just like Big Daddy's with the now shuttered Larry Hedrick team. Roush now works overtime to land either Citgo, which is yet to re-sign with the Wood Brothers, or the Ford Quality Care brand that has been up in the air since UPS joined with Yates. Adding to this mess, Exide confirms on August 25th that they will only be an associate sponsor at best with Jeff Burton in 2001. Like LePage, Burton is hoping to land the Quality Care sponsorship. On August 18th, Kenny Wallace admits that other teams have reached out to him about changing teams, but for the time being, Wallace will, quote, stay put at Andy Petrie Racing's number 55 for a third season, and a second alongside Joe Nemechek in the number 33 Oakwood Homes Chevrolet. In so doing, Wallace would continue his even longer relationship with sponsor Square D, which dated back to his time with Phil Martucci's team. Wallace even states that Petrie's team will not switch from Chevrolet to Pontiac, which at the time hasn't even been rumored. The tone then changes on August 26th, when Wallace is now reportedly trying to get out of his contract and looking to drive for Eel River Racing. The team, which still has no sponsor to replace Pfizer, is attractive to Wallace for the exact same reason it was to Mike Bliss. Barry Dodson was older brother Rusty's championship crew chief in 1989. Wallace's interest is confirmed on August 31st, when he leaves the second Petrie car open. Also during this month, Galaxy Motorsports believes they have landed Pizza Hut to sponsor Wally Dullenbach Jr. On August 12th, Mike Skinner says he's committed to stay with Richard Childress's number 31 team for 2001. Even his crew chief Larry McReynolds says he's leaving at season's end to join Mike Joy and Darrell Waltrip in the broadcast booth for Fox. On the 15th, Hut Strickland secures the ride with Don Levy Racing for the rest of 2000, and is soon joined by his Busch Series crew chief Craig Huartson. On the 21st, Doug Bowell denies rumors that he's scaling back Robert Presley's ride in the number 77 Ford, saying a quote has been taken out of context. Jim Smith scratches plans to enter Mike Wallace in the September race at Richmond, but for some reason continues now to switch his truck team from Ford to Dodge.
And let's take a look at the Walmart Tire and Lube Express starting lineup. The yellow arrows will indicate those drivers in the top 5 in points. Dale Earnhardt starts in 6th position. Dale Jarrett. The defending series champion goes from the ninth spot. Jeremy Mayfield with his 4th career pole and 2nd of the year 2000. Let's take a look now at 16 through 30. Only one driver in the top 5 in that group. That would be Rusty Wallace, the hottest driver in the series, who's won the last 2 events. He starts from the 16th position.
The biggest silly season story of September comes on the 11th, when rumors of DEI's 3rd team, rejected by Ty Norris months earlier, turn out to be true. In a news conference 2 days later, DEI confirms they have signed Michael Waltrip to drive as teammate to Steve Park and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 2001. They land sponsorship from Napa, or rather take it from Ron Hornaday's full-time Busch ride with DEI and putting Hornaday into limbo for 2001. Jim Smith releases Waltrip from his contract, knowing the deal is too good to pass up. Interestingly, neither the paint scheme nor even the car number have yet to be revealed. The first rumor that he'll run the number 15 doesn't come up until September 23rd. Waltrip will still close out the season for Smith, whose team continues to run Chevrolets. Despite Jim Smith's clear preference for putting Mike Wallace into a Cup ride, several other drivers are rumored to take over the number 7 the moment it becomes available. This is complicated by Smith himself, who just before DEI's announcement considers switching his team from Fords to Dodges, just as he had with his truck team. There are already problems with this. For one, Dodge has already filled the 10 factory slots they'd set aside for 2001, and for another, Smith's team has already prepared a fleet of Fords for 2001. Bobby Hamilton is rumored to take over the ride, but flatly refuses on September 15th, the same day he finally decides to leave Morgan McClure Motorsports. While Hamilton's name has also been mentioned with Ganassi's 01 car, it's only a day before Hamilton lands at Andy Petrie Racing to take over Kenny Wallace's ride in the number 55 Square D Chevrolet. With that, both Smith and McClure's rides join Ganassi's 01 as the top open seats. On September 17th, Chad Little is a rumored replacement for Hamilton in McClure's car, but McClure considers Ron Hornaday and Ed Berrier, who had each lost their rides. McClure also thinks about entering a second car again, this time in Atlanta, to try one of them out. Hornaday is also rumored to join Smith in the number 7 along with Randy LaJoie, who has been out of the series since a part-time effort with Mark Simo the previous year. While Ricky Craven becomes a top candidate for McClure on the 25th, Hornaday pulls ahead of LaJoie as Smith's lead choice on the 28th. Neither team is ready to decide. On September 1st comes word that McPherson Motorsports will enter the former Cale Yarborough number 98 full-time in 2001, again hiring Jeff Fuller. After a successful test in Kentucky, the team plans to attempt a couple races in 2000, making sure to keep Fuller under 7 total starts so he could once again compete for Rookie of the Year. Back at Fuller's former ride, Eel River Racing, Mike Bliss is still making sense of the news that Kenny Wallace is signed with the single-car team while he's still under contract. Bliss has not yet been told he's been released. In fact, he still isn't on the 18th, when Wallace's signing becomes official, and the two trade off driving the car in a test session at Charlotte. On September 4th, the day after Bobby Labonte wins a rain-shortened Southern 500, the Wood brothers report they have landed a Ford-related sponsor for the 2001 season, perhaps the Quality Care brand leaving the Dale Jarrett team, and are ready to make an announcement at Charlotte in October. Rumors later that month say the Ford brand will be Motorcraft, taking the place of Quality Care entirely. Negotiations with Citgo have apparently fallen through, and by the 10th, the brand is reported to be moving to Roush Racing as Jeff Burton's new sponsor. So determined is Citgo to make the move that they may start sponsoring Burton by the fall Charlotte race before their contract with the Wood brothers is even expired. This is not to say that things have calmed down at Roush Racing, far from it. On September 13th, 4 days after Jeff Gordon wins at Richmond, Chad Little's name is removed from Roush Racing's website. The veteran now hopes he has a shot at landing Chip Ganassi's 01 car. Ganassi re-signs Coors Light for the 40 team, but hasn't secured the same from Bell South, and at month's end still has not picked a driver. 2 days after Little's name is removed from Roush's website, Kurt Busch tests Little's car at Dover. Busch runs laps fast enough that they would have put him on the front row for the race there in June. For Little, it's the final nail in the coffin. Busch is set to make his debut with the 97 team at Dover, bringing with him his Truck Series crew chief Matt Chambers. He'll be sponsored by John Deere, but not for long. That same day, the company, once thought safe to return in 2001, reports they'll leave at season's end. A week after teammate Jeff Burton leads all 300 laps in a restrictor plate race at New Hampshire, Busch finishes 18th in his Dover debut. That race sees Tony Stewart score his 4th win of 2000. Kevin LePage, however, gets good news on the 14th, when Denny's is reported to be joining his number 16 for 2001 as sponsor, with Baseball Hall of Famer Hank Aaron expressing interest in the team. So much interest, in fact, that Aaron may buy the team outright from Roush, forming Hank Aaron Motorsports. But by the 28th, both deals with Aaron and Denny's fall through, and the 16 is now set to shut down at season's end. LePage has now entered the conversation for taking over the number 4 at Morgan McClure. Robbie Gordon remains the leading candidate to replace Darrell Waltrip in the Haas Carter number 66, but despite skipping multiple races due to a lack of sponsorship, Gordon elects to stay with his team on the 10th. Stacey Compton has also been rumored to join the team, but by now, Melling Racing is well on its way toward revitalizing itself with support from Dodge. The earlier rumors surrounding Greg Ray never come to pass, and Andy Houston is now signed with PPI Motorsports. Instead, the 66 car falls to Todd Bodine, whose name has barely entered the running by this time. By the 11th, Bodine is the clear frontrunner, and his brother Brett all but confirms this by the 19th. With his own sponsorship deal worked out for 2001, Brett Bodine offers his older brother some help. On the 11th, Jeffrey Bodine is finally released by Bessie Motorsports, whose team now looks to close out the year with different drivers. While Jeffrey searches for other rides, he considers becoming a TV analyst before Brett gives him a call. On the 20th, Brett considers entering a second car for Jeffrey to drive, and perhaps expanding Brett Bodine Racing to a 2-car operation in 2001. There's also news from Petty Enterprises. On September 6th, Kyle Petty says in addition to finishing his son's Busch Series season, he'll make a couple Cup starts in the 45, starting with Martinsville. Petty's former ride, the number 44, is rounding out the season with Steve Grissom, the team's Truck Series driver. With Hot Wheels planning to scale back its sponsorship for 2001, the opportunity is perfect for Buckshot Jones, who has been looking at both the Pettys and another team to bring his mystery sponsor. That sponsor is Georgia Pacific, based in his home state, and the partnership will be announced in the season finale at Atlanta. On September 6th, Dave Marcus says Kerry Earnhardt may run additional races in his 71 car, as he plans to enter only 10 races in 2001. On the 11th, Hut Strickland plans to build a $1 million 10-acre motorsports complex across from his home in Rowan County, North Carolina, and he considers operating a Busch Series team out of it. 6 days later, Jasper Motorsports does have plans to make some changes for 2001, perhaps switching to engines from Penske. And on the 22nd, Robert Yates is rumored to buy Galaxy Motorsports, but Yates' contract from Texaco prevents him from owning more than 2 teams. Darwin Ort, Galaxy's owner, says he has no interest in selling his team anyway, and plans to finalize his sponsorship for 2001. The debacle between Michael Holligan, Jerry Nadeau, and Hendrick Motorsports intensifies on September 20th. Even though Holligan is no closer to starting his own team, he says he won't return as Nadeau's sponsor in 2001. Interestingly, the sport's other 2 home improvement sponsors have also grumbled about their current contracts. Home Depot indicates in May that they might not return to Tony Stewart, letting MBNA become the primary sponsor. But on September 26th, 2 days after Stewart sweeps the season at Dover, the brand comes to its senses and works out a 3-year contract extension. Lowe's, however, proves harder to please. On the 21st, it's rumored the company may leave Mike Skinner, who has already planned to stay with Richard Childress. The Lowe's has 2 years left on its contract. The company is looking at other teams. Nadeau's is now the frontrunner, just ahead of Kurt Busch and Kevin LePage, who still don't have backers for 2001. While the very next day, Jimmy Johnson signs with Hendrick to enter the Cup Series in 2002, Hendrick actually turns down Lowe's offer to sponsor Nadeau. By the 28th, Delphi Automotive has already stepped up to sponsor the 25. That same day comes the first reports that Jeff Gordon's car will have flames on it for 2001.
You know, Ward and I are the first people in our family to be in motorsports, so we watched racing, but we really didn't know a whole lot about it, to be honest. You know, my father, my brothers, you know, they were always guys that I looked up to. The only way that I can become better, and the only way that Frank can become better, and the only way that everybody in our team can become better is to look in the mirror and say, what can I do to help this team? Because it's not about me. It's not about the 99 car. It's about all of us together.
During the race at Martinsville on October 1st, Jeff Burton carries primary sponsorship from Exide for the final time. He finishes third behind Tony Stewart, his 5th win of the year, and Dale Earnhardt. 2 days later at Charlotte, it's announced that Citgo will take over as Burton's sponsor, effective immediately. On the 4th, the Wood brothers, who had just that year celebrated their 50th anniversary in the sport, report they will close out the year with Citgo before Motorcraft takes over. Much like Wrangler in the 1984 season, this means Citgo will back 2 different teams in the season's final weeks, and both with Roush equipment. Ford Credit decides they will stay with Dale Jarrett into 2001, where UPS is still the frontrunner as primary sponsor for the 88. Interestingly, with just weeks left in the season, it's still believed Jarrett will run a red paint scheme to represent UPS's next day's service, not brown like the company's iconic trucks. On the 8th, Bobby Labonte wins the 500-miler at Charlotte, his 4th win of the year. Meanwhile, at Morgan McClure Motorsports, Robert Presley has reportedly talked with the team about driving. The earlier rumors of changes of the 77 team proved to be true, as they have already shut down their engine program and started running engines from Penske. By the 14th, the Kodak team sets a driver announcement in 2 days. Presley will have to wait in line. The top candidates are Kevin LePage, Ricky Craven, Rick Mast, and Jeremy Mayfield. Despite a hot and cold season, Mayfield makes clear he's not interested in the ride and denies rumors he'll be replaced by Rick Mast or Robbie Gordon in the Mobil 1 car. The Gordon rumor comes up on the 12th, as it said Mayfield's team is merged with Gordon's and purchased the shop previously occupied by Larry Hedrick Motorsports. Mast says he has a big deal in the works with one of the other open rides. It's a good thing he does. On October 14th, hours before his 2nd win of the season and 76th of his career, Dale Earnhardt works out a deal for Ron Hornaday to take Mast's place at A.J. Foyt's team. That same day, Tony Roper dies from injuries suffered in a crash during the Truck Series race at Texas. Unrelated to this, McClure's announcement is canceled, and Presley ends up re-signing with Jasper Motorsports on October 25th. At the time of the cancellation, Mike Wallace is now reported to be testing McClure's car. On the 28th, Dale Jarrett wins at Rockingham, his first victory since the Daytona 500 8 months earlier. The Wallace report must have been a surprise to Jim Smith, who once again has an opportunity to sign the driver. Instead, Smith's focus is on his manufacturer choice. The Dodge rumors have apparently fallen through, and he's pushing his switch to Ford for the 2001 season. During this time of uncertainty, a rumor on the 16th is that Michael Waltrip will leave Smith's team in the final 2 races and make his debut for DEI at either Phoenix or Homestead. At the time, it's still only a rumor that Waltrip will run the number 15. Jeffrey Bodine becomes Smith's latest rumored driver, though by the 20th, he and Brett move forward with plans to run a second Brett Bodine car at Homestead. Brett considers switching to Dodge to maintain ties with Ernie Elliott, but by October 26th makes the change to Yates engines and stays with Ford. But Jeffrey won't drive for Brett at Homestead. Instead, he lands a ride with Chip McPherson, taking the place of Jeff Fuller, who on the 8th finishes 41st in the team's debut at Charlotte. At the time, McPherson is building a 52,000 square foot shop across from the Concord Regional Airport to prepare for 2001. Rich Bickle, who takes over for Jeffrey Bodine at Bessie Motorsports, is also rumored to take over Jim Smith's ride by the 26th. 9 days earlier come reports that Bessie's team is shutting down and perhaps returning to Winston Cup in 2002. Hermie Sadler's name also enters the picture around this time as he tests the car at Homestead. Behind the scenes, Sadler is considering purchasing the team, though he knows he needs an investor to do so. With more rumors surrounding Ricky Craven, Midwest Transit Racing is now less certain Craven will rejoin them in 2001. It doesn't help matters that sponsorship issues are going to likely keep them from running the opening 10 races, then just 15 to 16 of the remaining 26. Kevin Grubb, Jeff Purvis, and Hut Strickland are among the drivers they're looking at, though Strickland seems content at Donlevy's team. In fact, on the 18th, Junie Donlevy brings a new Hopkins chassis to the track, the first new car to roll out of Junie's shop since 1998. During the race at Charlotte on October 8th, Todd Bodine relieves Darrell Waltrip, who suffers a shoulder injury in happy hour. Kirk Shelmerdine reveals he tried to get Bodine's ride in the 66 car before Bodine became the frontrunner. On October 26th, PPI shuts down their kart program, closing their shop in California to focus entirely on NASCAR. Chad Little signs with Base Motorsports' Busch team for 2001. Chip Ganassi looks to Cart for a rookie to drive his 01 car, and after a successful test in Lakeland considers Jimmy Vasser. But before they can do another test in Las Vegas, Vasser lands a new kart ride with Mo Nunn Racing's second team for 2001. Ganassi also loses a crew chief in Scott Eggleston, who is expected to join Michael Waltrip at DEI. He still gains an awesome paint scheme, though. Similar to Hendrick, Ganassi elects to make one of Sterling Marlin's special paint schemes run full-time. After marketing Coors Light as the Silver Bullet since 1995, the team will finally run a silver car for all of the 2001 season. Mike Beam joins Galaxy Motorsports on the 16th, making the jump from the Wood brothers to become team manager. On the 20th, Chad Knaus moves from Evernham to sign with Melling Racing. Knaus replaces Jerry Pitts to head a restructuring of Stacy Compton's Dodge team for the new season. On October 11th, Johnny Benson reveals that his last race with sponsorship from Aaron's will promote the Aaron's 312, a Busch Series race to be held in Atlanta in March of 2001. On October 31st, Hendrick Motorsports confirms an earlier rumor that the United Auto Workers, already backing Evernham, will also join Delphi Automotive as Jerry Nadeau's sponsor for 2001. But at Eel River Racing, there's still no sponsor for Kenny Wallace or Mike Bliss, nor is it clear how many cars they'll run in 2001.
Well, Mike Waltrip hadn't had a pole in this century yet, I don't think. Mike, your speeds in practice didn't look all that good. What's the matter?
That's probably why I ain't had a pole in so long. They ain't good enough, but it just loosened the turns. But Bobby Kennedy and my crew made some adjustments to the car right there at the end of practice, and it made it better. So we continued in that direction, and hopefully the decisions we've made will help us get it up front. What about my helmet, Glenn? I feel like a throwback to the 70s when you were such a force in that Red Faction Granada or whatever that thing was you used to drive.
The final month of the 2000 Winston Cup season begins with Phoenix on November 5th, the final race broadcast on TNN. Jeff Burton wins just over a month after Citgo is taken over as primary sponsor. 3 days earlier, there was a test at Daytona, where Sterling Marlin and Stacy Compton raced Dodges around the high banks. While the chassis are ready, the engines are not, so both run engines from Ford. DEI has a pair of Chevrolets ready for Michael Waltrip to run in the final two races at Homestead and Atlanta, and on November 7th, it's finally revealed he'll run the number 15, the number run by Bud Moore until earlier that same season. But the two-race deal falls through, and Waltrip will close out his final year with Jim Smith. During the 2-hour morning practice at Homestead, Kevin Harvick turns some laps in Dave Marcus's car. Marcus fails to qualify at Homestead, then hands the wheel to Dick Trickle as his father is undergoing surgery. Homestead is a red-letter day for Joe Gibbs Racing. Tony Stewart wins the Pennzoil 400 for a second straight year, his series-leading 6th victory of 2000. And with one race still to run, teammate Bobby Labonte clinches his first Winston Cup championship. Despite his clear preference, it isn't until November 3rd that Mike Wallace re-enters the conversation about driving Jim Smith's number 7 in 2001. But when Smith suggests Wallace on the 9th, sponsor Nationsret disagrees and holds out hope that Robbie Gordon will drive for them instead. At the time, the future of Robbie's number 13 team is still up in the air, and despite several offers from both kart and IRL teams, Gordon says he wants to stay in NASCAR. Still, Wallace remains a lead candidate on November 13th, just as news breaks the team Gordon is shutting down. At the time, Gordon's only clear options are Smith's number 7 and the still vacant Morgan McClure number 4. The next day, the Dodge teams begin an extensive 2-day test in Charlotte, finally able to run their recently approved engines in their growing fleet of cars. Sterling Marlin reports his Dodge runs as fast as his Chevrolet earlier that season. On November 19th, just 1 day before the rain-delayed Atlanta finale, Robbie Gordon signs with Morgan McClure Motorsports, edging Rick Mast, Kevin LePage, and long-shot Ricky Craven for the seat. Gordon brings with him sponsor Turtle Wax, whose division CD2 Automotive Performance Products joins as an associate sponsor for 2001. Contrary to a rumor earlier in the month, Kodak will not swap places with Lowe's at Richard Childress Racing and returns with Robbie in the number 4. On November 22nd, Rick Mast says he has a handshake deal to drive Smith's number 7, though just 16 days earlier, someone close to Chip Ganassi said Mast was, quote, almost a done deal to drive the 01. This is complicated in the Atlanta finale, where Bobby Hamilton Jr. drives the 01 and suddenly becomes the frontrunner to drive it full-time in 2001. Regardless, even with either the 01 or 7 still on the table, Ricky Craven is now reportedly staying with Midwest Transit Racing, hoping they can attract enough funding to run all 36 races. Jeffrey Bodine's prospects begin to improve. After he was released by Joe Bessie, he's already landed the ride at Homestead with Chip McPherson, where he'll be sponsored by the Miccosukee tribe of Native Americans. On November 7th, Bodine also lands a ride in a new third entry for Andy Petrie Racing with sponsorship from Bari Italian Foods, which will attempt the season finale at Atlanta. While not locked into either race, he outpaces 8 and 13 cars in qualifying, but he only finishes 41st and 43rd. Todd Bodine also gets a ride for Atlanta, running a third Travis Carter car, the number 46, with which he qualifies and finishes a respectable 14th. During a press conference at Homestead on November 12th, Carter finally confirms that Todd will drive the 66 in 2001. Kmart is still not thrilled about sponsoring 2 cars for another 2 seasons and are trying to sell their contract to another company. And despite what has been a frustrating victory tour, Darrell Waltrip still considers being a fill-in driver during the 2001 season, since his contract with Fox Sports is only for the season's first half. But the Atlanta race, ESPN's last until 2007, will be Waltrip's last in Cup, just as Jerry Nadeau's win is the last of his career. Also disappearing is Michael Holligan, as the next day the sponsor vows to be back in NASCAR, but ends up scrapping its plans to start a new team. On November 22nd, Ray Evernham finally makes peace with losing Valvoline as sponsor, and instead decides to make it his team's official motor oil. By then, Ernie Elliott is hard at work in his new engine shop, having previously built engines for Bill Elliott and Brett Bodine, and now building them for Ganassi and Belling. Several of Elliott's Ford engines go to James Finch, who on the 16th eyes a return to Cup competition in a reunion with driver Jeff Purvis. Finch buys at least one of Robbie Gordon's Fords and prepares it to run in the Daytona 500. Hills Brothers re-ups with the Donlavey team on November 11th, the same day Quest Motor Racing completes its first intermediate track car. Driver Derek Cope anticipates having 2 superspeedway cars ready for the January 11th test in Daytona. And after much unneeded drama, UPS finally announces it will be Dale Jarrett's primary sponsor on November 17th.
So let's go take a look at your new ride.
It's a truck.
Yeah, the big brown truck.
What about that?
Oh, that? It's just a PR tool.
Ron Hornaday Jr. officially declares for Rookie of the Year on November 3rd, and on the 16th, Kurt Busch is locked into the 97 for his own first season, whether he's sponsored or not. Kevin LePage is not so fortunate. Roush Racing follows through on shutting down the team at season's end. 1 year after winning the pole for the Atlanta finale, LePage fails to qualify for the race, and crew chief Pat Trison immediately leaves to take Mike Beam's spot as Elliott Sadler's crew chief. Sadler carries the Motorcraft sponsorship for the first time in Atlanta, ending a few confusing weeks where he and Jeff Burton carried near-identical paint schemes. Blaze Alexander joins LePage on the DNQ list following another failure to qualify in Talladega, and hopes to still make his Cup debut in 2001. On November 18th, Joe Bessie hopes a new sponsor turns up for his team 2 days after Darwin Ort is still expecting a letter of intent on a proposal for Pizza Hut to sponsor Wally Dallenbach. As a preemptive move, Ort puts Pizza Hut logos on Dallenbach's car for the Atlanta finale.
Not being a bad year, my daughter Kelly gave me a brand new granddaughter, so it's been a pretty good year all in all, even though I did run second. But Mr. France, it's good to see you back here. Great battle you had this year, and you won the race, I think. You beat them, and look forward to going fishing next year with you, if you'll still go with me. But it's been a good year. We're looking forward to next year, looking forward to Daytona. I think I'll go deer hunting now. Thank you.
The early weeks of the off-season proved brutal to several teams. Some weather the storm better than others. Quest Motor Racing lacks sponsorship, but Cope keeps the team running smoothly and completes his first superspeedway car on the 19th. James Finch clarifies his plans with Jeff Purvis, assembling Fords to attempt the 4 superspeedway races. And Richard Childress puts his foot down on Lowe's, locking them in with Mike Skinner for 2001. In fact, Skinner will gain new associate sponsorship from Top Choice Lumber, a product at Lowe's. but other teams are not as fortunate. On December 7th come the first reports that Hermie Sadler is trying to form Rock Racing, partnering with wrestling superstar Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to acquire the unsponsored Bessie Motorsports team. A press conference is scheduled for December 14th, but Vince McMahon steps in. By January 2nd, the deal is shut down, and Sadler turns his attention to buying cars from the Larry Hedrick shop. Hedrick still hopes to return to Winston Cup, but unfortunately those plans never materialize. It's the same story for the Fenley brothers, who on December 5th acquire the points position occupied by Kevin LePage's number 16 team, but do nothing with it. With the team's iconic number 15 now claimed by Michael Waltrip at DEI, the former Bud Moore effort also never resurfaces. Galaxy Motorsports has cars ready to go for a January test in Las Vegas, but no motors, and still no word from Pizza Hut. Bad news also reaches McPherson Motorsports on December 10th, with reports that McPherson has laid off employees, released Jeff Fuller, and handed the shop back to Cale Yarborough. Yarborough denies retaking the shop and says that McPherson is still trying to land a sponsor. Fuller becomes a candidate to drive for Junie Donlavey, but on New Year's Eve, Donlavey decides to stick with Strickland and pairs him with crew chief Bobby King. On December 11th, Rick Mast, also considered by Donlavey before re-signing Strickland, becomes the lead candidate to drive for Jim Smith, but Smith finally goes with his longtime choice Mike Wallace 4 days later. Smith also brings on Tim Brewer to return to the series as crew chief. That same day, Ricky Craven leaves the Midwest Transit team, apparently giving up on their chances of running full-time in 2001. Mast becomes Craven's rumored replacement, as a story develops that Craven will replace Scott Pruitt at PPI Motorsports, a ride that was not thought to be available since Pruitt has another year left on his contract. Chip Ganassi's number 01 Dodge remains a prime target for rumors. Despite his Cup debut at Atlanta, Bobby Hamilton Jr. elects to stay with Carroll Racing in the Busch Series. Ted Musgrave, who drove the car for most of the season's final months following the death of Kenny Irwin Jr., signs with Jim Smith's truck team on December 26th. Tony Glover, once the team's crew chief, is promoted to team manager, while Lee McCall joins Ganassi to become Sterling Marlin's crew chief. By the 30th, Kevin LePage is now rumored to drive the 01, which has not yet landed a renewal from sponsor Bell South.
4.3 and the caution is out. A big puff of smoke and a crash in the backstretch.
Earnhardt just barely gets by Scott Pruitt.
The new year begins with news on January 3rd that Craven is signed with PPI Motorsports to drive the number 32 Tide Ford. Scott Pruitt remains on the payroll with a rather nebulous option to run later in the season. Joining Craven as crew chief is Mike Beam, which is another sure sign of trouble for the team he leaves, Galaxy Motorsports. With Brad Knopfsinger replacing Beam as general manager and Jim Long replacing Newt Moore as crew chief, Galaxy still has no sponsor signed for the Daytona 500, and frustratingly has better luck signing backers for the second half of the 2001 season. By January 26, Darwin Ort says if he doesn't land a sponsor by the weekend, he won't be able to enter a car in the 2001 Daytona 500. The date comes and goes, and while Ort remains hopeful, associate sponsor Red Cell Batteries leaves to join Brett Bodine's team on the 31st. During that same weekend, McPherson Motorsports confirms their own fruitless search for sponsorship will not allow them to attempt the 500. With Craven joining PPI now official, Rick Mast makes the call to Hal Hicks about driving the 50 car. Though Craven had doubts about the 50 team running the full season, Mast believes they will, and so chooses them instead of Richard Childress's third team. Another factor in Mast's decision is he's reunited with team manager Charlie Presley and engine builder Claude Queen, both members of his crew when he drove for Richard Jackson. WorldBestBuy.com extends their associate sponsor of the team into the first part of 2001. Not far away, LJ Racing wants to give Blaze Alexander a third chance of making his Cup debut. Though they have cars and motors ready for the race, they decide on the 23rd to enter him in the ARCA 200 instead. On January 10th, Dale Earnhardt has a doctor appointment for a lump on his head. Upon examination, the doctor finds a piece of iron inside. The doctor cut it out and I'm fine now, says the driver. Cleared to make his 648th consecutive start, Earnhardt is now on pace to tie Terry Labonte's mark of 655 in the April 8th race at Martinsville, then break it in the April 22nd race at Talladega. Behind the scenes, there are plans for both drivers to run special paint schemes in recognition of the streak. That same day, Hendrick Motorsports announces that Jimmy Johnson will run a new 5th team for them in 2002, driving the number 48. On January 12th, Ray Evernham lands Mountain Dew as a sponsor for Casey Atwood, carefully tiptoeing around teammate Bill Elliott's position in the Coca-Cola family of drivers as he moves into Elliott's Statesville, North Carolina shop. Atwood's pit crew will be dubbed the Dew Crew. Meanwhile, at Robert Yates Racing, Ricky Rudd's crew boasts that they had 0 employee turnover during the off-season. Even a change Haviland made to their logo the previous summer was imperceptible to most viewers. Over the past year, Roush Racing has lost sponsors for 4 of his 5 teams, picked up only 2 to replace them, and closed the number 16. The only sponsor staying with Roush for 2001 is DeWalt Power Tools, with Rookie of the Year Matt Kenseth. To commemorate the award, Kenseth will run a special paint scheme for the season's first 3 races. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s paint scheme is tweaked to accommodate Budweiser's updated cursive logo. And at the Miller Lite team, Rusty Wallace has picked up several new associate sponsors and will debut a new look to his iconic number 2 Ford, running mostly dark blue with white stripes. But there are no smiles at Eel River Racing, which is yet to land a sponsor. At the season preview, the team presents only a silver frame, bearing a note that reads, "Sponsorship search continues, cross your fingers." By the middle of the month, at least one other sponsor has fallen through. Kenny Wallace has constructively taken the place of Mike Bliss as driver of their single entry, the number 27 Pontiac. Despite the situation, Wallace remains as outwardly enthusiastic as ever, saying on January 22nd, "When we do find a sponsor, we can all relax and enjoy a great racing season." It isn't until January 5th that Jason Leffler's name enters consideration for Chip Ganassi's number 01 entry, a driver who was already driving for Joe Gibbs Racing in the Busch Series. Once it does, the deal comes together quickly. While Kevin LePage is again rumored to drive on the 8th, this is big-footed the next day by Singular Wireless becoming the team's sponsor since Bell South merged into the new company. 6 days after this, Leffler signs a 4-year deal to drive the Singular Dodge, thus opening his Busch Series ride at JGR. Leffler's signing with Ganassi occurs so late in the offseason that many materials printed for the 500 haven't caught up. The entry list in the Daytona 500 program shows the 01 as a Chevrolet instead of a Dodge, with a driver to be announced. The driver profile section incorrectly puts Sterling Marlin in the 01 instead of the 40. A feature on Dodge mentions Marlin being teamed, quote, with a driver to be announced. The 2000 scheme is also still featured on Leffler's car in the advertising. Only NASCAR Scene correctly shows Leffler in the 01, including a photo from his first test. Up until now, Greg Sachs has been slated to test the car at Daytona from January 16th to 17th, but Leffler now takes his spot. The aerodynamic package that NASCAR will run at Daytona is very much a product of the 2000 season. Following the debacle caused by their mandatory shock rule, NASCAR spent the rest of the year making wholesale changes to create more exciting racing. By October, the sanctioning body has maximized drag to unprecedented levels. Their inspiration is the Truck Series, where in 2000, NASCAR mandated rubber wickers on the fenders and a 65-degree rear spoiler. For the Cup Series, spoiler angle increases from 45 to 70 degrees, each topped with a 1-inch deep forward-facing flange. This gurney lip, as it's called, will also be mandated for the Truck Series the upcoming season. The Fords, Pontiac, and Dodges will have their rear spoilers widened to 59 inches, while Chevrolets will stay at 57. On the roof, 10 inches back of the windshield, now stands a 40-inch wide air deflector, 1.375 inches tall. Minimum ride height increases from 3.5 inches to 4, again to increase drag. And most critically, the restrictor plate holes are widened that final fraction from 7/8 to a full inch. The result is the 2000 Winston 500, where 21 drivers swap the lead 49 times. The final lead change comes heading to the white flag, where Dale Earnhardt charges from 18th in the final laps to score the win. While the restrictor plate will be reduced to 15/16 of an inch prior to testing, this package remains otherwise unchanged for the 43rd annual Daytona 500. Daytona 500 preseason testing is split into 3 parts between the Ford, General Motors, and Dodge teams. Most drivers test at least 2 cars, determining which will serve as their primary. Ford takes to the track first on January 8th with 20 of their teams, including Wally Dallenbach Jr. at Galaxy Motorsports. In single-car runs, Dallenbach turns the slowest lap of the session, while each of Matt Kenseth's cars secure the 2 fastest speeds. Ricky Craven leads day 2, where Carl Long runs nearly 3 miles per hour off the next slowest car. Robert Presley runs fastest in a small drafting test with the 2 Yates cars. A rain delay on the first day pushes the test to the 10th, where Rusty Wallace is fastest over Kurt Busch. Kenseth's day 1 speed remains fastest overall. Even though the other teams have yet to test, many of the Ford programs aren't happy with their speed and believe they'll be at a disadvantage. NASCAR's only concession is to trim down the height of their roof rails. On the 11th and 12th, the Chevrolet and Pontiac teams take to the track, 21 in all, including Norm Benning and Dave Marcus. Day 1 sees Tony Stewart put up the fastest lap over Mike Skinner. Also impressive is Steve Park, whose 2 cars are running so consistently that they rank 3rd and 4th overall. Park's new teammate Michael Waltrip rounds out the top 5 just ahead of Kenny Wallace. Ironically, Wallace's backup car is one of the slowest, 3rd from the bottom, ahead of Ron Hornaday and Norm Benning. Steve Park remains fast on day 2, running the 1st and 4th best single-car laps. Andy Hillenberg takes a turn testing for Bobby Labonte, ranking 6th, while Gary Bradbury shakes down Ron Hornaday's Pontiac. Bobby Hamilton enters the top 5, while Joe Nemechek, his teammate at Andy Petrie Racing, sees both his cars rank in the bottom 3. In the draft, Jerry Nadeau leads the order, just ahead of Skinner. When the speeds are combined, Park is the fastest Chevrolet and Stewart the top Pontiac. Loeffler's debut with Dodge comes on January 16th, where the 10 teams shake down their cars. Bill Elliott paces the field on day 1 over Stacy Compton, with Casey Atwood ranked last. The second day is split into a morning and afternoon session. In the morning, Ward Burton is treated for a nosebleed, so Greg Sachs climbs aboard the Caterpillar Dodge. He ranks 3rd, this time behind Compton and Blaney, with Elliott just a bit slower. Compton, Blaney, and Sachs remain fastest in the afternoon session, and Sterling Marlin jumps from last on the charts to 6th overall. Ward Burton recovers and prepares to return to action for Speed Weeks. When ranking the best speeds put up by 51 different drivers, the Dodges rank no higher than 25th overall, set by Compton. Most others rank much lower, including Buckshot Jones, who's 5th from last. The top 3 spots all belong to Fords, led by Rusty Wallace.
Dodge also created joint promotions with other team sponsors. For instance, a deal was reached with General Mills to place die-cast replicas of Dodge Intrepid RT race cars in 16 million Cheerios, Wheaties, and Golden Graham cereal boxes. Mountain Dew agreed to sponsor Casey Atwood's pit crew, dubbing them the Dew Crew. Even mighty Microsoft got into the mix, creating an MSN Network race game featuring the Dodge Intrepid.
The entry list for the Daytona 500 continues to take shape, both who will and will not start. On the first, LJ Racing considers entering a car with Dan Pardis, but there's not enough time to get one ready, so the team will instead focus on their current plan with Blaze Alexander in the ARCA race. The next day, a rumored ARCA attempt for Morgan Shepherd with Stan Hoover Motorsports turns out to be a Cup attempt in the number 80 Ford. On the third, Derek Cope and Quest Motor Racing finally land a sponsor for the number 37 Pontiac, K&N Performance Filters. That same day, the 24 Hours of Daytona takes the green flag. Among the entrants is a Corvette CR5 GTS driven by Kelly Collins, Andy Pilgrim, Dale Earnhardt, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. The next day, the quartet finished 4th overall, 2nd in class behind their teammates. The elder Earnhardt enjoys himself so much that he makes a slight alteration to his 3 cars at DEI, putting each driver's state flag next to their names on the roof rail. As he does, he's already counting the days until he can run the race again in 2002. February 6 sees Travis Carter unveil the new paint scheme for Todd Bodine's number 66, adopting a different look from any of Darrell Waltrip's cars. But at Galaxy Racing, there's more trouble. Darwin Ort tells Wally Dallenbach he won't be able to enter a car until the season's 3rd race in Las Vegas. Having put everything on the line to stay with Ort's team, Dallenbach sues Galaxy for breach of his full-season contract. Ort will attend the 500 as a spectator, and after just one more Cup start as a relief driver for Andy Petrie, Dallenbach will arrive at the July race as a broadcaster for NBC Sports, ending a decade of racing in the series. The entry list in the Daytona 500 program still shows Dallenbach in the number 75 with the Pizza Hut sponsorship that never materialized. It also makes brief mention of McPherson Motorsports, who, as reported the previous month, has not entered the number 98 in the Daytona 500. On the 12th will come news that McPherson's team is disbanding, the 54,000 square foot shop now occupied by a company that makes racing engines. Also missing is Ryan Newman, who both the entry list and the February 9th issue of NASCAR Scene report will make his second Cup start in the Daytona 500. A three-time winner in the ARCA Series during the 2000 season, Newman made his Cup debut at Phoenix, where he finished 41st after mid-race engine issues. He has since landed a so-called ABC deal with Penske, where in 2001 he'll run a combination of ARCA, Busch, and Cup races. His first of 5 ARCA races will come at Daytona, then his first of 14 Busch races the next week in Rockingham, followed by his first of 7 Cup starts the week after that in Las Vegas. But someone else will make the trip, or rather something. Ray Evernham has the countdown clock loaded into one of his haulers. The date is Wednesday, February 7th. Soon, the 489th day will be complete. There are just 10 to go. On Thursday, February 8th, 2001, 52 teams arrive in Daytona's garage area, ready to contest the 43-car starting lineup for the Great American Race. One of the last to be announced is Mansion Motorsports, which enters Carl Long in the number 85 Nupco paint remover Ford. This will be Long and team owner Thee Dixon's second consecutive attempt to make the Daytona 500. 3 teams are still without sponsorship. Rookie contender Kurt Busch in Roush Racing's number 97 Ford, Jeff Purvis in Phoenix Racing's number 51 Ford, and despite their driver's optimism, Gill River Racing's number 27 Pontiac for Kenny Wallace. For the second straight Speed Weeks, one of the storylines will be a veteran in an unsponsored white Pontiac.
I have a lot of faith in Gill River Racing, for sure. You know, every time I watched the car last year, it always qualified good and ran well. It had a problem making it to the end of the races, but you know, I left a team where I finished 22nd, 26th in the points, and you know, if it's not one thing, it's another. You know, racing's about winning.
In the days leading up to opening practice, Devin Birmingham, Vice President of Gill River, receives a letter from Navy Chief Petty Officer William Downs, a hardcore Kenny Wallace fan. Inside is a check for $15. As teams unload, the countdown continues, but now each second ticks louder than before. The Daytona 500 awaits.
And a good morning. I'm Ken Squire at one of the most treasured spots in all of sports, where for the past 36 years, I've had the opportunity to be part of a broadcast team for the Daytona 500. From the beaches to this modern super speedway, there have been many changes, but this year marks a special change. Fox Sports is proud to become the official broadcaster from Daytona. With respect for those who did so well in the past with this event, Fox looks forward to the opportunity to take televised motorsports to the next level get ready. The new era starts right now for the great American race.
On Friday, Fox Sports kicks off 43 hours of live NASCAR coverage with opening practice. At the same time, the previous broadcast partners are quietly silenced. Both ESPN's RPM Tonight and Speed Vision's Inside Winston Cup Racing are denied their credentials and prohibited from showing NASCAR footage during their shows. Meanwhile, ESPN will cover the Truck Series for the full 2001 season, but Fox will exclude Truck Series reports from their coverage. On the internet, Turner Sports acquired NASCAR.com from ESPN over the offseason and has since encouraged current drivers and teams to link to the site. Only when the site goes live on February 9th do fans realize that Turner failed to enable live timing and scoring. The function won't be available for several days. Pristine cars roll through technical inspection, where some parts are immediately confiscated. Through the first round of inspection, there is already what Mike Joy calls a pile of denial: an upper control arm from Bill Elliott's Dodge, non-conforming fuel fillers from Todd Bodine and Steve Park, several oversized fuel cells and fender extenders.
Mike Dale Earnhardt is the winningest driver in Daytona International Speedway history. He was the last car to leave the garage to go out for morning practice. He is making what he hopes to be his second Daytona 500 victory charge this week here in Speed Weeks, which is his 23rd Speed Weeks here in Daytona. He is the most prolific restrictor plate driver in NASCAR history. 11 wins and 52 starts. Now, many people figured he'd bring that potent Talladega winner from last fall to Daytona. That's actually the team's third backup car in a trailer out in the infield. He's racing a brand new mount, one with some questions. It was the 33rd fastest car during winter testing. Stacking the odds even greater against Earnhardt picking up that win here in Daytona. There have been 4 straight different restrictor plate winners. He hopes to break that streak later this week.
First on track is Sterling Marlin. Marlin's Coors Light Dodge is not the same car he tested with the Ford engine the previous month. This is the famous Chip Ganassi Racing chassis number 005. Built in 5 days, this chassis is still being used today. Other Dodges are hiding different manufacturers under the sheet metal. Ward Burton's chassis is his favorite Pontiac, which he ran on the super speedways the previous year. Same goes for Bill Elliott. When Evernham moved into Elliott's old shop, they set to work on Laughlin chassis LRP 03000754. This is the Ford with which Elliott won his Twin 125 and finished third in the Daytona 500 just 1 year earlier. This fact must be wonderfully satisfying to the Arrington family. In 1985, Buddy Arrington reluctantly switched from Chrysler to Ford Thunderbirds that were once raced by Bill Elliott at Melling Racing. Now, Elliott's best Ford chassis is powered by a Joey Arrington engine, the number 9 rebranded as the very symbol of Mopar's return to NASCAR.
Bill, how are things going?
We're just trying to sort out and see what we got.
What are you trying to find out? What are you working on with the car?
Like everybody else, seeing how fast we can run when it comes time tomorrow afternoon.
Some of the Dodges are faster than yours. How do you account for that?
You'll have to talk to Ray, because I have no idea.
Okay. Good luck with it.
After STP scaled back as primary sponsor in 2000, not one of the 3 Petty Enterprises Dodges carry any logos for the company, which now only pays for Richard Petty's promotional appearances. STP has also ended their sponsorship of the Daytona 500 itself, which had been ongoing since 1991. Where one long-term relationship ends, another is born anew. Richard Petty won 37 of his races and 3 of his championships in Dodges. Unlike both Bill Elliott and Ward Burton, the Petty team has not used any of their old chassis from the year 2000. In a massive undertaking, all 3 of their cars run brand new equipment.
Kyle, when Petty Engineering had Herschel McGriff with you, was that a 3-car team back in those days?
Off and on, that was a 3-car team. But you have to go back to the late 40s, early 50s. My grandfather would drag 5 or 6 cars to the racetrack. So, but everybody did at that point in time.
So as far as this 3-car team for you, and you're really heading this thing up, a lot more difficulty, a lot harder.
Yes and no. You know, I think it's pretty difficult to run 3 cars. I think for me, the 45 car, obviously, because it was Adam's car, is more of a labor of love than it is anything else. So I kind of take it out of the equation a little bit. I still look at it. We have a philosophy at Petty Enterprises. We like to look at ourselves as a single team. We just happen to be running 3 cars. We don't look at it as a 3-car team like a lot of other teams do. So everything we do as one unit, as one group, with one goal in mind, and that's to go out and perform and win races, whether it's a 43, 44, or 45. But like I say, because of Adam's deal, it's a little bit different.
As everyone makes single-car runs, no one is as fast as Robbie Gordon.
I knew we'd come here to Daytona with this race team and run real strong. You know, they've run strong in the past before. I think, you know, to roll out and be that quick, we're pretty surprised because we did know we had our homework cut out for us. The engine shop did a great job. The crew did a really good job getting the cars prepared. So I'm looking forward to Daytona this week.
Good bit of work has gone on since you cut that quick lap. What has been done to the car?
We changed a couple of things. I really don't want to go into exactly what we changed, but you know, everybody's going to gain speed as the day goes on. They got a day and a half to catch us before qualifying, so you have to be on your toes and make advances just as quick as well.
A lot of people think this guy could be the winner of the Daytona 500 or any other race this year.
While the broadcasters believe Gordon is receiving drafting help, he continues to gain speed through the session, ultimately clocking in a best lap of 49.347 seconds at 182.38 miles per hour. Robbie's car is a work of art. Over the off-season, 18 mechanics at Morgan McClure Motorsports spent over 10,000 hours working on his Chevrolet. The car body was removed and replaced 5 times. Winless since 1998, the Morgan McClure team is determined to return to their superspeedway glory. Another pedigree in the garage is the UPS Ford of defending 500 winner Dale Jarrett. Multiple tests at Talladega and last-minute shock changes on pit road have yielded a car that's much faster than his teammate Ricky Rudd. Engines from the Robert Yates Racing team occupy many of the other Ford teams, including both from Travis Carter Enterprises, both at PPI, and Brett Bodine's number 11. Rick Mast has a leased engine from another team and enters a new contract to get engines from Pro Motor Engineering starting at Rockingham. Jeff Purvis and his Ernie Elliott engine ranks as high as 9th in the practice session.
Right now we're just going to make one run this morning and then one this afternoon and try to save this motor and everything for qualifying tomorrow. So we'll make one before we qualify in the morning and just make a change each time and try to maybe pick it up a little bit from there. But we've, you know, Mark Reno and Johnny Allen's crew chief in this car, and they're good on these races right here. You know, I was really excited when they asked me to do it, and Joe Gibbs was kind enough to let me come do it. So, you know, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be I think we maybe can move up the chart some more from where we're at right now.
Is that your best motor in the car right now?
Being it's about our only motor, I would say, yeah. Now we've got some other motors with us, but it really is it's the best one, and we don't want to put a lot of runs on it because we know it'll lose a little bit each time we go out. So, you know, right now we haven't hurt it, and we don't anticipate hurting it before qualifying. So, you know, we've got to save it for, you know, the qualifying effort.
Well, good luck. James Finch, the car owner, normally runs Chevrolet products, but they bought a Ford from Robbie Gordon, who now is driving the 4 car, and they bought some motors from Ernie Elliott because Ernie now is helping out in the Dodge program. Mike?
Kind of a leftover fire sale of really good stuff.
Meanwhile, Roush Racing endures a miserable start to their season. All 4 of their entries are well down in the rankings.
And how did the car feel?
It was a little stable, and that means we're slow. So we need to get up to speed and develop some more things into our system by the end of the day today so we can pick up some speed.
What is going on? Not as fast as you usually are.
Well, we're as fast as we can be right now, so basically we just got to wait and get ready to race here.
What are you doing to the car, Mark, to try to pick it up?
Nothing. We don't really have anything. All our work's been done. We're just we're stuck with what we've got now. We've got a little something to pick up tomorrow that we've got in the bag, but it probably will be, if we're lucky, half of what we need. And then we go race. And sometimes racing's a little bit different story. We have to hope so anyway.
Also struggling is Jeremy Mayfield. In the afternoon session, he ranks just 40th on the charts. The afternoon practice belongs to another surprise, Stacy Compton. With the switch to Dodge and the hiring of crew chief Chad Knaus, the Melling Racing team have made a statement.
Stacy Compton and his team are on the move. Let's get a quick word in here. Stacy, tell us what's going on. What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to get a little bit quicker. I tell you, the Kodiak, Mellon, Intrepid is pretty good. We was pretty happy with the way we unloaded. Got a little bit of speed to pick up, but we're pretty happy right now. First time out. We made a whole lot of changes after we tested at Talladega and here, and pretty happy. The crew has done a lot of hard work, put in a lot of hours. Chad Canals, the new crew chief, has done a real good job, and we're pretty happy so far. You know, we want to get a few more laps and see if we can get a little bit better and see if we can be ready for them tomorrow.
After running second during the early stages of opening practice, Knaus makes a change, and the car is even faster. Ultimately, Compton ranks third, but only because Brett Bodine and Michael Waltrip link up in a two-car draft. Compton is still fastest of the session's single-car runs.
Hey, man, you look pretty good in blue. New uniform, new team, Dale Earnhardt Inc. How do you feel?
Well, I went over and modeled it for my mom, and she said it made my eyes bluer, and it was very nice. So
I can't speak to that.
I'm happy with my new look. I got a new team.
He needed blue. Eyes are brown.
A lot of tension in this garage right here. You could cut it with a knife, or you couldn't cut it with a knife. Anyway, in there, you've got no points. You got a bunch of guys who worked real hard, tested good all winter, and now they want to see the car go out and run. And we're not quite where we want to be yet, but I think we've got a lot of potential with our car, even in qualifying trim. The Dodges, of course, are fast, which we all knew. They were fakers. And I just hope to put the Napa Chevy solidly in the field tomorrow afternoon in qualifying. Steve Hanshoe and all the guys at Napa are watching in for our first Winston Cup race with these guys. That's big, isn't it?
It's huge. Now, DW just babbled in my ear that your eyes are usually brown. You want to comment on that?
No, I don't know what he means by that, but I'm very, very happy to be in Daytona, and I know my brother is as well. He did not retire, folks. He changed careers. He quit driving and he started talking about it. And he's real excited about being in Florida, and I'm real excited about him telling the world about what we do on Sunday afternoons. I know he's going to add a whole lot to it, and I can't wait for it all to get started Sunday afternoon in the Daytona 500, the great American race.
All right, we welcome in Michael Waltrip, who I have to point out went 462 starts and is yet to capture that Winston Cup win, but he's in blue. He looks sharp, and he's got Earnhardt as his owner in a whole new outlook. And actually posting, as we showed earlier before you came up here, the sixth, the fastest time in the morning round. So obviously things went well for you.
Yeah, it was a good practice. We were real pleased. Testing went good during the off-season. We knew we would have a car that could run fast when we got back here, and indeed this morning when we got all of our stuff together, it ran good.
All right, with Earnhardt, this is obviously you're in good hands here, and would this give you, in your mind, the best chance to win in a long time?
Oh, it's definitely a great opportunity for me. Dale's teams won races last year. They have all the resources, all the parts and pieces to do the job with. I'm going with a team that is a winner right now, and so I feel like I can win in 2001 and will win in 2001, and I can't honestly say I've gone into a season lately feeling that way. Every time I come to Daytona for the 500, right, I think I'll be a factor. I think I can get my car in a position to win the race, and that's even more so this year with a car that is as fast as my Napa Chevrolet is. My first go-kart race, I won. Darrell was there and watched it, and I progressed into the local track and won the championship, and on into the Dash Series, won the NASCAR Dash Series championship. And at that point in time, if you had told me I wasn't going to be the next combination of Richard Petty and Mario Andretti, I would have told you were crazy. I won every race I was in. I knew what I was doing. And since then, as you guys have already figured out, I thought maybe the new network, this stat wouldn't have got passed down, but I've gone on a little bit of a skid. And
just a little bit.
My old buddy Dale Earnhardt is very much intent on changing all that, and it's just been a great off season and preparing for this opportunity.
Close behind is another pleasant surprise in Ricky Craven. With his late move over the offseason to PPI, Craven looks to make the most of his first full-time Cup effort since 1997.
Really thankful that I crossed paths with Cal and Don Hawk, Mike Beam, Roy McCauley, all these guys. They really got their act together.
It's only practice. Speed Weeks has just started, and Daytona's only one race of the 36, but this has to be very good for your confidence starting out Speed Weeks with a new team like this on such a high note.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of work to do, and you know, the next race is always the most important. But right now it's Daytona, and we've spent a lot of the last month preparing for Daytona. We also had a quality test at Rockingham and Las Vegas. So as I said earlier, our expectations are pretty high, and the tide forward has been rewarding here so far here in the first couple of hours of practice.
And we welcome in Cal Wells, PPI Motorsports. Nice to see you. Of course, the owner of the 32 car with Ricky Craven, Andy Houston, and I guess Andy's going first in the twin 125s, and then also Ricky going in the second run of that. We appreciate you being with us, and let's talk about your position in that race and what you expect from your cars.
Well, for us, the 125s is just an opportunity to feel out where, particularly with Andy, we've come to grips with this aerodynamic package and how Andy's come to grips with a Winston Cup car at a plate race. He hasn't done it yet.
Andy being a rookie, of course.
Exactly.
And Ricky Craven, the decision to go with him, considering what he's been through, to be your guy?
Well, I felt that I've opened up a hope chest at the foot of Rick Hendrick's bed and found an old diamond he tossed away, and I polished it all up. It looks great to me, so we're going to run it and see how it goes.
Go back to Craven for a moment. A lot of people had given up on Craven. He had the 3rd place here in '97. He got whacked a couple more times down in Texas, a couple more races, and a lot of people backed off on him. And of course, some of us New Englanders have got our back up about that because we think he's pretty good. But what made you really pick up on him and try to dust off this diamond?
Well, I think he just needed a fair shake. When we looked at what we needed in our team, bringing on a rookie driver in our '96 McDonald's car, we needed someone for him to understudy with. I needed an ode tie, better results than I produced last year. So I wanted someone with some history, but not someone that was really in the twilight of his career, and Ricky fit that bill tremendously. Being an enthusiast, a fan for several years, I did follow him in Busch, and he's an incredible dogfighting racer, and I think that maybe a few things that happened to him, maybe the way he handled a few things and some of the people he worked for just really didn't give him the fair shake that I think he deserves, and hopefully will provide.
Friday's 2 practices see only one minor incident at each. In the morning, a loose fitting on Terry Labonte's car causes an oil leak, sending him back behind the wall. In the afternoon, Robert Presley's new Penske engine lets go down the backstretch. Just days earlier, Presley picked up new associate sponsorship from HotJobs.com. The company will get even more exposure on Saturday, as he'll be the first to turn a lap in qualifying. There's also an incident in opening practice for the Budweiser Shootout, where Mike Skinner sends Steve Park into a spin entering the tri-oval. In all, 51 of the 52 entrants take time on Friday. The only one missing is Dwayne Lake, once again entered in Dave Marcus's second car, the 72.
The man who races in wingtip shoes in a little less than a month will celebrate his 60th birthday. Dave Marcus trying to qualify for the Daytona 500 for the 33rd time. What brings you back here year after year after year?
I guess just the love of the sport. I mean, I really enjoy racing. It's been my whole life, and I just love it. We're back here again.
Tell me about your chances to make the show. You got a good motor, got a good car. What's the story?
Well, we have a Richard Childress engine. We have a body on the car that they helped with over at the Richard Childress shops. It's a Laughlin chassis. We did well here in practice, so we're pretty enthused about it. This morning's practice, I think we ended up about 21st or 22nd overall, and this afternoon, you know, we're doing like everyone, looking for more, changing gears and just trying all those little things, different jets in the carburetor, and trying to get a couple more tenths.
And I'll guarantee you that when this guy makes the field for the Daytona 500, every face in this garage has a smile on it.
Welcome to Daytona, Florida. A morning fog has lifted here as day 2 of Fox's coverage of Speed Weeks continues. You're watching Fox Sports Net and our continuing coverage as you get a look at one of the most historic tracks in all of sports.
Saturday begins with the last practice session before first-round qualifying. There are more single-car runs, and in the early stages, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is fastest over Ward Burton and Stacy Compton.
Well, I want to know, do y'all know why Dale Jr.'s running so fast? He ain't telling me.
I know why. I know why.
Darrell says he knows why.
He's
Darryl
holding it.
Won't tell me either.
Yeah, he's holding it wide open, and you ain't.
Oh dear, I'm not going to tell Earnhardt that.
Chicken.
Yeah, he says Junior's holding it wide open, and you're not.
Oh yeah. Get in the car, Darrell. Ride with me. Let's see.
A few minutes later, Rusty Wallace jumps to second ahead of Burton, with Steve Park now fourth and Dale Earnhardt up to seventh. Towards the end, a few cars start drafting, at which point Ken Schrader bests Junior's time. Michael Waltrip climbs to fourth, with Johnny Benson Jr. now fifth. Back in the garage, Stacy Compton's crew is hard at work. They've tried a different setup in this practice, but it's not nearly as fast, so they're changing it back to what they ran on Friday. Before qualifying comes the final practice for the Budweiser Shootout, which for the first time features tight racing among the 18 entrants. Late in the session comes the first close call of the weekend. Down the backstretch, Dale Earnhardt Jr. runs the apron, coasting to perform a plug check. As he nears turn 3, Mike Skinner unexpectedly slows just to his outside, blocking the path for a fast-closing Jeff Burton. Burton cuts left and locks the brakes, only to find Jr. is there. The two make contact, pushing in the right front fender of Burton's car and the left rear of Jr.'s, but both manage to keep their cars pointed straight, avoiding a huge multi-car accident. Skinner gets a stern talking to from NASCAR's Gary Nelson, while Burton comes to Jr.'s garage to talk it over. Both cars will be repaired in time for Sunday's race. Heading into qualifying, the pile of denial has now grown much larger. Confiscated are a windshield from Joe Nemechek's car, a roof wicker from Terry Labonte's, an adjustable fender brace from Jerry Nadeau's car, and now 6 total fuel cells. Still thrashing to revert their car's setup, the Melling Racing team nearly makes their own contribution. There is now an issue with the rear spoiler. Making the repair and going through inspection again means the team has to be excused from their 13th spot in line for qualifying. Also excused are Jeremy Mayfield and Mike Skinner, who likewise didn't pass on their first run through inspection. First on track for qualifying is Robert Presley, whose engine issue on the backstretch slowed Friday's second practice. His lap is bested by Dale Earnhardt, the third driver on track. But Earnhardt is beaten 3 cars later by Sterling Marlin, the first Dodge to take time. Another 3 cars later, and Tony Stewart, the first Pontiac, takes away the pole. After Stewart comes Robbie Gordon, but the star of Friday morning's practice disappoints. He's only 5th fastest of 10 drivers. Steve Park is under Robbie's time, and so is Todd Bodine. But then comes Bill Elliott.
Pole sitter in 85, 86, and 87. Daytona 500 winner in 1985 and 87. But there's something new about Elliott this year, and it's the car he's driving for the first time in his entire Winston Cup career. He has changed makes. Now in a Dodge for Ray Evernham.
Where'd he go? Here he comes, and I'll show you here's the owner over here, Ray, and he looks pretty worried, but you see how that air dam is right down on the ground? That baby's getting down, and that makes speed. We'll see what he ends up with here.
You know, we talk about Dodge coming back, but I just don't think the race fan, it took me a while to conceive just what these guys have accomplished, especially when you think about 1 year ago, they didn't even have motor parts, and it wasn't but until about a month and a half ago they had parts they felt good about coming to Daytona with as far as durability.
Ray's happy with that. That's not a bad, he's not frowning.
The perennial winner of NASCAR's most popular driver award is in at 49.842. His first lap, his 8th fastest overall.
Look at his hands in there. If you can at home, if you can just get a close look at those hands, that car might be looking like it's just floating around here, but let me tell you, that thing is doing a lot of bouncing and bobbing in the corners.
Steve Burns is with Ray Evernham.
And Ray's talking to the crew. Ray, your thoughts on that first lap?
It's good. That's as good as we've run. So hopefully we'll see. He's been picking up about 0.4 of a second on his second lap. So if he does that, it'll be a good run for us.
0.4 would put him in row 2 right now.
I knew Ray wasn't very disappointed with that first lap because he had a pretty optimistic look. The best I've seen him have in 2 days.
Or about 2 months.
Maybe 2 months. Oh, yeah, he's happy with that.
I'll say he'll be.
Yeah, he's happy with that.
He is fastest today. Bill Elliott looking for his 4th Daytona 500 pole, 49.029 seconds. Look at the difference. He picked up 3/4 of a second.
Well, he said 4/10, so
it's twice that.
Larry, that driver's been lying to that crew chief.
I believe he was holding back.
Bill Elliott, Tony Stewart, Sterling Marlin, and Ricky Craven.
Look at him
our
down
fastest so far. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Congratulations, Ray.
When Elliott takes the pole, he leads Stewart, Marlin, Craven, and Terry Labonte. The next 12 drivers have nothing for this top 5. This includes Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Michael Waltrip, who each take turns in 6th place, and Mark Martin, who's somewhat happy ranking 13th out of 24. Hut Strickland, whose Donlavey car was the second on track, remains the slowest until Morgan Shepherd clocks in for Stan Hoover. But after Ken Schrader ranks just 15th of 25 drivers, it's now Stacy Compton's turn.
The first lap turned in by Stacy Compton in Mark Melling's Dodge,
finally approved through inspection. He's had the fastest first lap of the day. There is the time and the speed, and here he comes, trying for the Daytona 500 pole.
And
second fastest.
Stacy Compton moves to the outside of the front row, alongside Dodge driver Bill Elliott, 49.266. 182.68 miles per hour.
Well, I didn't see Ray and Bill Elliott jumping up and down. I bet you see that crowd right there jumping up and down, because that is a single car team. It's one of the sister teams, you know, one of the stepchildren, I guess we should say, to the Dodge program. They're out there on their own, and boy, they've done. Chad Knaus is the crew chief, done a great job on the car. They've had all kind of trouble today, and to go out and make that run, that's incredible.
Immediately after Compton, Jeremy Mayfield's miserable speed weeks continues. He ranks second slowest, splitting Strickland from Shepard. Jim Smith's team also has work to do, as Mike Wallace ranks just 25th out of 30. Roush Racing's problems aren't solved, and Kurt Busch inches just ahead of Mayfield in what is now 29th out of 32 drivers. Next up is Norm Benning, who despite a slow lap of his own, gets a firm endorsement from Ken Squire.
I got to tell you, this is my favorite guy, Norm Benning from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He's run to the Automobile Racing Club of America, and over the last years, you'd find him on those quarter miles at Killcare and up at Flat Rock, Michigan. Then he'd be on the dirt at DuQuoin and at Springfield, Illinois. Then he'd be on the super speedways, all in the same car. The other teams have 12, 14 cars, and well, that was 5 or 6 in ARCA. He had one car, and he and his girlfriend, who's an accountant, and his crew chief, they've moved up. They're into Winston Cup Racing now. Look out for Norm Benning from Pittsburgh, PA.
But several fast cars have yet to run. The 35th car on track is Johnny Benson Jr., who takes 6th away from Terry Labonte. 3 cars later, Joe Nemechek takes 5th from Ricky Craven. And 2 cars after that comes Jerry Nadeau.
Well, I kept thinking last year that he was going to be the next first-time winner, and I thought I was going to be wrong, but he pulled that thing out of Atlanta. And talked to Rick Hendrick, and Rick says that this team is primed, they're ready to go, and he looks for great things out of Nadeau this year.
Whoa! Whoa! Second fastest on his second lap. His first lap was only 27th fastest. His second lap, he picked up 0.7 of a second.
You know, what we might just be seeing is the weather conditions may be improving just a little bit. What do you think?
It is cooling down, and that track's going to have a little more grip. But I got to give credit to his crew chief, Tony Furr, because Tony Furr was Jeremy Mayfield's crew chief several years ago when they beat us like drums here in Talladega.
Yeah.
With Compton now bumped off the front row, Dale Jarrett makes his bid 2 cars later.
And look at this race car. I talked to Todd Parrott, the crew chief. This is the same car that they sat on the pole with in July, but he said, Larry, nothing's the same about it. We have cut the body off, and we talk about wind tunnel time. They've spent 36 hours in the wind tunnel with this car.
Fastest first lap of the day for Dale Jarrett. This could be the run that knocks Bill Elliott off the pole. Here he comes.
But we know
Ninth fastest on his first lap. 4th fastest. There's Robert Yates, car owner, and Jarrett at 49.282, 182.6.
And you know what Robert was telling Dale? Sorry, Dale. Sorry, Dale.
Also impressive are Mike Skinner, who ranks 7th of 43 drivers. Ward Burton takes 6th, only to lose that spot to the next car on track, a driver that had also been held up in inspection, Jeff Gordon.
You want the oil hot, you want the hubs hot, the rear end transmission grease hot, but you want that water cool. It's a big compromise.
It is.
Jeff Gordon completes his run, new paint scheme for his Rick Hendrick Chevrolet this year. Moves him up to 6th.
Yeah. They seem to be happy with that. Robbie's high-fiving everybody. He's happy with that.
182.5 miles an hour, 49.322, so they picked up nearly half a second on their second lap. Steve Burns.
After taking time, Gordon doesn't come down pit road and instead coasts down the apron. He's forgotten to pump his brakes, knowing the team pulled the pads away from the rotors to reduce friction. As Gordon safely comes to a stop behind the backstretch wall, only 3 drivers are left, each slower than the last. Casey Atwood, Kyle Petty, and finally the unsponsored Pontiac of Kenny Wallace. Dwayne Lake, his second Marcus car still yet to turn a lap, is the only driver to not take time. With that, Bill Elliott wins his 4th career Daytona 500 pole, tying him with Cale Yarborough and Buddy Baker for the most all time. Because of NASCAR's new aero package, Elliott's pole speed of 183.565 miles per hour is the slowest in any Daytona 500 since 1976. That year, Ramos Stott was only the 4th fastest, until 3 drivers ahead of him had their times disallowed. It's also the first for Dodge in the 500 since 1973 by Buddy Baker. He and outside pole sitter Jerry Nadeau, the series' most recent race winner, prepared a ride to victory lane. But during the Goodies Dash Series race, held after the session completes, comes breaking news.
NASCAR's post-qualifying inspection process has found a rules violation concerning the outside pole sitter of Jerry Nadeau. Winston Cup Director Gary Nelson, what did you find that concerned you?
Well, what's typical for us at Winston Cup is after qualifying to bring the cars through the inspection area and check the height of them. And all the cars were okay until we got to the 25 car, and it was significantly low on the roof. So we've had to disallow his time, and we're continuing to look into how it got that way.
What parts did you find that you felt might have helped lower the car? I noticed you were carrying in the jack bolts, you and John Darby.
Well, we had to take, jack up the car and crawl under it and try to figure it out. We took some parts that to us looked like they needed further study. We've taken them to our trailer. We've got some guys looking at them. We're going to continue to look at them until we understand exactly how that car got that low. So at this point, I don't have the answer as to how it happened, but I can tell you that it did happen.
Besides disallowing the time, will there be a fine?
Well, we're going to continue to look into that, and we'll talk about it. There's typically more than just disallowing the time, based on the results that we find in our study of the parts.
Thank you, Gary. From complete jubilation to complete frustration for the 25 guys.
An issue, originally believed to be with the jack bolts, but later revealed to be with the shocks, caused Nadeau's car to be too low in post-race inspection. His time is disallowed, moving Stacy Compton onto the first all-Dodge front row for the Daytona 500 since 1969. It's Compton's best ever start at that point, improving on an 8th at Fontana the previous year. Nadeau, however, will have to re-qualify in the second round and start in the back of his twin 125. In the Dash race itself, Jeff Underwood and Jimmy Britz flip their cars in separate incidents, but each walk away. With their father Will Hobgood watching nervously from pit road, his sons Jake and Justin battle for the lead into the night. After older brother Jake has a mechanical issue, Justin takes the checkered flag.
Well, Will Hobgood down here in pit road, is it better to win this thing yourself or better to watch your boy do it?
Oh, it's better to watch my boy do it. I tell you, this is the greatest thing that ever happened to me, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Jake. I'm happy for Justin. I hate Jake broke, but he put on a good show before he broke. He'll get the next one.
All right, you hurry on down to victory lane. He had decided he's going to donate 10% of the winnings to the local church, which burned down if he won the race. So there's some money coming to the local church, Mike.
Dick, the church burned down if he won the race?
No,
or he was going to donate the 10% if he won? Okay, no. I get it.
Do you notice he had Hampton Inns on the hood there? And I'm sure that's just for rooms to stay, you know. We'll put your name on our hood if you'll let us stay at your hotel.
That's how it used to be in the big league. Well, you can tell Will Hobgood that Ned Jarrett said the same thing. His son Dale won the 500.
I'm hoping sometime this year that I can be up here when my brother wins his first race. Can't imagine with it, your son.
On this same day, there's also news from Richard Childress. RCR will field a third part-time Cup car starting with the March 11th race at Atlanta, adding Texas, Charlotte, Sears Point, Chicagoland, Bristol, and Richmond. This will be the number 30 car, sponsored by America Online, which was originally offered to Wally Dallenbach, who in late July of 2000 was too invested in Galaxy Motorsports to leave. Rick Mast was also considered before he signed to drive the 50 car. So instead, the ride will go to Kevin Harvick.
Take the 70-lap big money non-points race May favorite Dale Earnhardt. He's won 5 of the last 9, but this year there's new competition, son Dale Jr. But now the question is, with $200,000 in bragging rights on the line, how are they going to race after trading paint in practice? Steve.
Oh, yeah, but guys, don't overlook Jeff Gordon. He's been in this race 7 times. He's won it twice. Last year he was second. He's qualified well for the 500. This is about building momentum. And, oh, yeah, no more rainbow. There's flames on this car.
Like many aspects of Speed Weeks 2001, the Budweiser Shootouts format has changed significantly. The race length has increased from 25 to 70 green flag laps, requiring a mandatory pit stop for at least 2 right-side tires. The field also expands to include not only pole sitters, but past shootout winners. Because of this, Darrell Waltrip is eligible to race, but he doesn't pick up the offer and remains in the booth. Since 1998, the shootout had been preceded by a qualifying race between the previous season's second-round fastest qualifiers. For 2001, there is instead a random draw. Winning this draw is Ted Musgrave, who was second-round fastest at Pocono the previous July. That race marked the return of Felix Sabata's former number 42 team, which had suspended operations after the death of Kenny Irwin Jr. With Jason Leffler now driving for that team, Junie Donlavey steps up to put Musgrave in his car, replacing 500 qualifier Hut Strickland. The following Monday, the Daytona 500 will host NASCAR's final second-round qualifying session in its current iteration. Qualifying races for the Clash will not return until the venue moves to Los Angeles in 2022. Another random draw on Friday determines the starting lineup. When it's over, the front row belongs to Ken Schrader and Dale Earnhardt.
Car's real good. We tried different gear ratio that time, and the gear vibrated a little bit, or else got drive shaft switched or something. But we're putting in a different one, so we're real happy. The M&M's car's good. Johnny's little car is real good and solid. So let's see what we got.
You're kind of on a roll. You won a Southwest Tour race in Phoenix, and you're on the pole for the Budweiser Shootout.
Yeah, so far it's going. I've also blown an engine already this year, so no, it's we had a fun little weekend in Phoenix last weekend. Won the Tour race and the Winston West race, and starting on the pole was Shootout, but Shootout's fun. We really thank Anheuser-Busch for doing that, but looking forward to that 500 also.
All right, thanks. Good luck, Kenny.
Thanks.
Earnhardt's Shootout car carries associate sponsorship from Oreo, a new partner with the team. Both Schrader and Earnhardt make the race as past Shootout winners. Ironically, so does Bill Elliott, whose pole earned the previous day will instead count towards the 2002 race. After Dodge had so thoroughly surprised the field in both practice and qualifying, Elliott's will be the only Dodge in the Shootout field. Bobby Labonte drives the same car that crashed on the final lap of the 2000 race, rebuilt in the year since. Fox Sports debuts their new graphics package for the starting grid, which includes digital renderings of all 18 starters. Noticeably absent are many team sponsors. Behind the scenes, the network had reportedly charged $400,000 per entry to have their sponsors shown on the starting grid. Only 6 paid the fee: UPS, Home Depot, Budweiser, Kellogg's, Haviland, and Dodge. Even their logos are hard to see. The driver's head blocks the hood, while the quarter panel decals are too blurry to be legible. Fox will be forced to change their approach later in the week. Coming to the green flag, Ted Musgrave dives onto pit road, complaining of a loose wheel. The remaining 17 starters take the green.
Look at that grandstand. It's packed because they know they're about to see something wild unfold. Kenny Schrader leads them down, green flag. Ted Musgrave goes to pit road rather than coming down for turn 1 with the field. We're racing.
Early on, the leaders find how easy it is to shake someone out of the pack. The first time down the backstretch, Earnhardt and Jarrett split Ken Schrader. Off turn 4, Steve Park gets to the inside of Jarrett. Then heading into turn 3, Tony Stewart makes quick work of Park. On lap 3, Musgrave pits a second time for right side tires. He's 2 laps down, but at least he won't have to make his mandatory pit stop. Earnhardt remains a leader over Martin, Gordon, and Bobby Labonte in the high lane, but the 3 can't get away either. Jeremy Mayfield tries to make a move off turn 4, then Jeff Gordon off the trioval. When Gordon stalls out, Mark Martin jumps in front of him, then makes a bid for the lead to the inside entering turn 3. Martin also stalls, giving Gordon and Labonte a chance to cut low and shake him out. But this time the middle lane has momentum thanks to Stewart, and Martin draws even in a tight race for third. Jeff Gordon now leads. Only 5 laps are complete. Dale Earnhardt Jr. enters the picture, locked onto his father's rear bumper as the pair enter turn 3. two then get a run on Gordon for the lead, but the run stalls. The field remains deadlocked behind Gordon and Labonte. Third in the middle lane is Ken Schrader, already back in the mix after he was shaken out on the first lap. Gordon and Labonte remain nose to tail ahead of the pack. This opens the door for the Earnhardts to try the high lane entering turn 1. Gordon throws the block, leaving Labonte to hold off Martin, and Stewart soon finds his teammates, bringing Schrader with him. Once again, the leaders can't escape each other, and Gordon gets back in front of Labonte. Now entering turn 3, the Earnhardts pounce on the opportunity.
Here go the Earnhardts. This is everybody else's worst nightmare. These two guys get hooked up out front, I'm telling you, it's going to be trouble.
Now, is Dale Sr., is he going to leave Son hung out to dry there? If he gets a chance, do you think he'll drive down in front of Jeff Gordon, or will he stay right there, Darrell?
Right now, he'll work with his son. I wouldn't count on that all day, though.
Finally, it's Gordon's turn in the middle.
I think he'd be a little thicker than will their teammates or not.
Oh, goodbye, Gordon. He's caught in the middle.
He's in the middle.
Coming back from a commercial on lap 13, Earnhardt Jr. makes a bid on Bobby Labonte down the backstretch, but Earnhardt is pushing Labonte to the lead, allowing him to cut down and complete a daring pass.
Fire right there. Those guys are lined up in that high line, and I know it depends. Here's Earnhardt moving to the inside of Bobby Labonte.
He'll do that just as Labonte moved down to pick up teammate Tony Stewart a lap ago. Earnhardt Sr. moves down and up right across the bow of Labonte.
That right there is absolutely breathtaking. Trust me when I tell you that.
By now, Ricky Rudd, Dale Jarrett, and Terry Labonte are having a hard time seeing. Each are complaining that Schrader is leaking oil. Once among the leaders, Schrader now runs about mid-pack as the tail end of the field starts to come apart behind him. On lap 15, Schrader gets the black flag, but continues third on the inside line for another lap before he pits. The crew doesn't see what's leaking and sends him back out, his mandatory pit stop now complete. Back on track, Earnhardt remains in the lead over Bobby Labonte and now Jeff Burton. On lap 19, entering the first corner, Labonte tries a move to Earnhardt's outside, but Jr. remains in the low lane with his father. The Earnhardts clear traffic down the backstretch, where Jr. pulls to the lead with Stewart. The next time by, Jr., Stewart, and Gordon lead a 3-car breakaway, with everyone else not far behind. Jr. still leads, returning from commercial on lap 23. The next time by, Earnhardt comes to pit road, and Gordon cuts across the track to lead him in. Following them in are Mike Skinner, Joe Nemechek, Terry Labonte, and Rusty Wallace. Earnhardt, Gordon, and Skinner leave first with 2 tire stops, but Skinner can't keep up. The next time by, Bill Elliott, using mostly the same pit crew from his McDonald's team the previous year, pits for 2 tires, but does so alone. He doesn't have any drafting help, and worse, he's the only driver in the field reporting a push. Jr. stays out to lead over Stewart, but on lap 26, Stewart drops Jr. to second. A single-file freight train forms as they try to catch the trailing Earnhardt, Gordon, Elliott, and Skinner. The leaders lap Skinner on lap 29. Bobby Labonte has a deal to pit with 3 other cars and wants to take 4 tires. On lap 30, Jeremy Mayfield slows down the backstretch and ducks into the garage with a blown engine, the first car out of the race. Back on track and still under green, Elliott has reeled in Gordon and Earnhardt, forming a small pack of their own. At the same time, Jr., Stewart, and Labonte are pulling away from the rest of the leaders. It's lap 33, and Stewart has now caught Gordon, Earnhardt, and Elliott, determined to lap them. Elliott gets shaken out of line, then Earnhardt and Gordon as Stewart rushes past in the high lane. Stewart leads the halfway lap with Labonte and Jr. behind him, followed by the lapped Earnhardt and Gordon. On lap 36, Elliott continues to drop back to the tail end of the line, Earnhardt and Gordon still right behind the leaders. With the Lucky Dogs still years away from adoption, both will have to try and get their laps back the hard way. Back from commercial, and it's lap 40 with the lapped Earnhardt and Gordon now directly behind Stewart. Entering turn 1 on lap 41, Gordon starts racing Earnhardt and Stewart pulls away. Earnhardt then gets a run into turn 3, and with Gordon pulls to his outside. Both are now in position to get back on the lead lap. That is until Jr. moves low and helps Stewart again. Musgrave pulls behind the wall, joining Jeremy Mayfield in the garage. Just like that, there are only 27 laps to go. With 26 to go, Bobby Labonte's crew is standing on pit wall. Steve Park makes his pit stop by himself. Just as his work completes, Stewart finally comes down pit road with Jr., Labonte, Jeff Burton, Mark Martin, Ricky Rudd, and Dale Jarrett. They all take 4 tires. Burton's car stalls, and a couple crewmen fall over as the 99 refires in the middle of pit road. Back on track, Martin leads by himself on only 2 tires. Junior and the rest of the field are charging back to catch him. Among them are Earnhardt and Gordon, back on the lead lap in 8th and 9th. By the time we return for commercial on lap 49, Stewart has blown the doors off Martin in turn 1, bringing Labonte with him. Martin manages to hang on in 3rd with Jarrett and Junior now racing for 4th. Jeff Burton cuts to the inside of the trioval. There are now 19 laps to go. Earnhardt pulls up to 5th place, still gaining ground with his 2 fresh tires. With 18 to go, Earnhardt starts looking at the outside lane in turns 3 and 4, still reducing the gap between himself and Junior. Labonte pulls to the inside with Martin and Junior and drops Stewart back to 6th. Back up front, Martin makes a bid for the lead with 17 to go, clearing the field off turn 4. Junior then gets a run with Stewart entering turn 1, but the 2 split up and Earnhardt pushes his son. Labonte remains racy and works to the inside, picking up Stewart.
Here comes the teammates, Joe Gibbs, and look at Dale Jarrett get a run, sucking up on Tony Stewart in that orange car.
I believe that the 20 and the 18, I believe they said, look, let's see, be sure we can handle these guys. Let's get back here and pass them.
Heading down the backstretch, the leaders lap Terry Labonte, who holds the inside lane. Dale Jarrett makes a bid entering turn 3 and makes contact with Stewart. Jarrett gets back in line and Junior gets a run on him to the outside. The number 88's now by himself. Stewart opens up a big lead again as Junior backs up to Labonte on the outside line. This gives Junior a run into turn 3. Junior takes the lead, but only for a moment. Stewart and Labonte clear Junior to the lead with 11 to go. Gordon tries to form up a line to the inside. Rusty Wallace tries to lead it, but Stewart, Junior, and Earnhardt remain up front. With 10 to go, there are now 13 cars in the lead pack, led by Stewart and Junior. Rusty Wallace's bid on the inside has moved him all the way up to 4th, the best he's run all race, with Jeff Burton right behind him. Jarrett remains on the inside lane, but again, no one will help him. 8 to go. Stewart and Junior manage to keep open track between themselves and the rest of the field. Ricky Rudd enters the picture, coming to 7 to go, cutting low in a challenge for a top 5. The field remains single file on the straight, then fans out in the corners. No one has anything for the top 2. 6 to go, and Earnhardt is inched ever closer to Junior. Despite drafting help from Wallace and the rest of the leaders, he can't make a pass. With 5 to go, Schrader re-enters the picture on the inside lane. He's back on the lead lap after his black flag, with Labonte now behind him. Entering turn 3, Junior is all over Stewart's rear bumper, trying to get by. He still has just enough room before anyone catches him. With 3 to go, Schrader pulls to the apron. He's out of gas. The green flag stays out, and in the shuffle, Earnhardt gets past Junior to 2nd. He now makes a move to the inside of turn 3 and takes the lead. Wallace up to 3rd and Burton to 4th. Junior now out of the picture. Earnhardt crosses the stripe with 3 to go, but Stewart is still hot on his trail.
No one has won more races at Daytona International Speedway than Dale Earnhardt.
Let me tell you something. That wasn't all that bad a move. We'll have to see how it plays out. But I think Tony Stewart was feeling like he might not be in a good position leading this thing on the last lap.
Darrell, they are running that high side of that racetrack.
And don't count out Rusty Wallace. He's kind of snuck his way back up to the front pack there, the 98 winner of the shootout.
I think Tony Stewart thought better of leading on the last lap. I think he wanted to get Earnhardt shook out and see what he could do with him.
Look at Tony Stewart, no help. He goes by Earnhardt on the bottom side going into turn 3 and 4.
I'm not so sure they didn't touch because Earnhardt really took off up the hill. White flag.
A Pontiac has never won this race. Stewart leads the bell lap in a Pontiac. Here comes Earnhardt, Wallace, Jeff Burton, and Gordon to the inside.
Let me tell you what, Tony Stewart is doing some good mirror driving right now.
Look at the run. Dale Jarrett gets there behind Jeff Gordon on the bottom side of the racetrack.
Boys, the race is just getting ready to start. Hang on to your helmet.
Where do you swerve?
Well, nowhere yet. All right, now go.
This is it. Down to turn 3, final time.
If he doesn't get him here, he doesn't get him.
3 wide going into turn 3. Dale Jarrett pulling Bobby Labonte along with him. He's up to 4th.
But it's not for the big money. Tony Stewart, the Rushville, Indiana Rocket, leads him off the corner. Earnhardt may have one last chance.
It's over.
Tony Stewart wins the Budweiser shootout over Dale Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace. That was a fun race.
Well, congratulations, Tony Stewart. Tell us, was it driver, car, crew, strategy? What won this thing for you today?
Playing the restrictor plate game. I hate this stuff, but it worked for us.
With his crew chief, Greg Zipadelli, congratulating him. What are you learning? You said as soon as you got into victory lane, you said, I'm finally learning this game. What did you learn that helped you today?
I'll tell you what, when you got Dale Earnhardt behind you, he's going to pull every trick out he can to win here. And he's won so much here that you got to pay attention to what he's doing. And I'll tell you what, I can't thank Dale Earnhardt Jr. enough. I mean, him and I worked together all day long, and whether he was leading, I was behind him, or vice versa, we really worked well to get today, and that's something I'm going to be looking forward to next Sunday, him and I working together again, because we really ran well. We ran up front all day, and we were able to really get some runs on some guys. So, I don't know if his old man's going to be very happy with him, but him and I had a good day nonetheless.
All right, congratulations. Matt's with Earnhardt.
Well, Dale Earnhardt made a great drive, nearly pulled off your 7th Bud Shootout victory. The 4 tires versus 2, was that the difference?
Well, I reckon. I don't know what they did, but my car was awful loose, awful pushy. I could tell they had better rubber on it, but I just kept driving the car, flying the car, doing the best I could on the top. And Rusty and the guys worked real well with us. I just knew I needed that top lane. I couldn't get on the bottom. I'd shove off of turn 2 with the wind and everything. So we just kept working, and I tried him one to go and got the lead. Maybe it's too soon.
Another rule change over the offseason mandated that the shootout couldn't finish under caution. It isn't necessary, as no cautions fall. 70 laps of aggressive but clean racing. In all, 19 lead changes among 7 different drivers, 10 more lead changes than in the previous year's Daytona 500. If there was any doubt that the Talladega Wicker Bill package couldn't produce good racing at Daytona, it's surely been put to rest now. And there are 4 practices, 2 qualifying races, and the 500 itself still to be run. But the Ford drivers are upset. A year after each won a cup race at Daytona, both Jeff Burton and Dale Jarrett say they had no chance to win the shootout. Burton has particularly pointed comments, saying the Fords also struggled under this package when it debuted at Talladega the previous fall. Burton also has advice for Darrell Waltrip.
And Darrell, you're talking too much. I've been waiting here for like 10 minutes to get on television. I know you're new at this, but you're talking too much, and it's making us wait. It doesn't take, it hadn't taken Darrell long to forget. When we get done, we want to leave. Now he's one of you guys, and he's forgot that.
Thanks for taking the heat off me. It's Darrell's fault.
That's right.
NASCAR impounds the top finishing car of each manufacturer for wind tunnel testing to be returned Tuesday morning. The Pontiac of Tony Stewart, Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt, Ford of Rusty Wallace, and Dodge of Bill Elliott. Rumors indicate, and RPM Tonight confirms, that Ford has the worst drag number at a 522. Chevrolet and Pontiac are about the same at 509 and 506. Dodge has by far the best at 471. After the shootout comes the ARCA season opener, the Discount Auto Parts 200. The front row consists of Kirk Shelmerdine driving for Ted Campbell, the number 57 CLR Ford, and the number 71 GMAC Chevrolet of Ricky Hendrick. Set to kick off his first full season in the Truck Series the following Friday, Hendrick makes his second series start with Jeff Gordon as one of his spotters and Jerry Nadeau's pit crew in his stall. Kerry Earnhardt also has firm backing for his number 2. Dale Earnhardt will be on the team radio, and Michael Waltrip's pit crew will use the race to prepare for the 125s. There's also Ryan Newman with his father Greg atop the pit box. Also in the field are Norm Benning, who attempts both this race and the 500, Keith Seegers in a car prepared by Morgan McClure Motorsports, and Mike Swaim Jr., who is former Buffalo Bills quarterback Jim Kelly on hand. There's also LJ Racing's number 91 entry, once again fielded for Blaze Alexander. Since LJ wasn't able to prepare a car for him in the Daytona 500, Dan Pardis drives for Jim Gardner. Pardis leads 14 laps to Shelmerdine's 3 and Frank Kimmel's 18, but it's Hendrick who dominates the late stages, pacing the field for 33 laps. That is until Robbie Benton's spin sets up a restart with 11 laps to go.
He's in bow on the outside. Give a call to Stuart Kirby in that front pack, 75, 19 years old. Bob's great teammate, or Bob's best teammate rather. A lot of dust up there. Come by for the restart.
What happened to Ricky? Did he miss the shift again?
Hendrick gets dropped to 4th place.
I'm thinking he might have missed a shift because they just got around him too easily.
And he's even losing another position here. I'm wondering if something else is going on.
Nah, he just missed that shift, and you lose so much momentum, and you panic as a driver, and I think he just got to get it back up to speed.
Yeah, I mean, they're going high, they're going low by him.
This is his worst nightmare. He did not need this.
Hendrick's missed shift will leave him in 9th place, but Ryan Newman isn't out of the woods either. When Kerry Earnhardt spins, he now has to hold off Frank Kimmel for 5 laps.
Newman leads the last lap from Bob Strait.
Well, we know Newman has got a good spotter, and he's already proven that he will take
Whoa,
it to
did you
the
see
dirt.
that yellow car get loose right there?
Yeah, trouble for Dan Pardis. Here comes Kimmel right up against the back bumper.
One off the corner.
That's Tim Steele.
Steele's
There goes
around.
Pardis.
Comes Pardis. Steele's all right so far.
Now this is the race. They'll race to the checkered flag. That was Kimmel sliding to a stop. Newman with the car length straight trying to gain. And Kimmel too far back.
You can't make it. What you see is what you get.
The Purdue engineering student and open wheel graduate Ryan Newman wins the ARCA REMAX 200.
Newman scores his 4th ARCA victory over a charging Bob Strait. Also impressive is Stuart Kirby, who finishes 4th in his first ever superspeedway start. The ARCA race also sees the first injury of the week. On lap 18, Ron Cox, also known as R.C. Hickson, is spun by Donnie Morlock off turn 4. Ben Hess sacrifices his car to avoid hitting Cox in the door, but Cox slams the inside wall short of pit road. Cox climbs from the car, but is later reported to have both a fractured left elbow, a contusion of his left shoulder, and a concussion. Cox will return to run the full ARCA season, and will even finish a career-best 4th in the point standings.
The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel this morning, David Coleman, very fine writer, pointed out that in yesterday's race of 70 laps, there were more lead changes than in the entire Winston Cup Speed Weeks at Daytona a year ago. That's 370 laps a year back. That's composed to 70 yesterday with one more lead change. So we're all looking to competition this coming Sunday in the Great American Race. The 43rd edition is going to be a barn burner.
And you'll see that on Fox, of course, on Sunday. And that was the buzz this morning around the garage.
After the fog lifts, Monday's practice session sees the rest of the Winston Cup field try the style of racing they saw in the shootout the day before. There are no charters, no top 35 rule. The only drivers locked into the 500 field are the front row, Bill Elliott and Stacy Compton, plus the top 6 drivers in the 2000 standings, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett, Ricky Rudd, and Tony Stewart. Everyone else has to finish 14th or better in their Twin 125 or hope that their speed is fast enough to still get them in. Today is the time for drivers to test their cars in race conditions. The only cars still in the garage are Dale Earnhardt, who has an oil leak, Dale Jarrett, and Jeremy Mayfield. Just before he goes out, Earnhardt wants to speak with Darrell Waltrip.
Gordon messed me up. I couldn't hear you. What you say?
What did you see with your 500 car? Did you like what you saw on the racetrack compared to your shootout car, which you finished second in?
I don't know. Is Darrell working today?
Well, theoretically, yes.
He said something about my open base helmet in a race yesterday. I didn't like that.
Well, you know, I could set up a meeting maybe. Do you want to talk to him?
As many years as he's been watching races.
Time out. Hang on a second. Okay. Now go ahead and you can talk to Darrell.
Yeah, Darrell.
First, don't go there yet.
Wait a minute.
Don't you think you might have made your move a little early yesterday, bud?
Well, Darrell, it's the only move I had. You know, it's sort of like when you see it, you got to do it, and that's all I had. And it may have been a little too soon, and I know it was too soon, matter of fact, and I knew it was wrong when I was doing it, but it was the only opportunity I had, so I had to go for it, man. And the helmet deal, you shouldn't be talking about the helmet deal. It's the safest helmet in Winston Cup racing today.
Well, but listen, you got to understand something. All I hear is, Earnhardt, he can see the wind. Now, you know you're a smart man. Ain't nobody can see the wind.
If it's blowing in your face, you can.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So maybe it's him. I slipped in there yesterday, and you wasn't around. I looked through the goggles. There ain't nothing trick about them.
No, they're just clear.
I slipped the helmet on. I don't feel nothing unusual there, so it's got to be.
Will you put my helmet on?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why my head's itching. Hey, show my logos here. Help my sponsors out a little bit. Come on.
Let's see.
That's
Yeah,
all
good
right.
wrench,
Yeah.
good wrench,
Okay.
good wrench. Okay.
I got you, and I got like Hershey.
Why you keep wearing that Earnhardt hat?
Well, I lost my Goodrich hat, man.
I haven't seen you wear that hat until this year. Now, what's the deal?
Hey, you two, wait a minute.
It's an old hat.
Dale,
Larry.
this is your other nightmare.
Yeah, Larry.
On a serious note,
I won a Daytona 500 with you, buddy.
You
with
got it,
face
buddy.
helmet.
Yeah, I'm still mad at him for that.
Open face helmet and that seat you got in that thing. We won the Daytona 500.
Yeah, we did.
On a serious note, this first time at Daytona in race conditions with the aero package. What are you seeing different from what we've had here before?
I like it, and honestly, the cars do drive, I think, as good as they did before, but it does lend that to drafting back up and keeping the cars side by side. I think it's a better race. I seem to think the high line is after the tires go off about 20, 30 laps, I think the high line is the way to go. So, you know, I can't wear this hat, guys. That's something to sponsor.
Was you surprised cars got as ill handling yesterday as they did?
Well, my car didn't get ill handling. Let's rephrase that. My tires had gone off on the left side. 70 laps on tires. The right sides were a little, older than the guys that came out with 4 tires there at the end. So really, I was really going good chassis-wise. Just the tires was hot and wore out versus what they had. I was guiding it pretty good in the wind. I thought I was flying that race car pretty good through the corners. If you guys couldn't see that, I was doing a pretty good job, even as old as I was.
You were dragging around. You were lifting. We had a camera in there. We saw you lift.
No, you didn't have a camera in my car.
Well, we saw you lift.
You riding with me, Darrell. I told you, get ride with me.
Nope. I didn't even like being beside you.
Look here, I got to go. My car's ready, and I got to go back out and practice. Change some little springs here and try a little something here. I think we'll be fast. Larry gave me a little tip last night.
We'll call you later.
All right.
All right. The 98 Daytona 500 winner. 7-time Winston Cup champion, and verbally jousting a match for OMDW.
I tell you something, it makes me nervous when he'll discuss things like that with me.
Now here's the helmet that we're talking about. Most of the drivers now run a full face helmet with a full chin bar, pioneered in Winston Cup by Jeff Bodine. He brought it with him from the modified division. IndyCar drivers have had him since Dan Gurney first tried it in '68. But Earnhardt is one of a few that prefers the open face helmet.
Well, there's pros and cons. Dale is convinced that the chin guard down around the bottom of your chin there, the bottom part of the closed face helmet, can actually act as a ratchet and actually can cause your helmet to be pushed up. But I'm not so sure that I wouldn't rather have that happen than to have my face bare like his is. Maybe that's why he looks the way he does. Been wearing that old open face helmet. The heat's got to him or something.
Well, in the arguments him and I had about it, he just always said, Darrell, I just can't see. But one thing you see he does have right here, that's a headrest. And what that does, especially at any racetrack, if you do get hit, it gives your head support. You know, what you want is as much of a cocoon around your head as you can, and that just gives that little extra support.
Here's another difference between Earnhardt and a lot of drivers. Look at the plane of Earnhardt's eyes as he sits in the car. Look at how close that is to the windowsill on the door. He sits lower in the car than anybody.
Well, one other thing real quickly. When you got a full face helmet on, you can't see anything down in here. It's all blocked out. You can't see anything. Plus your peripheral vision is somewhat restricted with a full face helmet. So he's not wrong.
Nope.
And he likes that open face helmet and those old bubble goggles that we've been wearing for 30 years. That's what he likes, and I can't argue with him. But I did have to finally convince him to wear gloves, and he did come around to that way of thinking anyway.
Wait a minute, I worked with him a year and a half. He ain't never wrong.
Practice rolls onward. Tony Stewart has the fastest lap over Steve Park and Kenny Wallace, with Robbie Gordon still fast in the draft taking 9th. Then Mike Skinner jumps to the top of the board, moving Stewart, Park, and Wallace to 2nd through 4th. Sterling Marlin takes 5th, with Kyle Petty now up to 10th. Then Junior is fastest over Skinner, Marlin, Waltrip, and Hamilton, with Stewart done for the session, now back to 6th. The session ends with these 5 still the fastest. Once again, the field manages to keep it clean, though Jeff Burton overheats late in the session. Perhaps the only driver to not run in a pack is Dale Jarrett. Testing a new intake manifold Robert Yates wanted to try, Jarrett only makes single-car runs in 5-lap stints, his car set in race trim. With second-round qualifying approaching, drivers lean on their teammates for help. Prior to Monday practice, Evernham Motorsports swaps Bill Elliott's engine and transmission into Casey Atwood's car. Richard Childress puts Dale Earnhardt's qualifying motor in Dave Marcus's car. And Chip Ganassi Racing puts Sterling Marlin's intake and carburetor on Jason Leffler's car. Leffler needs all the help he can get. After ranking just 35th in qualifying, Leffler becomes the second driver to have his time disallowed. NASCAR detected contaminated fuel. While team co-owner Felix Sabates suspects sabotage, the crew looks at this positively. They believe the contamination may be why they were running so slow. Leffler, like the disqualified Jerry Nadeau, are the only two drivers so far certain to participate in the second round. The rest of the field has to decide whether or not to stand on their first round times. 5 minutes after the session, only 8 of the 52 entries have elected to participate in second round qualifying. This includes Brett Bodine, teammates Dave Marcus and Dwayne Lake, and the disqualified Jerry Nadeau and Jason Leffler. Despite swapping parts on the number 19, Casey Atwood's team elects to stand on their first round time. In the session, both Nadeau and Leffler still aren't up to speed and have to line up at the back of their qualifier. The fastest lap belongs to Brett Bodine, who now, ranked 21st, has practically locked himself into the 500 on speed.
We're 21st fastest overall. If you take both rounds of qualifying, combine them, we're 21st fastest overall. Feel like that's pretty safe. You know, historically, the 25s are what you go by. Top 25 in speed, top 25 in point standings, pretty much guaranteed to be in the 500. Our whole mission tomorrow is we want to start as far forward in the Daytona 500 as possible. Start 23rd in our 125. We've got some work to do. Got a fast race car. You know, we just got to have the brakes go our way. Some lanes open up, try to catch up to that lead draft. Hopefully it doesn't split apart, get in two groups. But, you know, we just got to see what we can do. Feel like we got a great shot. This is probably the best race car I've had here since the early 90s back when I drove for Kenny Bernstein. So we're very excited about our chances.
The booth also welcomes Larry McClure, who was asked multiple times about how to handle a driver as aggressive as Robbie Gordon.
We're looking to get the balance right on the car. Make sure that he can suck up and make sure he can judge his speed, because he hasn't drafted with this new aero configuration before. So we're not sure what's going to happen. What to expect, but he's pretty talented and shrewd. I think he'll be able to handle it.
A.J. Foyt makes an appearance. In this interview, he's non-committal about grandson Larry Foyt's upcoming Busch Series debut.
I want to know what is going to make you more worried this week, Foyt, because you never worry about anything when it comes to racing cars. But you got Hornaday trying for the 500, and your grandson's here trying to get in a race at Daytona. And so when it gets down to it, where are you going to fret the most?
Well, I think I'll be at both teams and, you know, let the ball fall where it's going to fall. There's nothing you can do about it.
Is that kid any good?
Well, he's been around a little bit. He went to college and did everything I asked him to do. We raised him, and he's like my own kid, and he's very smart and got a good head on his shoulders, and he run good in karts, and he run good in ASA, and we run him in the ARCA race at Charlotte. He run good, and, you know, Atlanta rained out, and he run over 190 there, so we just have to wait and see.
Heading into Speed Weeks, Foyt dismissed rumors that he was shutting down his team, saying that he had to let go employees because his team was overstaffed.
Hey, AJ. It's DW up in the booth. They taking care of you down there, buddy?
Well, I tried to get a soda water, and they didn't have no soda water.
How about maybe a milkshake or something like that, huh?
Well, the doctor told me to get off of them, but I've doubled up on them.
I have a question for you, AJ. Very serious one. Who do you think's the best driver, you or Mario Andretti?
Well, nice question.
Well, that's a very easy question to answer. You got to go by who won the most races. So I think that guy A.J. Foyt won about 3 times what he's won, but that's neither here nor there.
There you go.
I don't know him.
Thanks for setting the record straight as a car owner. You've seen it. You were here for the first one, had a car in your first car in 1960. Why do you think it has become the great American race that it has become?
Well, it's a very good sport, and I think when I got into racing, I was really a fan more than I was a racer, because I enjoyed racing. I was raised with the sprint cars, and I don't know, I've just always enjoyed watching the competition that you had there. So when I come down here, I still come down as a fan, and I really enjoy being here, and from the beach days all the way up through right now.
Lingering fog delays the 5th day of practice, where the Busch Series cars take to the track for the first time in single-car runs. Among these drivers is Matt Kenseth, who still runs a partial season for crew chief Robbie Reiser's family, a team otherwise unaffiliated with his current Cup effort at Roush. During the opening minutes, a wedding ceremony is performed in Victory Lane. It's already the 3rd of the day so far. The biggest stories of the morning are the penalties NASCAR handed down to the 2 disqualified teams. Tony Furr, crew chief for Jerry Nadeau, is fined $14,000, while Kevin Cram, Jason Leffler's crew chief, is docked $10,000. Both Furr and Cram receive 4-race suspensions, which will last from the 2nd race at Rockingham until the 6th round in Bristol. The 2 are among 18 crew chiefs penalized for various infractions. The sum total of all these fines will come to $40,750. The Cup Series finally gets onto the track for an abbreviated session. Soon after, the field stacks up even more, choking the backstretch with cars. This despite NASCAR limiting the pack to only 20 to 25 cars at a time. Only when a car ducks onto pit road do officials let another one enter the track. This particular part of practice leads to the first unofficial Crank It Up segment in Fox's history.
Well, for those of you who are stuck home at 2 feet of snow, have those nice surround sound systems in your living room, give it a crank and you can listen to the sound of this pack here at Daytona.
As drivers gain confidence, the racing intensifies. Jason Leffler completes a pass on Jeff Gordon to lead the pack. Derek Cope bump drafts Mark Martin down the backstretch. Dale Earnhardt pulls out of line, having run the fuel cell dry to see how far it could go. Earlier, he picked up a left front fender rub because the team shaped the body to such a narrow tolerance. During this session, NASCAR begins to penalize drivers for racing on the apron at full speed. First to be black flagged for a stop-and-go penalty are Kurt Busch, Morgan Shepherd, Steve Park, and Norm Benning. DW proposes a solution.
I ask the question, why do we not have out-of-bounds stakes? Why do we not have out-of-bounds parking? Why don't we have a penalty for going out of bounds? Have it in every other sport, and everybody kind of laughed. But I tell you, that would stop some of that getting so bottled up down at the end of the back straightaway there. It would stop people from getting run off into grass going up the back straightaway. I think at some point in time they're going to have to initiate some sort of rule like that.
In the early stages, Sterling Marlin and Kyle Petty run the fastest laps, but the longer the session goes, the more the Fords climb the charts. Soon, Ricky Craven is fastest over Jeff Burton, followed by a surprising Robert Presley. Derek Cope's Pontiac holds 4th over Mike Wallace, with Kyle Petty still not far behind in 7th.
Basically just drivability. You know, we have to get in or get out come Thursday, so we've got to get drivability in the car for long periods of time. So right now we're trying to run a long 30-40 lap run a day, make sure we don't wear the right front tire out, and see if we get this K&N Filters Sport in and ready for the 125s.
Have you been able to give it a real long test out there?
We ran 30 laps yesterday and just saw a little bit of trouble in the right front as far as camber, so we make an adjustment there, a shock change. And now I'm just going to go back out and see if it drives as good as it did yesterday. We were really good on the bottom for all 30 laps. Elliott pushed us to the front of that draft, so I'm going to be okay.
A lot of drama to that finish in 90. Do you still have people coming up to you today talking about it?
Yeah, a lot of people still talk about it. You know, I mean, anytime that Earnhardt wins or loses, you get a lot of talk about it. But, you know, we just got to try to get back to like DJ and win a third, or for us, win a second. It'd be good for MSN and WMHINC.com and all the guys who've helped us so far.
Thanks so much, Mike.
Dale Jarrett returns to the track, and just like the day before, chooses to run by himself, turning in the slowest laps of the session. Mark Martin still struggles for speed, but is thankful that his car is handling better. Ricky Craven, who now holds 2nd in practice, joins his crew chief Mike Beam in a debrief with Robert Yates. Also during this session, there's an interesting moment where each member of Fox's broadcast crew explains what makes Speed Weeks of the Daytona 500 special to them.
When I come to Daytona, I know that I'm competing against everybody when they're at their best. Everybody has more time to prepare for this race than any other one we're going to run all year long. There's more effort. There's more emotion. This is absolutely what you live for, is your moment in the sun, because the sun is shining here when it didn't shine anywhere else.
How'd you feel your first time here, Larry?
Well, you know, it's in awe. It's like going to a monument. But to me, the one time every year 1 and year 20 last year, that makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck, and until you've experienced it, you can't describe it, is standing in them pits. Those 43 cars take that green flag, they come around lap 1, and the ground's rumbling. You know, the ground's rumbling under your feet. It's like just, I'm getting goosebumps talking about it again.
How about you, Jeff?
Mike, all I can say, Mike, is the first time, anytime I've been at Daytona, if you can't get what Larry's talking about, the goosebumps, and I'm getting them right now again, when you watch these guys put on the show they're putting on, and they come down that short chute right where they're headed right now, it just gives you, I mean, I think it'd be like getting in a ride with going to the moon or something, because it just really gets the adrenaline flowing, your mouth gets dry, and you just get so excited about all the energy that's going through you. And I think it's coming from all the fans and all the drivers, but it just gets so exhilarating. It's just hard to describe. Man, I wish there was some way you can make every fan out there understand how good it feels to be a part of it.
Ken Squire?
Well, I got to tell you, when you come down here at this time of the year, I can remember 1965 going into a little bar just off Main Street, and somebody said, over there, right over there in the corner, those 3 guys, that's Freddie Lorenzen. Oh, my heart. Fearless Freddie Lorenzen was right there in the same bar that I'm sitting in. It was amazing. I mean, it was electric. So it's not only on the track, it's off the track, it's everywhere. It's everything that's involved in Daytona at this time of year. This is the time of year, right now, today, when everybody comes to town. The fraternity gathers. The Reverend Hal Marchman used to call it the Redneck High Holy Days. Well, now it's a lot more than that. It's all the people, all the promoters, every grifter, every pool hall hustler who's got an idea about how you can go one squinch faster. They're all down here selling those ideas. Some are legal, some are illegal. All of it's happening at once, and all the promoters are down here. They're all trying to make deals. They want to get Dale Earnhardt to their track. They want to get Bobby LeBron. We'll pay you $7,000. All you have to do is come in and sign a few autographs and wave to the crowd. The deals are going on over here behind us in the garage, and that will continue all week. There's no other racing in America but Daytona in the month of February. Speed Weeks is part of the history, and it's exciting, it's exhilarating. It makes you young all over again every time you come down here for the great American race.
And that's Ken Squire, who's been here for 36 years. Let's get a word from the rookie stripe member of our crew, Jeannie Zalasko's here at her first 500. What do you think, Jeannie?
Well, interestingly enough, I'm just coming off the other Super Bowl, you know, the one the NFL plays, and I landed here on Wednesday, drove by the track on Wednesday night, and you look across and it's empty and it's humongous, but you don't get the feeling till you show up the next day, till the drivers are here and the cars are pulling in and you see the crew. What is so incredible to me, though, and as NASCAR fans know this, but seeing it firsthand, as huge as this event is, the fans are right here in the garage, and how gracious the drivers are, and they have a lot of work ahead of them, and this is their Super Bowl, and they're very gracious and very approachable, and it's just a wonderful event. It feels like a family, to be real honest with you, like a family event.
The first time I was here for this event, they fired off the engines, and my eyes just filled up with tears because I couldn't believe this was what I'd worked for my whole career, to be here and be a part of this in February. And I guarantee you Sunday they'll fill up again, you know, like they always do. Just it's overwhelming emotion of what it means to be a part of the Daytona 500. And that's on the minds of everyone in that garage, and certainly every driver on that track, to make the race, to be a part of the Daytona 500.
The return of Dodge to NASCAR racing has been a huge story, made even bigger by an all-Dodge front row for the 500. Bill Elliott and Stacy Compton stole all the headlines in qualifying, but quietly, very quietly, the 3 Dodge teams of Petty Enterprises have been improving. Yesterday, John Andretti was 12th fastest in practice, and Kyle Petty, garaged right next to him here, was 10th fastest.
Fog once again wreaks havoc with the early morning schedule, this time canceling practice for the Busch Series. The following Cup practice is the last session before the Gatorade Twin 125s the next day, so the focus shifts to drivers who may need to race into the field.
Mike Wallace timed 41st quick, and that's not nearly fast enough to qualify for the Daytona 500. He's going to have to race his way into the event tomorrow. Practice went well yesterday. He was 6th quick overall. How about it, Mike? What are you going to do tomorrow?
Well, we're just going to race like we've been practicing the last couple of days. You know, the Nation's Run Forward has been really good yesterday and hopefully today yet in practice. And the guys have done a great job. We didn't qualify well the other day, but the 125s, I've been able to race my way in the last couple of years. Looking forward to doing it again.
You can bet there's some worry on this team, however. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Right now, you know, pretty comfortable. We've been trying to make long runs to see what the car will do. Still, there's a few things we got to get worked out. It seems like everybody's a little bit tied up off of 2. But, you know, out there running, I feel real comfortable. Just got to stay out of the wreck. If there is one, hopefully there won't be, and be there at the end. It's kind of hard to say who you can run with and what line you need to be in, because it seems like you can go from the front to the back, from the back to the front, vice versa, in no time. So it's a lot different than the Busch racing.
All right, thanks, Buckshot. Good luck.
All right.
Yeah, we got our 125 engine in, getting ready to go, and cut practice a little bit short, so we got to make use of every bit of this time. But I think we'll be all right. Yesterday we got a little practice there. Car run good, drafted good, so get ready for the 125.
Qualifying time maybe a little deceiving because you're saying that the car feels pretty good.
Yeah, we was really disappointed with our qualifying. Just never got going, you know, from the start. So we're going to be starting in the back of the 125, but we'll get out here, see how the car is going to draft, and get ready for tomorrow.
NASCAR's wind tunnel tests reveal another loophole to be closed. Apparently, some teams have sealed the gurney lip with silicone, which blows out when the car runs at full speed. Now NASCAR requires these gaps must be welded shut. There's also a follow-up with Jerry Nadeau, who's outwardly not concerned about starting in the back for his qualifying race.
Question is, how do you keep your confidence up with all that's been going on, Jerry?
To be honest, it's not a big deal. I think everybody does it. Fortunately, we got caught doing something pretty bad. But, I mean, I have a lot of confidence in the race team. This team's always done well. We won the last race of the year last year. This car's a good draft and race car. I mean, unfortunately, it just doesn't qualify good. So, you know, we'll just see how it goes. Yesterday, we were in the top 15 in practice speeds, and today we're just going to make a few adjustments and see if we can make it a little bit better in race mode. But I'm still happy, even though it's Valentine's Day.
Tomorrow, we're going to watch the 125s on Fox Sports Net. How hard are you going to run in that event?
I'm going to drive my butt off. I mean, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to win races, and I think, you know, it's unfortunate that we got to start dead last, but I think what's nice about starting dead last is you can kind of pick your way through the field, and if we judge it right, we can end up somewhere in the top 5 by the end of the race. So I think we got a good enough car to get up there. If I can get enough help and work, you know, enough work with all the other people out there. This car seems to handle really good after 30, 40 laps, where a lot of other guys start getting loose and getting a little bit tight on the racetrack. So I got a lot of confidence in this race team.
Dick Bergeron does a segment on how certain engine parts for the Dodge teams are both similar and different from those currently used on the circuit.
Well, Chris, externally, the Dodge engine visibly is different than either the Chevy engines or whatever else you might see over in the garage area, but I want to take a look inside the engines and see how similar they really are. Now, CP, a manufacturer in California, makes pistons, and look at these pistons. They look pretty much alike. Believe it or not, this piston fits a Chevrolet, this piston fits a Dodge. Almost identical. Now, pistons connect to what's called connecting rods. Here's the 3 connecting rods that are used for the 3 principal brands that are here. Chevrolets run in Pontiacs, by the way, so if you see a Pontiac, it's really got a Chevrolet engine. They look pretty similar. They ought to. This one fits a Chevy. This connecting rod, believe it or not, would fit right inside either a Chevrolet or a Dodge engine. Down here, they put an engine bearing. Guess what fits? Honda. What's important about this is that the internal workings of that Dodge engine have largely come from the aftermarket. The aftermarket's got 30 years of building components for Winston Cup engines, and that's good because that improves the probability that the Dodges, just like all the rest of these guys, are going to be around at the end of the day on Sunday.
The sun comes out as practice starts, and there's more trouble for Jeremy Mayfield. His engine has a miss, so he ducks back behind the wall, the only car in the garage area. Moments later, there's near disaster in turn 3.
Jeff, didn't the teams then, ooh, tag, did Jeff Gordon just get tagged by Mark Martin?
It's a good chance because they ran up on a slow car going in that corner and it got mighty tight.
He also looked like he dipped those left side wheels on that apron, and even though that's paved down there, it's a different elevation or different degree as the actual banking of the racetrack, and it will throw you back up the racetrack just like it did, Jeff. And looks like he's regrouping there, Darrell.
Yeah, he's. I can guarantee you right now, Robbie Loomis is saying, "Why don't you get out of there and come on in?"
Gordon pulls behind the wall soon after and is interviewed.
Saw you talking to Dale Earnhardt, talking about a hairy moment perhaps on the racetrack.
Please tell me you guys got that.
Got all of it, unfortunately, or fortunately, as it were.
Well, no, now that I'm here in the garage area, I'm glad you got it. 'Cause, I tell you what, that was about the best save I think I've ever had. That was big. I don't think I had anything to do with it, but as far as the save, you know, I'm not. I know Mark had a run on me, and I started turning the corner, and I see him shoot underneath me, and I went to block him. I said, "Nah, I think he's there." And about that time, I don't know if we touched or just took the air off me, but boy, that thing got sideways.
You know, Jeff, there's so many dramatic moments that fans rarely get a chance to see leading up to the 500. So much drama during speed weeks.
You know, I think there's more sometimes in practice than there is actually in the race. And that's why a lot of times I don't like to run many laps out there practicing because it can get hairy. But you think, hey, being out front's the place to be. And car is awesome. I mean, that thing is a rocket ship. You know, the track got sun on it. It's a little bit looser, I think, today. So I need to tighten my car up a little bit, but I don't know if that had anything to do with me getting loose right there.
All right, great save. Thank you.
Ken Schrader leads with the fastest speed. His garage mate, Johnny Benson Jr., is also happy with his car, but reluctantly addresses a slight loose condition. It's the wrong decision, and Benson's car will only handle worse through the day. Dale Earnhardt's car is a new associate sponsor. Coming into 1997, Burger King took over for longtime sponsor Mom and Pops on the lower quarter panels. But coming into the 2000 banquet, BK indicated they wouldn't return in 2001. Coming into the race, Richard Childress had yet to find a replacement. That is until this day, when Sonic Restaurants signs a 3-year deal. The deal comes together so late, in fact, that die-cast produced of Earnhardt's car don't carry the logo. Those that do are produced well after the race. Sonic doesn't see much screen time on Wednesday either. Earnhardt thinks he has a gear issue, but then blows the engine and has to change to a new one for the 125s. Then, coming off turn 4, Jimmy Spencer's Ford starts trailing smoke when the cooling line to the valve springs comes loose. Michael Waltrip has to swerve out of his way. There's also a report of an incident in the garage between Dave Blaney and Steve Park.
Well, Mike, I'll tell you how much tension there is here in this garage area. Moments ago, Dave Blaney's crew was pushing his number 93 back into his garage stall. Steve Park was trying to drive back in. They had a little altercation. Steve Park got impatient and actually hit the left front corner of that number 93 car. Hey, that's one of those things that give crew chiefs nightmares. There is yellow paint on the left front corner of that car, but as near as we can tell just by looking, that left front corner has not been damaged. But I'll tell you this, Dave Blaney's crew is not too happy about it.
As the session closes, Jason Leffler has turned the most laps. Both John Andretti and Kyle Petty are now off the pace from the previous day. This may well be the symptom of an off-track distraction. There's a report that Jeremy Upchurch, Petty's engine tuner, has been fired for seriously injuring an off-duty beach patrol officer. Casey Atwood has had another lackluster run, and now must turn his attention to racing his way into the 500 field.
The crowd for the championship round of any professional sport in America does not begin to approach the throng that has piled into Daytona International Speedway today. And this is no title bout. This is just to see who makes the Daytona 500.
The biggest draw to Fox Sports coverage, other than the 500 itself, is Thursday's 125-mile qualifiers. Up to this point, these races have never been broadcast live. Just 1 year before, CBS broadcast these races tape delayed after the conclusion of Saturday's Busch Series race. Just in time for NASCAR's new Aero package, these 26-car qualifying races will be shown live and in their entirety on Thursday. On a warm 79-degree day, expectations are that the events will challenge the record for the most lead changes in the event, 25.
I need to find out your strategy here. I've seen about 5 other drivers come over, bowing down and begging. They want to know, are you going to charge to the front? You're going to hang back for a while.
Well, we got a brand new engine in here, so we're going to probably warm it up good first to get in a pre-sweat mode here and get all geared up. But I'm going to try to go to the front. I'm going to try to go to the front fast or as good as quick as I can, get out of the traffic and see if we can ride along at the front and wait for 50 laps or 125 miles and be in front at the end. It's going to be a battle getting through those cars. There's good race cars up there, Bobby and all the guys, and I think the 15 car is a sleeper too.
Well, it's a battle you have won several times before. Words to race by. Steve Byrne?
Race 1's field is stacked, containing all 6 active Daytona 500 winners on the entry list. Bill Elliott, Dale Jarrett, Jeff Gordon, Sterling Marlin, Dale Earnhardt, and Derek Cope. Elliott is joined by his Evernham teammate Casey Atwood, Marlin with Jason Leffler, and fellow rookies Andy Houston, Ron Hornaday Jr., plus a returning Buckshot Jones in the only Petty car. Both Andy Petrie cars are there with Bobby Hamilton and Joe Nemechek. There's 2 of the 3 DEI cars in Steve Park and Michael Waltrip, plus 2 of the 3 Wallace brothers. Mike Wallace pays $50 to put his name on a piece of tape on the side of Kenny's car. There's Robbie Gordon, fastest in the opening practice session, and Jeff Purvis driving one of Robbie's old Fords for James Finch. Brett Bodine, fastest in second-round qualifying. 1994 July race winner Jimmy Spencer. Bobby Labonte, the defending series champion. Johnny Benson Jr., nearly the 500 winner a year before. Plus Rick Mast, Carl Long, and rounding out the field, a determined Jerry Nadeau.
These teams and these fans have waited all through a cold winter for this moment. Green flag, and the first Gatorade 125 is on.
Heading down the backstretch for the first time, Michael Waltrip ducks out of line. Bill Elliott and Jeff Gordon come down to cut him off. Dale Jarrett leads the high line until Sterling Marlin moves up at the stripe, leaving Jarrett hung out to dry in the middle lane. This causes the inside line to advance, and Elliott keeps the lead over Gordon and Waltrip. On lap 2, Gordon moves to the apron ahead of Bobby Labonte, Casey Atwood, and Jarrett. Elliott slots in front of Marlin in the high lane, holding off the Coors Light Dodge for the lead. Further back, Dale Earnhardt is climbing from 14th on the grid, his worst ever start in the 125s, and has found Steve Park in the high lane. Right behind Earnhardt is Jason Leffler, looking to race his way in after his time was disallowed. Jerry Nadeau is having a harder time doing this. On lap 3, he's still 18th, bogged down in the middle lane behind Mike Wallace and Joe Nemechek. Up front, Elliott continues to lead Marlin, and along with Johnny Benson Jr.'s Pontiac begin to break away from the field. On lap 4, Bobby Hamilton makes his presence known, nerfing Robbie Gordon out of the way in the tri-oval, then moving to the middle lane. Michael Waltrip is still trying to lead the inside line to the front, but Jeff Gordon ditches him on the backstretch. Waltrip can't throw the block in time, so he veers hard right and grabs a spot in the high lane. Further up, Marlin peeks out from second on Elliott, but decides to follow him into turn 3. The transfer spot belongs to Elliott's teammate, Casey Atwood, who has Ray Evernham calling the race as his spotter. Just past the stripe to begin lap 5, Marlin ducks out to challenge Elliott for the lead. Benson doesn't go with him, but when Marlin's run stalls, Waltrip's low line charges in from behind. The closing rate is so fast, in fact, that Waltrip is able to pull his line below Marlin, then shoot to the inside of Elliott in turn 3. Only then does the line stall, as the stranded Marlin falls back to a distant Mike Wallace in the middle lane. Waltrip edges ahead at the stripe, but again Jeff Gordon outflanks him, cutting to the apron in turn 1. Waltrip moves up to give Gordon a lane, but now loses his drafting partner in Bobby Hamilton. Waltrip falls back, just in time for Earnhardt and Leffler to charge in from behind. Gordon, Benson, and now Andy Houston lead at the start of lap 7, but Earnhardt's push moves Waltrip back in front of Hamilton in a race for 4th. Leffler now joins Waltrip's line on the inside, while Earnhardt now has help from Robbie Gordon. The 2 Chevrolets now closing in on Andy Houston, who's now side by side with Waltrip. Seeing an opportunity off the 4th corner, Hamilton ducks under Waltrip. Leffler hesitates, then goes with him, and Nemechek joins the new line as Waltrip drops back again, this time to the front bumper of Ron Hornaday. Back up front, Earnhardt and Robbie have caught the lead quartet and try to latch onto the line behind 4th place Houston. To their inside, Hamilton powers away from Loeffler, only to have his run stall in the backstretch. At this same moment, Earnhardt and Robbie catch Andy Houston. The outside line draws away, bringing with them Steve Park and Jerry Nadeau. On lap 9, Nadeau gets past Park and latches onto Earnhardt's bumper, both of them rushing past Robbie to their inside. Up front, Jeff Gordon makes another brazen pass, cutting under Bill Elliott into turn 3 to complete the pass on his own. Nadeau looks under Earnhardt off the 4th corner. Ron Hornaday holds the last transfer spot in 15th, and Fox goes to their first commercial break. When the broadcast returns, the first caution is out. Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett are running near the back of the pack when Carl Long loses his engine in front of them, forcing both to speed around him. Long pulls behind the wall, and needing to race his way in, becomes the first driver eliminated from the 500 field. The leaders split on pit strategy. While the first 7 stay out, 8th place Dale Earnhardt leads another 16 cars down pit road. Among these is Brett Bodine, whose Ford needs to be pushed in due to an ignition problem. Earnhardt beats Hamilton in the race off pit road. They queue up for a single-file restart behind the 7 drivers who stayed out. Race leader Jeff Gordon over Bill Elliott, Johnny Benson, Andy Houston, Mike Wallace, Steve Park, and Kenny Wallace. On lap 16, the race restarts. Immediately, Earnhardt and Hamilton pull to the inside to challenge Kenny Wallace for 7th. Further back, Michael Waltrip and Jason Loeffler are pairing up. Earnhardt gets in front of Kenny on the backstretch, but Hamilton can't join him, so Waltrip and Loeffler form a draft instead. The transfer spot now belongs to Joe Nemechek. By lap 18, Earnhardt moves to the inside of Andy Houston for 4th place with Mike Wallace behind him. Park hesitates moving low, and Jarrett uses his 4 fresh tires to take the 3rd spot on the inside line behind Mike Wallace. Down the backstretch, Mike gets hung out in the inside lane when Jarrett cuts low with Jimmy Spencer. Jason Loeffler, the next car in line, steps out even further. Heading into turn 3, Earnhardt ducks out of 4th and pulls Steve Park with him into 3rd. Off the 4th corner, Earnhardt is already looking for 2nd on Elliott. It's lap 20, and Earnhardt kicks Elliott to the high lane with no help. Earnhardt peeks to the inside of Gordon with Park and Robbie behind him. Off turn 2, Earnhardt looks under Gordon. Benson moves to the outside lane in front of Andy Houston, who just brushed the wall a lap earlier. This opens a clear path for Earnhardt to rush into the lead in turn 3, with Park to 2nd and Robbie to 3rd, and Jeff Gordon now 4th ahead of Benson. Waltrip re-enters the picture, still on the inside lane and sizing up Robbie for 3rd. Over the next lap, more cars join the inside. Entering turns 1 and 2 on the 22nd lap, 3rd place Robbie finds himself between Jarrett to his outside and Waltrip to the inside. Waltrip's line has momentum, and he carries it into 3rd with Loeffler right behind. Down the backstretch, Earnhardt tries to throw the block, but Waltrip moves lower on the approach to turn 3. By then, Earnhardt is too far ahead of Park. Earnhardt's run stalls, and Waltrip retakes the lead with Loeffler up to 2nd. A perfect time for the first crank it up of the broadcast.
Folks, you need a new set of speakers at home? Get ready to blow out the old set of speakers. Let's crank it up.
And strap that television down.
The resulting opening allows Waltrip to pull low entering turn 1, and he's now side by side with Earnhardt for the lead. Casey Atwood is now drawing closer to Waltrip on the inside, but he bails out and leaves Waltrip by himself. Meanwhile, Bobby Labonte and Bill Elliott are lagging back at the tail end of the pack, soon to be joined by Benson. Elliott's crew removed tape before the start, but his water temperature is still sitting at 250 degrees. Labonte, Kenny Wallace, and Jeff Gordon report that Marlin's car is leaking oil, making it hard to see. Kenny's old tires are giving him a bad push, leaving him a distant 19th. Lap 25, halfway home. Earnhardt leads a 4-car breakaway over Nadeau, Atwood, and Hornaday. Entering turn 1, Earnhardt moves up a lane, and Nadeau nearly gets into him. Hornaday says the closing rate is so fast that he's burning up his brakes trying to stay off Atwood's bumper. On lap 29, Brett Bodine is off the pace again due to his faulty ignition. He coasts down pit road, knowing he'll have to rely on his fastest lap in second round qualifying to make the field. Bodine returns to the track by himself when Benson bounces off the turn 2 wall, drawing the second caution of the day. Benson's car is heavily damaged, but he's in no danger of missing the field for the 500. This time, every lead lap car comes down pit road except Jeff Purvis and Derek Cope. Each have been running in the transfer spot when the caution came out. For Purvis, the decision not to pit is easy. He's having brake problems. The leaders take 4 tires, and this time Jarrett leads them off pit road to line up single file behind Purvis and Cope. The lap Bodine continues to sputter around the track, just looking to reach the finish. He'll be the only car on the inside line when the race restarts with just 14 laps to go. The green flag drops, and when Jarrett and Mike Wallace stall out behind the lead duo, Earnhardt and Marlin have a massive run.
14
Look at her. Whoa! Earnhardt squeezed between those. Knows he's got to go now. It's tight off there. Boys, that's a lot of cars in one spot. Holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 wide.
5 wide. And Jeff Gordon knows he's got to get Dale Earnhardt now if he's got a chance to win this race.
Through the chaos, Purvis manages to stay between Earnhardt and Marlin in the outside lane. Cope has already dropped back to 11th. Below, Nadeau continues to try and shove Jeff Gordon to the lead with Waltrip close behind him. Down the backstretch, Gordon cuts low while Purvis stays high in front of Marlin, and Earnhardt is now the one dropping to the back in the middle lane. With Bodine still on the apron, Waltrip peeks to the outside of Gordon entering turn 3. The run stalls, but off turn 4 he gets in front of Purvis, who holds fast to his spot. Gordon remains the leader over Nadeau and now Robbie, but Waltrip won't let him get away. Gordon and Nadeau have a firm grip on the top 2 spots until Robbie gets under Nadeau, moving the 25 car to the high lane ahead of Waltrip. Nadeau and Waltrip find their way to the middle lane behind third place Atwood, while Marlin leads Earnhardt up the inside. By turn 3, Purvis loses most of his drafting help and slips back to the transfer spot with Kenny Wallace and Buckshot Jones. Also dropping back is Atwood, right after Nadeau takes third and draws up to Jeff and Robbie Gordon. Sterling Marlin's inside line then catches Robbie in turns 3 and 4, and Marlin nearly gets by until he skates up the track off the corner. This opens the bottom lane for Earnhardt, and Waltrip ducks behind the number 3 in a 3-wide battle for second place. Just like that, it's 8 laps to go. Jimmy Spencer looks to replicate Jeff Gordon's move entering turn 1, but no one will draft with him. Robbie tries to get past Jeff, and when the number 24 moves high, Earnhardt and Waltrip steam past. Houston slots in behind the 2, but can't keep up. Entering the third corner, Earnhardt and Waltrip have the biggest lead of the race. Houston catches the 2 at the stripe, but again they get away into turn 1. Heading into turn 3, Marlin tries to get under Hornaday for 4th with Leffler trying to help his teammate. Leffler starts to fall back into the pack, but opens up an advantage, and it's a 5-car breakaway. Entering the third corner, Marlin and Leffler cut to Houston's inside. Marlin gets by, but Leffler takes too long. By the time he comes off turn 4, Gordon and Nadeau have a head of steam.
Have a touchstone with the 01 car, Jason Leffler. This is his first Winston Cup start today.
Man, look at Jeff Gordon. He came off that corner. He had a head of steam. He drove to the bottom of the racetrack. What a move.
A planned move, Darrell, because
And he's still going. He's going about, he's going to pass them all.
Heading into turn 1, Gordon makes a bid on Marlin for 3rd, but Marlin and Leffler hold their ground ahead of Robbie and Hornaday. An instant later, Robbie's engine sours and he pulls to the inside. Johnny Benson's damaged car also slows, and off the 4th corner, Hornaday breaks loose and collects Dale Jarrett.
Oh, here we
Hornaday!
Go. Hornaday. Oh,
that's Dale Jarrett with him in the white and brown car.
And Dale's trying everything he can to not hit him.
Caution is out. Neither car hit the wall, but we go yellow at 46 laps.
Both cars got a lot of damage on those front fenders.
Did Jeff Gordon beat Earnhardt back to the line? I was watching the wreck. I didn't see it, but he's in front of him.
Don't think so. Berggren.
Gil Jarrett is in the pits. He has at least a left front tire that's flat down. And Brad Barrett has just pointed to the garage and said, "Park it, guys." They're not even trying to fix it.
A replay shows Hornaday break loose in a race for 5th, then spin into Jarrett's path. Buckshot Jones turns Jarrett, and the two bang doors. After the third caution of the day, it's a one-lap sprint for all the marbles.
Look how slow Earnhardt is bringing them down. He's posting into the tri-oval. Now the green is in the wind, and he takes off.
Well, there's a method to his madness. We saw Ricky Hendrick lose the ARCA race here the other day. If you've got an open gear in these cars, you're only pulling with the right rear tire. And if you really stab that throttle, you can break the thing loose, and the car won't go. But I don't know if that was a really good move, because they're going to get a run on him up the back straightaway.
Marlin goes to 3rd. Unsponsored Kenny Wallace in 10th. He's in the show. Look at Jason Leffler right there drafting off of Nadeau.
They have left Brother Michael out to dry there, DW.
Afraid so, and I think Earnhardt's a setting duck for us.
Here they come on the inside. Earnhardt comes down to block.
Too late. He had that jump start he got didn't work out. That's an old Indian trick, but it didn't work out today.
That's an awfully big lead for Sterling to have in turn 4 there. They could get a run on him.
Nah, I think he can hold him off from there. He can block him enough from there.
3 wide, 4 back. Felix Abadi's on his feet. They are 4 wide coming to the line. Wow. And I think Buckshot Jones may have grabbed that last transfer spot as Sterling Marlin wins it.
What a run. Great job. I tell you, Earnhardt out-tricked himself that time.
He led 1 lap, the last lap, the money lap. Sterling Marlin will start 3rd in the Daytona 500. Dick Berggren.
The 3rd time he wins a 125-miler here. So many guys tried. You got it done. How'd you do it?
I must have made some friends last lap. I tell you, we had an awful good car. The boys on the Coors Light team done a great job, and Chip Felix has got a great bunch of guys. Keep setting up out Early and Tony and Soda Bob on the motors and Dodge and everybody, and it all's come together, and we're going to have a good year this year. It's car drove really good, and everybody got to run the high side, and I got on the bottom when nobody go with me, and finally Michael pulled down. We got to easing up, but last lap day was just a shootout, and Earnhardt and him got too far out, and I had a good run at him and got by him.
Let's go to Earnhardt and see how things were there. Attaboy.
And Dick, Dale Earnhardt walking back, and the people here, a lot of people talking about that last lap restart. Hey, Dale, what was the strategy on the restart?
I was a sitting duck. I'm the duck and there's the hunters, and I just, restrict plate racing, that's the last lap kind of thing, and you just do the best you can with it.
What did you say to Gordon when he pulled in?
I was wishing he had stayed with me and we'd have restarted together and tried to go,
Let's show you. There are the 2 of them. Gordon and Earnhardt talking about it.
Yeah, they've been racing each other.
Well, I saw him hanging way back like that, and I was like, I'm not going to let that happen.
I was waiting, I got that line. I said, man, I got that.
Well, I started looking in my mirror. I was like, what am I going to do, Hey, I would love to come home second, trust me.
As Marlin, Nadeau, and Earnhardt cross the line, Jimmy Spencer and Joe Nemechek shoot to the apron, forming a 4-wide logjam for all the remaining positions. Somehow, they all make it across without crashing. Andy Houston qualifies for the 500 with a 4th-place finish, just ahead of Spencer. Behind Houston is Jeff Purvis, in the field with an 8th-place showing. He'll now run double duty with his 4th-place start in Saturday's Busch race. Jason Leffler in 7th also gets in, a half car length back of Jeff Gordon, and 1 car length ahead of 10th-place Casey Atwood. Both Evernham cars will make the show. So will Kenny Wallace, sponsor or not, who takes 11th just behind Purvis. Brother Mike follows him through in 13th, just behind Steve Park, and just ahead of the final driver to race his way in, Roy Buckshot Jones. Jones crosses the line just over a car length ahead of Rick Mast, who comes up 1 spot short of making the 500. Mast is less than pleased not only with failing to qualify, but with the style of racing that's on display.
No, that's not racing.
if you feel like that, you shouldn't even be here. You know, that's the way I look at it. But you know what? I mean, I'm a realist. We came here. We were behind the 8 ball the whole time we were here. You know, this Daytona and Talladega are the 2 tracks where, and these guys up top know this, is where R&D and money comes into play. And, you know, we were behind the 8 ball the whole time here. We weren't faster in qualifying. During the practices, my car was actually pretty fast, guys. I mean, even the day in the draft, it was fast, but I couldn't keep it wide open. My car wouldn't handle. For 3 days, we tried to tighten the car up. We could not get it tight enough. I told Larry Mack that last night. If I could get the thing where I could hold it wide open, I'd be good. We missed it by 1 spot, you know. But the good news is we got Rockingham in what, 10 days? And old Rick does good at Rockingham. So, you know, all you can do is you just pick up and you go on to the next race. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but believe me, when you miss Daytona, it feels like the end of the world, no doubt.
Derek Cope's gamble to stay out with Jeff Purvis also comes up short in 18th.
As the week progressed, you were picking up some speed in the car, but you were in a real tough field in this first Twin 125. How was it for you out there?
We were fine. You know, we were holding our own up there in the draft and just biding our time. And then I got oiled down twice out there. And the last time we just made a poor choice. You know, we should have come in for tires and wiped the windshield off, and I could have been on the same ground as them, and we'd have probably had a shot at it. But just a poor mistake on our part. But got to thank K&N and Video and WMHINC.com and MSN and all the folks that have helped us get here, because it's a good effort, and we were good enough to be there today. We just made a choice and it didn't happen.
Both will join Carl Long as the first 3 drivers to miss the 500 field. Compared to the previous round, race 2 is a crapshoot. Not one of the 26 have ever won the Daytona 500. 10 are still looking for their first win anywhere. Another 7 haven't won in more than a year. And half the field, 13 in all, are Fords. Both Penske cars of Rusty Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield are joined by all 4 Roush Racing cars, plus technical ally Elliott Sadler for the Wood brothers. Kurt Busch still hasn't landed a sponsor, so his paint scheme is altered slightly to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Ford Racing. A render on J-Skis shows a more radical version of the scheme, with names of active Ford drivers like Dale Jarrett and Jeremy Mayfield around the cockpit, but that detail is left off the final product. The font of the number is also changed. It doesn't resemble the one on the John Deere car either, but it will stay Busch's font for the rest of his career with Roush. Several single-car teams fill the grid. Hut Strickland for Junie Donlavey, Robert Presley for Doug Bowell, and surprise outside pole sitter Stacy Compton for Mark Melling. Compton, who has just received new sponsorship from PSI by Johnson Controls and SPX Service Solutions, leads the remaining 5 Dodges. He's joined by the Bill Davis racing duo of Ward Burton and Dave Blaney, plus the Pettys of John Andretti and Kyle Petty, each looking to join their teammate Buckshot Jones in the Great American Race. Most others are the lone standard bearers for their multi-car teams: Tony Stewart for Gibbs, Mike Skinner for Childress, Terry Labonte for Hendrick, Ricky Rudd for Yates, Todd Bodine for Travis Carter, Ken Schrader for MB2, and Ricky Craven for PPI. Toward the back of the field are Morgan Shepherd and Dave Marcus, each at 59, the oldest drivers in the field. Marcus has his teammate in Dwayne Lake, who along with Norm Benning fly the flag for ARCA. Coming to the green flag, Benning already has a problem and pulls down pit road.
We're under green.
92 got a nice jump, but
Compton leads the remaining 25 starters and gets a huge run into turn 1. Tony Stewart slots into second with Mike Skinner, who's fighting a stomach flu, taking third. Compton's early lead causes the field to form up single file, that is, until the approach to turn 3. Skinner looks low while Terry Labonte looks high, and Stewart finds himself locked in a 3-wide battle for the runner-up spot. With no drafting help, he starts to fall back, and Compton's first across the stripe over Labonte and John Andretti. Back on the backstretch, Compton now leads a 7-car breakaway, and by lap 3, Skinner has just latched onto the tail end of it. Behind him, Stewart is in the middle of another 3-wide battle, this time with Ward Burton to his outside and Ken Schrader down low. Ward takes a peek entering turn 3, but it's Terry Labonte back in the saddle again, who charges under Compton in a bid for the lead. He has Andretti's help, but only for a moment. The 43 helps his fellow Dodge, and Labonte is now stuck in the middle and falling back. It's lap 4, and Ward Burton has now picked up both Skinner and Stewart in another valiant charge for the lead. He completes the pass off turn 4, and Skinner tries to make a pass of his own on the outside. But this only puts Skinner in the middle, and Compton glides past on the inside. Ward takes the high line, but Stewart is now in command of the inside and drawing even with the Caterpillar car. Stewart takes the lead off turn 2, but drafting buddy Ricky Craven pushes him even further ahead, leaving open track over the new third-place battle between Ward and Schrader. Crossing the stripe, Stewart picks up the draft of Norm Benning, who had been running by himself since his unscheduled stop at the start. Tony pulls high to put him a lap down, forming a 5-car breakaway of his own over Craven, Schrader, Rusty Wallace, and Mark Martin. By the time they come off turn 4, Martin has Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his inside, who is paired up with Dave Blaney behind. Off turn 2 on lap 7, Jr. slots in front of Martin for the 5th spot, setting his sights on Rusty for 4th. At the stripe, Stewart and Craven continue to lead by open track over Schrader, but Jr. is now battling Rusty for 4th. Jr. completes the pass into turn 3 and escapes the pack, running by himself to catch Schrader. Heading into turn 1, Jr. links up with Schrader to pounce on Stewart and Craven. Craven falls back, and Schrader charges to the lead in turn 3. Fast in practice all week, Schrader is perhaps the only driver in the field who's happy with how his car is handling. Jr., on the other hand, is fighting a tight condition. This doesn't keep the Budweiser Chevrolet from getting a run on Schrader for the lead, but it does keep him from holding off Craven into turn 3. Coming off turn 4 to complete lap 10, Craven pulls Stewart to 2nd with Blaney 3rd and Schrader moving low to take 4th. Jr. can only try to catch the tail end of the draft. By lap 12, Craven is leading a 6-car breakaway with Ward Burton bringing up the rear, Rusty some distance back in 6th. Stewart gets under Craven into turn 3, and Blaney gives him the drafting help to get by. Jr. also locks onto Blaney in a bid to get by Schrader for 3rd, which allows Blaney a run at Stewart for the lead. Blaney finally leads off turn 4, becoming the 6th different leader in just 13 laps. By now, Compton has dropped to the tail end of the pack. Crew Chief Chad Knaus says this is their best car, but their Dodge is sensitive to both sun and heat. They may even park before the race is over. Back up front, Blaney and Jr. move up to block Stewart, whose Pontiac is starting to overheat. By the time they enter turn 3, Jr. gets a run to the inside of Blaney for the lead, and Stewart and Schrader follow through off turn 4. Blaney reunites with his teammates in a battle for 4th, but the lead trio are pulling away in a 3-car single-file draft. Over the next lap, Ward and Skinner merge into line. On lap 17, Blaney gets a run on the leaders into turn 1, but Stewart swings low to stop him. Blaney is now racing Schrader until his run stalls. Back comes Skinner, with all of a sudden Robert Presley taking 6th from Craven. In the early hours of the morning, 3 new engines arrived from Penske Racing, one each for Rusty, Mayfield, and Presley. After tearing through 2 engines, a transmission, and a gear, Presley is now showing his best speed of the entire week. On lap 19, Jr. still leads, but Skinner and Presley have latched onto the 3-car breakaway. Blaney tries to get under Presley for 5th. Presley slots into a single-file line, but he's now under attack by Craven, with Todd Bodine entering the picture in 7th. Dwayne Lake serves as pit road speeding penalty in the second Marcus car, then drops out of the race with handling issues. Lake becomes the 4th driver to fall out of the 500 field. There are now 48 drivers left to contest 43 spots, 5 still left to go home. Only then does the race go to commercial. On the other side is lap 23, and the field is strung out once more. Jr. leads a 6-car single-file procession with Craven some distance back in 7th, followed by a trio of newcomers, Elliott Sadler in 8th, Jeff Burton in 9th, and Rusty Wallace in 10th. As Burton moves past Sadler to lead their trio, this is the best any Roush car has done all day, perhaps all week. Mark Martin, Matt Kenseth, and Kurt Busch are hopelessly behind, locked in a trailing pack that will decide the transfer spot. Among this group is Todd Bodine, who bumps the wall off turn 2 and drops back. On lap 27, Presley runs high in the tri-oval as Jeff Burton works to his inside for 7th. Skinner tries to race Craven, but slots in behind him on the backstretch. By now, Jr. is leading a 10-car single-file draft that's a half straightaway ahead of everyone else. The pack remains tight as the broadcast goes to commercial again. Back to start lap 34, Mike Skinner is now leading, having formed up with Sadler, Rusty, and Jeff Burton's line on the inside. Jr., Schrader, and Stewart now find themselves trailing on the outside line and falling back. Entering turn 1, Sadler works over Skinner's rear bumper for the lead and peaks low, but Rusty ducks lower to put him in the sucker hole. Again, the charge into turn 3 proves decisive, and Rusty bolts to the lead with Jeff Burton challenging Skinner for second. It's lap 35. No one is pitted, and no cautions have followed. As Rusty leads the two-wide pack behind him, Junior finds a hole down the backstretch and cuts low, Stewart jumping out to follow him. Ward and Sadler pull down, but they can't stop Junior's advance. He considers Skinner in the high lane, then commits to Ward down low. At the stripe, Rusty and Jeff Burton continue to lead, but Skinner and Ward are in a tight battle for third, Junior filling Ward's rearview mirror. Ward pulls high on the entrance to turn 1, and Junior doesn't follow. Instead, he connects with brother Jeff. The two draw even when the first caution comes out.
Trouble, guys. Trouble. Stewart. Back straightaway. 2 cars in the wall, and here is Stewart off on the grass. Getting going again. Caution is out. This happens in the back straightaway. And Tony Stewart, who was in 6th place, and Elliott Sadler, who was 3rd, all torn up.
Well, just when I thought they could take it easy and kind of have some fun, that happened.
Everyone pedals it back to the line. Rusty Wallace leading. And Stewart's car looks from here to be undamaged. Oh, sorry.
I think not.
Like his teammate Bobby Labonte, whose crew is now trying to remedy a possible broken shock from race 1, Tony Stewart has picked up a loose condition. So loose, in fact, that he breaks free off turn 2, gets bumped by Schrader, and collides with the passing Elliott Sadler. Sadler slams the outside wall while Stewart limps through the grass, the nose of his Pontiac damaged and all 4 tires flat. Sadler isn't sure he'll qualify for the race on speed. If he does, he'll join Johnny Benson in going to a backup car. But for Stewart, one of the fastest cars in qualifying is bent out of shape, and there's questions whether he'll park as Dale Jarrett did in race 1. After 2 pit stops, the Joe Gibbs Racing crew patch up the car and send him back out. Fluid has made it difficult to stick a patch of tape to the nose. These are the first stops for returning Mike Lingerfeld, a member of Stewart's crew who was injured trying to retrieve a tire during the 2000 Daytona 500. Rusty leads the rest of the field except the lap Norm Benning down pit road. Ward Burton gets an air pressure adjustment for a tight condition. Jeff Burton gets a half pound of air in the right front. All get 4 tires, including Junior, who loses spots when the crew has issues with the left rear. Schrader also loses positions when he has to back out of his pit stall. When things shake out, Rusty retains the lead. The restart comes with just 10 laps to go. Learning from Dale Earnhardt's example in race 1, Rusty doesn't jump to a big lead and keeps the field single file. The next time by, Jeff Burton tries the high lane, but he has no help, so he slips to 5th behind Robert Presley. Skinner tries to get around Ward Burton for 2nd, but Ward pulls away. No one can pass, no one can get away, and now, after so many single-file runs, everyone else is catching them. On lap 42, the pack catches the leaders in turn 4, and we have one big pack once again. Todd Bodine, despite scraping the wall, still holds a transfer spot in 14th. Chad Knaus threw some adjustments at Stacy Compton, but they're just not working. The 92 car falls back again. The team looks ahead to Sunday. With 5 laps to go, things get racier up front. Presley has to move high in 3rd to block Mike Skinner, who is Jeff Burton to the outside of him. Rusty comes back around to lead over Ward Burton and Robert Presley, but Ward slips by in turns 1 and 2. To the inside, Skinner and Junior have linked up. They've passed Terry Labonte and are now working on Presley for 3rd, now Rusty for 2nd. Ward comes down to block the approach into turn 3, but Skinner moves lower. Ward gives him the lane and moves back in front of Rusty. Skinner has a lead, but chooses the high lane to block Ward. Skinner holds the preferred line, but also opens the door for Junior to pull to his inside, with drafting help from Schrader and Todd Bodine. Bodine is now just 4 laps from making his first 500 start since 1995. Skinner and Junior remain neck and neck, neither able to escape the other. Behind them, the 2-wide pack grows restless, threatening to pull 3 wide. Matt Kenseth is now in the transfer spot. With 3 laps to go, Skinner gets a run on the high lane. He opens up an advantage on Ward Burton, who then catches him. Entering turn 3, Junior matches Skinner's run on the inside, and they're still side by side. Skinner pulls an advantage in the tri-oval and now tries to work both the high lane and the low lane. At the white flag, Skinner leads Ward, who's still battling Junior down low. Further back, Dave Blaney throws his car onto the apron of turn 1.
4 wide, 5 wide.
made it. And they made it.
Dave Blaney almost took out half the field coming from the apron up onto the racetrack there.
If they told me they could have made that turn, I'd have said there ain't no way.
They were 5 wide.
Somehow they all keep it straight, but Bodine's wiggling car tumbles out of the transfer spot. Back up front, it's all about turn 3.
Skinner blocking Junior.
Oh, gee. Uh-oh, boys.
Gonna run out of racetrack.
Got to give him some room, Mike.
Earnhardt Jr. muscled his way to the front. They're lining up for a run behind him. Here comes Jeff Burton. This is it.
They all make it back without wrecking him. Surprise me.
2 by 2. Earnhardt on the bottom. Skinner up top to squeeze him down. Photo finish.
I will not try to call that. We was looking right down on him.
Mike Skinner just back from his honeymoon.
Man.
His wife thinks they've won. Earnhardt Jr.'s crew think they've won. They're 1 pit apart from each other.
I'm going to put my money on Skinner.
Unofficially, by 4/1000ths of a second, Mike Skinner.
Oh, man.
Unbelievable finish.
In his first race since taking over for Larry McReynolds as crew chief, Royce McGee is beside himself.
It's pretty exciting for us on the Slows team to do this. We've been close so many times with this team, and you know, with Larry going on and doing this Fox deal, it gave me an opportunity to work with Mike and all these guys that have been here for years. 4 years with this team. This feels really important for us to go and do this for the 125s. It gives us a great start for the 500. We're really excited about this.
Steve, tell Royce I couldn't be prouder of him.
Hey, Larry said he couldn't be prouder of you, Royce.
I tell you what, Larry, I appreciate it. All them hard nights we worked at the shop, all that knowledge you gave me is paid off today, right here.
Tell him to go enjoy Victory Lane. It's sweet.
Larry says go enjoy it. He's got a tear out of his eye, Larry.
Mike Skinner, second twice, third once, finally. This time's the charm. What was it like on that last lap?
I'll tell you what, having Junior beating on the side of you as bad as having Senior beating on you, but he did a great job. I'll tell you, and Ward Burton, he did a great job too. They raced me clean relatively, and you know, it was a hard race. I got sick last night, had a stomach flu real bad, spent about an hour and a half in the care center this morning getting some fluids in there, and lots of this good old Gatorade right here. Can't say enough for Gatorade sponsoring this race, and can't say enough for Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse and all the people that helps us get here, and they hung in here with us. I'll trade it right now for one Sunday, though.
While strategy is played out far different from Race 1, Race 2 sees the same desperate scramble for the last transfer spot and the same frantic final lap. After running terrible all week, all 4 Roush cars finish in the top 14, led by Jeff Burton in 3rd. In those final desperate seconds, Kyle Petty climbed from 18th on the white flag to finish 13th, 1 spot ahead of Ricky Rudd on the bubble. With that, Petty makes his 20th Daytona 500 start, joining both his teammates in Adams' car. When Blaney himself makes the field with a 9th place finish, Dodge accomplishes something that Toyota will not in 2007. All of their entries make the 500 field. But Blaney's contact has dropped Todd Bodine to 17th, out of the race.
I tell you, the Kmart Tourist team had a tough January and February, worked their tails off on this car. We had a decent car in the race, and unfortunately, we got up to 5th, got pitted, made the car better, got up to 5th, and Dave Blaney had a run going into 1 on the last lap. It's a good run. Anybody would have taken it. The problem was he was too close to the corner when he did it, and we got to the corner, we were side by side, and he was on the apron. Slid up into me. Luckily, I saved the car, didn't crash anybody else, and we ended up 17th instead of 5th where we were.
The remaining DNQs from Race 2 never once contended for the last transfer spot. After his first lap pit stop, Norm Benning loses 2 laps in 24th, the only driver still under power to not finish on the lead lap. Morgan Shepherd takes 20th for Stan Hoover, ahead of Dave Marcus in 21st, the 2 oldest entrants, both out of Sunday's race. For Marcus, who joins teammate Dwayne Lake on the early ride home, it's his 2nd straight DNQ. Hut Strickland likewise misses for Junie Donlavey in 22nd. It's only the 2nd time in the history of the Daytona 500 that Donlavey's car isn't in the 500 field. The only other time was in 1970, when they didn't enter. After 497 days of rumor and anticipation, 52 teams arrived in Daytona to attempt the Great American Race. Now, only 43 remain, with 3 days still to go.
Several veterans of the Truck Series are returning with newly formed 2 truck super teams. Rutman, Tolsma, and Strike each found success in 2000, but are now poised as mentors with newcomers. Hamilton's Willie T. Ribbs, Renzi's David Donahue, and young Ricky Hendrick. The birth of these super teams has everyone wondering, is 2 really better than 1?
Friday sees ESPN's coverage of both the Truck Series and the International Race of Champions. On the Truck Series side, Dr. Jerry Punch is in the booth with Phil Parsons. It's a rebuilding year for the series, as the top 4 in the 2000 standings have all graduated to other divisions. While defending series champion Greg Biffle is in the Busch Series, Mike Wallace, Andy Houston, and Kurt Busch have each now raced their way into the Daytona 500. The Truck Series, already the inspiration for the current Cup Series aero package, has made further changes, including the gurney lip atop the tall rear spoilers. They do not adopt the roof rail and continue to use the rubber wicker bill from 2000. To increase stability, NASCAR has widened the rear spoiler by an inch before happy hour, making them 2 inches wider than the previous season. Mindful of the wreck involving Jeffrey Bodine a year earlier, the series has adopted a new structural reinforcement called the Bodine bar.
Of course, safety is NASCAR's #1 issue, and no one will ever forget Jeffrey Bodine's horrifying crash in this race 1 year ago. Now, basically what happened, as Jeffrey got in a real tight pack of trucks, he approached a truck, and this part of the fender actually got pushed in. Now, because the tire rotates in this direction, he was actually launched up into the catch fence. So NASCAR created what we now call the Bodine bar. It's a little Nerf bar that sticks out on the outside of the fenders. Basically what that does, it keeps it so that he can't push this fender in too far. And that is all the way down the side of the truck, just like you would see on a NASCAR modified.
As in the Cup Series, Dodge is dominant in qualifying. The manufacturer sweeps the front 2 rows, including third-place Willie T. Ribbs, who makes his return to NASCAR competition for the first time since 1986. Multiple mechanical issues, however, will leave him a distant 23rd.
Rush, to give you some pointers to go quick here at Daytona?
Oh, yeah, he's always got something up his sleeve. I'm looking again.
So what's next for you?
Get ready for practice.
Okay, he's going to be running a truck here at Daytona.
Hey, Dick, ask him about the hat. I'd like to know about the hat. That's a cool hat. I'd like to know where he got it.
Willie, wait a minute. Don't leave. Darrell Waltrip wants to know about the hat. Really, I do, too. You know, your hat's a whole lot smarter than my hat. Where'd that thing come from?
Darrell doesn't remember, but I was in FFA. I used to raise show hogs. So
you raised what?
Show hogs.
What are they?
They're hogs that were for show. We didn't even eat them. They were just, put a bikini on them, and they were for looks only.
There you go, folks. Willie T. Ribbs. I had nothing to do with that.
Among the starters in the race is 29th place Larry Gunselman. Gunselman drives the Waterloo Tool Storage Ford, which is entered by Mike Midler. Daytona marks the first time that Midler has entered a truck since Tony Roper's fatal accident in Texas the previous October. Back on the circuit, Midler has changed truck numbers from Roper's number 26 to the 63, which along with the yellow decal bearing Roper's name will be run for the rest of his career as team owner. Gunselman has qualified for the race despite a stacked entry list of 42 drivers for just 36 spots. With 2 laps to go, Gunselman runs 15th, 1 lap down. Coming through turns 1 and 2, Chuck Hosfeld gets loose under him and the 2 crash. Gunselman ends up 18th as the race heads towards a green-white checkered finish. When the caution falls, Joe Rutman, the 56-year-old pole sitter, has been leading a breakaway pack. Right behind him is Ricky Hendrick, who after his missed shift in the ARCA race is now getting a second chance.
Coming down for the green-white checkered flag, Ricky Hendrick had never led a Truck Series race until today. Rutman, an 11-time winner, 3 a year ago. Scott Briggs looking for his first win. How about Lance Norrick back in 4th spot? Lefter's back there, the winner last October in Texas. Here we go.
Just hold on, Jerry.
Green flag waves. It'll be white flag, big checkered flag.
Take that looking low. He's in your track. He's in your track. He's staying with you. You broke away again.
The draft so very critical. It is Dodge, Chevrolet, Dodge.
Run through and break it away. You know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. He's been here before, Jerry.
Rutman, Hendrick, and Riggs. Dodge, Chevrolet, Dodge. an 11-time winner, and two young, hungry Craftsman Truck Series drivers looking for their first victory right behind him.
Again, a three-truck breakaway, just like we had the point of caution flag.
White flag. What will they do? Will Hendrick go to the inside? When will he make his move? Will Riggs be a factor? Scott Riggs had the strong truck early on. No one can run with Riggs. That's the truck that won a year ago. The chassis that won, the team that won.
Hanging back on you. He's losing you behind you. Stay with him.
Now Riggs is faded by about 4 truck lengths back-to-back straightaway.
Joe Ruttman is watching his mirror every inch of the way around this race.
Watch him.
Riggs backed up to get a run.
Looking outside.
Here is Riggs to the high side of Ricky Hendrick. That's going to help Joe Ruttman. You listen to Ricky Hendrick's radio. Here they come. Off the turn, Riggs has a run. Hendrick has a run. And Ruttman has 3 car lengths, and Joe Ruttman will win it.
The result is the first recorded victory for the Bobby Hamilton racing chassis nicknamed Freak.
You finished third in the Daytona 500 a few years back, but now you have the trophy. You're in victory lane at Daytona. How's it feel?
Well, I wish I could have done it 30 years ago when I was younger, but it's an awesome feel because with the Dana Dodge behind me, anyone could have won with this thing. And I'd like to thank Bobby Hamilton again and Craftsman for putting up that good money for us to try to win.
To kind of set him up for coming off turn 4, I figured we could get good momentum run on him and get the win, but 2 truck behind me kind of, did his own deal. Everyone for themselves that last lap going into 3. So we all 3 were there by ourselves, and luckily I got back by the 2 truck, and the GMAC Chevrolet did great all day, and can't thank my guys enough.
Ricky didn't let him outsmart him, you guys. Good job to Ricky Hendrick.
Next is the opening round for the 25th season of the International Race of Champions.
Hi everyone, I'm Bob Jenkins. Welcome to Daytona as we begin this 4-race series. We'll also have events at Talladega, at Michigan, and we'll wrap things up at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Now, this is the 25th year. We've seen some great races over the past year at Daytona. Basically, they've been dominated by those drivers in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Scott Sharp is one of the drivers that will be calling the race for us here today. And Scott, what do you think? Do the IndyCar drivers have a shot at it this year?
Well, Bob, typically the open wheel drivers are certainly at a bit of a disadvantage. It's the best NASCAR drivers on their track with their cars. In the last 5 years, they've only won 15% of the time. But this year, things might be different. Jay Signore and the IROC team have added roof spoiler and more rear spoiler for more downforce, makes the cars easier to drive, gives off a bigger wake, better drafting, so that should help. Certainly also, Eddie Cheever and Kevin Brack are 2 really aggressive drivers, adapted well to these cars, and if the other open wheel guys can get behind them, help them, they might have a surprise for them.
And also with us, Jeffrey Bodine, who is a former winner of the Daytona 500 and the 1987 champion of the IROC Series. What do you think? Are the IndyCar guys going to have a show today?
Well, Bob, Scott really said it all. I mean, with the cars changed a little bit, more aerodynamics, more drafting, easier to drive, with the experience the open wheel guys have at some of these tracks, like here at Daytona, don't be surprised if you see one of those boys driving victory lane.
Dale Earnhardt is the defending champion of the race and also of the series.
The Pontiac Firebirds have also adopted a similar aerodynamic package to the Cup cars. Tony Stewart is a late invitee as he takes the place of Gilles de Ferran, injured in an off-season testing crash. Dale Earnhardt looks strong early, poised to take his 12th IROC win, which would break his tie with Al Unser Jr. for the most wins ever in the series. But when Jeff Burton crosses his nose off turn 4, the IROC crew have to tape his fenders back together. With just 7 other competitors and 14 laps still to go, Earnhardt still finds his way back to the lead, only to find a new challenger in Eddie Cheever.
I tell you, there's one guy, we've all seen this before. I don't think you want to be going the last lap with Earnhardt leading.
You don't want Earnhardt leading or second or third or fourth or fifth anywhere, because he doesn't matter where we go.
Here we go. On the outside. Come on, Kenny.
With 2 laps to
go. Kenny.
And they touch into turn 1. Earnhardt is in the grass.
Whoa, look at him hang on to that car. Oh, big save.
Amazing. He did not crash.
Great save, but a bad, terrible move by Cheever. You just can't front somebody down in the grass like that. That is way too dangerous.
And he's pretty aggressive all the time, and today is no exception.
We need to have a camera down in the garage area after this race.
Now here comes Rudd up on the high side of the racetrack trying to take the lead from Cheever.
Right, get the camera down in the grass.
Yeah, now Eddie, don't try to put him through the wall.
I think Eddie is decided he's going to win this race one way or the other.
They're coming down for the white flag. Some contact between Bobby Labonte in violet and Kenny Breck in the yellow car.
Look at Eddie's car sliding around.
Oh, they are bumping, they're sliding.
Kenny and Dale Jarrett. Come on, Kenny. Wow, man.
This looks like a Saturday night short track race.
This is great.
Sure is. Up front, Rudd and Cheever are side by side as they head down the backstretch for the final time. They're still trading paint on those Pontiac Trans Am Firebirds, and Cheever suddenly darts to the inside, and that opens up the hole for Dale Jarrett, who go up and battle to the inside of Rudd, and now Breck comes up and bumps Jarrett in the back end. 5 cars go at it here for the win in round number 1 of the True Value IROC 25. Down off corner number 4. Rudd and Jarrett touch. They head for the line. Who's it going to be? Jarrett with the inside line, and Dale Jarrett wins by just a matter of a foot or so.
Wow, we have 3 cars side by side coming across for fight for 3rd place.
4 laps to go. Dale Jarrett looked like he lost a draft.
Yep.
That lead group. And he wins the race.
Back there in 5th position and a little bit behind the other 4, but he wins.
That's his first win in IROC, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Like I said, he's never finished better than 3rd until today, but he brings home the win in the first round of True Value IROC 12. What's going on?
Well,
Cheever is...
we didn't make it to the garage area before. There was a little
payback going on in the back straightaway, I think, right about now.
Dale Jarrett beats Cheever to the finish, while Earnhardt finishes 7th.
Eddie Cheever, what a wild day at IROC. First of all, you and Dale Earnhardt down in turn 1.
Oh, you know, I have been working with him. He's great to work behind, and we worked our way up, and I made a mistake. I tried to pass him on the outside. I got sideways. I clipped him once, and then I started spinning. I clipped him again, and he got it together, and he's special, man. That guy knows what he's doing. But you know, stuff happens. It's fun racing with him. This is not my sandbox. This is their sandbox. But it's an honor to come down here, and I apologize for making a mistake, but my job is not to let off. My job is to stay on.
Eddie, what happened after the race? Just tempers a little bit?
No. He came down. I thought I was going to get an ass kicking, but he came down and said, "I'll race you next time, no problem." It was definitely my mistake.
I just want to know it's over with. We'll race next time. I feel like he got loose off the travel, but man, he just kept coming, and I thought I was off of it, and he just kept coming. No hard feelings? You got to go on. You can't let. That's our IROC race. We got to race to Sunday. We can't worry about that.
What was the better way of showing me you're unhappy and just leaving it here at Daytona?
Yeah, we're even now.
Say that bitter down?
No, we'll race again. IROC race is supposed to be fun. I'm trying to have fun.
Tomorrow, right here in historic Daytona, the Super Bowl of auto racing will take place. But first things first, right now it's the Busch Series kicking off with its richest and most important event of the year. This is a race that the Intimidator won a record 7 times, the Napa 300.
Saturday dawns cloudy with rain in the area. The NASCAR Busch Series leads the program with their opener, the Napa Auto Parts 300. For this series, the aero package remains largely unchanged from the year 2000, employing just a 55-degree spoiler with no gurney lip, no roof rail, and a 29 32nd-inch restrictor plate. With this package, the Pontiacs have a clear advantage. Of the 43 starters, 13 are Pontiacs, and 9 of those qualify in the top 10, led by teammates Joe Nemechek and Randy LaJoie. Nemechek is one of 7 drivers who entered both this race and the Daytona 500, and is one of 6 to actually qualify for both. Todd Bodine, bumped from the 500 field on the last lap of his qualifier, drives for Buckshot Jones in his Pontiac, the 00. Ironically, while Buckshot brought a sponsor of his own into the Cup Series for Petty Enterprises, this car is without a sponsor. Also among the Cup drivers is Matt Kenseth, who continues his long-standing effort with the Reiser family in the number 17 Visine Chevrolet. Bobby Hamilton runs alongside his son Bobby Hamilton Jr. in a pair of Chevrolets sponsored by Dr. Pepper. For the older Hamilton, who's suffering the same stomach virus Mike Skinner had on Thursday, this is his first Busch Series start since 1995. Michael Waltrip has his own car with sponsorship from Aaron's, which left Johnny Benson's Cup team at the end of 2000. He calls his new ride the Aaron's Dream Machine. Phoenix Racing has cars entered in both races, but today P.J. Jones runs his #1 Yellow Freight Pontiac. Jeff Purvis, his Cup driver, instead runs for Joe Gibbs. In fact, Purvis will drive the #18 MBNA Pontiac, which Jason Leffler left to move up to Cup with Chip Ganassi. Purvis's teammate at JGR is Mike Magic Shoes McLaughlin, who after leaving George Debedard's team is replaced by Kenny Wallace in the #48 Gould's Pumps Chevrolet. Series regulars fill the rest of the field, including up-and-comers Kevin Harvick, Jamie McMurray, Greg Biffle, Jimmy Johnson, and all three of the Green brothers. Chad Little, who lost his Cup ride with Roush, is a last-minute substitution for Phil Parsons in the Base Motorsports car. After Terry Bradshaw gives the command, Little drops to the back for the start.
And here they come, 43 strong, to race 300 miles. Green flag, we're racing.
The Pontiacs continue their domination into the race. Nemechek leads from the green flag until a pop-up rainstorm on lap 16 stops the action for an hour and 28 minutes. Scott Wimmer, fresh off an unexpected Cup Series debut the previous November in Atlanta, leads on the ensuing restart. But Purvis's Gibbs car is much faster.
What a story it is for a rookie driver. He's out of that Wisconsin area, up around Wausau. Gave us Dave Marcus, which gave us all that Sauter gang. He's two-time a track champion on little tracks, like the 3rd mile up there at Golden Sands, and he was a track champion at Wisconsin Dells. But this is the first time in his life that he has ever been on a super speedway, and look at that cat travel.
His uncle was short track great Larry Dachins.
Uh-oh, we got to fight for the lead. Here we go. Going to get some action going here now. Everybody's tired of riding a little bit. Another guy's doing a great job. Jamie McMurray there. He's running along in 5th place.
Purvis, does he get the lead? He does.
Got it. He wanted that lead badly, and he went for it, buddy, and he's got it.
There are few incidents, and for Purvis, even fewer challengers. On lap 46, Jamie McMurray nearly inherits the lead when he spins on pit road, then changes tires under the ensuing caution. But NASCAR sends him to the back. Jeff Green, the defending series champion, made a manufacturer switch from Chevrolet to Ford over the offseason, and is now driving a car the PPI Motorsports raced before closing their Busch program. Green barely leads lap 60, but Purvis is too strong for him too. Todd Bodine also challenges, but his car is damaged in a spin on lap 85. And after Tony Raines nearly flips down the backstretch, there are just 14 laps remaining, with Purvis still in command. But now LaJoie and Nemechek, the two fastest cars, sit 2nd and 3rd, ready to strike. Through the first part of the race, LaJoie has been struggling with his brand new pit crew. They left lug nuts loose on his first stop, then let a wheel get away on the next. Now, the 1997 and 1999 winner is running 2nd, and with 12 laps to go, makes his move.
The 4-car breakaway did not work. Let's go to the leader's pit, Matt.
Mike, under that caution, Jeff Purvis's crew chief, Doug Richard, told him, switch to the backup box. There's not a rev limiter chip, so you can turn as much as 7,600 RPMs to ensure a good restart. And now the 7 is in the lead.
LaJoie and Nemechek hold the bottom as Purvis falls back, unable to mount a challenge on the outside lane. With 2 to go, Kenseth sees an opening on Nemechek for 2nd.
Oh, getting turned around.
Oh, no.
Nemechek.
It's Nemechek.
I believe he got into Purvis as well.
He did, and they will run to the caution. This will be the race. They'll take the caution and then complete it.
LaJoie's got his hands full. I'm telling you, that 2-car's got to run on him, and he's going to have to figure out which way he's going to go.
Randy LaJoie, Harvick looking high, looking low. LaJoie drops down, and at the caution, LaJoie leads them to the white flag. They will complete the final lap under yellow. Back in midfield, they're coming across 3 wide. P.J. Jones' car goes to pit lane, torn up
in that battle on the backstretch.
Miraculously, only Nemechek and Purvis are involved, as LaJoie wins the Busch opener for a third time in 5 years.
Well, I thought Joe, my teammate, I got to thank the Nemechek family, Nemco Motorsports, Evans Motorsports, brand new race team. How about Kleenex? These guys have been around forever. Now we bring them on board. Scott Proctor, we had to go down the side here. Goodyear, shop towels, everybody. Carl Wagner, we had a motor today that was good. Went to the back a couple times, had an air gun brake. Come back up. And then we had a tire get away from us, went to the back, come back up, got to the front. Here's the car owner right here. What a way to start.
With darkness approaching due to the rain delay, happy hour comes next. For many of the teams led on pit road by Bobby Labonte and Dale Earnhardt, the decision has been whether to run the engine they've set aside for the Daytona 500 or keep the one they ran in the 125s. Ken Schrader's team changes engines just before the session starts and remarks it's the best one he's run all week. With cool temperatures, a 20-mile-per-hour gust generating a headwind up the backstretch, and a forecast for the same on Sunday, teams like Juniors, Atwoods, and Parks are making gear changes. Parks' team even changes the shocks. Dale Earnhardt only turns a couple laps. Dissatisfied with how his engine's performing, he pulls back into the garage. For the second time in 3 days, Jeff Gordon nearly wipes out his car. This time he loses the engine while running in a pack of traffic.
Gordon up high off the 2 over there. Whoa.
In trouble, in the wall.
He's in big trouble back there.
You saw the sparks at the bottom left corner of your frame as Jeff Gordon got into the wall coming off turn 2.
In the early moments of full-on drafting, Mark Martin surprises with the fastest lap. Even more surprising, no one bests him for the rest of the session, which is finally some good news for the Roush team. Steve Park and Ward Burton round out the top 3 as the fastest Chevrolet and Dodge. Tony Stewart and Dale Jarrett, whose cars were most carefully prepared over the offseason, each returned to the track after damage suffered in their 125s. While Stewart's team only had to repair the left front nose, the right door, and part of the rear bumper, Jarrett's crew had to replace the entire right side, only to find even more parts were bent. Just before the session, the team even changes the car's front end geometry. Mindful of their incident in happy hour the year before, Jarrett turns just 12 laps and calls it a day. Pole sitter Bill Elliott is also cautious, not turning a lap until very late in the session. In a ceremonial gesture, Ray Evernham smashes his 500-day countdown clock in the garage, 1 day before it would have reached 0. As to the 2 unsponsored entries, Kenny Wallace has picked up backing from Hills Brothers, which joined the team after the Donlavey team missed the 500. Jeff Purvis, despite nearly winning the Busch race earlier the same day, still runs without any backing. After practice ends, James Finch puts logos for his own company, Phoenix Construction, on the car. Purvis has his work cut out for him on Sunday. His car is second slowest in the session, just ahead of the Conseco Pontiac of Ron Hornaday Jr. Hornaday's crew had also completed extensive repairs from their 125 wreck, flying in a new door and the equipment to replace it, but the car still proves sluggish. Another Pontiac runs much faster. Following his wreck in the 125s, Johnny Benson Jr. becomes only the second driver in the 500 field to go to a backup car, joining Elliott Sadler. His backup, the same car that nearly won the Daytona 500 a year earlier, proves just as quick with the new aero package. The fast white car is 5th. As happy hour concludes without serious incident, Terry Bradshaw is standing by with a film crew on pit road. He meets up with Dale Earnhardt, and the 2 film a segment for Sunday's pre-race show.
You don't want to go down there and catch the apron too quick or you lose it, do you too? Golly. Oh, get out, get out, get out, get out, get on the car, we won, yay!
I know if victory lane's here, you would like to be crossing that line first.
And then spin around in the infield.
Spin around the infield.
And then go to victory lane.
Then go victory lane, which is where I'll be do the interviews.
Oh, you gonna be here?
Yeah, what do you mean I'm gonna be? Fox brought their A-team in here, babe.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
out here at the 500. It's about 7:20 in the morning. Sun's coming up over the track. Waiting on Jerry. He's in the John right now. We're fixing to go through the tunnel. I don't know if you're going to the garage or not. Here, I'm going to get run over here.
There's the Earnhardt here.
Yeah.
Who's Interstate Battery? Who's that?
That's Bobby Labonte.
Is it?
Yeah, he's the point champion last year.
Yeah.
There's the man's car right here.
You're watching Fox Sports, home to the World Series, Super Bowl 36, and now the 43rd running of the great American race, the Daytona 500.
Today, 43 of the best stock car racers in the world will take the green flag to start the Daytona 500, the biggest race of the year in what is arguably the fastest growing professional sport in America.
It's a long way from the corporate hallways here outside Detroit to Pit Road in Daytona. But for one Big Three automaker, Dodge, the journey back to NASCAR started right here.
Will Dodge win the Daytona 500? No one knows. But one thing is clear. Dodge is back. Finally, the countdown is over. It's time to go racing.
It is your moment. This is your time. And it's all about you. It's all about what you've just done. We all drive into the victory circle, and victory circle it's like heaven. I mean, it's open the gates. When they get there, they open the gates, and you drive in, and that's when everything comes into perspective. We won the race.
In the sport where father faces son, today's best respect the history of the great American race. Because if one can raise his arms here in this victory lane, he can forever ride on racing's center stage.
Now I think I got the crew, the team, the car, the engine combination, everything to win the Daytona 500.
The thing about the Daytona 500 is you're nobody unless you've won the Daytona 500.
Man and machine, power and pride, drive and thrive. Jarrett, Gordon, Burton, and of course, the Intimidator. Fox and NASCAR fly together right into the future as the world's fastest sport has arrived right here on the one and only Fox Sports.
Fox's pre-race show begins with the clouds from Saturday long gone, revealing a clear and cool but windy 68-degree day. Just like Saturday, a strong headwind blows up the backstretch toward Turn 2. Fans entering the track pass through the Dodge City display across from the main gate. 3 times in the first 40 minutes of the pre-race show, Chris Myers says,
"This could be the greatest Daytona 500 ever. Many people and drivers are saying it'll be the greatest Daytona 500 ever. A number of drivers saying this will be the best Daytona 500 ever."
There are features on Joe Gibbs and Dale Jarrett, but Dale Earnhardt's ride with Terry Bradshaw steals the show. As promised, Bradshaw has stayed for Sunday's race, and this time will wave the green flag. Also among the celebrities in attendance is Frankie Muniz, then still the lead for Fox's sitcom Malcolm in the Middle. The first drivers he meets are Ken Schrader.
Yeah, how you doing? Good to see you. So where are you watching from today?
Well, he's going to be in the pace car.
We'll go to your pit.
And then we're going to your pit.
Super.
And Dale Earnhardt.
Watch out.
7 Winston Cup championships. I was actually a little nervous to meet him, but he was really nice.
I'm not up front, sorry. I was up front, I'd grab you a little bit. Take you around.
He was really cool. He's like, "Oh, I love your show." And I was like, "Oh, thanks." And I told him good luck.
Enjoy it, though.
Good luck.
Earnhardt has a filming of his own to prepare for. On this morning, his PR team is in final negotiations with the DMV of West Virginia to shoot a 30-second spot about NASCAR-themed license plates. Earnhardt comes into this, his 23rd Daytona 500, without a single win in any of the week's preliminary events. The last time that happened was in 1989, when Darrell Waltrip scored his only Daytona 500 victory. Today, Darrell will of course be in the booth. It's the first 500 without him in the field since 1972. There is word earlier in the week that President George W. Bush, inaugurated the previous month, will also come to the track. While he won't attend the 500 for another 3 years, another future president is in the paddock.
Jeff Gordon receiving good luck from Donald Trump. Jeff, can we talk to you real quick?
Yeah, it was a very nice one. Thank you, the best. Glad to have you here.
In the garage, 10 teams have changed engines. This includes 4 of the 5 Roush teams, excluding Mark Martin. At PPI, Andy Houston gets a new engine from Robert Yates. After Jeff Gordon's engine failure in Happy Hour, the Hendrick crew couldn't decide which of 3 engines to use until 6 o'clock on race morning. Rusty Wallace also changes engines, switching to a brand new piece with 0 miles on it that the team believes will just barely make 500 miles. During Speed Weeks, Rusty, teammate Jeremy Mayfield, and technical partner Robert Presley have gone through a combined 9 engines between them, and the race is still to be run. Toward the end of the pre-race show, the commentators make their picks for who will win the race.
Last time television tried to pick a winner in a major race here in Florida last November, that was an unmitigated disaster. I'm not going to play this
Too close to call?
This is too close to call.
Come
on now, come on.
That is shaky.
And I'll tell you, this is the first time I've ever seen this event when it's too close to call.
Jeff Hammond is the only one selecting the driver starting in 19.
You might say I'm sucking up. I don't care. But I'm going with the other Waltrip. I'm going with number 15, Mikey Waltrip. I'm telling you right now, I like what I've seen so far from him. I think he's got his head screwed on right. I know he's motivated. And believe me, he's got a man who can motivate you, and in his owner, Dale Earnhardt. I like Michael Waltrip.
Right, even Darrell didn't pick his own brother.
Fans also have their favorites.
Warren Burton, that's right. Woo! Dale Jarrett. We're getting ready. Dale Earnhardt, Jr. Dale Jarrett's going to win the 500.
With that, Mike Joy leads into the main broadcast.
43 common men will fire their engines and become capable of performing uncommon deeds. They'll race these cars at 190 miles an hour, closer together than we dare to park. And at the end of 500 miles, $1 million and immortality await the winner.
Just before opening ceremonies, a moment is taken to remember Adam Petty.
Today, Adam Petty would have been the 4th generation to race in the Daytona 500. Great-granddaddy Lee won the first one in '59. Grandfather Richard is a record 7-time 500 winner. But 19-year-old Adam Petty lost his life in a practice crash last May. Today, Kyle Petty starts his 20th 500. Driving his late son's number 45. Dick Berggren is with him.
Kyle, your boy's number, his colors, his team. What does it mean to you to start this race in this car today?
You know, I think it's like I said before, just to start this car, this is like the culmination of a dream to bring this team, the Sprint 45 team, to the Winston Cup level. Adam's just not here to enjoy it, but, you know, it was just part of the dream. So for us, it's pretty emotional. It's been pretty emotional all week, to tell you the truth, and this a little bit now. Sorry about that.
Good luck to you today, Kyle. All America's riding with you.
That night, Fox Sportsnet plans to air a new episode of their documentary series Beyond the Glory, which will focus on the Pettys and Adam's loss in particular. It's scheduled to air just before the post-race show, NASCAR Victory Lane.
1 year ago, Steve, Dale Earnhardt less than confident with the current rules package to win his second Daytona 500, but he won the last plate race of 2000, and Dale looking very strong during Speed Weeks. Can you win your second 500 today?
Well, we got a good shot at it, got a good race car. Wasn't really excited about the car yesterday afternoon, the last practice, but the car, it come around. I think it's going to be okay. We've got a good engine in it, but a little wind today, a little exciting. I think it's going to be some exciting racing. Going to see something you probably hadn't ever seen on Fox.
The 7-time champ rolls off 7th today. Jeannie?
In a radio interview with MRN, Earnhardt predicts this aero package will make the cars less stable at Daytona than they were in Talladega.
Well, I don't think the cars are stable here as they were at Talladega with this roof package. The cars are more dancy around in the middle in the 3-wide racing, and it's a little hairier, a lot hairier than it was at Talladega.
Can anybody come from as far back as you did at Talladega and win here with 5 or 10 laps to go?
Well, it's always possible, but I think it's going to be tougher now.
Stevie Waltrip, Darrell's wife, is late arriving at Earnhardt's car. He's already behind the wheel. Continuing a long-standing tradition she shares with her husband, she gives Earnhardt a strip of tape with a Bible verse. She's chosen Proverbs 18, verse 10. The Lord's name is a strong tower. The righteous will run into it and be safe. Earnhardt sticks this verse to his dashboard. As he had every year since the first Daytona 500 in 1959, the Reverend Hal Marchman performs the invocation.
Almighty God, we pause today with all of this excitement in this beautiful setting with all of the champions and with all of your people gathered here, but we wanted to pause to give thanks that you're our God and we're your people, and may your blessings abide with us all this day. Shalom and amen.
With the boy band craze still in full effect, the group O-Town performs the national anthem.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave, brave, brave.
Like Dodge, Fox, and NASCAR itself, Dale Jarrett's sponsor UPS has thrown everything into this race. Giving the command is the company's president and CEO, Jim Kelly.
On behalf of the 350,000 UPS employees around the world, gentlemen, start your engines!
Further up pit road, Frankie Muniz has taken off the Ken Schrader jacket, climbed into the pace car, or in this case, pace vehicle. Pontiac, which traditionally brings out their latest car, has this time brought out a new Aztek. As the field of 43 pull onto the track, Fox presents yet another update to their starting grid package, again sponsored by UPS.
Bill Elliott has his 4th pole for the great race. First time in a Dodge, and Stacy Compton, his first front row start ever. Row 2, 2-time 500 winner Sterling Marlin, and Thursday's qualifying race winner Mike Skinner. Row 3, Jerry Nadeau having a little fun here. Last fall's Atlanta winner, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. a close second in the Twins Thursday. There's the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt, the 98 champion of the 500 and last year's runner-up. Jeff Burton. Andy Houston is a rookie. Ward Burton, last year's Darlington winner, 05. In the 6th row, former Pepsi 400 winner Jimmy Spencer and Rusty Wallace, who's not yet won a restrictor plate race, maybe today. Row 7, Jeff Gordon, the 97 and 99 500 champ, and Ken Schrader, who has 7 top 10 finishes in this race. Jason Leffler makes his Winston Cup debut. He's out of USAC Midget Racing, and last year's Rookie of the Year, Matt Kenseth. Jeff Purvis in the big dance for the first time in 5 years, and Ricky Craven, who finished 3rd here in 97. Michael Waltrip, 5th in 1999, and Dave Blaney in his 2nd 500. Youngest driver in the field, Casey Atwood, age 20, and Mark Martin, 3rd in 1995, his best finish. Kenny Wallace just picked up a sponsor this morning for that car, 6th start for the veteran, and Tony Stewart, who won 6 races last year. Steve Park, last year's Watkins Glen winner, and Kurt Busch, the rookie from the NASCAR Truck Series. Mike Wallace, the middle of the 3 racing brothers from St. Louis, and there's Kyle Petty carrying Son Adams colors. Row 15, Buckshot Jones racing for the Petties, and Ricky Rudd finished third way back in 81. Dale Jarrett is the defending champion of the 500. Joe Nemechek makes his 7th start in this race. Johnny Benson, who led last year until 5 laps to go. There he's still saying, what happened? Terry Labonte, the Iceman, 2-time Winston Cup champ. Bobby Hamilton, 11th Daytona 500 start. And John Andretti, who won here in July 97. There's the Winston Cup champ, Bobby Labonte, 2nd in 1998. Jeremy Mayfield ran 3rd in that year's race. Robert Presley makes his 8th 500 start. And from Virginia, Elliott Sadler, his 3rd 500. Robbie Gordon made his Winston Cup debut here in 1991. The open wheeler joins truck champ Ron Hornaday. Finally, Brett Bodine gets the last provisional start, the 13-year veteran from New York State.
Among the reports from pit road is Jeannie Zelasco's on Dale Jarrett. During the drivers' meeting, Jarrett worked out a deal with Johnny Benson and Bobby Labonte to stay in the back while the race played out. Conservative the entire week, Jarrett doesn't plan to make his move until the final 100 miles, a complete departure from his dominating run a year earlier. Again, thanks to his sponsor, Jarrett carries one of 10 onboard cameras in the field, joined by Ron Hornaday Jr., Ricky Rudd, Tony Stewart, Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Mike Skinner, Bill Elliott, and Michael Waltrip. During the test, Waltrip's camera isn't working. Johnny Benson and Elliott Sadler fall behind Brett Bodine in their backup cars. And with that, the field of 43 address the starter stand.
Pace vehicle is in. The 43rd annual Daytona 500 is set to get underway. Terry Bradshaw waves the green flag. We're racing.
Coming to the green flag, Bill Elliott and Stacy Compton get a massive jump on the rest of the field. So massive that Compton, still running 20-lap scuffed tires from practice, slots in behind Elliott. Further back, Michael Waltrip is the first to consider a 3-wide pass, cutting to the low lane entering turn 1. Coming off turn 2, Sterling Marlin breaks away in 3rd, while Dale Earnhardt links up with teammate Mike Skinner, both working past Jerry Nadeau, who has no help. By turn 3, the two Childress cars are side by side, with Marlin, who is Dale Earnhardt Jr. in his draft. Skinner tries to pull high in turns 3 and 4 in a bid for the lead, but Elliott ditches Compton to block, leaving Compton to deal with Earnhardt. Elliott pulls to the low lane in the tri-oval, and for the first time since Buddy Arrington in Atlanta in March 1983, a Dodge leads a lap of a Cup Series points race. Skinner slots in behind Elliott for 2nd, but as Marlin and Jr. get the run up high, the 31 car falls back. By turn 2, Marlin is already drawing even with Elliott, with Jr. and now Jeff Burton behind him. Still another Dodge enters the battle off turn 2, as Ward Burton ducks out of line by himself. Earnhardt, stuck in the middle lane, pulls out of line in front of Ward to reform the inside line. But by then, Marlin has taken the lead, Elliott dropping back into the clutches of Skinner. The outside line continues to move off turn 4 until the top 4 pull in front of the now 5th place Elliott. Across the stripe, it's now Marlin, Jr., Jeff Burton, and Rusty Wallace. Marlin leads his first lap of the race, and Dodge remains perfect. The leaders remain single file while the pack behind tries to sort itself out. Elliott ducks out of 5th to size up Rusty, while Earnhardt and Ward are still trying to make something happen on the inside. Heading into turn 3, Jr. in 2nd peaks to Marlin's outside for the lead, but Jeff Burton in 3rd strands him, pulling low with fellow Ford driver Rusty. Marlin chooses to block the Fords, but Jr. holds his own up high as Skinner rushes to his rescue. Jeff Burton's draft pushes Marlin back to the lead off turn 4 with Rusty, Elliott, and Compton behind. To the outside, a much longer line is formed, which includes Andy Houston, Ken Schrader, Matt Kenseth, Dave Blaney, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, and Kurt Busch. Marlin remains out front to start lap 4, when Jeff Burton clears Jr. for 2nd on the approach to turn 1. Rusty tries to follow through. To his outside, Skinner is nearly on Jr.'s rear bumper. Down the backstretch, Rusty peeks out of 3rd, but 4th place Elliott is now under attack from the duo of Earnhardt and Ward. Compton is trapped in the middle lane, falling back, just as Jr.'s high lane pushes the Budweiser Chevrolet into the lead. Behind Jr., Skinner now challenges Marlin for 2nd, and Jeff Burton is looking to Marlin's inside off turn 4. Marlin again blocks the Fords, while Earnhardt and Ward are now passing Elliott. Elliott pulls to the middle, and the Goodrich car is now 4th on the inside line. The result is the first lap Junior has led in a Cup points race at Daytona. Back into turn 1 and Marlin's Dodge takes off. He's got another big run to the inside, entering the corner so fast that he's left Jeff Burton in his wake. All by himself, Marlin is neck and neck with Junior on the backstretch as Elliott's Dodge falls back in the middle lane, where John Andretti and Jason Leffler run nose to tail. Marlin pulls back into the lead through turns 3 and 4 with Junior close behind, Jeff Burton now leading the inside line. Behind Jeff is Rusty, and behind Rusty is Earnhardt, leading Ward, Jerry Nadeau, Jeff Gordon, and Ricky Craven. Earnhardt's line tries to get past Jeff, but they can't clear him. On lap 6, Jeff Burton makes a wrong move into turn 3 and is stuck in the middle. This allows Rusty to move into second and pull up on Marlin. At the stripe, the outside line breaks up. Junior starts to fall back with only Mike Skinner, Andy Houston, and Ken Schrader behind him. Heading into turn 1, Rusty gets a run on Marlin, but can't quite clear him. Just behind him, Earnhardt has moved into third off turn 2 and slots in behind the Miller Lite Ford. Coming off turn 4, the Hendrick duo of Nadeau and Gordon have linked up, and they now pull ahead of Earnhardt for third place. Nadeau, Gordon, and Craven have pulled up in front of Junior's trailing line and are now towing him back to the front. Marlin blocks another run by Rusty into turn 3, and the field now forms into 2 long lines, neither able to get away from the other. On lap 9, coming off turn 2, Earnhardt peaks under Rusty for second, with Ward still behind him, his own Dodge ready to make a move. Rusty then moves to the middle, which allows Earnhardt to make a move for second as Nadeau's outside line begins pulling on Marlin for the lead. Nadeau gets a half car length on Marlin, who now has to contend with Earnhardt and Ward ducking out from behind him. But Marlin blocks Earnhardt, and with help from the number 3, defends his lead from Nadeau. The next time by, Jeff Burton, fourth on the inside line, pulls into the middle with Skinner and Ron Hornaday Jr. behind him. In just 10 laps, Hornaday's Pontiac, repaired from Thursday's crash, has now climbed to 10th after starting 42nd on the grid. Skinner ditches Jeff to follow Ward, again causing Jeff to fall back out of the top 10 down the backstretch. Back from commercial on lap 13, and Marlin is still in command, but now over Ward Burton, whose Dodge appears to be just as fast. Ward passed Earnhardt for second, but the 3 car is hanging with them, breaking away from the 2 wide pack behind, which includes pole sitter Elliott in 18th. The next lap, Skinner gets a run on Earnhardt for third and pulls to his outside. Marlin and Ward pull up to block his advance. By the exit of turn 4, Hornaday has climbed all the way up to third and is even closing on the 2 leading Dodges. Ward has to pull up to block. Marlin slowly follows to keep up their draft. In so doing, both leave open the bottom lane for Skinner and Earnhardt to re-enter the battle, challenging 4th place Nadeau to their outside. Off turn 2, Ward cuts low on Marlin in a bid for the lead, but Hornaday doesn't follow and makes a bid for second. Marlin, Hornaday, and Ward run single file across the stripe to start the 16th lap, with Nadeau still trying to close on the outside line with Jeff Gordon right behind. The next time into turn 1, Jeff Burton still looks racy, pulling from 6th and flirting with the apron on the approach to the corner. Hornaday holds him off, and the Sitco Ford gets back in line. Earnhardt and Skinner now pull in front of Nadeau on the outside line, leaving Hornaday to lead the inside. By turn 3, Jeff Burton tries another move on Hornaday, and this time gets drafting help. Hornaday falls back in the middle lane. Coming off turn 4, Skinner leaves Earnhardt to slot into third behind Ward on the inside. Earnhardt and Nadeau stay high, but Jeff Gordon pulls low behind Skinner. Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, Jarrett, Benson, and Bobby Labonte have followed through on their plan to stay in the back, joining the trailing cars of Buckshot Jones and Brett Bodine. Not far ahead of them, the rest of the field remains locked in one massive pack. Coming off turn 4 to complete lap 18, Earnhardt is about to take third from Skinner, bringing Nadeau with him. This allows Marlin and Ward to pull away again on the inside. Between the 2 Dodges, Marlin's is clearly superior, and entering turn 3, he opens up a couple car lengths on the Caterpillar car. Even so, it's not until lap 20 that Skinner latches onto Ward. Marlin and Ward pull low in turns 3 and 4, giving Nadeau a chance at cutting under Earnhardt for 4th place. Entering turn 1 on lap 21, Ward goes to the outside of Marlin for the lead, with Skinner and Earnhardt joining the outside line behind. But Nadeau, still committed to the bottom, helps Marlin. The 2 Dodges remain in a stalemate until Skinner finally nudges Ward past at the stripe, but Marlin is simply too fast down low. Further back, Michael Waltrip is running 35th and is yet to contend. Back from commercial on lap 25, Marlin now leads Earnhardt, who bumps Skinner out of the way entering turn 3. But none of the leaders seem to lose much ground. Skinner is now behind Ward, who leads the inside line. Jeff Gordon takes over the 3rd spot, while up front, Earnhardt sizes up Marlin down the backstretch, looking high and low. Marlin continues to lead over Earnhardt and even pulls out to a big lead through turns 1 and 2. But this is a mistake.
On the racetrack did before. That could pay big dividends when this thing gets down to the end. Look at Earnhardt.
Right down to the apron to take the lead.
With Jeff Gordon pushing him in the 24 car and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the red car, the 8 car pushing with him.
Darrell, he was down there in the Bermuda Triangle for a while.
I'll tell you one thing. I've been out there when there were 2 Earnhardts there, and I've been out there long before now when I thought there was more than one Earnhardt on the track. I can tell you that.
Coming to the stripe, Earnhardt leads for the first time as Marlin slots into 4th behind Junior, Skinner, and Ward, leading the 2 lanes behind him. Earnhardt and Gordon pull low into turn 1, while Junior and Marlin go high. Earnhardt comes up to block Junior down the backstretch, but Junior and Marlin nearly split Earnhardt into turn 3. Earnhardt holds off Marlin, and Junior now falls back toward Jeff Burton. The lead draft now includes Mike Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield, 27th and 38th at the green flag. But before they reach the stripe, there's trouble in the back.
Something happened to that.
It's Rusty Wallace in the 2 car.
I believe he's got a right
in the 5.
I think he's got a right front down. He's trying to get to pit road.
And he will without incident. We will stay green.
Locking up the right front.
First pit stop of the day, unscheduled for Rusty Wallace. Right front tire, flat. Steve Burns.
And Rusty Wallace off pit road. Smoke coming from the right front of that number 2 car. We understand he may have come down pit road too fast. Over 18 coming into the Daytona 500. 15-second penalty for Rusty Wallace.
He's going to go a lap down with that.
15 seconds here. That's from here to eternity.
Especially while they're out there under green, they're coming off 4 now, so he's definitely going to go 1 lap down, but you can't run faster than 55 miles an hour. And here they go by him right there, so he is 1 lap down.
By the time Rusty rejoins the field on lap 30, most of the cars are still in one pack, with only a half dozen or so lagging behind. In the booth, Darrell Waltrip explains that Rusty's cut tire was because the crew put in too much camber. Regardless of cause, Rusty is now in last place, the only car off the lead lap. With no lucky dog, he'll have to get his lap back the hard way, a track where he's enjoyed little success. Back up front, it's still Earnhardt in the lead over Ward, but Nadeau is still determined to make the outside lane work, leading Jeff Gordon and Marlin. By turn 3, they're close enough to the lead that Earnhardt pulls up to block. Ward then gets a run down low, and Earnhardt blocks him again. Earnhardt now leads Ward, Skinner, and Hornaday, with a closing Mike Wallace now racing Nadeau for the 5th spot. On lap 33, Skinner cuts out of line in 3rd, but Hornaday again won't be a team player. He doesn't follow, and again runs up on 2nd place Ward. Back from commercial on lap 36, there's now a 5-car breakaway up front, with Earnhardt leading Ward, Skinner, Nadeau, then suddenly 2 of the rookies, Casey Atwood and Andy Houston. Ward now tries to get a run on Earnhardt, but no one helps him, and he slips back to 5th off turn 4. Andy Houston's rearview mirror is now filled by Marlin, who has Mike Wallace behind. Mike takes a peek, thinking about helping Ward in the high lane, but stays committed to the inside. It's lap 38, and while a few new names find their way toward the front, pole sitter Elliott is now 42nd, the last car on the lead lap. Between turns 3 and 4, Skinner pulls to Earnhardt's outside, returning the favor from Talladega the previous fall, and with Nadeau's help completes the pass on his teammate for the lead. But with Marlin now behind him, Earnhardt still hangs on to 3rd, racing Atwood to his outside. Earnhardt can't clear Atwood, so Skinner takes the lead for the first time. Perhaps today, in his 145th career start, Skinner will finally claim his first Winston Cup victory. On lap 39, Atwood builds up his courage and pulls to Nadeau's outside in a bid for 2nd. He can't complete the pass. They remain side by side for nearly a lap. Somehow, Rusty has managed to not only not lose another lap, but climb back into the top 10 in the lead draft. He now has drafting help from brother Mike, who keeps him near the front in case of a sudden caution. Up front, Skinner plays both lanes down the backstretch, while Earnhardt falls back on the inside line. Earnhardt is less frustrated with his teammates than he is with the win down the backstretch. His team has made multiple changes in happy hour, including the oil cooler. But for now, Earnhardt remains among the leaders, with green flag stops set to start the next few laps. Ken Schrader's crew talks with Skinner's about coming in together. Heading into turn 3 on lap 41, Marlin begins another charge. He gets under Nadeau for third, who drops back in the middle lane. He then dispenses with Atwood for second, and keeps the momentum going, swinging under Skinner in turn 1 and completing the pass before he even gets off turn 2. While Skinner, Earnhardt, and Ward have consistently run up front so far, Marlin's car is clearly in another league. Seeking his third 500 win and his first checkered flag since 1996, Marlin has established himself as the clear favorite to bring Dodge back to victory lane. Back from commercial on lap 45, Skinner has taken the lead back from Marlin, bringing Atwood back to second and Houston to third, with Mike Wallace still helping Rusty to fourth inside of Ward. Houston then loses fourth to Schrader, with Earnhardt now up to sixth, working to the outside of the 7 car. The average speed is now 182.3 miles per hour, besting Buddy Baker's race record in 1980. And all 43 cars, including the lapped Rusty Wallace, are still in the lead draft. That is until lap 47, when there's trouble off turn 4.
Purvis. I think that's Jeff Purvis, who bounced off the wall, coming off turn number 4.
Caution is out. The caution is out. And I don't think the leader got it.
Running around the 36th spot at the time, Jeff Purvis loses a right front tire and slams the outside wall. He pulls to the apron of turn 1 and stops. Right side of his car completely flattened. Under this first caution of the race, Purvis's day is done. But with NASCAR still allowing races to the caution flag, the question quickly becomes whether Rusty can get his lap back from Skinner.
And Rusty Wallace is hollering on his radio, tell him to let me by, let me get back in the lead lap. Come on, guys, back off.
The rule, though, is you need to be in touch with the leader to race him back to the line.
Here he comes. He's coming. He's coming. But I don't believe Sterling and Skinner, those guys are going to let him beat them back to the line.
If I'm Skinner's crew chief, I'm saying, look, Rusty Wallace has got a fast race car. We don't need to let him back on the lead lap.
And they don't.
But Skinner doesn't slow down, and Rusty, fourth in line, remains one lap down, now 42nd ahead of Purvis. With 41 cars still in the lead lap just before green flag stops, all come down to jam pit road. As they enter, Andy Houston tries to pull to Earnhardt's outside. Earnhardt challenges the rookie, only to accidentally run in the back of Ken Schrader's Pontiac. The impact caves in Schrader's rear bumper and buckles the nose of Earnhardt's car enough to bow the edges of the hood. Just like in 1991, struck an errant seagull in the opening laps, Earnhardt has a damaged car with most of the race still left to be run. Larry Mack can't help but reminisce.
But Dale Earnhardt wouldn't know how to drive a car if it didn't have the front end feed in on it.
That's exactly right.
Skinner comes in to address a slight loose condition, while Jeff and Ward Burton say they're tight. Jarrett only takes 2 tires, but is still determined to hang in the back. Bobby Labonte needs major adjustments, the crew removing spring rubbers from his Pontiac. The luckless Mayfield is tagged for speeding off pit road. Steve Park slides through his pit box and has to be pushed back. Also being pushed back is Jimmy Spencer, who has much bigger problems. The rear end has failed, and the crew now pushes him behind the wall for repairs. Rusty pits alone and now climbs to 41st place. Coming back from commercial on lap 51, Earnhardt isn't the only driver with damage. Terry Labonte's crew is patching together the nose of the Kellogg Chevrolet. Not only was Labonte too close to Rusty Wallace when he cut down a tire, but he was directly behind Jeff Purvis when he hit the wall. There's also reports that Sterling Marlin has punched a hole in the nose of his fast Dodge. The crew is fabricating a 4x8-inch piece of sheet metal they're going to bolt onto the nose on their next stop. The race restarts on lap 53 with Rusty, the only lap car still running, starting to the inside of a single-file 40-car freight train led by Ward Burton. Rusty manages to pull in front of Ward entering turn 1, while Skinner races Andy Houston side-by-side for second. Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon catch Skinner into turn 2, leaving Houston with no help. The first crank it up of the race comes the next time by, as both Skinner and Jeff Burton try to take the lead from Ward.
Well, right now we're going to let you enjoy some pure American NASCAR horsepower. Let the pictures tell the story, and if you're one of the millions of NASCAR fans with surround sound, here's your chance to crank it up.
Jeff winds up in the middle lane, giving Rusty another lane to protect off turn 4. From there, the rest of the field begins to bunch up behind Rusty, forming a 3-wide mass on lap 55. The quick caution Rusty needed has not happened, and worse, despite the hole in his car's nose, Marlin is back up to second, with now Kurt Busch in the mix for the first time, running the high lane with Mike Skinner. Marlin makes another bid for the lead, but Rusty and Ward come down to block, and Kurt moves up to 5th, suddenly best of the Roush Brigade. On lap 56, Junior links with Marlin in a bid for Ward's lead, but Rusty blocks high on the approach to turn 1. Junior then cuts low with Ward, stranding Marlin and allowing Rusty to pull away. Junior now leads Kurt. Both get in front of Marlin in the high lane to try and get past Ward, but Rusty blocks Ward on the inside, allowing Junior to pull back into the lead, the 12th lead change of the race on lap 57. Ward battles back into turn 3. Further back, Ricky Rudd, who's not yet been a factor, reports he has a vibration and starts to lose ground into turn 1. Up front, Rusty still keeps a tenuous hold on the lead lap, blocking both lanes down the backstretch. He begins to pull the inside lane clear of the outside, with race leader Ward now pacing Mike Wallace, and for the first time, the Viagra car of Mark Martin. Casey Atwood also re-enters the picture, cutting out of the inside line to try Hornaday for 4th. This traps Hornaday in the middle lane, and back he goes. Back from commercial on lap 63, and the leaders have finally dispensed with Rusty, who hangs around the 11th spot in the lead draft. Ward still leads through turns 1 and 2 over Junior, and now Ward's teammate Dave Blaney into the 3rd spot, the best the Amoco car has run so far. Perhaps 2 Bill Davis racing cars will be able to match Sterling Marlin's pace. On lap 64, Fox debuts a new graphics package.
Now at Fox, we'd like to bring a lot of innovations to NASCAR, including a way to help you at home identify the cars more easily than before. It's not quite ready, but we'll give you a small taste of what we're doing. There you see that pointer aiming at Ward Burton to help you find him if we're talking about where he is in relation to rookie Casey Atwood. Fox Tracks will point out their speed as of the moment. It's an innovation that we'll hope to get all the bugs ironed out and roll it out for real in a couple of weeks. But just another way those of us at Fox are trying to help those of you at home enjoy NASCAR racing.
During the test, the top 6 pull single file on the inside lane, with Marlin in 4th, Earnhardt 5th, and Marlin 6th, with 7th place Hornaday not far behind. Marlin tries to get under Earnhardt at the stripe, but Earnhardt throws the block. Entering turn 1, Hornaday is again on the march. He jumps to the outside ahead of Kurt Busch, leading a line that's now racing Marlin to the inside. Ahead of them, Ward continues to lead a now 5-car breakaway. The next time by, Earnhardt peaks under Martin, who throws a block. It's then that Jimmy Spencer, 16 laps down, returns to action in the 42nd spot. As Spencer comes up to speed, Ward is now leading a 10-car single-file line that includes Rusty Wallace's pesky lapped car. Marlin peaks to Earnhardt's outside, but is no help. On lap 68, all 5 rookies in the field are running between 8th and 17th place, led by Hornaday, who qualified worst of all of them and was slowest at happy hour. It's a remarkable turnaround, and the best that AJ Foyt's team has looked yet. The single-file lead pack continues to grow as Ward continues to log laps out front. But through turns 3 and 4, Earnhardt looks to the outside of Blaney for 3rd, bringing Marlin and Schrader with him. At the other end of the field, Bill Elliott is still back in 38th, having run 37th or worse since lap 26. When we return for commercial on lap 74, there are 2 lines again, with Ward leading the inside, and Marlin again up high and closing fast. Earnhardt, now 2nd, pulls to Ward's outside entering turn 3, but Blaney strands him to stay with his teammate down low. This allows Marlin to pull back into the lead, with Earnhardt now in a 3-wide battle for 2nd between Ward and Schrader. The battle remains tight at the stripe as Hornaday and Houston have lined up in the middle to form a new lane. Past the stripe, Schrader clears Earnhardt for 2nd and gets a run on Marlin. Marlin tries to block, but this time can't get away. Jeff Burton is helping Schrader. Earnhardt again tries to hold back Ward while Hornaday joins the outside lane, stranding Houston in the middle lane.
Down the inside.
Under Marlin, 3 wide through the trioval, and he almost took the nose off Marlin's car coming back up.
Schrader leads his first Daytona 500 since 1996. Exiting the trioval, Ward pulls low, trapping Marlin in the middle. There have now been 15 lead changes among 8 drivers. Coming down the backstretch, Marlin finds a spot in the outside line, joining the train that Schrader leads into turn 3. Earnhardt and Ward have now pulled away from the inside line that's coming apart behind them. Jeff Burton cuts under Schrader for the lead in turn 3, but he can't complete the pass, and Earnhardt pulls up to his rear bumper. All this allows Mark Martin to cross the stripe in second behind Schrader, with Hornaday in third trying to pull ahead of the inside line. Despite the tangle with Earnhardt on pit road, Schrader is showing impressive speed and is now in pursuit of his first Cup win in nearly a decade. But coming off turn 2, Martin ducks out behind Schrader, cuts to his inside, and completes the pass for the lead. Sterling Marlin is again back among the leaders, racing on the outside of Earnhardt and Ward on the approach to turn 3. Heading through turns 3 and 4, Hornaday moves under Schrader to draft with Mark Martin in still another bid for second place. Then Hornaday's run stalls as Earnhardt catches him. Mark Martin stays out front, and after 77 laps, a Ford leads this 500 for the first time. But Martin's reign doesn't last for long. Earnhardt's push gets Hornaday right up to Martin's rear bumper, and the Pontiac cuts low on the approach to turn 1. With Schrader still holding the high lane, Martin's stuck in the middle until he cuts in front of Marlin's Dodge in the high lane, where he locks onto the bumper of teammate Kurt Busch.
It's A.J. Foyt's car. Sterling's back there.
Earnhardt underneath him. Hornaday takes him downstairs. Thinks better of it. Good thinking. Schrader leads this lap. Wow.
Ward now tries to replicate Earnhardt's move and sets up Hornaday into turn 1, peeking under him on the approach. Ward completes the pass and is again chasing Earnhardt as the 2 lead cars on the inside. But Hornaday isn't done and searches both lanes for a way around Ward down the backstretch, determined to lead for the first time. Schrader and Kurt Busch are now leading, but Martin is still under Schrader trying to retake the top spot. That is until Kurt pushes Schrader so hard into turn 3 that they open up some distance over the Viagra car. Jeff Hammond, who worked with Kurt late in the 2000 season, remarks on this new talent.
Mike, I'd like to add the young man you watching back in that 97 car, Kurt Busch, driving for Jack Roush. I worked with him about 7 races last year, and I got news for you. The kid is probably one of the sharpest drivers I've ever worked with, including you, Darrell. I'm telling you right now, the kid has got some talent. He's had a really tough 11 days here at Daytona, but Jack and the rest of the crew have worked very hard on 97 car, and they've got him up there in the front right now. It looks like he's doing a very good job.
Schrader pulls low to pick up Mark Martin, allowing Kurt to lead the outside line until both move back in front of the number 97. Schrader now leads a single-file procession down the backstretch, but Earnhardt and Ward are still peeking out of line. Schrader pulls low, trapping Martin up high as Earnhardt pulls Ward into second and third, Marlin not far behind in fourth. Just before commercial, Larry Mack has a theory as to why Schrader's car is so fast.
Look at the back end there of Ken Schrader's car. See, that's where, remember, Earnhardt got into him on pit road. And Darrell, what I've seen with these race cars, sometimes that rear bumper being a little higher, that thing will go through there because that rear bumper's not hanging down catching that air.
Bobby Allison he and Gary Nelson dropped their bumper off here in 1981 or 2 off of their Buick and picked up a ton of speed, dropped it off in the race. They had it rigged up to fall off.
Now, Gary said that wasn't on purpose.
That it got knocked off.
Exactly.
The broadcast returns on lap 86, with Hornaday once again up to second, this time behind Ward and ahead of Marlin and Jeff Burton. Coming off turn 4, Earnhardt is stuck in a side-by-side battle with Kurt Busch.
People question that call, but I want you to look where that cat is and how he got.
Whoa! Did you see Earnhardt bounce off Kurt Busch there on turn 4? Yeah, and Earnhardt stuck his hand out the window, too, as they come off turn.
Oh, boy, that's the lamb and the lion going at it right there.
Earnhardt, just think how well he can drive with one hand.
There it is.
There it is.
Kurt, you're number 1.
Over the next lap, Kurt can't clear Earnhardt to his outside. The lap after, Marlin is on the outside, pulling up on second-place Hornaday. Terry Labonte's terrible day continues. He makes an unscheduled stop for right-side tires, but no additional repairs to his battered nose. Prior to that, Labonte had been drafting with Buckshot Jones. Now Buckshot's behind Labonte by open track, trying desperately to catch him before he's lapped. Heading into turn 3, Marlin is back to third, passing Earnhardt on the inside. Hornaday is told by his crew to stay locked on to Ward. Despite this, Hornaday continues to search for a way around Ward, who's led a race-high 27 laps. On lap 90, we are now within 12 laps of a second round of green flag stops. In turn 1, Earnhardt looks high on Marlin for third, as the leaders catch Buckshot Jones, who's now within sight of Terry Labonte. Jones pulls low on the backstretch, then Labonte is lapped as they cross the stripe. After another commercial break, we pick up on lap 94, where Tony Stewart's running a distant 35th, apparently on the same strategy as teammate Bobby Labonte. Marlin's back out front with Ward booted to the high lane off turn 4, letting Schrader and Skinner pull into the next 2 spots. Hornaday's been shaken out to 14th. Skinner looks under Schrader for second off turn 4 with Ward Burton behind him in 4th and Jeff Gordon further back up to 7th. Marlin leads Skinner across the stripe with Schrader in 3rd, but Ward's sizing up Schrader on the inside. Schrader drops back until Jeff Burton catches him. At this moment, there have been 20 lead changes among 9 drivers, with 38 of the 43 starters still on the lead lap. At the stripe, Marlin, Skinner, and Ward have now pulled ahead of 4th place Earnhardt, while further back, Kyle Petty has picked up 7 positions in the last 10 laps, clocking in laps faster than the leader. Heading into turn 3, Marlin is stranded up high and dropping back to Skinner, as Skinner and Ward pair up to move past. Marlin slots behind Ward, but opens the door up high for Earnhardt and Schrader's big run up high. But off turn 4, the run stalls, and Marlin hangs tough on the inside in a battle for 3rd. Marlin's car continues to run so fast on its own that it keeps up with Earnhardt and Schrader through turns 1 and 2. Further back, Gordon and Hornaday try to form a line on the inside, but their run also stalls. Through turns 3 and 4, Earnhardt finally clears Marlin, but is about to lose Schrader in the process. Schrader catches Earnhardt in the tri-oval as the cars begin to stack up 3 wide. Among the cars in this pack is Michael Waltrip, who's climbed up to the 12th spot with Junior behind him. Heading into turn 3, both get a good run on Rusty's lapped car. Skinner and Ward cross the stripe to start lap 100, again with open track over the field. Earnhardt catches the lead duo through turns 1 and 2 and starts pulling to Ward's outside. He then follows Ward off turn 2, while Schrader looks to the outside of Earnhardt in a bid for 3rd. The two remain locked in a door-to-door battle, with Marlin closing the gap, but it's no longer a battle for position. Earnhardt ducks onto pit road with Marlin and Hornaday. Skinner crosses the stripe to receive the crossed flags. We're past the halfway mark. Richard Childress makes the call for Earnhardt to take 4 tires, the crew giving the hood a couple thumps to try to knock it back flat. Hornaday gets 4 tires, as does Marlin, along with a tear-off in the patch the crew made earlier. Earnhardt leads Marlin and Hornaday off pit road, well ahead of Stacy Compton and Jason Leffler, who came in with the 3 of them but had slower stops. The next time by, Skinner comes in with more than a dozen cars, including Ken Schrader, Kurt Busch, Kyle Petty, and Bill Elliott. Skinner and Elliott get 4 tires, with Skinner also receiving a chassis adjustment. Petty's crew lets a wheel get away, which rolls to a stop at the infield grass. Petty will have to serve a penalty, but it will be a few laps before NASCAR discovers that the tire is his. Ward takes over the lead, and the next time by leads 17 other cars down pit road, including Jeff Burton and Junior. Further up pit road, both Elliott Sadler and Bobby Labonte have to pit at steep angles, blocking an unlucky Jeremy Mayfield between them. Ward and Jeff Burton get 4 tires, with Ward receiving an air pressure adjustment. Junior's team nearly lets a wheel roll away, but a crewman darts out to grab it. The lap after, Rusty brings his lap car down pit road with Michael Waltrip, Buckshot Jones, and Jimmy Spencer. Casey Atwood also pits for a second time, having come in 2 laps earlier with Skinner's group. Atwood's crew discovered they left the lug nuts loose, so as they're secured, the crew adds more fuel and pulls tape off the nose. Hornaday also comes back in to serve a speeding penalty. During the stop and go, he stalls the engine. AJ is upset, his car's strong run coming undone. Skinner reassumes the lead on lap 105. He pulls high entering turn 3, which gives Jeff Gordon a big run to his inside ahead of Earnhardt and Steve Park, whose Pennzoil Chevrolet is among the leaders for the first time. Skinner comes down, but Gordon is already there, and as the two race off turn 4, Gordon gets loose. It's the opening that Earnhardt needs.
Assumes the lead. Earnhardt chomping on his back bumper, cuts to the inside. And Skinner will lead this lap from Earnhardt by about a foot.
Also entering the lead battle for the first time is Ricky Rudd, his vibration from earlier apparently solved. Kyle Petty serves his penalty for the wheel rolling into the infield grass on his pit stop. Heading into turn 3, Gordon keeps Skinner in the lead, with now Earnhardt and Steve Park working the inside. The leaders lap Atwood, who had been stranded after his unscheduled stop for the loose lug nuts. The next commercial break ends at lap 109, where Jeff Gordon leads the 500 for the first time. As a winner in 1997 and 99, numerologists suggest that today will be Gordon's third victory. Now running second is Ricky Rudd, whose Haviland car is running the best it has all day. But Earnhardt shakes Rudd out of line, and the 28 plummets out of the top 5 as Earnhardt latches onto Gordon's bumper. By this point, the field is nearly reformed into the same massive pack from earlier, with only a few trailing cars. This includes Kenny Wallace and the penalized Kyle Petty. Marlin peeks inside Park for third entering turn 1, but gets back into line. Fox experiments with Fox tracks again. Unnoticed as the field rolls into turn 3, there are multiple close calls. At the far right of the screen, you can see Kenny Wallace close too fast on Kurt Busch and has to jump out of the high lane. Behind them, Andy Houston gets into the back of Casey Atwood, whose car is dead sideways before the camera cuts away. Mike Wallace continues to show impressive speed in Jim Smith's car, cutting low on Rudd, who had just climbed back into the 5th spot. Jeff Gordon still leads over Earnhardt and Park, but the nation's rent car is now between Skinner in the high lane and Marlin to his inside in a battle for 4th. Wallace clears Marlin and pulls down in front of his Dodge as the leaders cross the stripe. Up front, Earnhardt looks under Gordon for the lead, and Park stays with him to strand the 24. As Earnhardt leads, Gordon manages to stay with him on the outside. It's a 25th lead change in 112 laps. On the approach to turn 1, Marlin looks under Mike Wallace for 4th, with Ward staying in his draft. Michael Waltrip, steadily making his presence known, tries to make a move up the middle. Down the backstretch, first Ward, then Marlin duck out of line to the inside, sizing up Gordon and Park. Marlin gets past the Pennzoil car, but Gordon comes down to block, stranding Park in the middle. Park quickly finds a hole between Skinner and Nadeau as they form a third lane that also includes Jeff Burton and Jr. Earnhardt remains out front with Gordon high and Marlin low behind him in a tight race for second, both just ahead of a large pack forming up behind them. Earnhardt and Marlin form up a line with cars on the inside, but Gordon rallies back up high through turns 3 and 4, pulling ahead of Skinner and drawing even with Mike Wallace for third. Mike pulls up high, splitting Gordon from Skinner, but this reunites Ward with Earnhardt, who has lost the lead to Marlin. Marlin and Gordon cross the stripe first and second over Mike Wallace and Earnhardt. Gordon gets a run on Marlin for the lead, but pushes high off turn 2, nearly opening the door for Mike Wallace. Not far behind is Rusty, who's still running 37th, as he's been unable to earn back his lap for nearly half the race distance. Park pulls to the middle lane and slips back from 4th, while Mike Wallace pulls up to 2nd behind Jeff Gordon, now leading Schrader and Jeff Burton. Back from commercial, it's now lap 121, and Skinner reassumes the lead over Jeff Gordon and now Jr. There are 80 laps to go, and Tony Stewart is sick of running in the back. He's already climbed to 18th in the middle lane, with Earnhardt following him through. There have now been 11 leaders in this race, 4 away from the race record of 15. Earnhardt remains in the middle lane, where off turn 2, a hole nearly closes between Jeff Burton and Kenny Wallace. Up front, the leaders have caught both Robert Presley and the penalized Ron Hornaday, who have each been lapped in 35th and 36th place. But like Rusty, both have fast enough cars to lock onto the leaders, with Hornaday following in Skinner's tire tracks. Further back, Nadeau gets shaken out of line with tire marks down the right side of his car. Ward gets a run on Skinner for the lead in turn 3, having charged from 9th to 2nd in one lap, and now pulls out front once more. Rudd climbs to 2nd, while Skinner is stuck further back in the middle lane. Speaking of the middle lane, check out Jeremy Mayfield. After lacking both speed and luck all week, he is up to the 5th spot, but very much in the middle of the hornet's nest. Ward and Rudd try to break away, but the pack is just as fast. So fast, in fact, that by the exit of turn 4, Gordon gets a run on the high lane, with Skinner down low, swallowing both Ward and Rudd. Ward manages to block Gordon, but Skinner gets under Rudd, trapping the 28 car in the middle for the 3rd time in this run alone. For the first time since he led lap 56, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is back and holding 3rd on the outside lane. When Gordon moves low behind Ward, Jr. stays high and begins to draw even with the Caterpillar car, then completes the pass off turn 4. Tommy Baldwin, Ward's crew chief, says the 22 car is still pushing bad off turn 2 because of the wind, and that this gets worse when other cars are around him. Junior leads again at the stripe. There have now been 31 lead changes in 125 laps, the most in the Daytona 500 since 1996, which had 32. The tying lead change is already happening. Marlin and Mayfield get a run on Junior into turn 1 and pull their way by on the backstretch. Marlin flies into turn 3 over Mayfield and Ward, with Junior still holding fast up high, thanks to Park and Schrader catching up. Skinner has now joined the inside line behind Ward, 4th in the procession. Back from commercial, it's lap 130. Ward Burton is back out front, holding the high lane over Marlin as they head into turn 2, but one car has fallen off the pace. Matt Kenseth is running by himself in turn 3 with a broken right front shock. Not a factor the entire week, Kenseth is running 3 miles per hour off the leader's pace in 34th place, the nose of his car porpoising through the tri-oval. The crew still can't decide whether to bring him in or not. Back up front, Skinner draws even with Ward and retakes the lead, but Gordon ducks out from behind with another run into turn 3. Skinner now drops back in the middle. Even Earnhardt strands him by staying 3rd on the inside line in front of Kurt Busch. Finally, off turn 4, Skinner cuts in front of Stewart to take 5th on the inside line. But Stewart is also under attack as Robbie Gordon ducks out of line, climbing to 9th. After running the fastest lap in opening practice, then losing an engine in the 125s, Robbie Gordon has yet to contest the lead of this race. On lap 104, he was 34th, but now he's following Stewart up the ranks. A lap before, he routed Ricky Craven out of the way down the backstretch. But on lap 133, Stewart gets the spot back into turn 3 with the help of another driver who's been absent for much of the running, Joe Nemechek.
Oh, yeah. Mikey Waltrip getting squeezed in the middle.
Man. Skinner latches onto Earnhardt, both trying to climb back to the front through turns 1 and 2. Just like that, Earnhardt's back up to 4th. Not far ahead, Ward cuts high to block Marlin, while Jeff Gordon and Ricky Rudd try to pull alongside down low. With 134 laps complete and 66 to go, there are still 34 cars on the lead lap. Rusty Wallace is 37. He stayed ahead of the one-lap down drivers of Terry Labonte, Casey Atwood, and Kyle Petty, but since Robert Presley and Ron Hornaday have just been lapped, he now has to catch and pass them in traffic just to be the first car 1 lap down. In the final 3 spots, Buckshot Jones is 2 laps down in 41st, Jimmy Spencer is 17 down in 42nd, and Jeff Purvis is still the only retiree. Jeff Gordon's inside line stalls out. Ward reassumes the lead by open track, putting Gordon in a race with Marlin for 2nd down the backstretch. As Marlin begins to advance, Kenseth finally pits as he now has debris on his grille. The crew takes the opportunity to look under the hood and check the broken shock. The next time by, Dave Blaney is off the pace, creeping down pit road. The team lifts the hood, believe they have a broken crank. The engine is blown, and Blaney becomes just the 2nd driver out of the race. Back up front, Blaney's teammate is still out front, but Marlin gets another run on Ward Burton up high, bringing Kurt and Junior with him. Ward and Jeff Gordon fight back off turn 4, and the 22 remains out front to complete lap 137. The broadcast comes back for commercial on lap 141, where green flag pit stops are beginning. If the race stays green, these may be the last stops of the race. Mike Wallace comes in first, followed by the damaged Terry Labonte. Ward and Marlin race side by side as they put Mike a lap down. Kurt ponders an even higher line than the 2 Dodges, who lap Terry Labonte again off turn 2. As Earnhardt peeks out further back, Ken Squire is awed by the racing.
The years I've watched this race, here we are, 140 laps, 350 miles into this event, and they're running record speeds out here, but I have never seen them run this fast and double wide this long. This is a remarkable race and so beautifully driven.
Marlin, Ward, and Jeff Gordon pull away as Kurt slots in front of Earnhardt for 4th. This leaves Junior and Earnhardt in a side-by-side battle for 5th. Junior leading Steve Park and Earnhardt over Skinner. Down the backstretch, Ward outmaneuvers Marlin for the lead, stranding the Silver Bullet on the outside and bringing Jeff Gordon to 2nd, Kurt Busch to 3rd. Mike Joy reminds the viewers that Roush picked Kurt to drive this car instead of Greg Biffle because he was impressed with how Kurt reads a racetrack. Before the next commercial break, we see a replay of another close call.
Man, Tony Stewart just about spun Dale Earnhardt out.
You heard Tony have to back completely out of the throttle.
He jumped out of it. He had a run on Dale. Wasn't quite enough room.
During the commercials, there's another one.
He gets a rundown on the inside there. Gordo doesn't want to let him go, but...
I'm going. Look, did you see him work that wheel?
He was a busy man in there.
Man, oh man.
Look through the windshield.
Watch his hands right here. Run 190 mile an hour coming through here.
Yeah, this sounded like bumping in the parking lot.
We pick up the live action on lap 149 with Ward now leading Marlin at the head of a 6-car pack. During the next Crank It Up segment, Michael Waltrip leads the outside line. The next time by, Marlin, Schrader, and Earnhardt come in for what may be their last stops of the race, bringing with them Brett Bodine, Johnny Benson, and Jason Leffler. The patch on Marlin's nose is removed, then reattached. Robbie Gordon comes in the next time by, leading Kenny Wallace, Ron Hornaday, and Kyle Petty. Robbie's crew has issues with the right front, while Kyle slides through his stall and has to slam into reverse. The next time by, and here comes Jeff Gordon over Steve Park and Kurt Busch, bringing Jeff Burton, Ricky Rudd, Mike Skinner, and several others. The 24 slides over the line and has to back up. Jeff Burton gets air pressure and wedge adjustments. Kurt gets 4 tires. Skinner gets left side tires and a track bar adjustment. Skinner shoves in the clutch, but his car won't go.
Mike Skinner cannot get it refired. Trouble for Mike Skinner.
The winner of Thursday's 125-miler is blown up.
No, he broke a drive shaft or something.
Broke a drive shaft axle or stripped the axle plate or something, and they're going to push him behind the wall.
With that, one of the fastest cars in the field, one that led 24 laps, is pushed back to the garage. Mike Skinner's first win will have to come another day. As Skinner pulls behind the wall, Ward Burton finally pits ahead of Michael Waltrip. After running loose in turn 2, Ward's now concerned about his car getting tight in the same corner and calls for an air pressure adjustment to offset this. Nadu gets a 4-tire stop. Only now on lap 153 does Bobby Labonte lead the race for the first time. There have been 39 lead changes, the most in the Daytona 500 in the last 18 years. When Labonte pits, Dale Jarrett, who dominated the 2000 running, finally leads the race, just before the race's final 100 miles. At last, Jarrett will have a chance to see what his car can do. But in the glare through the tri-oval, he doesn't see a car slow in front of him. The two make contact, shoving in the nose of Jarrett's Ford. Jarrett pits with nose damage. But the moment the lead falls back to Sterling Marlin, 2 more drivers find trouble.
Spinning across the racetrack is rookie Kurt Busch. Can he keep it down in the grass? Bill Elliott dives to pit road to avoid him. And Kurt Busch will slide to a stop. Caution is out. A lot of smoke also down at turn 1 from one car that may have gotten rear-ended back there. Well, that smoke abates. Look at Busch after that wild slide. Second caution of the day.
After battling among the leaders for the entire previous run, Kurt Busch makes a rookie mistake off turn 4, crossing the nose of Joe Nemechek. With 43 laps to go, and under only the second caution of the day, both Kurt and Nemechek come down pit road, the only 2 drivers involved. The 2 other drivers are celebrating. In a gamble to get their laps back, both Rusty Wallace and Robert Presley stayed out longer than anyone else. The gamble has paid off. For the first time since his cut tire on lap 28, Rusty Wallace is back on the lead lap. 2 other drivers find misfortune. Under this same caution, Ricky Craven, who was fast all week, is pushed behind the wall with a mechanical issue. Casey Atwood is sidelined with a broken shock mount. Coming to the lap 163 restart, Larry McReynolds is talking with Dale Earnhardt's crew chief Kevin Hamlin.
I know there hadn't been a lot of strategy having to pit about every 50 laps. I'm not going to ask you, can you win this thing? That's like trying to predict the weather. But what has Dale said about that thing all day?
He hasn't said a whole lot of anything, Larry. To tell you the truth, he said that earlier in the day that the wind down in turns 1 and 2 was a little bit hairy if he got caught into the middle, but said he had his hands full doing that. Other than that, the Jim Goodyear and Service Plus Monte Carlo has run pretty decent all day. You know, he bashed in the nose a little bit coming into pits there. That first stop running in the back of Schrader when they all did a brake check. So that, aero-wise, that's hurt us maybe just a little bit, but all in all, I think it's been a pretty spectacular race so far without many incidents. And, you know, Daytona is the world's greatest race, and I think they've even somehow made it better.
All right, Kevin, I'll let you go back to business. Sterling Marlin, our leaders on pit road to the flat tires. We go back racing.
In another stunning development, race leader Sterling Marlin, in the fastest car of the day, has punctured the left front tire, handing the lead to Junior and Earnhardt. Down the backstretch, Junior makes quick work of Hornaday, who took the green as the final driver on the lead lap. Earnhardt, Park, and Schrader are hot on his heels. Coming off turn 4, Brett Bodine pulls to the inside, the nose of his car damaged in an earlier incident. The restart is ragged, fracturing the field into 3 separate packs. Stranded in the last of these are Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett. On lap 164, Ward Burton jumps out of line to zip past Park, who's been shaken out. As Ward takes over the 5th spot, Schrader looks for a way around Earnhardt as Junior stays out front. Jeff Gordon links behind Ward on the inside line, giving Ward a huge run on Earnhardt, who blocks Ward's approach to turn 1. Earnhardt himself gets a run on Junior and moves high to pull up on Schrader, but this opens the door for Ward to challenge Earnhardt for second. Heading through turn 3, Michael Waltrip reappears in the middle lane between Gordon and Jeff Burton, challenging for 6 with Park, Martin, and suddenly Bill Elliott behind him.
Up the middle.
Hey, we hadn't talked about Uncle Mike all day, and there he is. Come on, buddy. Give me a chance to talk about you.
Getting a little bit of help from Steve Park, his teammate, and Steve goes back behind Gordon, going to the bottom side, 3 wide through the tri-oval.
They're racing like it's the last lap, and there's still 35 to go.
During these few laps, the 3rd pack catches the 2nd, and down the backstretch, both groups catch the 1st, forming a group of 28 lead lap cars. Some distance behind, Kurt Busch and Joe Nemechek are both still running despite damage from their wreck, and Sterling Marlin is even further back. On lap 167, Schrader gets under Earnhardt for second in turn 1, but finds himself trapped in the middle when Waltrip draws his inside line down the backstretch. As an upset Mike Skinner is interviewed in the garage, Waltrip's freight train charges through turns 3 and 4, all the way into the lead. It's lap 167, and for the first time, Michael Waltrip is leading.
But these guys are really, really hungry. They had me in a hell of a hot rod right here. This car was pretty awesome today, and felt like our chances was good, but we keep knocking on that door. We'll get it kicked down one of these days.
Doing what they can to get back out. Most disappointing, he wasn't having any problems before he went into that pit. Steve?
Well, Jeannie, here is the problem for Sterling Marlin. It may cost him the Daytona 500. Left front tire off of his Dodge. Puncture hole. Goodyear tire engineer says it went all the way through right there.
New leader, Steve, Michael Waltrip.
There's a Waltrip leading the Daytona 500. All right.
As Mikey leads a single-file line of Jeff Gordon, Steve Park, and Ken Schrader, we've now had 43 lead changes. The 1974 record of 60 may just lie 32 laps ahead. Like so many before him, Michael Waltrip doesn't stay up front for long. The next time by, Jeff Gordon gets a massive run into turn 1 and pulls to the high side, and Park goes with him. But Ron Hornaday's lap car is still fast enough to stay with leaders and keeps Waltrip in the mix. Heading into turn 3, Park sets up Gordon with a run of his own, and Schrader eventually follows, allowing Waltrip to close on them both. Waltrip's car keeps closing, getting a run on Schrader off turn 4 with now Ward Burton in his draft. Park gets a piece of the wall, but stays in front of Schrader. Hornaday is behind Ward, but once again, here comes Robbie Gordon dive-bombing into the tri-oval. It's lap 169, and Steve Park leads the 500 for the first time, meaning all 3 DEI cars have each taken a turn up front. He's the 14th different leader, one shy of the record. For Robert Presley, his time on the lead lap ends. After getting his lap back, he falls off it again with an unscheduled stop. Johnny Benson makes a stop too. The engine on his favorite Pontiac has dropped 2 cylinders. Up front, Waltrip Jr. and Earnhardt shake out Ward, who's suddenly stuck in the middle. Jr. and Earnhardt stay with Waltrip as they try to pass Park on their outside. Waltrip clears Park in turns 3 and 4, bringing Jr. to second and Earnhardt to third ahead of Ward, with Park now battling Rudd for 5th. Down on the inside, Robbie Gordon is closing on Stewart, who's forming a line around the 10th spot. The leaders now lap Benson, who limps down the backstretch. Craven returns to the track nearly 15 laps down, soon to be followed by Skinner. There are 41 cars on the track, Blaney and Purvis the only 2 out of the race.
29 laps to go. Michael Waltrip leads Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Sr. in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe.
In less than 30 laps, one of the most competitive speed weeks in history will be complete. Up to this point, it's also been one of the safest. The biggest wreck in terms of car count came on lap 4 of the Truck Series race, when 8 trucks collided in turn 1. 2 cars slid upside down in the Goodies Dash race. Tony Raines caught air in Saturday's 300-miler. The only injury has been to Ron Cox in the ARCA race, and even he was able to climb from his car without assistance. Of all the series to run at Daytona this year, the Winston Cup Series has employed the most aggressive aerodynamic package, creating the closest and most competitive racing of the entire week. But after 2 qualifying races, multiple practice sessions, and a caution-free Budweiser shootout, there have been many close calls, but no incidents involving more than 2 cars. Not a single crash in practice. Only 2 teams sent to backup cars, both from incidents in separate qualifying races. On lap 174, Michael Waltrip continues to lead over Junior, but Dale Earnhardt has been shaken out of 3rd back to 7th. Flying past are Tony Stewart and Robbie Gordon, who have clawed their way up to 3rd and 4th in a tight battle with Ward Burton. But off turn 2, these 3 cars come together. Perhaps Ward breaks loose as the crew went too far to offset his tight condition off the second corner. Perhaps the blame is on Stewart, who on Thursday spun off this same turn all by himself. Or maybe it's Robbie, of whom the media has been skeptical all week, given his history of aggressive driving. Whether any or none of these are true, the result is the same.
Welcome back to Daytona.
It's the big one, gang. It's the big one. It's what we've all been fearing. This kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20.
It's a devastating wreck. As Michael Waltrip leads Junior and Earnhardt to a stop in turn 1, only a few limp their way down pit road. Jason Leffler, the big surprise from race 1 of the 125s, with a hood plastered over his windshield. Robbie Gordon, his car painstakingly designed at Morgan McClure, with every corner shoved in. Kenny Wallace won't replicate the success of Johnny Benson a year earlier, the left front corner of his white Pontiac destroyed. Jeff Burton has damage to the nose of his Ford, while teammate Mark Martin has barely enough of a car left to make it to pit road. Dale Jarrett has tried to avoid wrecks all week, only to find trouble each time. For the second time in this race alone, the nose of his car is destroyed. When the wreck unfolds, Rusty Wallace, who just got his lap back, slides through the grass as the entire inside line collapses. He now has heavy damage behind the right front wheel. On their way back to the pits, John Andretti can't see past his upturned hood and collides with Jeff Gordon's wrecked car. Jerry Nadeau tries to follow them, but his car stops short of pit entrance as the red flag comes out. 5 other cars remain stranded on the backstretch, too damaged to continue. Next to rookie Andy Houston sits Steve Park, who seconds earlier had taken the lead for the first time all day. Now all he can do is pound the roof in frustration. Ward Burton's car, one of the fastest of the day and leader of a race-high 53 laps, is now a crumpled heap. But the biggest concern is the once airborne Tony Stewart, whose roll cage has come down on the driver's side. He and teammate Bobby Labonte were running at opposite ends of the field when the wreck unfolded. Like Jarrett, Labonte has lagged in the back all day, only to be swept up in the crash. Though both led laps during the stops, neither ever contended for the win. For Labonte, none of this matters. When he checks on Stewart, his teammate is unconscious. After 90 tenths seconds, Stewart wakes up, and Labonte asks him who the president is. Stewart answers and tells crews not to cut the roof off his car.
Joe Gibbs, an unfortunate afternoon, but the good news is both your drivers are okay, but they're both inside the care center.
Actually, Tony went to the other hospital. They took him straight to the other hospital, and they said he was complaining of his shoulder. They wanted to do x-rays on it, but and it looks like Bobby's okay. I think Bobby's in there and sitting up. Donna's in there with him, so looks like our 2 guys came out of it. I'm worried about Tony because I want to try and get over to the hospital and see what he's complaining about, something about his shoulder.
All right, we'll let you go.
Thanks.
Stewart is transported to Halifax Medical Center with what's described as a mild concussion. He receives a CT scan of his head and neck, then an X-ray of his left shoulder, and will still be in the hospital as the checkered flag falls. The scans will come back negative, and he'll return to Charlotte that night. In all, 19 drivers are involved. 6 are out immediately: Bobby Labonte, John Andretti, Andy Houston, Robbie Gordon, Tony Stewart, and Ward Burton. Gradually, each climb from their cars on the backstretch. Jerry Nadeau and Mark Martin also climb out on pit road, but along with Steve Park's team, theirs will attempt repairs. All other than Stewart are checked and released from the infield care center, and some are interviewed.
I just hope everybody else is okay. I was on the bottom, started to get a little tight. Tony got up underneath Ward. They seemed to slow down. I don't know if they touched or not. I got in the back of Ward. Then they started side by side. And it's unfortunate. All of us had pretty good cars at that point.
But, the fans got their money's worth today. That's all I can say. It was lap after lap after lap. And after that last restart there with all those cars just bunched together like that, it just, it was an accident looking for a place to happen.
I think everybody was just trying to get in position, to have a good shot at winning that thing there at the end. And somebody cut somebody off. It looked like about 5 rows up, and track was just blocked. I jumped into brakes, threw my hand up, got run into in the back, and pushed me into a couple guys, and everybody was just spinning everywhere. So, it was pretty wild, but we'll just go try to get them next weekend in Rockingham.
It's unfortunate. Something like that's going to happen with these rules. It's great racing. It's exciting. There's a lot of passing, a lot of lead changes, but one little mistake, and that's what's going to happen. And it's just inevitable. But everybody did a great job all day long. It was incredible racing, and I got shuffled back there a little bit and was just trying to work my way back up through there, and doing things that I didn't want to do. So I'm sure there's other guys that may have done the same thing. And
when I went underneath Tony, I guess, and he was upside down.
You went under him?
Yeah, he was upside down, and I could see him. And as he passed over, I think he was on top of another car. So, it's fortunate we have a lot of safety in these cars.
We all get runs on each other with the aero package out there. We hit big holes, and I had a big run on the guys in front of me, but I was going to stay in line. And I guess from what I'm being told, the 4 car hit me. Somebody just hit me and didn't use the head enough. The problem is with this racing, the closer we get to the start-finish line, the end of the race, the wilder it gets. And I just feel bad for my team. It gave me a hell of a race car, and we were going to have a shot at it. But now we're sitting in the garage and not out there running. But for the guys that got hurt, especially Tony, I hope Tony's okay.
During the delay, Jeff Hammond takes the opportunity to highlight the safety features of the current Cup cars. To demonstrate this, he uses a cutaway version of Dale Earnhardt's car, which is parked just behind Victory Lane.
You see this 1 3/4 roll bar tubing that's above the driver's head. Our head restraint as far as the window net's concerned to keep the arms inside the car. You can't say enough about the integrity and the safety that NASCAR builds into what they feel like is the most safe race car right now in the world, I'd have to say. And after what you just witnessed on the back straightaway, I think a lot of you folks will have to agree with us that they do an exceptional job of learning what it takes to keep a driver safe so they can walk away from such a horrendous accident.
Earnhardt is one of the few drivers who barely avoided involvement in the crash. In the replay, you could see both he and Mike Wallace pull to the low lane as Ward's wrecking car cuts left. Mike drives through the grass and barely maintains control. But behind Earnhardt, Ward hits Hornaday's lapped car in the door, then closes off the track for every car running behind. A few running further back are able to slow in time to arrive once the wreck is over, including Bobby Hamilton, who perhaps lagged back to help his damaged teammate and Joe Nemechek. After the dust settles, both Hamilton and Nemechek are still on the lead lap. Joining them is a downright lucky Sterling Marlin. Were it not for his flat tires suffered just before the previous restart, he almost certainly would have been swept up in the accident. Instead, the fastest car of the day was running by itself, nearly 3/4 a lap behind the main pack. It escapes completely intact. But perhaps the luckiest driver to come out of the big wreck is Jeremy Mayfield. After a disastrous speed weeks, where his had consistently been one of the slowest cars, Mayfield is right in the middle of the wreck as it unfolds. But as other cars plow into the pileup, Mayfield slows down just enough to sneak through the grass and under Stewart's flying car. While the results do include him in the wreck, and he does receive some repairs on pit road after the red is withdrawn, Mayfield comes out with the least damage of any car around him, still on the lead lap. Despite the size and scale of the calamity, it takes just 16 minutes for NASCAR to display the yellow flag. Work resumes on 11 damaged cars still on pit road. Like Mayfield, Hornaday only requires minor repairs and remains a lap down. On lap 179, Terry Labonte is rolling, revealing even more damage to the front of his car. Jason Leffler turns one lap with the hood of his car removed, then pulls behind the wall, ultimately taking 34th. With no playoff system nor crash clock in place at the time, the remaining laps will see damaged cars try to complete as many laps as possible while running on the apron. Of this group, Dale Jarrett will complete the most, 186 laps, or 13 after the wreck, salvaging a 22nd place finish. The leaders come down pit road for what will now be their final stop of the day.
Well, I just like to tell my mom I'm okay because she's home worrying about me right now, but it's the same old thing, everything we hope we can avoid in a super speedway race, and I'm really not going to blame it on the racetrack or the new rules. We had some great race cars out there that were driving good. The show was awesome. It's just always the same people causing the same problems all the time. And it's just unfortunate for the Pennzoil team because we had a great race car this weekend, and we've worked real hard over the wintertime to give us a car that was capable of running up front and to go up front and lead laps and run with my teammates and run with Dale and give us all an opportunity to win. To have it all go up in smoke like that, it just is ridiculous. And it's just a shame there's a lot of laps left in the race still.
Well, his team is working on his car, and pit stops are underway, Steve.
And his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. just took 4 tires of gas, no chassis adjustments to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car. He has a shot to win this race.
Jr. takes the lead over Ricky Rudd. Dale Earnhardt is 3rd, Michael Waltrip 4th, and Mike Wallace in 5th. Bill Elliott holds a 6th spot over Ken Schrader in 7th, Sterling Marlin 8th, Bobby Hamilton 9th, and Jeremy Mayfield 10th, ahead of 11th place Stacy Compton. Still on the lead lap despite damage are Joe Nemechek, Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace, and Elliott Sadler, though none of these 4 are expected to contend. From an entry list of 52, starting grid of 43, and after a 19-car pileup, these 15 lead lap cars, 11 of them still intact, will now contest the finish in an all-out sprint. 21 to go in the Great American Race.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. leads Ricky Rudd, Earnhardt, Michael Waltrip, Mike Wallace, and pole sitter Bill Elliott.
Coming off turn 2, Rudd looks on the inside of Jr. for the lead, but all this does is link Earnhardt and Waltrip with Jr. in the high lane. Elliott and Marlin have also paired up in their Dodges, dispensing with Rudd and charging toward the front. Coming off turn 4, Earnhardt throws the block.
Sterling Marlin was a lap down, or almost a lap down. He's working his way into 5th position, going for 4th.
Again off turn 2, Marlin gets under Elliott for 3rd, bringing Hamilton and now Compton with him. Earnhardt pulls to the high lane, but falls back into the clutches of Elliott on the approach to turn 3. Marlin charges to 2nd, with Hamilton racing Earnhardt for 3rd. Meanwhile, Waltrip looks under Compton off turn 4, with Rudd and Schrader behind him. Hamilton comes down in front of Waltrip. By now, Jr. has opened up a big lead with Marlin some distance behind in 2nd. Marlin looks low down the backstretch. Earnhardt pulls high to follow Jr. until Marlin sweeps by on the inside, and Earnhardt chases the silver Dodge into turn 3. It's now Marlin, Earnhardt, and Jr. in the top 3 spots. In the tri-oval, Waltrip clears Hamilton for 3rd and gets a run on the outside of Earnhardt for 2nd. He then comes down between Earnhardt and Marlin, heading into turn 1. Waltrip, surprised that Earnhardt led him in line, pulls high in front of a trailing Rudd, while Earnhardt chases down Marlin low. Then Earnhardt rejoins Waltrip, pushes high into turn 3. For a moment, it's a 3-wide battle for the lead between Waltrip, Earnhardt, and Marlin, but Earnhardt slots in front of Marlin. Coming off turn 4, it's a drag race between Waltrip and Earnhardt. By a fender, Earnhardt leads his 17th lap of the day, and the 25,714th of his career. Coming down the backstretch, Waltrip gets a run past Earnhardt, then frantically switches between all 3 lanes on the charge to turn 3. At the stripe, there have now been 49 lead changes, matching the mark of Earnhardt's win at Talladega the previous October, and the most lead changes of any race in the last 11 years. And though he's barely contended for the lead until now, Waltrip finds himself in position to end a streak of 462 career races without a single win. As Waltrip, Marlin, and Jr. pull away, Earnhardt holds down the 4th spot over Hamilton as leaders fly past wrecked cars on the apron. One of these is smoking into turn 1. Down the backstretch, Earnhardt reels in the 3 leaders. As he does, Marlin gets a run on Waltrip for the lead and pulls to the outside. But this allows Jr. to stay with Waltrip as Earnhardt and Hamilton slotted behind. For what seems like the first time all day, Marlin can't complete the pass and his run stalls. Down on pit road, Terry Labonte and Johnny Benson park their damaged cars. Jr. stays in Waltrip's tire tracks as the top 5 run single file, but Marlin's outside line is strengthening again with Schrader, Rudd, Elliott, and the lapped Robert Presley closing behind him. Waltrip pulls high to slow their advance into turn 3 as Earnhardt blocks Hamilton behind. Nevertheless, Marlin is advancing again. Waltrip fights back on the inside line and pulls ahead through turns 1 and 2. Jr. stays with his teammate and races Marlin for second. Waltrip gets a big lead, but when Jr. and Earnhardt close, they stay in line heading into turn 3, with Hamilton and the damaged Rusty Wallace completing the inside line.
Everybody said, why did Dale put Michael in this car? Folks, here's why he put him in there. Great driver.
There are now 10 laps to go. Waltrip and Jr. pull ahead in turns 1 and 2, with Earnhardt racing Marlin for third. Marlin's car is so fast down the backstretch that Ken Schrader can't keep up in the draft. Entering the tri-oval, the leaders go single file at the stripe to pass the damaged Buckshot Jones on the inside. This allows Waltrip to lead Jr., Earnhardt, and Hamilton in a 4-car breakaway.
This is what we prayed for. It's what we've all talked about.
Waltrip leads a now 5-car breakaway with Rusty, still fast despite heavy right-side damage, all the way up to 5th. Jr. bobbles as he passes a damaged Kurt Busch entering turn 3. Coming off turn 4, it's now a 7-car breakaway, with Mike Wallace drafting his older brother in 6th ahead of Mayfield in 7th, Marlin behind Mayfield in 8th.
Darrell, your first ever race on Fox, you think it'd be like this?
I have experienced everything imaginable. I mean, we've had rain delays, we've had big wrecks, and now we got my brother leading the race with 6 laps to go.
Waltrip and Jr. are now some distance ahead of Earnhardt, who has also gapped the 2-wide pack behind led by Hamilton. Hamilton is fighting Rusty's damaged car to his outside. Coming into turn 3, Hamilton gets a run to the outside of Earnhardt for third, but the run stalls.
TV was going to be like this. I thought it was going to be a lot of easy work, fun. This is hard work.
Well, it was until about 30 laps ago. 5 laps to go.
Leading the Daytona 500 with 5 laps to go.
Look at Sterling below the apron going into turn 1. Ducks back in the line just in time to get there.
Rudd slots into 5th with Schrader to his outside. The result is another 4-car breakaway off turn 2, now with Waltrip, Jr., Earnhardt, and Marlin. The top 4 defend their positions, but Hamilton gets a run on Rudd heading into turn 3 in a bid for 5th. But Schrader comes down from the high lane in front of Hamilton to take the 5th spot away. Hamilton links with Schrader, and both pull to Marlin's outside, looking for 4th, but again they stall out. 4 to go. Jeff Burton's damaged car loses a lap on the approach to turn 1, leaving 14 cars on the lead lap. Steve Park finally returns to the track, last driver to return from the big wreck. Through turns 1 and 2, the leaders lap Sadler and Kenseth, who are racing side by side. This puts Sadler a lap down, leaving only 13 on the lead lap. Off turn 4, Schrader gets another run on Marlin's outside for 4th, but Marlin looks low on Earnhardt for 3rd.
Pulled out right at the end.
Whoa!
Look at Earnhardt.
Sterling got into Earnhardt.
Dale is doing everything he can to keep Sterling behind him because Dale knows that Sterling's got a fast car.
3 to go. Earnhardt's block allows the outside line back into the picture as Schrader, Hamilton, and Rudd gain momentum. Schrader draws even with Earnhardt in turns 3 and 4 for 3rd, while Waltrip and Jr. pull away again. 2 to go. Marlin again tries to challenge Earnhardt for 3rd, cutting the line approaching to turn 1, but again has to get back in line. Earnhardt pulls away as Marlin now has to contest 4th with Schrader. It's a 4-car breakaway into turn 3, with Marlin still hugging Earnhardt's bumper, again opening up distance on 5th place Schrader. Rusty races Hamilton for 6th. Last lap, Schrader finally catches Marlin into turn 1 as Earnhardt in 3rd remains a couple car lengths back of Waltrip and Jr. Coming off turn 2, it's every man for himself. Marlin looks low, looking to replicate his winning pass on Earnhardt from Thursday, but Schrader doesn't go with him and pulls high, trapping Earnhardt in the middle. Closing fast, Rusty doesn't help either of them, and after blocking Bill Elliott, catches Earnhardt's draft. Schrader gets an advantage, but Earnhardt again pulls ahead. Heading into turn 3, it's a 3-wide battle for third place.
No!
In its final laps, the 2001 Daytona 500 is already an instant classic. It has not only lived up to unprecedented hype, but in many ways exceeded it. Never before, and perhaps never since, has the event been so competitive or volatile. It's seen both the cleanest racing, 173 laps of low attrition and high intensity, then suddenly, one of Daytona's most awful multi-car accidents. Finally, an all-out sprint for stock car racing's biggest prize. All of this is being witnessed by a massive audience. New broadcast partner Fox Sports will pull the highest TV rating of any 500 since 1986, and an 11% improvement over CBS's last in 2000. As the white flag flies, Fox is set to outdo CBS in another way. In 1993, Dale Jarrett scored his first of 3 Daytona 500 victories, with his father Ned calling him home from the broadcast booth, a race that had eluded Ned in his own racing career. Now it is Darrell Waltrip, fresh off retirement, who can no longer contain his excitement. Up front rides baby brother Michael Waltrip, who in the final moments of his 463rd start can begin to see his first checkered flag through the glare of the late afternoon sun, then his dirty windshield, then the tears. Waltrip's opportunity, the cars he and teammate Dale Jr. drive, and the lead both now enjoy are all thanks to one man, the man who happens to be running behind them in third. In a matter befitting his nickname as the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt leads this 500 just 4 times for 17 laps, but has been a threat the entire day. As expected of Daytona's winningest driver, this week has seen him nearly pick up his 35th win at this track all 4 times he's taken the green flag. And consistent with his aggressive driving style, his iconic number 3 is now battered and bruised, but unbroken. In any other year, this final sprint would see Earnhardt signal someone to draft him, Sterling Marlin, Ken Schrader, Rusty Wallace, and the two would fly past the other drivers into the lead. But not this time. This time he blocks Marlin, blocks Schrader, blocks Rusty. As he does, the traffic behind him builds. Waltrip and Jr. continue to pull away. Then, just 10 seconds from the finish line, at the very instant it becomes clear the leaders can't be caught, Earnhardt loses control, collides with Schrader, and slams the turn 4 wall nearly head-on. Both cars slide out of view as Darrell Waltrip signals the end of his brother's 16-year winless streak. On the cool-down lap, as safety crews swarm around the accident scene, Richard Childress can't get Dale Earnhardt to answer his radio. Childress switches channels and tells his other driver, Mike Skinner, to take another lap and see what's happening. Skinner stops on the apron of turn 4, where thoughts of his strong run ruined by a part failure are pushed aside by what he sees. The report he radios back is grim. From the moment Schrader unhooks Earnhardt's window net to his arrival at Halifax Hospital, there are no signs of life. At 5:16 p.m. local time, 36 minutes after impact, nothing more can be done. For nearly 2 hours, the news is kept quiet, but not the sight of a Ford van pulling up to the emergency room entrance, the words mortuary transport clearly visible on its dark red paint. By the time Mike Helton's voice echoes through the silent media center, the van has delivered Earnhardt's body to the medical examiner's office. The perfect race has become the perfect tragedy.
But after the accident in turn 4 at the end of the Daytona 500, we've lost Dale Earnhardt.
During which time we continued CPR. There was a full trauma team there to meet him, a trauma neurosurgeon, Dr. Bill Kuhn, trauma surgeon, Dr. Demuga. There were several emergency room doctors there as well. We all did everything we could for him. And additionally, there was an anesthesiologist who helped us maintain the airway. But he had what I feel were life-ending type injuries at the time of impact, and really nothing could be done for him.
It's really kind of hard to say. I mean, I was fortunate enough to watch Dale get in his first car way back when we were racing at Concord, and his daddy was still helping Dale. And a competitor, I don't think I know of anybody I've ever been around that epitomizes the word. The man was relentless as far as his competition was concerned. We had a lot of good times together. We raced together on those dirt tracks at home. We used to go to his place and ride in the back of his boat, go tubing together. We'd done some hunting together, but through all our relationship and friendship, he always was a competitor.
Dale Earnhardt is hard to say was, but was one of my best friends for many, many years. You know, it's ironic that people talk about Dale Earnhardt and how selfish he was on the racetrack, how much he cared about himself on the racetrack because he was a winner and he wanted to win when he buckled that helmet on. But those of us who knew him knew that he was really a very, very unselfish individual off the racetrack. And the irony is that today, for the first time, that I can remember, and I've known this man a long, long time, you saw him be very, very unselfish in those final few laps. He had a car that could have made a move, in my opinion, following this sport for 20 years. He could have pulled up in front of Sterling Marlin, maybe Kenny Schrader, probably drafted by and won his second Daytona 500. But what he did in those final laps was what a father would do for a son. Ironically, that was his son right in front of him, Dale Earnhardt Jr., or what a brother would do for a brother. And Michael Waltrip was like the little brother that he didn't have. And he stayed there and ran 185 mile per hour screen as a pick, and he kept Sterling Marlin back there and Kenny Schrader and those guys who didn't get a chance to get up there and fight for the win, so that his two people in front of him, his son and one of his best friends, Michael Waltrip, who he had given a chance, did have a chance. And so it was very, very unselfish of Dale Earnhardt. And it's a move that many of us who've known him for years would understand. But it's very difficult now to understand because he's gone.
To lose, our most prolific race car driver of NASCAR is certainly difficult for all of us to comprehend and fathom at this point in time. But it was a vicious crash and certainly, a difficult one for everyone. Right here, you see how the impact is so hard, so vicious. 109 miles an hour. He had no time to react at all. Had no time to react whatsoever. It was difficult to watch. Difficult to watch.
Whatever stock car racing is, Dale Earnhardt was. He was the child in the back of a pickup truck at the Charlotte Motor Speedway with his dad, watching those cars in the 600 and dreaming someday of being in Winston Cup racing. He was the teenager whose equipment was a T-shirt and a crash helmet, bumming rides, building cars, trying to prove that he could handle those short tracks in the Carolinas just as well as his father, Ralph Earnhardt, did, who was a national champion. He was the guy that came along in 1979 and became Rookie of the Year in Winston Cup racing, and 1 year later was the Winston Cup national champion. And through it all, he seemed quiet. He became the intimidator, one who didn't have much to say, but who did it with his deeds on the racetrack. His wife, Teresa, changed a lot of that. He became much easier with the media. Until 1994, on this very track, just a few hundred feet from where he died today, his best friend in this world, Neil Bonnet, lost his life in a very similar type of crash. It seemed as if he went into a dark period for a bit. And then he's come out of it. 1997, nearly won the 500. It was right there. And then was upside down in the backstretch, refused to go to the medical center, got back in and drove the car around and finished the race. And then 1 year later, we saw him in victory lane. 20 years of effort in winning the race that meant the most to him, and there he was, up on top of the world. He told me in victory lane that day, yes, yes, 20 years. Can you believe it? Now we come to this point in his career. Going down the backstretch in the final lap, out in front, Michael Waltrip in one of his cars. His son is running in second place, and two of his colleagues, two of his racing pals, are right in there beside him going for a photo finish for third spot. There's Ken Schrader from Missouri on the outside. There's Sterling Marlin from Tennessee on the inside. And as they went into that turn and he saw what was coming about, I would consider that Dale Earnhardt died happy.
The irony of this, Mike Joy, is just that. Gave a chance to Michael Waltrip, who hadn't won in 462 races. His son finishing second, both cars owned by Dale Earnhardt, and competing to the very, very end.
Earnhardt had won this race. He knew the great joy of winning the 500. And Larry McReynolds, Darrell Waltrip, and I, calling those final laps, somehow knew that he would protect the lead of Waltrip and his son, let them fight it out among themselves, and may the best man win. And that's what he was doing when he and Sterling Marlin touched and Earnhardt went caroming off to the wall. It is such irony that the man who celebrates as the Daytona 500 champion can't have his car owner and benefactor share in that celebration.
I spoke with Dale Earnhardt this week. He said that after the neck surgery a couple of years ago, seeking that 8th Winston Cup title was very important to him, and he felt like he could drive for another 10 years or so. Unfortunately, that dream has been cut short. Dale Earnhardt, who would have turned 50 years old in April, has died on the final lap in the 43rd running of the Daytona 500.
We'll have more on the tragic death of Dale Earnhardt when this special edition of NASCAR Victory Lane continues after the break.
Time doesn't slow down or stop. It stalls. For the rest of that night, and for much of the following week, the same news, the same sudden stop, the same years, 1951 to 2001, play on a never-ending loop. The soundtrack varies from Guns N' Roses' Knockin' on Heaven's Door to Rachel Portman's theme from the film Cider House Rules. No one could imagine it, but everyone knew the day would come that Dale Earnhardt retired from racing. Sometime in the indeterminate future, he'd be watching from pit road as his three teams at DEI competed for wins and championships. Then, much later, decades later, he'd pass away, quietly, privately, and surrounded by his family. No one dreamed that it would end this way, to lose him so suddenly, so tragically, so publicly. Not in the future, but now. Here, on the final lap of the Daytona 500, with his newest hire, Michael Waltrip, left waiting for him in victory lane. It was all so wrong, and in the cruelest of ways. It simply didn't seem possible, and yet there it was, over and over, as real could be.
It was just a shock. I was sitting on the fourth turn where it happened at, and I guess I'll never come back to Daytona again.
As night falls, Daytona's flags are at half-mast. The last few fans pass the sign outside the track, which now reads, Dale, with us always. Among these fans are brothers William and John Pritchett of Windsor, North Carolina, who traveled to Daytona by private plane with friends Ray and Ken Chapman. William is flying the group home when at 8:17 p.m., their Beech 36 aircraft loses contact with air traffic control. The next afternoon, debris is found floating in the Atlantic near Tybee Island. There are no survivors.
We close today's broadcast from Phoenix. We have just learned the tragic news involving the death of Dale Earnhardt during today's running of the Daytona 500. Now, RPM tonight is coming up next. The staff in Daytona will have complete details. From all of us here in Phoenix, our deepest sympathies to the Earnhardt family. Good night, everyone.
Mike Massaro is covering Speed Weeks for us, and again, what should have been a joyous day for Michael Waltrip has turned tragic. Not only did Waltrip drive for Dale Earnhardt, the two were very close friends. Mike, a very difficult time right now for NASCAR.
And I think that may be actually an understatement. The mood is extremely somber here in Daytona, and it was a wild mood swing in Victory Lane. It went from total elation to total devastation. Right now at Daytona, if you look behind me at International Speedway Boulevard, now normally after the Daytona 500, horns are blowing, people are yelling, people are partying, people are having a very good time. Right now, you could practically hear a pin drop. It's that quiet.
The impact of the loss, perhaps it's too early to really state what it means to not have Dale Earnhardt as part of the Winston Cup Series. But if you could, speak to the impact and also the irony involved here.
Well, Whit, it's such a dramatic impact. Dale Earnhardt, if you will, and I don't think I'm overstating this at all, is NASCAR's equivalent to, say, Michael Jordan or, say, Mark McGwire in baseball. He had that much effect on this sport. He had 7 championships. He was 6th on the all-time win list with 76 victories. People simply came to the racetrack to either root for him or root against him. But no matter what you say about Dale Earnhardt, he was all about winning. He was an ambassador for this sport, and people really enjoyed having him around. There's no doubt that NASCAR can go on without him. They've lost champions in the past. Alan Kulwicki, Davey Allison both lost their lives after winning Winston Cup Series championships, but this sport will certainly be different next week at Rockingham.
At this point, we don't know the full extent of the injuries that caused the death of Dale Earnhardt, but surely it is not too early to start asking questions about safety issues in stock car racing. This has come up before, some of the deaths of drivers in years past that you touched on. Was there any mention made of, for example, the Hans device or any of the other safety precautions that perhaps could be taken in stock car racing?
Well, Whit, this was the 4th death on a racetrack in NASCAR in the last 12 months. Safety on the top of everybody's mind. The Hans device did come up in questioning of Dr. Steve Bohannon. He speculated, however, that it may not have made a difference. However, it just seems ironic. I had the chance to speak with Dale Earnhardt only 3 weeks ago in Las Vegas during a test about the Hans device because so many drivers are experimenting with it these days. And Dale Earnhardt's response was, he's not going to use it. He doesn't like it. He's uncomfortable with it. And that's pretty much the stance of most of the veterans here in NASCAR. The Hans device has, I believe, become mandatory in Formula One and in the kart series, and right now is only beginning to catch on in popularity.
Mike Massaro in Daytona, a very tough day for everybody. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Whit.
And there were some very anxious hours here in Daytona Pizza this evening as news of Dale Earnhardt's condition was only rumored for several hours. Then, of course, the terrible confirmation by NASCAR President Mike Helton came in the infield at 7:30. Many NASCAR fans gathered here at Halifax Medical Center in order to pay their respects. And although it is the furthest thing from anybody's mind right now, the question is, how quickly do they go back to racing? And we asked veteran race analyst Ned Jarrett, should the circuit be continued next week at Rockingham?
Yes, I think it should. And Dale Earnhardt would want them to go back to Rockingham next week because, you know, this is the business and the form of life that they chose. And the world doesn't stop when we lose somebody, even as great as Dale Earnhardt was. The world doesn't stop, and he wouldn't want it to stop. He would want the sport to go on. He would want his son to be there next week racing. Now, I don't know if that'll happen or not, but I'll guarantee you that that's what he would have wanted.
We appreciate everybody's support, and it's a tough time.
It just left a feeling of, a sense of, indeed, that this man is truly a legend, and he's my hero. And I will mourn for him, and I know that there are millions that will mourn for him. He brought me into stock car racing, and I know that he's brought millions in. I don't know, there's just something special about Dale.
They come from every corner of the country, dressed in black, silver, and white. They hold candlelight vigils outside Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, leaving flowers and souvenirs in a makeshift memorial.
With each person coming by to pay their respects, the memorial in front of Earnhardt's headquarters grows. His crew has been coming and going all day, trying to support one another.
They'll get through this. And there's a lot of people praying for them, and that's what they need right now. They need prayers and support.
They walk in a daze around the empty Darlington Raceway, which has opened its doors for grieving fans.
Definitely a track too tough to tame for him. You know, I think he done a lot of aggressive racing here, just like every other track.
Drove like an old dirt track driver. He didn't care.
Flowers, cards, and balloons are all they can do to pay their respects to their hero. They say no one will be able to fill Earnhardt's shoes.
You liked him or you didn't like him, but you still had to respect him if you didn't like him. That's the type of guy he was.
Now, people we spoke with today who were at Daytona say they will never go back. The memories are just too much to relive again.
Some demand that Earnhardt be immediately enshrined in the International Motorsports Hall of Fame, but the voting panel decides not to stray from their mandate of waiting 5 years before a candidate is considered. There are also demands to retire the number 3, something unprecedented in NASCAR. But then comes the reminder that Dale Earnhardt didn't drive for his own team. It is Richard Childress's number, and Childress will ultimately decide what will happen with it.
In your mind, can Dale Earnhardt ever be replaced on the racetrack?
No, but I'd like to see him retire the number. I think that Childress should, and I think that I'm looking forward to seeing his boy grow up and just doing what his daddy did.
For some fans, grief turns to anger, and the search for a scapegoat begins. Sterling Marlin is the first. The contact between Marlin's car and Earnhardt's is blamed for causing the accident. He receives death threats, so many, in fact, that the Ganassi team puts a patrolman on duty outside the shop and instructs their crew not to wear their uniforms in public.
I want to ask that everyone keep Sterling Marlin in your prayers. Sterling didn't do anything wrong. You know, if they did, when they rubbed, I'm sure Sterling didn't think Dale would wreck or he would have not rubbed him. But there was just a little bit of contact, and maybe it would have just shot Dale up the hill a little bit, Sterling probably thought.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Michael Waltrip come out in Marlin's defense, and both NASCAR officials and members of the Richard Childress racing crew assure the driver that he did nothing wrong. They're not the only ones. One fan mails Marlin a Medal of Strength, which reads, "An angel to bring you strength to meet any challenge." In the shop, Marlin puts the medal on the dashboard of his Dodge that he'll race in Rockingham.
The void that is opened is deep. We hope in the next hour that our remembrances of Dale will bring some comfort to the millions of fans that are hurting along with us. The time to address the hows and whys of the accident will come, but not for now. We need to share in a celebration of the life of this American icon.
3 months after signing off from a Winston Cup race for the final time, Bob Jenkins reunites with his ESPN crew for a special tribute show.
Last year at Atlanta, when ESPN closed our 20-year ride with NASCAR, I thought I had done my final Winston Cup-related broadcast with Benny Parsons. Now, with this most tragic of occurrences, it's a time for families to come back together. Joining us now from Daytona Beach is our friend and colleague who spent many a Sunday afternoon racing with and marveling at Dale Earnhardt.
Bob, in the mid-'80s, I was so envious of Dale Earnhardt. He had it all, winning races, winning championships, and the fans he had hordes and hordes of fans. When he was introduced at the racetrack, it seemed like everybody in the grandstands stood up and cheered. Meanwhile, when I was introduced, just a smattering of applause from the grandstands. But Earnhardt winning those championships, winning races, and they were on top of the world. He could do no wrong. And I think all race car drivers have to be a little bit envious of that, because that's what we're all trying to do, is go out there and do exactly what he was doing.
Back in Florida, the induction of Michael Waltrip's car into Daytona, USA is postponed, along with the rest of the traditional celebrations. In its place, Waltrip participates in an afternoon press conference with Bill France Jr., Mike Helton, and Dr. Steve Bohannon.
Couldn't wait. I won the race, and I was telling everybody about it, and I just couldn't wait till I got that big grab on the neck and a big hug. I just knew any minute Dale was going to run in victory lane and say, "That's what I'm talking about right there." But that wasn't to be.
It's going to take time, if we ever feel it. I'm sure we will. The life has to go on. And I touched on my remarks earlier that when Dale and Jeff Bodine came down, they had a good appreciation for for the sport and where it was going to be going down the road.
Will the racing go on this weekend, or will this race be moved? Do we know yet?
No, it'll go on in Rockingham this weekend, yes.
Beyond the human toll comes a financial one. That same day, ISC's stock falls 7.2%, while SMI's drops 10%. Both recover only some of their value by the closing bell. Dale Earnhardt's entire career coincided with NASCAR's explosive growth. But while the sport was the biggest it had ever been, outside of the Southeast, the news handled racing very much as a niche interest, only to be mentioned briefly at the end of the sports segment, if ever at all. But Earnhardt's death, and the tragic circumstances surrounding it, immediately make headlines.
It was the racing equivalent of losing Michael Jordan or Joe Montana, except Earnhardt dominated his sport much longer than either of those men.
And when national networks learn of the Hans device and NASCAR's decision not to mandate it, the tragedies of the 2000 season come back to haunt the sanctioning body.
He isn't the first NASCAR driver to die this way. He's the fourth in the past 9 months.
With the right equipment, some believe he might have survived.
A violent thrusting of the head, causing a phenomenon called basal skull fracture.
At a small factory in Atlanta, former driver Jim Downing now makes what's known in the racing world as Hans, or head and neck supports. On the market for years, NASCAR has only recently promoted their use to its drivers, including Dale Earnhardt, a throwback to racing's grittier days.
He's seen the videos, seen the device. He knows it exists. Just wasn't interested.
It's pretty clear that it certainly would have helped him a lot and probably would have helped him stay alive.
Rookie Andy Houston started wearing one after watching crash tests with dummies.
Seeing just how violent it is and how much their neck whips around in the car, and then seeing one with one of these on. I mean, it's a day and night difference, and I feel like you do everything you can safety-wise to keep from getting hurt.
We are not going to react for the sake of reacting, and we're not going to do something just because it's a reaction that we can take credit for. We will do it when it's the right thing to do.
Pressure also mounts from within. Mike Bianchi for the Orlando Sentinel writes, NASCAR officials are willing to haphazardly change rules and transform the aerodynamic design of the cars as they did Sunday to bunch up the field and make their races more exciting and more dangerous. If they're willing to do that, they should be willing to make the cars as safe as possible. Since the crash, Hubbard Downing Incorporated in Atlanta receives at least 35 orders for a Hans device. Among these are Penske Racing and defending Busch champion Jeff Green. The company has to increase its output from 3 to 5 devices each day. There is also renewed debate about the feasibility of soft walls.
A 3,400-pound stock car traveling 150 miles per hour exerts force equal to 200 times the force of gravity. When taking that hit, current concrete walls do not give at all. The result is that only about 5% of that violent energy is absorbed by the wall. The remaining 95% has nowhere to go but back into the car and through the driver's body. Race cars are designed to draw some of that energy away from the driver, but not nearly enough. At some point, the wall needs to take its share of the energy. Several so-called soft walls are currently in development. Some are already in place. They range in construction from space-age material to the most simple in design. Tire walls, used race tires piled and roped together, have been a mainstay at road courses for decades. They only recently debuted on an oval. Mark Blundell suffered a broken foot and a concussion during Park's first visit to Rio in 1996. The next year, the track installed tire walls in that same turn. 2 cars ended up in the wall. The tires gave way to the impact, and both drivers walked away unharmed. But tires may be too forgiving for stock cars, which weigh twice as much as an Indy car. In 1998, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway developed and installed an impact absorption system inside Turn 4. During the IROC race that August, Ari Lyondike unwillingly tried it out.
And cars all over the track as a mammoth collision. Lyondike is involved.
Amazingly, the former Indy 500 champion walked away. But the nearly full hour of cleanup time created a reluctance to install the system full-time. Using a poor man's version of Indy system, many short tracks around the country employ styrofoam blocks. Again, the mess is a turnoff to many large track operators. Just last month at Watkins Glen, a combination of styrofoam, tires, and a guardrail may very well have saved the life of Busch Series driver Jimmy Johnson. But durability, withstanding more than one accident, is a problem with the current system. At least one group thinks they have the solution.
It's made basically from PVC and rubber. There are PVC pieces connect together, glue together, and piece of rubber and some accessory for connect bearings.
Euro International, based in Indianapolis, produces the impact protection system, 6 by 4 foot units that can be bolted to existing concrete walls. In a head-on 60-mile-an-hour collision, the IPS system absorbed almost 95% of the impact's kinetic energy, the total opposite of current concrete walls.
The waves react and absorb the energy. The first part distribute the energy, the second part absorb the energy. In the way that you assemble the waves together in this block is the way that you absorb more energy and you make longer the impact.
At about $900 per unit, a 1.5-mile oval could be completely fitted with the IPS system for about $1.2 million. The units are very portable and highly durable, capable of sustaining 3 direct impacts before replacement. Formula One tracks at Spa, Imola, and Nürburgring have already installed IPS. In America, both Laguna Seca and Mid-Ohio have placed orders. Some American ovals have inquired about the system, but there have been no takers yet. At least 2 other major softwall systems are also available, including a cardboard-based system from racing safety pioneer Bill Simpson. With so many options, the question remains, why aren't they showing up at the track? Most track owners will not discuss the softwall topic publicly. Those that will cite cost and reliability as issues. Some, however, are simply waiting on the American sanctioning bodies to give the word.
Teresa Earnhardt releases a statement. On behalf of Taylor, Dale Jr., Carrie, Kelly, and the entire Earnhardt family, which also includes all the employees of Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, we want to sincerely thank everyone that has offered their condolences during our very tragic loss. This outpouring has been overwhelming. We kindly ask that you keep our family in your thoughts and prayers. Dale was my friend, says Richard Childress. We hunted and we raced together. We laughed and we cried together. We were able to work side by side and have the success we had for almost 20 years because first and foremost, we were friends. I will miss him always, for he was the greatest. Dale Jarrett says, I know I should feel fortunate that I had the opportunity to race with, tangle with, sometimes outrun, and like most, usually finish behind the greatest driving talent NASCAR racing has ever seen. I am thankful for that opportunity, but more importantly, I am most grateful that I had the chance to know Dale Earnhardt in a way that so many people could only dream of. He was a true friend, someone I could always depend on to give me an honest answer, and, at the very least, his opinion. 2 days earlier, Eddie Cheever tangled with Earnhardt in the closing laps of the IROC race, not knowing it would become the last race that Earnhardt would ever finish. I have known only 2 individuals whose very presence transcended the fact that they were extraordinary racing drivers, Dale Earnhardt and Ayrton Senna. No one else could fill a room like they could. As it happens, Earnhardt also had respect for Senna. On May 1st, 1994, the day we lost the 3-time Formula One world champion, Earnhardt offered his condolences from Victory Lane at Talladega.
It was a great race today for us, and we're lucky to win it. I want to send our thoughts and prayers to the family of Ayrton Senna and all his fans. He was a great racer, and it's a shame to see him go like he did, but, it's tough.
I never knew Dale personally or anything, but we feel like that we've really lost a member of our own family. And to us, he'll always be the greatest driver there is, and nobody will ever replace him. Dale Jr., I hope he carries on, and he'll carry on his name, but there'll never be another Dale Earnhardt.
Dale, he's going to be well missed, and there's a lot of good memories, and Dale was a very good person. If there was a way that he wanted to go, that was the way that he wanted to go.
You just try to say that he's in a better place. You know, he didn't have to get that 8th championship because he's going through the Golden Gates now, you know, and that's a championship in its own. So it's really hard. It's real hard.
Late Monday, Dale Earnhardt's autopsy is completed, and his body and personal effects are released to the family. The preliminary results are revealed. Earnhardt broke 8 ribs, his left ankle, and his breastbone. He had several scrapes to his body, blood in his ears and chest, and partially collapsed lungs. And then the fatal injury. While he hasn't broken a vertebrae, he does have a skull fracture from the front to the back of his head, a basilar skull fracture, NASCAR's 4th in 9 months. When the Volusia County Medical Examiner's Office releases photos of the inside of Earnhardt's car after the crash, Teresa Earnhardt seeks an injunction to prevent the release of her husband's autopsy photos, photos that have been requested by the Orlando Sentinel, who claim that they are newsworthy. Her injunction is granted on Friday, but this is only the start of what will become a protracted legal battle. In an article printed in the Wichita Eagle, writer David Poole does not hold back about the cause of Sunday's tragedy. When quoting complaints both Mark Martin and Dale Jarrett had about the style of racing in the 2001 Daytona 500, he says, "The drivers will be even more outspoken about that in the days to come. They can't say anything we don't deserve to hear. Maybe this time we'll listen. Maybe we won't be so cavalier with the lives of the men we profess to admire and respect so much. Maybe we'll listen when those men tell us they're going too fast and they don't need to run 7 wide for the racing to be considered good." He continues, "Maybe the drivers will listen more closely too when people tell them that there are things that they can do to keep them safer in their cars. Maybe more will start figuring out ways to use them instead of coming up with excuses why they won't." Both Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart say they will run the next Sunday's race in Rockingham, joining a list of 47 entrants. The list will also include Dale Earnhardt's former team. Richard Childress won't run the number 3, and instead selects the lowest available car number that does not have a 3 in it. This is why he turns down the number 23 and chooses the 29. Vowing to never run a black car again, Childress and his team spend 4 days coming up with a white paint scheme with black numbers. The Chevrolet still carries all of Earnhardt's sponsors, including Sonic, which signed just days before the 500. The team won't use any of their uniforms from Daytona. The driver will wear a red and black fire suit, the pit crew in white, neither of them carrying any logos. The team even makes a new car cover with the 29 on it, ready if needed for Rockingham. Both the scheme and its driver have yet to be revealed, though a day earlier a team member speaking on condition of anonymity says Kevin Harvick will drive. This is not as surprising as it first appears. In Daytona, Harvick's Cup debut was already scheduled to come 2 rounds later in Atlanta, in a part-time third Childress entry that would go full-time in 2002. Now the 25-year-old Harvick, still preparing to marry his fiancée Delana the following Wednesday in Las Vegas, will run full-time in both Winston Cup and the Busch Series, an already daunting feat made even more so. "I watched Dale drive when I was growing up, from when I was 5 years old," says Harvick. "He was a hero to me and a friend. I know he would want me to drive the heck out of the car." As it happens, the car he will drive the heck out of is the same one with which Dale Earnhardt beat Bobby Labonte in a photo finish at Atlanta the previous March, a car that hadn't been run since that day. Childress debated about using it, but decides they owe it to their supporters to run their best car in the race. Other teams also face a difficult week as they try to focus on the business at hand. Neither Kurt Busch nor Kenny Wallace have a sponsor, though Wallace will again share Hills Brothers backing with Don Levy Racing for the following week's race in Vegas. Jerry Nadeau and Jason Leffler have to make do with backup crew chiefs due to their post-qualifying infractions at Daytona. Nadeau gets Gordon Gibbs, the chief mechanic, while Leffler brings on former Hendrick Motorsports crew chief Andy Graves. At PPI Motorsports, Cal Wells requires his 2 pit crews wear helmets. After one of Roush's teams refused to use helmets a year earlier, Wells commissions lighter helmets provided by a former IndyCar driver turned safety innovator, Bill Simpson of Simpson Performance Products. The Dodge teams dispute NASCAR's wind tunnel results from Daytona, which showed their clear advantage over the other makes. Among these voices is Ray Evernham's, who's fuming over the loss of Earnhardt. "I feel hurt because I've lost a friend that I respected," he says. I also feel almost mad or cheated because I don't get to compete against the best anymore. If we go to Rockingham and we win Sunday to get our first win for Dodge, it's not going to be the same because I will not have gotten to beat Earnhardt. And I'm not the only one who's going to feel that way. I think it's also getting to be felt by Gordon and Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton and everybody else. A win is not going to mean the same as it did before. Some of my competitive fire is gone. I'll never get to compete against the best again. More tributes are proposed for Rockingham. Ward Burton suggests painting the pace car black and putting a number 3 on it. Tommy Baldwin Jr., Ward's crew chief, says he'd like to keep the first stall empty all season, although by rule at the time that stall goes to the defending series champion, Bobby Labonte. There's speculation that all 3 DEI cars will be painted black for the race, but since these Rockingham cars were already painted and prepared before Daytona, the plan is abandoned. Instead, Teresa Earnhardt coordinates with John McKenzie at Motorsports Designs to come up with 5 possible decals that all teams could run. They settle on 2 of them, one for the Childress and DEI entries, and another for the rest of the field. Still other decals are placed on cars' dashboards. NASCAR states they won't mandate every team run these decals. They don't have to. Bill Jordan, owner of longtime Childress sponsor Real Tree Outdoors, confirms a rumor that Richard Childress will run a ceremonial lap in Dale Earnhardt's black number 3, then retire the scheme after. Dave Marcus is reportedly on standby to drive in Childress's place, should the emotions be too much. Ultimately, they are. The Earnhardt family steps in, saying they aren't ready to see the car on track so soon after the accident. The ceremonial lap won't happen until 2003, and it will instead be as a salute to departing title sponsor Winston.
You know, I know that he's going to, I know how he felt about God, and he believed in God, and so I know where he's going, and so he's just there before we are.
As preparations are made at the Cavalry Church in Charlotte for a public funeral, Dale Earnhardt's body is laid to rest in a private ceremony attended exclusively by his family. At the family's request, the exact location of the gravesite isn't disclosed. That night in Mooresville, teams load their cars onto haulers for the short trip to Rockingham.
Dale Earnhardt really personifies what NASCAR racing is all about. He'll never be replaced. He was a champion. He was a person that NASCAR fans could all relate to.
Beginning on Monday morning, after we heard of the terrible accident, we put out a register because people have to grieve in their own way. And sometimes just the sheer nature of signing the name does wonders for them.
I'd like to have us all have a moment of silence in remembering Dale Earnhardt. After that moment of silence, on the count of 3, I'd like everyone to release their balloons. 1, 2, 3.
Our thoughts and our prayers are with the Earnhardt family. We're just sorry that this happens to be the next race after such a tragic event happened, but at the same time it gives us an opportunity to show NASCAR and show the fans how much we really do care about them.
In Daytona Beach, Florida, the Reverend Hal Marchman, who days earlier delivered the invocation at the Daytona 500, hosts a memorial service for local fans. Dale is run, and run well, he says, and now he's safe in the arms of God. Another congregation of 3,000 gathers at Cavalry Church. Among those in attendance are Terry and Bobby Labonte, Darrell and Michael Waltrip, Rusty Wallace, Jerry Nadeau, Bobby and Donnie Allison, Junior Johnson, and Sterling Marlin. President Bush sends his aide Joe Albaugh. I am saddened by the untimely loss of this American legend and want to express my deepest sympathy to his family, friends, and fans, the president writes. 138 floral arrangements decorate the altar. Sitting in one of the pews is legendary journalist and broadcaster Chris Economaki. Before the services begin, he shares a particularly poignant story with a friend. It was 1938, Flemington Fairgrounds in New Jersey, he said. It was a Sunday afternoon. I got to the racetrack about 1 o'clock, checked in with a woman named Ma Green who ran the pits. I said, "Who's quick, Ma?" She named the driver who was fastest in practice, second fastest, third fastest. Then she said, "And Chet Gardner got killed in the morning practice." I said, "Oh, that's too bad." And that was it. And the conversation continued. It was during the Great Depression. Pennies bought things. Life, too, was cheap. He then looked at the gathering crowd as it reached well over the 3,000 attendees. Life is no longer cheap, he says. Television cameras are allowed in, and Mike Joy and Ken Squire host the services.
It is a cold day in the Carolinas, and the sky is crying rain. We have gathered at the gleaming Calvary Church in South Charlotte. In many ways, a great distance from the small St. Mark's in Mooresville, where the Earnhardt family spent yesterday to say their goodbyes. 6,200 seats are filling with Dale's NASCAR family. Hello and welcome to a celebration of the life of Dale Earnhardt. I'm Mike Joy, joined by Ken Squire. This service was organized by Dale's family and close associates, so that Dale's extended family, his NASCAR family, can share and achieve closure. Moved by the spontaneous outpouring of emotional fans, the homemade memorials, and the constant stream of saddened supporters past Dale Earnhardt Inc. in Mooresville, the family has agreed to this one-time live telecast of this service because the Earnhardts also wanted to reach out to Dale's many grieving fans to help you achieve closure and offer you a glimpse of this memorial.
This is going to be a little different than what television coverage usually provides. The family agreed to allow our electronic neighborhood in for this special program. So there's no fancy camera angles, no tight close-ups. We are simply part of a caring congregation that's gathered here, gathered wherever people want to take a moment or two today to remember Dale Earnhardt.
There's an arrangement there from the Roper family, who lost their son on the racetrack this past summer. Sunday night on Fox Sports Net, when we had to go on with cheerful news, words came, I knew not from where, but they'd been repeated often, and I really had to dig, in saying that the compass of this sport has lost its true north. Those words rattled in my head, and the words about true north come from a song by one of Nashville's best singer-songwriters and a racer, John Hyatt, who wrote a song called Drive South. Susie Boggess made it a hit, talking about looking for our true north with our head in the clouds and being just a little off course. The compass words I knew came not from where until in the planning of this show, we went up to Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, and this is the logo, the centerpiece of which is a compass.
One of the traditions of racing, which I think is greatly misunderstood, is the business of when a comrade falls, one goes forward, one goes on. And as long as I know, over 50 years that I've been in this game, that's what I've always known and recognized, that if a comrade falls, you pick yourself up and you perform at the highest level at which you can in the very next event, and that is the finest tribute you can pay to the comrade who has fallen. I've always thought that was part of the American way. It's a serious game, and they play it in a serious manner. This is not a child or adolescent game. It's always been a serious game. And Earnhardt knew that, and it registered with him. Wilt Browning once wrote about Earnhardt. He said, if you want drama, you get Earnhardt. And if you want 500 miles on the ragged edge, you get Earnhardt. If you want reckless abandon, you get Earnhardt. I think Tom Wolfe may have been wrong about who was the last American hero. He claimed it as Junior Johnson in that wonderful article he wrote. But I think a lot of people today are going to respond to what has happened this past week in Daytona, that this is a true American hero.
I guess it's been too much fun, but we've shared and we've won. And yes, the best is yet to come. Goodbye, goodbye, till I see you again. Goodbye, miss you till then. That one word hurts so bad when you lose a friend you've had, but you keep the faith and you pray to return. Goodbye, goodbye, our love, and I'll miss you till then.
I am thankful to be a part of this homegoing celebration memorial for Dale Earnhardt. As his hometown pastor, St. Mark's feels that we've lost a church member and a very special friend. Our prayers and our concerns go out to everyone who knew and loved Dale. At this time, let us bow our hearts and our minds and pray together the prayer that our Lord Jesus Christ taught his disciples. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
It's a simple ceremony lasting just 22 minutes, after which many of the attendees prepare to return to racing.
Dale Earnhardt's NASCAR family file out of the Calvary Church and prepare to go on to Rockingham, where the series will race this weekend. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the other Earnhardt Incorporated cars will race. Richard Childress Racing will be there to compete. And many people in the sport have taken guidance from the answer to the question that we all ask: what would Dale do? And we're guided by the events of February 1994, when Dale lost best friend Neil Bonnet on the racetrack in a practice crash at Daytona. Earnhardt was stoic, said little, kept feelings to himself inside, and climbed back into the car the next day and raced. And everyone in this sport today is mindful of that and guided by it. So we will go on to Rockingham, not because we truly wish to, but because we wish to honor the memory of one of the sport's great champions in a fashion in which he honored his late friend.
There's been some comment in this past week about Sterling Marlin, and Michael Waltrip rose to his defense the other day, and I think it's only fair that we should mention that here as we come to conclusion and we have an extra moment or two. This was a racing incident, and I think everyone in the racing fraternity totally understands that. Sometimes it's hard to grasp, but again, you have to go back to Richard Petty. When his grandson Adam lost his life up in New Hampshire 10 months ago, someone a couple of weeks later said, well, what have you discovered? What are you learning about the thing? And Richard said, stop. He said, we are not interested in the past. We have lost Adam, and now we must go on. And he dropped all of that baggage. And he did go on, and that family has gone on, and Kyle raced with his son's number and finished 16th. And again, I think we all must go on, and there's no pointing fingers. When you've got three guys, great racers, running 180 miles an hour into turn 3 at Daytona, things do happen. And such they did this past weekend. And I hope that everyone can find peace in their hearts about this incident that took the life of Dale. Bill, about 10 seconds away from maybe the greatest Daytona 500 that we've seen in 43 years, and then this. Stunning, staggering, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it also, I kind of apologized to him the other day. Not that I had any, could have changed things, but Michael Waltrip, he's been trying so long, and a little bit on Dale Earnhardt. I asked him this past February in Daytona. I had dinner one night, and I said, is Michael the right guy for that car? He said, absolutely. He said he's going to win races in that car.
Yeah, Jeff Hammond picked him to win that race, and by George, he did it. And he's such a good spokesman and such a good representative. But how about you? Seems to me that among all the people that race in NASCAR, that Earnhardt had become one of the closest to you.
He had. And I got to know him really when he and Jeff Bodine made a kind of this trip to Daytona.
It was a trip to the woodshed, wasn't it?
Well, kind of, I don't like to use that term for big boys,
right.
But we had to put the fire out a little bit. They were kind of banging on each other from I guess about 2-3 weeks up here in Charlotte. So I had them come down with their car owners, and I reminded them that the sport is going to go on, whether or not they're part of it or not. It was going on before they were a part of it, and will go on afterwards, and that's the way it should be. It's going to go on after I'm gone and after the two of y'all are gone. So that's the way life is, and I think Dale accepted that at that time. It wasn't just the next race was all as important.
Marty, we could not, of course, show our viewers more than what Dale Earnhardt Productions gave us today of the memorial service, but you were there. Can you tell us who else was and what it was like?
Yes, several NASCAR Winston Cup drivers were in attendance today. Dale Earnhardt's best friends, Michael Waltrip, Bobby Labonte, Rusty Wallace, of course, Dale Earnhardt Jr., his wife Teresa, even country bands. Brooks and Dunn and Randy Owen of the band Alabama were there. They did a special tribute song. The mood was very solemn and somber today. People sobbed and people sat stone-faced as everybody realized the magnitude of losing the greatest stock car driver that ever lived.
When you talk about some of these big names who were there, even an emotional moment for them, even though most of those men had competed with Earnhardt over the years?
Yes, his competitors take this very hard. It's not only his best friend, but he paved the way for several of those guys to make it to the level they're at right now. So they're taking it very, very hard right now.
I understand that you know Dale Jr. yourself. Can you talk a little bit about how the family is doing?
Yes, ma'am. They're doing very well. A good friend of mine who raced in the NASCAR Busch Series against Dale Jr. and is one of his best friends. I just spoke with him a few moments ago, and he said the family's taking it very well. Teresa's doing very well. She's been very strong, and Dale Jr. also has been very, very strong, and they're just going to pick up and keep doing what Dale would have them to do, and that's go racing next weekend at Rockingham.
Yeah, Rockingham is coming up this weekend, and I guess they're ready to go. Marty Smith of NASCAR.com, thanks very much for your insight, joining us from Charlotte today after the service for Dale Earnhardt.
You know, I'd like to say one thing, that, you know, Dale Earnhardt was probably the best race car driver there ever is going to be in NASCAR, and nobody will ever replace him, and I think we all know that. So I would hope that you guys don't expect me to replace him, because nobody ever will.
At 9:30 a.m. on Friday, track activity begins at Rockingham with opening practice for the Busch Series. The Busch cars are the only ones on track for Friday, with qualifying and final practice to follow in the afternoon. In the busy midway, fans swarmed Dale Earnhardt's souvenir hauler and began to write messages on it in felt pen. At the same time, security reports that Sterling Marlin's own souvenir hauler had been defaced, but Don Wade, the hauler's driver, says these messages are all positive, saying good luck, and we know it wasn't your fault. Outside the front gates, more items are left by fans beneath the granite boulder bearing the names of past Rockingham winners, including Dale Earnhardt, who won there in 1987, 1994, and 1996. Programs for the race were printed before the Daytona 500. They become a glimpse into an alternate reality, one so suddenly changed. Earnhardt's car is still listed on the possible entries, scanner frequency 469.0125. An ad for Coca-Cola features both Dale and Teresa. And he's on the cover, not as tribute, but to represent his runner-up finish to Bobby Labonte, both in the 2000 race and the championship. As at Daytona, the Rockingham program contains the same driver profile by Richard Biebrick, titled Earnhardt Bucking Time in Quest for Record. The title refers to Earnhardt's pursuit of an 8th championship. His 94 win at Rockingham saw him clinch his record 7th. I feel good in the race car and feel that the competitive drive is still in me, said Earnhardt in the feature. I know that there are a good 4 or 5 years still in me. The caption for the photo of his iconic Chevrolet echoes this, saying it, quote, can be counted on to intimidate the rest of the field for a few more years. The only scar from Daytona is a card slipped into each copy of the program, which reads, North Carolina Speedway and International Speedway Corporation would like to extend our deepest sympathy to the family of Dale Earnhardt. Many of the preparations for our Duralube 400 race weekend, including our tickets, credentials, and programs, were completed prior to the running of the Daytona 500 last weekend and bear reference to this great champion. We appreciate your understanding as we remember our friend. On the back of the card is the family's request that in lieu of flowers, donations in her husband's honor go to the Carolina Foundation. It is on Friday that Dale Earnhardt Jr. makes his first extended statement since the crash.
I do want to say that any notion or any idea that or any blame placed upon anyone, whether it be Sterling Marlin or anybody else for that matter, is ridiculous and will not be tolerated. I just think it's completely incredible that some of the things that I've heard or been told about.
I miss my father, and I cried for him out of my own selfish pity, he said. We just have to remember he's in a better place that we all want to be. We've had to take some very deep breaths and get everything in perspective, and it's really been a difficult time. The main focus is to try to maintain and progress with the vision my father had with Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. There's a rumor that one driver in the garage area is so upset with Earnhardt's death that they're planning to retire immediately. Some believe it's Ken Schrader, who was first to the accident scene. A TV station in Nashville believes it's Rusty Wallace, who enters the race third in points after he came from behind twice during the 500. I'd be lying if I said I haven't thought about it, said Wallace of retirement. I don't need to race any longer. I enjoy racing. Patty would probably be just as happy if I didn't race at all right now, but this is what I do for a living. I've been pretty fortunate my whole life and have been real successful on the track and off the track, so I am going to continue on. Wallace would later reveal that Bill France Jr. had been leaning on him to retire, and that these efforts grew stronger after Earnhardt's death. But as of this day in 2001, the start of Rusty's Last Call tour is still another 4 years away. But the biggest story comes from the developing crash investigation. In a press conference, NASCAR reveals that Earnhardt's left side lap belt, made by Simpson Performance Products, had come apart in the crash.
There was a broken left lap belt. We don't know why, we don't know how, we don't know when yet. All we know is that there was a broken belt at this point.
The lap belt typically, or in all cases, connects to the roll cage on the right side. It would come up. This buckle would be about where your belt buckle would be. And then this side would connect to the roll cage on the left side. What the people that came to the scene to Dale Earnhardt's aid found was the buckle was latched like this. And what we found later on in looking at the car was that when they unbuckled it, this piece ended up on the floor of the car and this piece was still connected to the roll cage. It was separated right in this area. We've never seen it, and we've talked to people who are in the business to produce lap belts who have told us they've never seen it. So in 52 years of NASCAR Winston Cup racing, this is the first one of these that we've seen.
If we knew that there was something that we could do, we would do it. But inasmuch as that all we know at this point that we've got a separated lap belt, that in the 52-year history of this sport and in the industry that develops these parts and pieces has never seen before, we don't have a conclusion today that gives us the ability to react to it.
Dr. Steve Bohannon, who has received increased notoriety since Sunday, believes the belt breaking in this manner could have thrown Earnhardt's body forward and to the right on impact, causing his chest to strike the steering wheel. If his restraint system, his belt, had held, he would have had a much better chance of survival, he says. Just like that, Bill Simpson, a pioneer in safety equipment, supplants Sterling Marlin as the scapegoat for the tragedy. Having tested and produced seatbelts for the motorsports industry for more than 43 years, we have never seen a seatbelt come apart in the manner that occurred, says Simpson. Our seatbelts, when properly installed, won't fail. While Larry McReynolds says he's never had any issues with Simpson's products, and Richard Childress says the belt was brand new, manufactured at the same time as the car in November of 2000, this does little to steer attention away from Simpson himself.
Fox Sports Net welcomes you to a cool and sunny winter day here at the place that racing fans call The Rock, Rockingham, North Carolina. Today, with the memory of Dale Earnhardt still fresh on everyone's mind, Winston Cup cars will attempt to qualify, battle for the pole in tomorrow's Winston Cup stop here in Rockingham.
On Saturday, the Winston Cup portion of the weekend begins. Carl Long and Joe Bessie have withdrawn, leaving 45 drivers entered for 43 spots. During inspection, Kenny Wallace's Pontiac is discovered to have an unapproved fuel cell check valve. Todd Bodine says he and his fellow drivers have arranged a safety meeting, but doesn't go into detail about what will be discussed. Among those joining the meeting is Ricky Rudd. Drivers alone can't make things happen, says Rudd. We need NASCAR's involvement, and they're looking at safety every day. But then you need some outside people, and everyone needs to sit down for a brainstorming session to see if there's anything we can do. Jeff Burton anticipates NASCAR will change their superspeedway package before the upcoming Talladega race in April. A rumor soon follows that NASCAR will eliminate the roof spoiler and rear spoiler flanges by reducing the restrictor plate to 7/8 of an inch, putting the cars back to their arrangement from the July 2000 race in Daytona, which Burton won. Dr. Robert Cantu, a head injury specialist at Massachusetts Emerson Hospital, criticizes NASCAR's slow response to safety measures. NASCAR continues to talk about restrictor plates and kill switches and other things that make the sport more competitive, yet they continue to leave the safety up to the teams and drivers. Dr. Steve Olvey, medical director for CART, points to how differently safety is handled in open-wheel racing. Our philosophy is that there is an obligation on the part of the sanctioning body to provide as much information on safety and injury prevention to the drivers and teams. We don't have that capability with NASCAR. Mike Helton responds. If a group of doctors from Indianapolis thinks we ought to do it better, our recommendation to them is to understand how we do it first, he says. When something happens, it's not just 2 or 3 NASCAR guys standing around there eating a donut over the hood of a car saying, "Dadgun, that thing hit hard." Who is there better to do that inspection than the organization that inspects these cars every weekend? NASCAR has another fire to put out. Ken Barlow, a racing insider from Virginia, makes a public statement that the cars in the Cup Series are too rigid due to the use of chrome mully-box tubing, a harder variety of steel that breaks before it bends. While unsure if Earnhardt's car was made of the material, he's also concerned about the use of cross-triangulation in the motor mounts, a building process that makes those parts more rigid. On the condition of anonymity, 2 Cup mechanics say Barlow's claims may be true. Barlow is himself problematic to NASCAR, as the sanctioning body had reportedly caught him installing traction control systems for Cup teams. They condoned it at the Cup level, Barlow said, but they didn't want traction control getting into the short track level. For many years, teams had overlooked testing at Rockingham in favor of Daytona, but the 2001 season saw 18 of the 45 entries test the track. Brett Bodine barely gets any track time as his transmission and rear gear fail during practice. Roush continues to struggle, with Matt Kenseth placing 40th on the speed charts, not far from 45th and last place Hut Strickland in the Donlevy car. The Dodges aren't nearly as fast as they were at Daytona, The only Intrepid in the top 10 belongs to rookie Casey Atwood, who takes 9th. Further back is Dave Blaney, whose Amico car is one of the first downforce track Dodges built by Bill Davis Racing. Robbie Gordon runs the same Kodak Chevrolet that Bobby Hamilton ran at Rockingham the previous year when he led 42 laps before the distributor failed. Dale Jarrett runs the same car he drove to victory at the Rock the previous October. The only changes made are to the paint scheme. Perhaps the oldest car in the field, ironically, belongs to Dodge driver Stacy Compton. Built in 1994, the chassis was first converted to a show car, then sold to PPI Motorsports, who then sold it back. Overshadowed by the Earnhardt tragedy, Compton slipped through the wreck to finish 10th in the Daytona 500, his first top 10 finish in his 33rd Cup start. For the rest of Compton's career, he'll finish no better. Early in the session, Steve Park blows an engine after just one lap. The Pennzoil crew makes a quick change, sends him back out, and Park puts up the fastest lap of the day. Ranking second is Bobby Labonte, the defending winner of the Duralube 400. Labonte isn't running the same car which he won that race. That Pontiac was destroyed after his throttle hung during practice at Darlington. Instead, he runs a car that last went out at Phoenix. Both Labonte and teammate Tony Stewart, still aching from his Daytona wreck, are now wearing 6-point seatbelts instead of 5. Labonte is trying out another new piece of safety equipment. Bobby Hutchins, an engineer at the Childress team, comes up with a system of suspender-like straps that go around a driver's waist and chest. One set of hooks attached to the driver's helmet, the other paired to the lap belt. Hutchins presents a set for Kevin Harvick and Mike Skinner, before Labonte and Elliott Sadler request a set. The yet unnamed product, soon to be called the Hutchins device, gains high marks early for not being as uncomfortable as the Hans. Several drivers receive a standing ovation as they speed by, not just Michael Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt Jr., but also Kevin Harvick, who logs his first laps in the 29 car. Another round of cheers is for Sterling Marlin. Late in the session, after putting up the 6th fastest time, Waltrip finds trouble. The team hurriedly prepares a backup car for qualifying, where for the first time there will be just one round, with 2 laps to make it count. And despite his win in the Daytona 500, the 2,000 owner points still determine provisionals, meaning Waltrip's new team still must time in 36th or better. Fortunately for both driver and crew, Waltrip is excused from his 3rd spot in line, and his backup had been tested at Rockingham before. At 10:40 a.m., following a brief delay for a Fox Sports crew making repairs to a RoboCam, Ward Burton is the first to time into the field. 2 cars later, Ricky Rudd bests his time, followed right after by Bobby Labonte. Another 7 cars later comes Steve Park.
He's into one real hard, but down on the bottom, he picked the throttle up. He's not fighting the car off at 2 over there, and see how he's right around the white line coming through 3 and 4. Assuming he's back in the throttle like he should be, it's going to be a good lap.
I believe it is going to be a good one.
It's the quickest so far, 23.410, 156.
Until the track's heating up, even though he was fastest in practice, that's almost a 10th slower than he run on the cooler temperatures this morning. Tires gripped a little better on the 2nd lap this morning with the cool weather.
The car really looks good. It's right around the bottom of the racetrack. Right now it's down to the white line, and it's got plenty of power, and he's on the pole.
2nd lap is slower by 9/100ths of a second, so Steve Park is quickest so far. That bumps Bobby Labonte off the pole. Matt?
Many drivers struggle for speed, knowing just one of their 2 laps will be good enough. Elliott Sadler nearly loses control running below the apron. Mike Skinner struggles even more.
Our hearts go out especially to Ken Schrader and Mike Skinner. Those were the 2 drivers who both stopped at the accident scene. Schrader was part of the accident. Skinner was instructed by his and Earnhardt's car owner, Richard Childress, take another lap around, stop, tell me what's going on. I can't get any information. And I think their memories of what happened are more vivid than the rest of us. That Richard Childress team probably feels this loss more than any other at this speedway. If Mike Skinner is last in the qualifying line, please don't attribute that to performance.
The 21st car on track, Jeff Gordon, tries a different strategy.
Times when everything's kind of going haywire and everybody's drawing bad numbers, you can't find anybody who wants to draw it. So a lot of times they'll let NASCAR do it for you.
Kind of like being at the craps table.
There's no question. We let David Smith, our team manager.
What's Jeff Gordon doing back there? I mean, he's not even.
He's not up to speed.
He's coming around. He's going to throw away this lap.
That's what he's going to do because it's important getting up to speed, coming to take the green flag.
But Ricky Craven was 19th fastest.
I think it See, Jeff backed off. I can hear it way back here. He's going to get some heat in those tires. He's got a different approach to this thing than everybody else has had.
This is a Daytona style qualifying for Gordon, where he's using his first lap just to get up to speed, but not to abuse those tires.
I think that's the plan. He probably went out with a little bit lower air pressure, get some air pressure built up. Now he's going to come down and he'll stand on that bad boy.
It's probably not going to be a good lap, but he really got through 3 and 4 coming to take the white flag, which is important.
Yeah, well, he's got his momentum up. He wants to get a run to the flag, and this will be interesting to see how it works out. I wondered if anybody would try something like this.
First lap 24.033, 20th quickest. This will have to be the lap for Gordon.
It's there too, buddy.
A little slower through 3 and 4. Tires lost some grip.
And he is...
He's on the pole, though.
Quicker!
He's on the pole.
It's there. All right, now
23.401. That's 9 1/1000ths faster than Steve Park.
Now, if I'm a crew chief, I'm going down my driver. Throw away the first lap. Throw away the first lap.
Yeah.
7 cars later comes Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Trying to carry on a family tradition. He's doing a great job of it. I've been proud of how he's handled himself. Yeah, standing ovation from the crowd as he goes by. He's got to be so emotionally unprepared for this weekend. Drained.
But yet getting back in that car, something he's familiar with doing, that's part of the healing process.
It's therapy.
Don't know about 1 and 2. Pretty decent through 3 and 4.
23.777, 15th fastest, a credible lap.
He'll be okay with that. I'm sure he'll be not thrilled, but he'll be happy.
He'll be solidly in the field.
Exactly. This is a better looking lap, Larry. I don't know what his time's going to be like, but it's a better looking lap.
Quite a bit slower through 3 and 4, though.
And it's about 7 1/100ths slower. So Earnhardt Jr., 15th fastest. Dick Berggren.
Kevin Harvick, your thoughts on this qualifying run?
I tell you what, this Goodwrench car, just still trying to get used to it. You know, we ran Rockingham eats up the tires so much that we only ran a couple laps hard. So we're just going to go out there and give it everything we've got, and we don't know what we've got, so we're going to find out.
Okay, good luck with it, Kevin.
Soon after, following a mad thrash by the DEI crew, Michael Waltrip's backup car rolls onto the grid.
This is an all-or-nothing run for Michael Waltrip. As a new team, the number 15 has no provisional points from the year 2000 to fall back on. He has to time his way into the show.
Yes, he does. He's the Daytona 500 winner. He's the leader in the points, taking the green flag. Come on, my boy.
And he was 4th fastest in practice, boy, way high. And you know, I was just going to say, the worst thing about unloading a backup car at Rockingham is the possibility of the car bottoming out when you go off in the corner, and that'll just kill your whole lap.
So many things. The brakes, the brakes could be not working properly. There's so many things that could be wrong with the car.
But you have to trust it, and you have to drive it on in there. So here's the first lap for Michael, 30th, 23.896.
He's coming around. He's getting with it now. He felt her out in the first turn. He got up against the fence off turn 2. I tell you, the kid's driving his heart out, though. He's giving her all she got.
Hot Strickland on the bubble.
It's going to be a lot better lap if he...
Real good through 3 and 4. He's going to hit the wall. But he got loose right there. Bang.
Then he hit the wall.
It's okay. That's okay, my man.
Second lap is 6th fastest.
Wow.
Michael Waltrip. 23.563.
Then comes Harvick.
On the speedway is Kevin Harvick out of Bakersfield, California. This is the Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet.
And he is going to have something. He's going to have immediate fan support. He's going to have a lot of people pulling for him. And there's the monument for Dale right out in front of the racetrack out here. People have been so gracious and so kind to that family and what has happened. It just makes my heart feel so good.
The last time this race car saw the racetrack was with Dale winning Atlanta against Bobby Labonte at a photo finish last March. He has not been on the racetrack since.
First lap is 31st, 23.892 for Harvick. That should safely get him into the show. Now this car will have the number 3's provisional position if needed, even though it carries 29.
Kevin and his fiancée going to get married in Las Vegas this weekend.
He saw Michael do that. Worked for him.
Almost lost the car. And the second lap, as a result, is slow. So Harvick is 31st fastest. That bumps Todd Bodine, who is 39th in owner points and may be headed home. Let's watch this run off turn 4 again.
It's all the way up on the straightaway, and that is what you call very, very loose.
Yeah, that is a product of trying to get back in the gas way over in the, before you even get to the middle of the corner, and carry a lot of speed off the corner, and the car just won't, the track won't hold it.
More speed than the tires will take.
The tires and the track just won't hold that kind of speed. Good idea, it just doesn't work.
The last car on track belongs to Ken Schrader, who drives a brand new car.
Now go on the racetrack after a heart-wrenching end to the Daytona 500. Rumors of retirement circulated this week, but you know, Schrader probably runs more races than a year in different types of cars than anyone in the Winston Cup garage.
There's been times when things haven't gone my way, and I get down and depressed and kind of dejected, and I'd want to retire too. But once you have time to get all that under control, the cooler heads prevail, and you come back to the racetrack. That's the best place for you right now. This is the best therapy Kenny could have, especially if he has a good run.
Jeff Gordon wins the pole, the 34th of his career. Harvick secures the 36th spot, the last car in on speed. Sent home are Andy Houston and Kyle Petty. By switching teams in the aftermath of Adam's death, his number 45 is bumped out, while Buckshot Jones makes the show in the number 44. Making their first starts of the year along with Kevin Harvick are Rick Mast, Todd Bodine, and Hut Strickland. After qualifying comes a Busch Series race, the Alltel 200. It's a short field as only 42 teams arrive to contest the 43-car lineup. The front row features a pair of newcomers. On the pole is defending Truck Series champion Greg Biffle, who's making his first Busch Series start since 1996. Driver, sponsor, and crew have been promoted by Jack Roush to the number 60 team, made famous by Mark Martin, and is running the same chassis with which Jeff Burton nearly won at Rockingham the previous fall. That car nearly comes to grief in happy hour, as Biffle spins out, but avoids serious damage. To Biffle's outside rolls Ryan Newman in his first ever Busch start. Newman is paired with crew chief Matt Borland, who Don Miller brought over from IndyCar due to his similar background in engineering to Newman. Fresh off his win in Daytona's ARCA 200, Newman looks to impress in his debut, but inexperience on the treacherous Rockingham track, combined with a new harder tire and a 150 horsepower increase from the 2000 package, leads to early trouble.
Getting set to go green. For 200 miles, 197 laps, we're racing at the Rock. Off turn 4 toward the middle of the pack. That would be the 55.
Oh, got one up high down in turn 2.
Whoa, that's Ryan Newman spinning right in front of the field.
Right down the track he went. I think everybody's going to get through unscathed if it back up. Whoa, wait a minute, back up here, guys.
He's already slipped up and then came down the pit lane. Uh-oh, the 55 continues to smoke. That is before the accident, that happening to Mark Green's car.
On top of damage to his front valence, Newman's spin alters his tire strategy. With just 3 sets per team, Newman has to stretch a set much longer than he'd like. With 19 laps to go, Newman is about to lose a lap to Jeff Green. Green, despite a flu outbreak amongst his crew, has clawed his way past the dominant Buckshot Jones entry of Todd Bodine. But Green is about to discover how hard Newman is to pass.
Can't get a run on him off the corner.
There's Keller's teammate, Jeff Green, putting Newman a lap down.
And look at here, the black car right on Jeff Green in the 00 fighting this lap traffic. He's caught him. Took about 2 seconds back, but he's up on his rear bumper while Ryan Newman's trying to stay on the lead lap.
Jeff can't get to the bottom to get around Newman, and so Newman's running and keeping him pinned to the bottom, and it allowed Todd to close up.
Newman goes up the hill, and here comes Green and Todd Bodine.
Right there, Jeff needs to be wide open, and he can't hold it wide open because he pushes out into the 02.
And Ryan Newman doing everything he can with those old tires to stay on the lead lap. Todd Bodine's going to the bottom, going to try to get the lead here all the way below the white line, and they touch.
And Jeff Green did the smart thing. He pedaled it. He got out of town.
Another wreck draws the caution with 14 laps to go, and now Green is the one stranded on old tires.
He just told his driver, Jeff Green, give it all you got, but bring it home.
That's right.
Todd Bodine in the 0 Harvick, this is fresh tires. He took advantage of it as soon as he could, going through 1 and 2.
Yeah, he got a great run off of turn 2, got him 3 wide down the back, and he will be on his way to victory.
Bodine just uncorked the bottle coming off turn 2, past 2 cars, and now goes for the lead. Todd Bodine rockets past Jeff Green for the lead.
The race is red flagged for a green-white checkered finish. Todd Bodine over Kevin Harvick.
Getting set for the restart. There'll be 2 laps to go. As Todd Bodine hauls him off to turn 1. Here comes Biffle looking for second.
Harvick got a terrible start. Todd kind of got a jump, and Harvick panicked and near lost second place.
Now, you saw the smoke there. That's where they went through the oil dry, where they put it down on that water and oil from Tim Feedle's car a while ago.
Harvick's got it hammered down. He's coming after him. He's got the white flag showing him in the face.
It's Todd Bodine's to lose as Jeff Green continues to give up spots. Jeff Purvis goes back past him. Last lap.
Is digging hard.
Single file, the log jams at Jeff Green. 2 cars fight right behind him, but off turn 4, the driver who led 145 laps today, Todd Bodine, gets his second Rockingham win.
Yeah, Todd deserved to win that one. Had a dominant car all day, did a great job. Pit strategy was good.
Great run by Kevin Harvick to finish second. Greg Biffle from the front row finishes third. Kenny Wallace is fourth. Bobby Hamilton Jr. fifth ahead of Jeff Purvis.
Well, I knew we had a good enough car. All I had to do was hold the bottom, not make a mistake, and we were going to beat him. I knew that, and I'm sure Kevin was a little afraid after last week. He didn't want to get too close to me.
Now, the last time you won a race here, you only led the last few feet. Today, you dominated. What was the difference between those 2 races?
Well, this car was just incredible right from the start. We unloaded fast, made very minor adjustments to the car, got it even faster. Gary did a great job, and this whole group of guys. It was just the right day. I mean, you have to have everything go right to get this thing done and get it in victory lane, and we had everything go right today. Had great pit stops too, guys.
You did indeed, with his daughter Ashley. Let's go to Steve.
After the Busch race comes happy hour, or final practice. Combining Goodyear's harder tire with more than half the teams without any testing at the track, they continue to make massive setup changes. So many, in fact, the teams asked NASCAR to lengthen the session, which is done. Rusty Wallace changes to a smaller front sway bar. Michael Waltrip's crew has 13 springs to choose from. Tony Stewart's not happy with how his feet slip around on the floorboards. Kevin Harvick requests the same shock setup from his runner-up finish in the Busch race. The booth, with its newly retired driver and 2 crew chiefs, cobbled together a setup of their own.
All right, Larry. This tire's hard. I like hard tires. That's what I grew up racing on. This tire's hard. I could fix Jeff Burton's car. I think I could fix maybe Steve Parks, maybe even Ricky Craven's. I don't know. But I'd put me an 18 in the right front.
1,800-pound spring.
I'd put me a 1,200 in the left front.
Yeah, okay. I might want to stiffen that thing up just a little bit. Maybe a 13.
Well, we can talk about that after practice. So I'd put me a 375 in the right rear, and I'd put me a 325 in the left rear, and I'd rubber those rears up.
Maybe how much front sway bar you want?
Oh, I'm a big advocate. I think a big bar, you can't go wrong with a big bar. I'm gonna have at least a 7/16, inch and 7/16, but I might even go to a 5/8.
And we're going to have to talk about that too, Jeff. That sounds a little big on front sway bar, don't it, Jeff?
Well, especially if you got a problem with the car not wanting to turn to the front.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm thinking in the long run, hard tires. I want my car to stay tight. I want my car to do one thing. I don't want it pushing and loose. I just want it to push. If it'll just do one thing, I can drive it. But if it starts doing both, I'm junk.
And I know one thing you do want. Every time that caution flag comes out, you want 4 tires.
I want 4 tires. What do you think about my trailing arms? Think I'll leave them up?
You got to have them down. You got to have them things down. Get that forward bite up off that corner. You got different locations for the trailing arms. The further down they are at the front, the better forward bite. Got to have them trailing arms down.
Yeah, probably with some blocks in it too to get that forward bite. You got to get up off these corners. You know that, Darrell. You can coast in, but if you can mat that bad boy about the middle of the drive and something got up off, you can go.
All right, so we got the springs and the shocks. We're going to argue about the sway bar after practice. We didn't get the shocks, so what do you think? You going to go with the aggressives, linears, or What kind of shock package are we going to have today?
I believe I'm going to go with me some linears, get that thing down in that racetrack. Maybe some digressive linears, but I believe I'd lean toward linears.
I think I'm going with the linears because of the tire. It's the harder tire. I believe it'll like linear shocks.
What does our owner think?
I am so glad, folks, that we have 19 weeks left to explain all this to you. But this is the kind of conversation, times 43 cars, that is going on in that garage area right now.
Midway through practice, Hut Strickland has run the most laps, and Mike Wallace nearly gets into the wall off turn 2. John Andretti loses an oil pump belt and has to change engines. Both Evernham cars change engines too. Jeff Gordon puts up the fastest time over Rusty Wallace. Jimmy Spencer surprises with the third best speed ahead of Bobby Labonte and Steve Park. Kevin Harvick takes 9th. With that, all that's left to do is run the race.
Full of emotion and motion for all racing fans. Jeff Gordon has the pole position today in Rockingham, where rain could be a factor. Hi, I'm Chris Myers, coming to you from The Rock, trackside in our mobile studio here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway, and thanks for being with us. Dale Earnhardt once said if he died on the racetrack, he would be doing what he truly loved and that nobody should shed any tears. Well, there have been plenty of tears, but Dale would want us all to wipe those tears away and with strength and courage to continue racing.
In the words of writer Jim Leitka for the Bellingham Herald, Sunday morning begins under a sky just waiting to cry. It's cold, dark, and rainy. In the infield, a puddle forms around the flowers left in an open parking space, the spot reserved for Dale Earnhardt's motor coach. The flag by Victory Lane is at half-mast, an Earnhardt flag waving under the stars and stripes. Under the whir of idling jet dryers, fans file into the track. At the gate, each is handed a pennant to the Goodwrench Chevrolet. Drivers, crew members, and even the broadcasters are wearing the same souvenir caps with the iconic number 3. For the first time since 1979, Earnhardt's not in the drivers' meeting. More rain is on the way.
Drivers used to say the worst thing to see on the track was Dale Earnhardt in your rearview mirror. Now we all realize the worst thing is not to see Dale Earnhardt at all.
With the start of the race delayed, Fox's extended pre-race show begins with an interview with Mike Hilton.
The first thing, Mike, is given the news of the broken seatbelt, are there any new developments regarding the loss of Dale Earnhardt?
Well, while the investigation continues, since our announcement Friday morning, there's nothing new to report that we're conclusive about. It's basically where we were at Friday morning with the fact that there's a piece of a belt that was supposed to be in one piece. It's now in 2 pieces.
A number of drivers now are using the 6-point belt system, improving safety. Hans' device has been stepped up, and I spoke with a number of drivers, including Jeff Burton, and he said that NASCAR and everyone in the sport has to do much more about driver safety. He said this following, of course, Earnhardt's tragic death.
This thing got in front of us somehow. I don't know how it happened. It's the teams, the drivers, it's NASCAR, it's all of us. We all need to step it up, and we all need to do a better job than what we've been doing. The fact that 4 people have been killed in a short period of time says there's something wrong.
Now, something wrong. Are drivers coming to you, Mike, as president of NASCAR and saying we need to do more?
Well, I think particularly this week, everybody wants to do more. NASCAR, the competitors in the garage area, the crew members, everybody wants to do as much as possible, even more than we do today. So I think the emotions and the frustrations of what's happened has driven everybody to want to do more right now.
Mike, don't you think that maybe it's time that NASCAR, all of us, mandate certain things? We know safety. There's a lot of safety equipment that's not being used. The Hans device is not mandatory. None of these safety items are mandatory for drivers' protection. Don't you think maybe it's time we said, okay, this is what you got to do?
Well, we mandate a lot of safety elements. But when it comes to that cocoon that Michael talked about Monday, that the driver sits in, because of the different shapes and sizes of drivers, there's some things that we simply need to recommend and work with the competitors to make better, as well as outside suppliers. In the meantime, if there's something else that makes universal sense, that fits everybody exactly, it's something we can take a look at. But that the ergonomics of that cocoon is so specialized to the shape and the size and the preference of the driver, it's a recommended situation.
With that said, consider this. We go through a very stringent technical inspection with the cars. I would suggest that maybe we put the driver in the car, hook him up, seat belts, helmet, gloves, just like he's going to go on the racetrack. Have a NASCAR inspector there, look at that cocoon, and also have 3 drivers there, or maybe 2 drivers and a crew chief, because everybody sees something different. Sometimes it's the blind obvious that gets us, and maybe that's a good procedure that we could initiate and start moving things forward.
Well, and in a sense we do that today, but like Jeff said earlier, Jeff Burton said earlier, it's all of us that have to step up to the plate, and the responsibility of safety is shared by everybody in NASCAR. If it became simply a part of the inspection process, we don't know what the driver does when he goes out and gets into a car at pit road. How much of that does he follow? We can enforce it in the inspection bay, but the driver has to help us with that, and that's where we've always shared the responsibility of the safety issue.
Mike, is anybody in NASCAR, is this something you're going to do personally, or is it a situation where have you got somebody already in place in NASCAR that's responsible for your safety deal now? You got like a little inner working group?
Yeah, we've got the best committee in all of motorsports, and that's the garage area first and foremost. There's not 2 or 3 personal individuals at NASCAR that all the safety issues land on. It's spread out. For some time now, NASCAR has been talking about, and we've started investing capital in buildings and land, and now putting staff up together to work 5 days a week on a broad range of issues, but safety's first and foremost to us. And this is something that's been in the works for 5 or 6 months now, and will be coming about as we speak. But it's a universal issue. It's not just one person at NASCAR making the calls.
And some of the drivers have suggested a year-round safety committee that involves drivers and someone from NASCAR and a manufacturer and an owner that just focuses on safety.
Yeah. Here again, I think we've got the best at our access in the garage area, and then from the automobile manufacturers and suppliers to help us with this. Now, if we've got to step up the communication process and the involvement process of a deeper group, then that's what we'll do.
Debate over mandating the Hans device also intensifies.
As we look at some of the drivers stepping in and trying on the Hans device.
This is Brett Bodine, and he's putting his on right now.
And Darrell, you asked Mike Helton, hey, maybe it's time now that we make something like this mandatory. What was his response? Was it sufficient for you?
Well, I think it's something you got to do. It shouldn't be an option. It shouldn't be, well, we're going to look at it. It shouldn't be maybe so. I think it's something you just got to do. These drivers are just like kids. They're just like the analogy I used about the motorcycle riders who won't ride with a helmet unless you make them, unless it's a law. It should be a law that you got to have some sort of head restraint device. Right. You can choose, but it's got to be a head restraint device.
Well, for another side of the story, Ricky Rudd, what do you think? Should there be more safety devices mandated? Should you be required to wear things like the Hans device?
Well, Dick, I think anything that can improve driver safety ought to definitely be looked at. Should it be mandated? I think when there's positive proof and there's tests that show that the Hans device truly works in a Winston Cup environment, and we know it works, there's no guesswork to it, then yeah, I think they ought to be mandated. But on the same token, you know, we've never really seen these devices in Winston Cup cars go through any kind of terrible crashes. But again, I think anything is better than not having anything at all, and I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing varying versions of the Hans device, and me personally, I would wear one if I could get comfortable in it. And be honest with you, I haven't spent enough time working on it, getting it some type of a customized form of a Hans device. I like the theory behind it. I think it seems like me it would have to work. I don't want to be the guy that goes out and tests it. I think that's up to the crash dummies to do all that. But if it works and it's proved that it works in a Winston Cup car, and different from a Formula car or Indy car, you know, we sit up driving our cars. We don't lay down in the seat. I put one on one time. That's not much of a chance. But when I put it on, the problem I had with it, and I didn't really have anybody show me there how to wear it, but it was, to me, it limited my side-to-side vision. I couldn't turn my head very far. Again, a lot of these guys that are wearing ones today have taken that stock version and modified it to work for them. And quite frankly, I should be responsible for that, and I need to sit down. As a matter of fact, we've got 2 of them sitting in the shop that I'm going to work on Monday. That's not doing us any good this weekend.
How would you feel if they required some of this stuff, if they take the choice away from you?
Well, I don't think it's a bad way to go. If it makes, if it's mandatory and everybody has to use it, then we just all have to use it. You don't want to end up causing more problems. All of a sudden you have a rash of accidents because a driver cut another driver off because he couldn't turn his head to see that there was another car there. That's the only thing about mandating it and just kind of like forcing it down everybody's throats. But again, if it's proven that it's better and it can save some lives, then I'm all for mandating it.
I want to respond to Ricky Rudd, and I'm certainly not arguing with Ricky Rudd by any means. But again, if you hear what he says, yeah, if it was mandatory and everybody had to wear it, then sure, I'd wear one. But I don't want to be the only guy out there with one, and I really haven't tried it yet. And it restrains. Sure, it's going to affect your driving and the way you've driven or sat in the car before. But we can put mirrors. I had mirrors in my car. I had a big long mirror across the top. I had a little side mirror. Put mirrors. If it's going to keep you from moving around, put mirrors. I look in these cars now, they got headrests that go all the way past the driver's head, and there's no way he can see side to side anyway. So there's a lot of things we can do. First thing we got to do, though, is something. We can't just keep saying, well, I don't know, maybe we ought to do. We got to do something.
After Ken Barlow expressed concerns that the current car was too rigid, Larry McReynolds brings his own experience to the subject.
Daryl, to you and Jeff, there's one thing that we've talked about what the drivers need to do, what we need to do, as Mike Kelton referred to, the cocoon, where the driver sits. But something I've thought about all week is something that has evolved over the last 15 or even 20 years. We have learned as crew chiefs, nothing to do with NASCAR, that the stiffer we can make the race cars, the more responsive they are to changes. In other words, the more rigid we can make it. And when you look at a car from 15 years ago to a car in the garage today, there's more braces, there's more gussets. We've got braces on the braces. And what's happened now, with more stands around the racetrack, we've had to get away from guardrails. We've had to go to concrete walls. So you've got a concrete wall that will not move. You've got a stiff race car. The stiff race car hits the wall, it's like a brick hitting a brick. What's the weak link? The human body sitting in the seat. So I think, it's a combination. We can talk about Hans devices and neck supports and neck restraints, but I think when I say we, that's NASCAR, race teams, everybody, the engineers, we've got to look at some other things that we can do to soften that blow. There's no crush. There's no crush when the race car hits the wall.
Frank Stoddard goes over the safety improvements made to Jeff Burton's car over the past year.
Well, guys, really this is driver-driven. Jeff's been in the shop all winter long. After what happened last year with the unfortunate fatalities of Kenny Irwin and Adam Petty and Tony Roper, he was looking to try to make the compartment a little bit safer. So he's come up with a headrest that you can see here. It actually extends almost to the steering wheel area. It doesn't allow the driver's head, we don't believe, to get past the headrest. In wrecks in the past, the headrest has been only probably 6 or 8 inches long. It will fold over. The driver's head might get beyond the other side of it and cause problems. With this thing here, we've actually tied it into the shoulder brace to where it's real strong. And the unique thing is we went ahead and put a hole in it, so now he can still see out the mirror, see out the right side of the car. He really doesn't even realize it's there. This is just a great thing that I think that Jeff Burton has worked hard on this winter. The guys in the shop, Brian Butler, a bunch of people put a lot of time and effort into this, and it's a wave of the future, I hope.
Frankie, the net there on the outer window opening, Jeff Burton was one of the first ones to run that. Why don't you explain that one? Because that's like a secondary net.
That's right, Larry. This net here actually just ties in real close to the driver's head. The net out here at the window, that just kind of seals everything off to where if it's a flipping wreck, Daytona or something, the arms and things like that stay in the car. This wreck here, this was more after, we really did this after John Nemechek had a fatality at Homestead. Unfortunately, his head actually came out and was real close to the wall, the concrete wall. So this net here we made up to tie the thing in to where if the driver's head came out, this net held it before it ever got to the outside net.
Frank, this is Jeff. Jeff Burton is a very passionate individual when it comes to his driver's area. Not only his, but I think every other driver from what I can see right there. I know when I was working with Roush that he was always coming around looking at the different cars of the other teammates and trying to help them make sure their stuff was as safe as possible, because he's very passionate about that, isn't he?
Well, he certainly is, Jeff. And, I think that we need somebody like him in this sport. to be able to have a panel maybe that's established from here and down the road to look at every individual's car and come back and tell all of us what the best things that they saw were. If we could have some sort of a panel that went back, and at the end of the day, when Larry was a crew chief last year and when you were a crew chief, if they could have come to you and said, guys, these are the best ways we can see to mount a seat, the best ways to mount seat belts, the best headrest that we see in all the 43 competitors' cars. This is what we see as the best. I think at the end of the day, then it's each driver's opportunity to go put into the car what he thinks is the best for him. It's not going to be about somebody telling him what he has to do, but I think giving him the avenues of what it looks like are the best things to have, and then at the end of the day, Jeff Burton can make the ultimate decision on what he thinks is the safest in his race car. But having the information from the other 43 competitors will be a big help and a big step towards the future.
Frank, is he using the hands device?
No, we've been working on that real diligently. We went and tested it at Kentucky. Actually, we've had a couple different seat variations in the car. But we just really haven't been able to get it real comfortable for him in the car. But a lot of people right now are putting a lot of time and effort into the Hans device in different avenues of the Hans device to make it a little bit less bulky. And I think down the road, we certainly want to have something like that in our car.
Safety isn't the only controversy being addressed. Mike Joy explains to casual viewers why the show must go on.
This week, amidst cries from people who don't understand this sport or the people in it, to not hold this race, to not bring these cars, to not challenge these drivers, we are all here, and we are set to go racing. Because, if for nothing else, Larry McReynolds, if Dale were here and thought we weren't going racing, he'd kick our butt.
He really would.
He also addresses complaints about how the end of the Daytona broadcast was handled.
Carol adequately conveyed what we felt in the booth from seeing the incident, from seeing Ken Schrader's reaction. But to those of you and to some second-guessing folks who thought that last Sunday we didn't convey a sufficient sense of gravity, in an active crash scene, our reporters are barred from the scene. Our cameras were shielded. We had to rely on the officials in NASCAR for information, and at every turn we were stonewalled. I think we did what we could to convey that we knew this was serious, but in absence of any further information, we told you all we could, and we told you all we knew. And we were just as saddened as shocked to learn of the ultimate outcome, but there was not much more we could have done with the information that we were allowed to have.
And he speaks to those assigning blame for Earnhardt's death.
Welcome back to Rockingham. Mike Joy with Larry McReynolds. In the wake of any tragedy, some people just seem like they have to fix blame. Bill Simpson, the seatbelt maker, has received death threats unfairly, as was pointed out in our pre-race show. Did Rusty Wallace taking the air off Earnhardt's spoiler contribute? Did the angle of the collision with Kenny Schrader? Everyone has theories. Everyone is looking for a place to point the finger of blame. And this week, so much of that focus, again unfairly, has been pointed at Sterling Marlin.
On that same subject, there are two segments on Sterling Marlin, who recalls the last lap vividly.
Get on down the back straightaway and get in the three and start turning in. And I knew it was real tight. And that's what Dale sees me. And as we started in, his car just barely started coming down, and we barely touched. And I got out of the gas, and he straightened it up, and I'm back on the gas, and all of a sudden his car really comes more. It's like it got loose or something. It comes down and barely clips my right front, and it turns me down on the apron, and we're both like this. And I'm trying to straighten my car. The next thing I seen was a flash of black go back across the track up the hill.
Sunday night and Monday had to have been pretty lonely for Sterling Marlin.
I just want to take Monday off. Just, you know, it was a bad loss for racing, and we lost a friend and didn't want to talk about it. But, you know, what the aggravating thing was, you get home and you hear your local news guy saying on TV that, you know, I'd hit Dale Earnhardt. You know, I said, what movies you watching?
Were you surprised when that started happening?
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked. I said, man, what's going on? I said, and I called NASCAR, called you know, Mike and them, and said, man, did I do anything wrong? No, you ain't done nothing wrong. And that's what surprised me. But, you know, at the point in time, I guess, you know, some of the Dale's fans have really been fans for years and got to point at somebody.
I'm sure it must have made you feel a lot better when all the drivers, and Dale Jr. particularly, came to your aid and supported you and stood.
You know, here we are starting side by side.
I know you started 25th and 26th.
I'm 26, so, you know, I just hope Dale Jr. can carry the legacy on and he's got a golden future in NASCAR.
Junior declines to be interviewed as he talks with Marlin, then joins his teammates at DEI. In all, 14 of the 43 starters speak to Fox during the delay, each visibly exhausted.
What are your emotions at this moment, Steve?
Man, I've never done so little and have been so emotionally tired, I think, in my life. It's just been probably one of the longest weeks of my life. And, you know, our thoughts and prayers are with the whole Earnhardt family and Dale Jr. and, you know, myself and Michael. It just, you know, we're here to represent not only Dale Earnhardt, but the whole company and Teresa. And just want to thank all the race fans for all their support and all the media. They've done a great job helping us have our space and try to heal from this. But physically, I'm in great shape, but emotionally, I'm tired.
Feel better at the racetrack, you know, because all your friends and stuff here. I mean, we are one big family, and it seemed like we left Daytona a month ago. It just was a long week.
How do you feel as we are about to start this race?
I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Someone asked me what the biggest difference is, and I said, well, usually one time, just out of meanness, he'd wiggle you here and, you know, make you see how good a job you could do of saving it. But it'll be different without Dale here. But, you know, we need to be here. That's what we need to be doing.
How much pressure was on this team coming in without any car owner points?
Not near as much as there was right after I wrecked our car. That wasn't good. I've never had it loaded up quite so heavily on my shoulders and forever to go out and qualify. And in the qualifying lap, the car didn't stick to anything much. The track had gotten slipperier and kind of reminded me what it used to be like to qualify. And I had to bounce it off of a couple of walls, but came back and got 7th. And so the race will be a lot calmer than that for me as far as the way I'm going to go about things. Just hopefully we can get a setup under our car before the end of the day that'll allow us to race with them again this week. The Daytona 500 was really cool, and I was really confident about that. And so we need to continue that.
Well, Dale Earnhardt was rumored to have been able to see the air, but what I think we really saw was potential, and that paid off last week with Michael Waltrip.
And, you know, I'm going to try to get up and use a line today that Dale Earnhardt taught me, up against the wall, and see if that works. I think that's going to be good with this tire that we have, the setup that we have. That worked for us here last time, and, you know, that's where Dale always used to go first.
And I noticed as well you will have one of the stickers on your car as well, one of the decals, everyone thinking about him today.
Yeah, I don't think there's a person here that he hasn't influenced their lives in some way, shape, or form. You know, whether it's the fans up here, that the ones that liked him or didn't pull for him, you know, they appreciated still what Dale Earnhardt was, what he did, and everybody in this garage area has him to be thankful for having the facilities that we have, the opportunities that we have, the money we race for, the money that the mechanics make. Dale Earnhardt's a big part of that, so we all have that to be thankful for. And, you know, we know he's up watching us, and, you know, we know he's in a better place. But, you know, we've been asked a lot, I guess, do you want to be here this weekend? Yeah, I want to be here. I want to race. This is what we do, and this is what Dale did. But I sure want Dale Earnhardt to be here with us. We know that can't be, so we know he wants to be racing, and we're certainly thinking about Teresa and the entire family, Richard Childress and everyone there. Dale Jr., what a tough week it's been on everyone, but you know, I think they've handled it remarkably well, and thanks to the fans. You know, again, regardless of who they pull for, we know that Dale Earnhardt brought millions of fans to this sport. Now Dale's left it in our hands to keep them entertained, and we're going to try to do that.
We also hear from Richard Childress.
We're all saddened today, and we just been praying for the Earnhardt family, and give us all strength. They would want us to be strong. You know, he'd be kicking my butt if he knew we were weak now, and it's just so many people that he's touched their lives, and I pray for them. And he was a special person, special friend. We're going to miss him. We got a job to do today. You know, nobody wants to be here, but we're doing it for Dale today. And Kevin Harvick has stepped up to the plate. He's a great young driver, and we got a lot of confidence in him. Dale had a lot of confidence in him. He kidded around how he was going to hire him, and so I know Dale would be happy with what we've done with putting Kevin in the car. There'll never be, like Kevin said the other day, there'll never be another Dale Earnhardt, and he just wants to be another RCR driver.
Thank you for your grace, Richard.
Thank you.
And his new driver, Kevin Harvick.
Kevin Hamlin told me this morning that Dale Earnhardt thought an awful lot about you as a person and your ability. How do you feel as we get ready to start this race?
I feel like we have a chance to win the race. had an awesome car yesterday in happy hour, and you know, it's a tough situation, but it's only as tough as you make it. And I think the 190 people at RCR and the fans and everybody surrounding it has not turned it into a positive, but made it a lot easier on me and made me feel comfortable where I can go out and drive the race car and do what I have to do. And I think I said this in a press conference the other day. If Dale Earnhardt had a broken leg and he couldn't race this weekend, he'd want me to drive the hell out of his race car, and that's what I'm going to do.
Well, tell us how it was in practice. Are you ready for this race?
Yeah, I mean, the race car was good. We only ran the first 45 minutes, and we felt we were as good, if not better, than most of the cars. And I mean, today's a different day, and you never know what's going to happen. But as of yesterday, when I was in my motorhome listening to the rest of them practice, we were fine. So, you know, it's just one of those deals where you don't know what the racetrack's going to be like, and you know, I know how the race car is going to drive, but the weather's not the same, so I really don't. But we'll just go out there and do the best we can, and I think we got one of the best race teams behind us that there is in the business, and I know I've got the best owner in the business, so we're well surrounded, and we'll be fine.
Good luck to you, Kevin. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
In between are multiple pre-recorded interviews honoring Dale.
Dale Earnhardt was synonymous with NASCAR racing. There are so many race car drivers, young drivers, that chose to go NASCAR racing because they wanted to be like Dale Earnhardt, and they wanted to emulate what he had done. And I don't have to remind the world how great a loss it is. Every one of us feel it the same way.
He was a really good friend. If I could talk to him right now, I'd look him right in the eye and say, boy, when I get to heaven, you and I are going to have a couple words. Because you sure did make a lot of us cry while you were gone.
Dale was irreplaceable to GM, to its employees, to its dealers, and to its fans.
We'll miss his friendship. We'll miss his fierce determination to win, whether on the track or as a Chevrolet dealer. But we'll always remember his many contributions to Chevrolet and to General Motors.
He was one of those guys that you never knew what to expect from him, that's for sure, on or off the racetrack, but definitely somebody that I admired, looked up to, and respected greatly.
I think the first time I really remember him was running Martinsville, and I started up 6th or 8th or somewhere, and he started about 15th, and they threw the green flag and went in the first corner, and here he is up on my hood. He done pulled out, passed about 10 cars, come across the grass with all 4 wheels, jumped the curb, landed right on my hood, and that was the first real experience I had with Dale Earnhardt.
It's going to be a loss for all of us, like Elvis Presley probably was to the music industry, and maybe even greater.
He only wanted to be the best. He only wanted to win, and he did whatever he could to win. And I think that's where he was such a great inspiration, that every aspiring young driver in the country that wants to be a stock car driver, they would look at Dale Earnhardt and say, if I could just be a little bit like him, I'll make it in this business and can be good.
After more than an hour's delay, drivers are called to their cars. As the covers come off, a crowd gathers around Michael Waltrip's car on pit road. Others stand on pit wall, each carrying an Earnhardt pennant. By then, Darrell Waltrip and his wife Stevie address the crowd. At Michigan on August 18, 1991, Darrell gave a eulogy to J.D. McDuffie, who died a week before in a crash at Watkins Glen. Now, nearly a decade later, he will do the same honor for Dale Earnhardt.
I'd like to ask you to do something. I'd like to ask you to take the hand by the person beside you, and let's all bond together, and let's all take a few moments to remember Dale and what a great driver he was and all the great memories that he leaves behind. Our dear Heavenly Father, Lord, our hearts are hurting. We've lost a great friend, and it all seems so unfair. Lord, we know you have a plan for every one of us, and it's easy for us to deal with the triumphs, but today we have to deal with the tragedy. So, Father, we ask you to give us strength as we deal with this loss. We pray for Teresa, Dale Jr., the entire Earnhardt family, Comfort them, Lord. People ask us, how can we go out and race today? We can do that, first of all, because we know that's what Dale would want us to do. And second of all, because we know he's in heaven with you. He's in a place, Lord, that we all long to be someday. So let us turn our hearts from sadness and let's celebrate the life of Dale Earnhardt and the great memories that we all have of him. Because, Lord, we know without a doubt that he is dwelling in your house and will forevermore. Amen.
After introducing the starting grid, pole sitter Jeff Gordon slows the inside line.
You see at the front of the field, pole sitter Jeff Gordon has backed off 1 row, leaving the pole position open in honor of Dale Earnhardt.
This caution also runs long, during which time Gordon keeps the pole position open for more than 5 minutes. Still another tribute will follow, though under less than ideal circumstances.
Green flag, we're racing. Dropped right in single file, but Tony Stewart challenged Ricky Rudd and moves up to third.
Oh, we got trouble already.
3 cars, 4 cars.
It's Dale Jr.
Earnhardt Jr. with Jimmy Spencer, Kenny Wallace, and Mike Wallace. And it is Earnhardt Jr.'s car who comes to rest against the outside wall at turn 4.
This could not be happening to that young man.
Kenny Wallace goes to the garage, Mike Wallace to pit road.
The first silent lap 3 takes place under caution as Dale Earnhardt Jr. climbs from his wrecked Chevrolet. His only injuries are contusions on his lower waist and thighs, both caused by his lap belts being too tight. Jimmy Spencer pits for repairs to his fender, while brothers Kenny and Mike Wallace go behind the wall along with Jr. While it was Ron Hornaday who bumped Jr. going into turn 3, it is Robbie Gordon who for a second straight week is blamed for a wreck.
First off, are you okay, Dale?
Yeah, I'm fine. Everybody home, I'm doing all right. No big deal. Just tight. Go racing, getting down into 3. The 4 car pulled down in front of me, and everybody checked up, and I was checking up, and somebody didn't. So it's tough. You know, we really had a good car. Wanted to do good here. Get the year started off right, but had to go to the garage, see if we can get it back out there.
The DEI crew looks over Junior's car, only to discover how badly the suspension is bent. As rain begins to fall again, prolonging the caution, they push the car to the hauler and load up, done for the day. The added rain delay allows Mike Wallace to return to the track just 17 laps down, a new radiator strapped down with bungee cords. Further up the field, Ricky Rudd believes he has an electrical issue on his cooling system. It's blowing air, but not cold air. He'll ultimately shut off the system altogether. Still under caution on lap 29, Rudd stays out, while 7 other drivers pit for fuel and tires, including Kevin Harvick, Mike Skinner, and Stacy Compton. The race is finally about to restart, this time on lap 31. During this run, the fastest cars belong to Ward Burton, who climbs to 8th, and Ricky Craven, who's up to 23rd from 41st on the grid. Up front, Steve Park catches Jeff Gordon for the lead.
The interesting thing about Rusty Wallace's setup is that they came here with the setup they ordinarily run, and they thought they were going to be able to get away with it with this tire. Didn't work well, so they changed about everything they could think of, and that didn't work either. So then they went back to the setup they came with. Guess what? The car was fine, and they don't really know why. The lead just changed.
Steve Park puts the nose of his Chevrolet in the win.
Seconds later, on lap 46, rain falls again. Under caution, most of the leaders pit. Jeff Gordon holds off Steve Park, but Stacy Compton stays out to lead. Rick Mast's crew looks under the hood at a smoking engine, an inauspicious start to the Midwest Transit team's new engine deal with Pro Motors. They send him back out. Ward Burton's fast Dodge comes in a second time. The jack was dropped a moment too soon, leaving him with loose lug nuts on his left front wheel. Ken Schrader also makes another stop for tape on the grill. On lap 51, both follow the rest of the field down pit road to stop. The rain is intensified. The caution can't come soon enough for Tony Stewart. Determined to stay in his car, having only climbed out early twice in his entire career, he's already exhausted. Fortunately for him, he'll have another night to rest up. The race has been postponed to 11 a.m. the following day.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe it matches the mood. I mean, maybe we shouldn't even started racing today, but, I feel bad for my whole team, but then I look around, I start to feel sorry for myself. And you look at Little Lee, I feel double bad for that guy. I mean, it was just an unfortunate deal. We're just not even getting to lap one, and I don't know what the deal was. Everybody was wanting to get to the bottom really bad, and the Ford car got down in front of Little Lee. Little Lee jacked him in the rear a little bit. He got sideways, and then Hornaday got into him, and here come Little Lee just flying out, and he looked like he was head on the wall, and then I was there. So I don't know. It's pouring down rain. It matches the whole deal right now, and it's raining all over you.
Yeah, we're getting pretty wet. I'll let you go inside.
Okay, thanks.
For the first time since another Rockingham race in 1983, a race started on Sunday will be completed the following day. So rare is the occasion that NASCAR has to distribute a list of rules as to what 15 things teams could do and 9 things they could not during the one-night delay. Among the things they couldn't do were jack up the car for any reason, get inside the car, add fuel, oil or brake fluid, or repair damage. The reason is there will not be another round of inspection before the race is restarted. To say the least, it's been a depressing day at the end of an awful week. Most curiously, it's at the very end of Sunday's broadcast that Fox gives one of their viewing platforms a name.
You know what his nickname is? You know what we always called him?
Before or after today?
Well, now and even before. Hollywood Hammond. And he's down there in his little house on the prairie now.
Hey, I want you to know right now, I am nice and warm and dry in here, guys.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
I've got my popcorn.
Look at Barbie's Fantasy single wide right here.
It's a bungalow in there.
It's a little house on the prairie, and there he is sitting right there.
So for Jeff Hammond and Chris Myers down there in the Hollywood Hotel above Victory Lane, a soggy Dick Berggren, Matt Yoakum, Steve Burns, and Jeannie Zelasco, Mike Joy for Darrell Waltrip, and for Larry McReynolds, whose weather forecast today proved all too accurate as we are rained out at the Rock. 51 laps are complete. They are laps of record, and we will continue tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. on FX.
In his Sunday write-up article for the Chicago Tribune, Ed Hinton takes issue with the atmosphere at Rockingham, believing too many fans were taking Earnhardt's death in stride. He draws comparisons with Monaco in 1994, following the death of Ayrton Senna. There, all race day long, lay a pall of ineffable enormity. 60,000 zombies walked blank-faced along the hilly streets of the richest little country in the world, and a single, elegant, black-draped sign in the pits read simply, Senna, adieu. Once again, Chris Economaki offers perspective. This is not a cruel sport, he says. You want to know about a cruel sport? September 1934, Orange County Fairgrounds. Middletown, New York's Bill Walters, in his early 20s, was killed in a crash on the backstretch. The ambulance driver arrived at the scene and wouldn't take him. Said, "What can I do with him? He's dead." The AAA official told Bill Walters' father, "He's yours." And so that night, the father drove the 45 miles home to Maplewood, New Jersey, with the wrecked race car on a trailer and the body of his dead son in the trunk of the tow car. That was a cruel sport. That night, one more memorial service is held, this time in Dale Earnhardt's hometown of Kannapolis. Fans fill the stadium for baseball's Kannapolis Intimidators, the single-A affiliate to the Chicago White Sox.
This is a very personal service. Why is it that this one seems to be a little bit different than the others that we've seen earlier this week?
I think because this one is for the people he grew up with, his hometown. There are two things Kannapolis, North Carolina is known for. One is the Fieldcrest Cannon textile mill, the towels and sheets in your closet, and the other, and probably more famous for, is Dale Earnhardt. He's the local boy done good in a big way. And I've been hearing nothing but stories from people. I went to elementary school with Dale. He and I used to play pool together all night long. So these are his childhood friends and neighbors come to celebrate his life.
He died 1 week ago today. He was laid to rest earlier this week. Tributes all throughout the week. But you know what? People that we're talking to who have come from so far away say they wanted to come to this one because this one is special, because this one seems to be representative of who he was, just an ordinary guy.
Dale Earnhardt touched a lot of people's lives, and it's been one of the interesting things about this whole week to me is how many people, average, ordinary citizens, really attach themselves to this man and trying to figure out why, what it was that made him special. I think it's because he was one of them. He, despite the millions that he made and the fame that he got, was just a regular old guy who wore blue jeans and cowboy boots every day. That was his natural dress. And these are the people that identify with him so strongly. These are the blue-collar people that are Dale's army, if you will. Arnie had his army in golf. This is Dale's army, all these people here tonight. And the other side of that, too, realistically, this was the one that they could participate in. The services earlier in the week were for invitation only. This one is open to everyone, and they've turned out.
I'm Ray Moss, and I'm the mayor of the city of Kannapolis. I'd like to welcome each one of you tonight and thank you for coming. We have family members, the Earnhardt family is in place here in front of us. We thank you for being here, especially for Martha Earnhardt and her children. We want to thank the race fans who are here, the NASCAR personnel, those persons who have been so close and such a part of Dale Earnhardt's life. I said to someone earlier today, maybe several times today, that Dale Earnhardt learned to drive on the streets of Kannapolis long before he ever put an automobile on the speedway. We're proud of Dale Earnhardt. We're proud of the Earnhardt family. And this is a service of remembrance, a service that's dedicated to the glory of God and to the memory of Dale Earnhardt.
Among those who speak are Carrie Earnhardt, along with Dale's sisters Kathy Watkins and Kay Snipes.
Dale always started each race with a scripture which Stevie Waltrip gave to him. So we felt it appropriate to have a scripture today. It comes from 2 Timothy, 4th chapter, 6 through 8. The time of my departure is at hand. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Finally, there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will give to me on that day. And not to me only, but also to all who have loved his appearing. Dale has finished the race, but more importantly, he kept the faith and has received the trophy from the righteous judge, Jesus Christ. But now we must run our race and make sure that we keep the faith.
I'm Kathy Watkins, Dale's next sister. And he would just be real aggravated if we let our weak emotions get the best of us tonight. Kannapolis celebrated life with Dale Earnhardt on Dale Earnhardt Day. We were all there together, family, friends, fans, and we were smiling and having so much fun. Well, tonight we celebrate Dale Earnhardt's life without him. We're all here together, family, friends, with tears in our eyes, but we need to wipe those tears away and put smiles on our faces and know that Dale would want us that way. Danny, Sherry, and Danny Earnhardt Jr., thank you for all the calls, all the flowers, all the food, all the prayers. A special thank you to the Kannapolis Police Department as they have stood vigil by my mother through this whole affair, trying to help manage the flow of respects and love from people that is just a little bit overwhelming. We appreciate your understanding for anyone that did not get to her door or did not get to speak to a family member. We love you all, and I hope you will share that with us another day.
Hi, I'm Kerry Earnhardt, Dale's oldest son. I'm sorry Kelly and Dale Jr. couldn't make it tonight, but on our behalf, I'd like to thank everyone, family and friends out there called fans, for their support and for their concerns and prayers. And keep up the support and concern and the loyalty to Dale Earnhardt Incorporated and NASCAR. And we still need you. Thank y'all.
And tonight, while you may be honoring me as your 7-time champion, I'm here to say it's me, Dale Earnhardt, who honors you and thanks you.
We will always remember Dale Earnhardt as a champion in every facet of life. His passing has brought much sorrow, but his life brought millions great joy. Godspeed, Dale Earnhardt.
The flags at half-mast here at Rockingham, honoring Dale Earnhardt. We just weren't meant to race yesterday. 39 of those 51 laps yesterday were run under caution.
After the rain passes through late Sunday afternoon, Monday's resumption of the Duralube 400 comes under crystal blue skies. Under caution, a few cars come down pit road, including Mike Wallace for more substantial repairs to the nose of his Ford. Having pitted on Sunday, Stacy Compton stays out, and on lap 56 chooses to take the green flag on old tires.
Start really no cars a lap down other than Mike Wallace, and the disadvantage of that this early in the race, the leader takes the green flag, which may be why Stacy Compton did what he did. The last car's in turn 3, so you're almost a half a lap down.
Green flag on a sunny Monday morning. We're back racing at the Rock. And Gordon goes for it right away.
That's the difference in stopping and getting 4 fresh tires than having some that you've ridden around a few laps on.
This place is so hard on tires. Any laps at all, you almost got to come on the pit road if the caution comes out. We're going to see pit stops. Pit crewmen are going to be very busy people today.
While most of the field fights a tight condition, Steve Park runs down Gordon once again and completes the pass on lap 74. 10 laps later, Compton is just about to be lapped when he pits for tires. Matt Kenseth overheats as a garbage bag-sized patch of tape from Mike Wallace's car blocks his radiator. It's a second straight race that overheating has sabotaged his run. As the run continues, Jeff Gordon starts to reel in Park, but other drivers are starting to impress. On lap 89, Ricky Craven passes Dale Jarrett, with Robert Presley working his way from the back of the field to 19th. Michael Waltrip is using the high lane to great effect, and on lap 100 races past Tony Stewart for third. Stewart's fighting a loose condition as the team undoes their adjustments from Sunday's cold weather. Waltrip begins to pressure Park for second, just as his teammate makes another bid for the lead. Moments later, Jeff Burton bounces off the wall in turn 4, forcing an unscheduled stop. It's a terrible break, as Burton believed he was able to match Waltrip's pace. The number 15 now passed Park into second behind Gordon. On lap 117, with green flag stops approaching, Kevin Harvick has already picked up 17 spots since the restart, climbing from 33rd to 16th. After racing Bobby Labonte for third, Steve Park pits with Craven. Only Park is calling for chassis adjustments. Ward Burton and Sterling Marlin pit together. When Jeff Gordon comes in, Ron Hornaday nearly forces him into pit wall. Still under green, there's more trouble for Roush Racing. Kurt Busch ran into the back of Michael Waltrip on Sunday, and like Jeff Burton, is now bounced off the outside wall. Mark Martin, however, has run a clean race so far, but he's about to lose a lap. It's lap 154, and Park is still leading with Gordon hot on his heels. Ricky Craven is up to fourth. But Michael Waltrip's not happy with his new set of tires and drops back as he tries to find his rhythm from earlier. One driver who is happy during this run is Bobby Labonte, who on lap 168 passes Park for second. The next time by, Kenny Wallace finally returns to the race, 168 laps down in 42nd. He's been in the garage area since he wrecked with Dale Jr. on Sunday's first lap. Kenny will log 118 laps on Monday, but won't gain a single position. Jeff Burton makes another unscheduled stop, and this time shuts off his engine as the crew adjusts the toe end. Bobby Labonte catches Jeff Gordon for the lead, with Craven still holding fourth. Just 2 days after teammate Andy Houston failed to qualify, Craven is giving PPI Motorsports their best race ever. At the time, Cal Wells' NASCAR program is just a single top 10, a 10th by Scott Pruitt the previous year at Indianapolis. A second round of green flag stops begins on lap 189 as Casey Atwood pits, followed by Jason Leffler and Rusty Wallace. Wallace fights a loose condition, is about to lose a lap to the leaders. Past the halfway point on lap 205, Gordon pits with Park and Craven, but Bobby Labonte stays out another 4 laps with Sterling Marlin. On lap 224, Johnny Benson Jr. is running fourth with a good long-run car. He's looking forward to snowmobiling with Ken Schrader in Wyoming later in the week. 2 spots behind him is a surprising Dave Blaney, who's rebounded from his engine failure in Daytona to run 6th. It's not until lap 243, 150 laps remaining, and 188 laps after the race restarted that the caution flies once more, and it's only a single-car spin for Mike Skinner. Skinner breaks loose in the high lane off turn 2, and Jeff Burton, hopelessly behind after his 2 unscheduled stops, makes slight contact with the stopped car. Jeff Gordon keeps a lead off pit road, and Mark Martin stays out to lead before pitting. The race restarts on lap 250 with Gordon still leading Park, the pair still the class of the field. John Andretti brushes the wall in turn 1. Teammates Ward Burton and Dave Blaney fight their way through traffic. Then, on lap 257, Ricky Rudd slows off turn 4, causing the field to scatter. Rudd says he's lost 3rd gear, but as he coasts onto pit road, the damage is much worse. The rear gear has locked up solid. He'll return to the race in the final 100 laps and finish a disappointing 39th. With 132 to go, the best race on the track is the battle for 8th place, including Craven, Blaney, and Marlin. Over the next 7 laps, both Ward Burton and Robert Presley join the battle. With 123 to go, there's more trouble. Jeremy Mayfield comes down pit road off the pace. But another potential rear-end failure turns out to be a left side axle with the teeth worn to nothing. Worse, Mayfield's backup axle doesn't fit, so the crew has to run to the hauler for a replacement. Mayfield was another driver who managed to have a decent run at the end of the Daytona 500, though contact from Ricky Rudd just before Earnhardt's accident nearly spun him out. Around this time, Mark Martin makes an unscheduled stop for 4 tires. He thinks it's a loose wheel, but then concludes it was a loose wheel weight instead. 109 to go. Park leads Jeff Gordon by 3 seconds as the 24 picks up a push. Further back, Elliott Sadler has climbed to 12th, joining the half-dozen cars still battling for position in front. Kevin Harvick's not far behind in 14th. He's run as high as 13th. Ward Burton scrapes the wall in turns 1 and 2. Then, with 93 laps to go, Stacey Compton's engine lets go directly in front of race leader Park. No one else is involved, and Park beats Jeff Gordon off pit road. But when the race restarts with 85 to go, Gordon is ready.
Green flag, and Gordon goes right after the lead.
Gordon got a great jump on Steve Park, and it really is paying off. He was able to get by and going into 1.
Now there's racing everywhere. Robert Presley and Elliott Sadler race hard for 10th, with Blaney catching them both. Craven and Marlin are locked in a battle for 8th as they reel in a resurgent Rusty Wallace. With 66 to go, Sadler picks up a skip in the engine caused by a faulty alternator. In the last 66 laps, he slips from what would have been a career-tying 7th to 11th. Up front, it takes less than 30 laps for Park to catch and pass Jeff Gordon for the lead. Back out front, Park is just 54 laps away from his 2nd career victory, and well on his way to setting a new personal best for most laps led, 130 at Richmond the previous fall. But with around 40 to go, Park's lead starts to evaporate in heavy traffic. With 20 to go, a new contender arrives, as Bobby Labonte has caught Jeff Gordon for 2nd. When they too catch lap traffic, Labonte makes his move.
Oh, slow car traffic. Down low, up high, in the middle, here we come.
Now Gordon's Hendrick teammate, there Jerry Nadeau, backed out and left a hole there for Gordon to slide up into.
Labonte has been really good off this corner. They got him. He's got him.
Joe Gibbs, Labonte's car owner, on the headset. Bobby Labonte makes the pass and takes over 2nd place.
The pass comes with 15 laps to go. Park is over 2 seconds ahead, but by 10 to go, the interval is down to 1.6. 1 year earlier, it was Dale Earnhardt who tried to track down Bobby Labonte for the win, only to come up short. Now it's Labonte who's the hunter, and with 8 to go as Harvick lets Park by, the margin's about to drop to just 1 second. 5 to go, and Labonte is there. The Pontiac gets through the corners better, but Park's a little faster on the straightaway. 3 to go, Labonte makes his move.
A little harder.
Parks and Labonte's spotters are side by side.
He's there, but here he goes, up on the outside.
Labonte. Park went low to block. Labonte's going to try the high side.
He's going to get a whale of a run off the corner. Now he's got to figure out, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Which way am I going to go? I'm going to go
down,
under.
And Park slips up. Labonte on the bottom. Here he comes. It's going to be 2 laps to go.
Now the hard part for Bobby is to get off the corner with Park to his outside. He needs the whole racetrack to be able to make the pass.
Opposite from 3 and 4. Labonte goes to the high side. Park to the bottom side.
Park's not going to get. He's not going to give him. He's not going to give him room off that corner. Although he's pulled down a little bit. Here we go.
He runs him all the way up to the wall in turn 3 and 4. They'll be coming for the white flag.
Here we go. Oh, he wiggled.
Labonte gets loose. 1 lap to go. This is it.
Park wiggled and got into Labonte. He's going to make a run on the outside right here. Come on, buddy.
Steve Park trying for his second Winston Cup win.
Got to run. He's got to run down the inside. Park blocks him a little bit.
Couldn't block it.
All right, Bobby's off early. He's off early. He's going to gas it hard. And here they're going to come to the line. It's going to be a photo finish.
Park has the run off the high side. He clears the body. And Steve Park scores the second straight win for Earnhardt Incorporated and the second win of his career.
Man, what a great finish. It's just so hard. Catching him was one thing. Passing him, as we always say, that's another.
Michael Waltrip last week, Steve Park this week.
Boy, and that team, that company, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, they needed that.
With an Earnhardt hat in his hand, Steve Park will drive to victory lane. His dad, Bob Park, a great modified driver who now works as a gear specialist on that car, will be among those to greet him. Let's go down to Steve Park's pit.
Paul Andrews, the crew chief, tell me what this win means to you and this entire Dale Earnhardt Incorporated team.
That is awesome. I tell you, that was a great run for Steve and us here at Rockingham. I mean, we've been really good here at Rockingham before, but I tell you, to win it like this, after the tragedy we've had this past week, you cannot ask for anything more perfect. This is awesome. Great job, everybody.
It's great. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Having raced door-to-door with the defending series champion, Steve Park rolls to his second and most satisfying victory. As he reaches pit road, Park runs out of fuel. The crew pushes him the rest of the way.
These guys said, man, we worked in the pits all day. All that training we did paid off, but we know we're going to push the car too.
See the Dale Earnhardt banner laying there on the bottom of the windshield. Everybody in the stands giving one of those this weekend.
This is going to make everybody, it's going to make all the Dale's fans, it's going to make everybody feel a little bit better. You know, Mike, it's just going to take away that some of that hurt.
We still grieve, Darrell, but you bet this helps.
There's no therapy like a victory, and to be a part of a victory.
Come on, guys, roll it up that ramp.
Almost there.
Push. They're there. Steve Park has made it to victory lane at the Rock.
Back it up.
Come on out, Steve.
Grab a gear.
Come on out, Steve.
Dick Berggren.
Steve Park on his way out of the race car. We're going to give him a second to get out of here. Incredible run. A wave to the crowd. Jumps on the roof. High fives all around. Oh, he dives. He dives.
It's a mosh pit. It's a mosh pit.
Steve, have you ever tried harder to win a race than today?
Oh, man, I brought tears to my eyes. I don't know what to say. Just want to thank Teresa. You know, Dale's the one who taught me how to drive this place, and he told me to stay off the brakes, and we stayed off the brakes all day long and won the race. So, you know, God bless the whole family. Thank God for this. He's been with us all weekend. You know, we also like to thank Pennzoil. They've just been a great sponsor. We got a great race team here. Nabisco, Nutter Butter, Snap-on Tools, just all the guys. Coca-Cola. I mean,
How about those last couple of laps? How difficult were those laps? You knew Bobby Labonte was all over you.
yeah. You know, thank God it was Bobby Labonte. I mean, he drove me so clean. We ran so many laps on our tires, and I was running out of fuel at the end, and I thought there was no way we were going to win this race, and we did. I mean,
was this just meant to be?
It was just meant to be. I mean, the good Lord was shining down on us, and I'd like to say hello to my mom and dad. I love you guys. They're home. They couldn't be here because it was a rain-delayed event, but just an emotional win.
Great job, Steve Park. Congratulations. Mike Joy.
Also, don't leave yet, Mike. I got a lot to say. I got to thank Paul Andrews, Dave Charpentier, Steve Meal. Look at these guys right here. These are the best. We got the best engine shop. We like to thank Goodyear. And how about this Chevrolet Monte Carlo? We got one in Victory Lane. My mom's got one at home. She drives around. So we got probably one of the best cars out here, too.
Let's go to Mike. The tears are flowing down here, Mike.
Steve Park is the winner here at The Rock in a Dale Earnhardt Incorporated car.
Ricky Craven celebrates a 5th-place finish in just his second start for PPI. Not only is it the team's first top 5, but the first for Craven since October 27, 1997, when he finished 3rd at the same Rockingham track. 2 spots ahead, Jeff Gordon takes home 3rd, but his car fails post-race inspection for being too low. After a grueling debut, Kevin Harvick finishes 14th, the first car 1 lap down. I listened to the guys, I listened to the car, and I think I learned a lot, he says. It was just awesome. I think Dale would have been pretty psyched about that. We made Dale proud. Of crew chief Kevin Hamlin, who made several changes after their 36th place qualifying run, Harvick says, "He just told me to save the tires and to drive it hard. He said if I did that, we'd have a good car." In Harvick's 6 remaining starts at Rockingham, he'd only once finished better than on this day. With one more Dale Earnhardt tribute played to Eric Clapton's Tears in Heaven, the broadcast and NASCAR's longest week finally draws to a close. Ahead lies another 34 races, an all-star event in Charlotte, and a championship now led by Rusty Wallace, 13 points over Sterling Marlin. There remain questions to be answered, revelations to be uncovered, and action to witness. All this and more awaits in Las Vegas.